You had your suspicions from the first time he walked into the little cafe you worked. You had your suspicions about these feelings that fluttered in your chest as you delivered his drink to his table and those bright eyes found yours. You had your suspicions confirmed as he came back time and again, as you spent more time with him and as his smile became burned into your memory. You weren't sure if what you were feeling was love or not, but you knew you had feelings for him. For Lyran. The bell over the door signaled someone entering the cafe, and just by glancing at the clock you knew it was him before you even saw. You exited the kitchen as Ren walked past the front counter, dressed in his school uniform. He smiled when he saw you and you greeted him warmly, more so than any other customer. Ren took his seat at his usual table by the window as you began preparing his drink behind the counter. He rarely ordered anything different, making it so he never had to place an actual order. It made you feel close to him somehow, but you knew it was a pretty simple thing, and after the amount of time he spent here it was a no-brainer. He had been frequenting this little cafe for over 3 months now. He came here on his breaks and his days off. He said it was to get away from the noise of the school, and this quiet hideaway was the perfect place for him to relax. He sometimes brought schoolwork with him, though he never got anything done. He always talked with you, and the fact he would ignore his work just to socialize with you and you alone made you grin like a fool. You set his drink on your tray and walk out to his table. You were no longer nervous as you approached him. You used to put so much effort into walking normally that you would trip over your own 2 feet, but now you could act normal around him. He looked up at you as you set his cup before him, his eyes catching yours as a small smile played out on his lips. "Thank you," he said, ever polite. "Don't mention it," you reply, straightening and lowering the tray to hold it in both hands before you. "Done with classes for the day, then?" He nodded. "Things are starting to slow down now that the first semester is almost over." "Then I suppose I'll see you in here more often then," you say, jokingly. "You will." You didn't know if he was teasing you right back or if he was being serious. Either way, it made you happy. This was the extent of your relationship with Ren, as customer and waitress. You told yourself you were happy with the way things were, that this was enough, but another part of you wanted more. You sometimes caught yourself fantasizing about being an actual couple and doing things together as normal couples would. It was in moments like those that you remembered, he was a hunter. His normal was like a fantasy to you, something that would never be normal to you. Those thoughts always played around at the back of your mind, and you made yourself believe that you had no place in his world. "Are you alright?" His voice snapped you back to reality. You hadn't even realized that you spaced off. In the past you would have died of embarrassment to have been standing there like a fool, but now you just brushed it off. "Yeah," you replied. "Sorry, I was spacing out a bit." "Everything all right?" he asked, setting down his cup. You looked a little tired. "Are you getting enough sleep?" You laugh lightheartedly. "Probably not." You lie. "I've been staying up late recently." "You should take care," he said. "Exhaustion can cause sickness." "You're right. I'll be sure to get to bed sooner from now on. Sorry to bother you with this." "You don't need to apologize." He chuckled. "But I was wondering, are you free this weekend?" "This weekend?" you echo. "I have it off for a change, so, yeah." "Then, if it's no trouble for you, that is, I have some things to do here in town this weekend. Would you mind coming along?" It suddenly hit you, even though he was speaking quite openly yet was still fairly fidgety, he was asking you out. Your heart suddenly sped up and your mind began to race. This was something you had fantasized about but never thought it would actually happen. Yet it was, right now. "Yeah, this weekend?" You fumbled over your words. "Yeah, I can do that." A look of what you believed to be relief faintly appeared on his face. "Great," he said. "Shall I meet you here at, say, 10 in the morning?" You nod, probably a bit more vigorously than you intended. "That's fine by me." "Great," he said again. The remainder of Ren's stay was relaxed. It looked to you like a weight had been removed from his shoulders. That in itself gave you some relief, showing you that even he got nervous about this kind of stuff. Before long, more customers began appearing and diverging your attention from him. It was frustrating that, today of all days, people would have to show up in such number. Yet you worked hard even as Ren finished his drink, giving you a wave as he left. You found yourself wishing the day would end quickly and the weekend would come. You had just one more day to get through, but even that may feel like torture. Only one day stood between you and the weekend. Excitement kept you up most of the night and this morning seemed to drag. You tried to keep yourself busy with cleaning and any other odd job you could think of as the regular afternoon lull set in. You found yourself in the back room, broom in hand, an ear trained for the door and your mind miles away. Your thoughts, of course, went to Ren, wondering more on what his life was like. Hunter and huntresses were tasked with fighting monsters, keeping mankind safe from the grim. That was something you could never do. You paused during your work, holding the broom before you in one hand. What kind of weapon does Ren use, you wondered. Clumsily reversing your grip on its handle, you tuck the broom under your arm with the bristles pointing downward. Maybe he used something graceful like a spear. You gave it a swing and a thrust, careful of the wood for fear of splinters. Turning on your heel, you bring your imaginary weapon around in a two-handed thrust, the bristles brushing your boss's stomach as he stood behind you. "What are you doing?" he asked with a mixture of entertainment and perplexity. You froze where you were, your ears turning red with embarrassment, quickly fumbling with the broom and returning it to the floor. "Nothing," you answer hurriedly. The boss shook his head with an amused smile. "You're that excited for your date tomorrow, huh? Well, not that I can blame you." A new wave of embarrassment washed over you. "How do you know about that?" "Come now, I saw that coming a mile away, although it took longer than I anticipated," he answered. "You two would make a great couple." You felt as if your head was about to explode after hearing that, yet you looked down as you tried to hide your smile. But just as quickly as it came, it passed as other thoughts filled your head. Something that had been troubling you since you decided that you liked Ren. "I'm a little nervous," you say. "I can imagine, but it's understandable." "No, not about tomorrow," you add quickly. "He's a hunter. He's been to combat school. He's trained to fight monsters for probably years now, right? I feel like there's such a gap between us. I'm normal and he's, well, him." A pair of heavy hands lightly slapped your shoulders, bringing your attention back to your boss. "Don't worry about it," he said. "He may be a hunter and he may come from a different walk of life, but he's still human. Don't worry about the little details and everything will be fine." You smile at the taller man. "Thanks, I'll remember that." With a smile he turned and went for the door. "There's not much to do here today," he said, "so once you're done with the cleaning you can go on home. You've got some preparing to do." You left your house early, hoping to make it to the cafe before Ren showed up, and with an hour head start on your side you felt you were in the clear. By the time the cafe came into view you saw him standing outside by the street, leaning against the railing that blocked off the patio. He looked up as if on cue as you approached, giving you that small smile you knew too well. "You're early," he said, glancing at the watch under his sleeve. "I could say the same to you," you say, stopping before him. "I was sure I would get here first. I couldn't make a lady wait on me, now could I?" You giggle. "Well, I hope I didn't make you wait instead." He left the railing. "I just got here a few minutes ago." You saw his eyes move, looking you over. You decided to wear a denim jacket today along with a skirt even though it wasn't really your thing. With a pair of new shoes and a purse you borrowed from a friend you hoped it didn't look like you were trying too hard. "You look nice." You screamed internally out of happiness as you bashfully thanked him. You reached up and unconsciously played with a lock of hair, once again hoping it looked all right. "Shall we?" Ren asked. You nod. Sure. You fell into stride, walking down the sidewalk side by side. So where do you need to go? You ask. Just a few places, came the vague answer. But if we get sidetracked along the way, then that's fine. You glanced up at him out the corner of your eye. He was still smiling. You began to wonder if the whole thing about errands wasn't really true. It made you think that Ren was much more shy than he let on, and somehow it made you feel a little better. The boss was right, Ren may be a hunter, but he was still human. He wasn't that much different than you. You spent the better part of the day wandering around town, visiting numerous shops that interested yourself of him, and even venturing into a few places neither of you had been. He took you around the shoreline, watching the boats and ships sail by as the two of you sat in a small restaurant that served some of your favorite pasta dishes, and you learned Ren wasn't a fan of shellfish. After lunch you went to the park, where you found yourself seated awfully close to him on a bench that happened to be broken on one end. It felt like some kind of conspiracy, albeit one you wish you were a part of, and Ren didn't seem to mind in the least. You both sat there, quietly watching the world around you as a cool breeze blew over you. This wasn't an awkward silence, it was a natural calm that filled you ease, and judging by the look on Ren's face he was feeling much the same. Say, Ren broke the silence, there's a dance at Beacon the end of next week, he said, keeping his eyes forward, and you could have sworn you heard his heartbeat. Would you go with me? You looked up at him. But, I'm not a student. That's fine, he replied hastily. I asked one of the professors and they said students could bring a date from outside the school. You realized how much planning he put into this, and also that he may ask you to this dance. Surely there were other girls at Beacon, several for that matter, that were more outgoing and closer to him as a huntress. Yet still, here he was asking you, and your thoughts soared. You looked down, his hand rested on the bench between you. Your face flushed and you couldn't believe what you were about to do, but you placed your hand on his and you felt him jump slightly. Looking up you found those bright eyes looking down into yours and an almost nervous grin on his face. I'll go. You say. I would love to. Blue, you felt it was a modest color even as the dress itself showed off your shoulders. You tie your hair up into as nice of a braid you can muster with just your mirror to aid you. The bulk of this past week was spent with you running from one store to the next, trying to find the dress you liked the most, and you finally decided on this one. Taking the whole day off from work was one of your better idea. You had spent the better part of the day just getting ready. Retrieving a light blue shawl you drape it over your shoulders and slip into your shoes, a pair of dress shoes that not only looked nice but were devoid of any real heel. Your parents had mixed feelings about you going. Your mother was excited to say the least, while your father seemed to be a lot less enthusiastic. Yet despite that he still drove you to the airship that would take you the rest of the way to Beacon. Leaving the car upon arrival, your father told you to be careful and all the other parent-like things before finally letting you board the ship. At first you were worried that you would be the only one on board, but to your relief there were other boys and girls your age and similarly dressed in formal attire. You were able to talk to a couple of other girls that distracted you from the flight. When you finally exited the ship you found yourself standing before a long road lined with lamps flooding the area around them with pale light. Then, beyond the path and towering above everything, was Beacon itself, glowing with brilliant emerald light. It was your first time seeing it this close, and the sight left you frozen where you stood as the other passengers walked around you. Welcome to Beacon. Dropping your gaze you find Ren standing further down the path dressed in a black tuxedo with a jade green tie and vest. You couldn't help but notice that some of the other passengers turned to look at him as they walked by, and you felt a sense of pride that he was here for you alone. Remembering your ability to walk you made your way towards him. He was always handsome, but tonight he looked like someone out of a romance novel, as cheesy as that may sound. He looked you in the eyes. You look beautiful, he said. You drop your gaze unconsciously, stopping before him. Thank you, you say, smiling from ear to ear. That tux suits you. Pun intended? Ren asked. You laughed at him. Absolutely. He laughed with you a moment before. This interaction was a little different than your usual. You began feeling the two of you were an actual couple, but you quickly pushed the thought away as if it would bring bad luck. You watched as Ren offered you his arm. It was an old-fashioned gesture, but one that felt perfect for him. You placed your hand on his arm, stealing a look at the light smile he wore as he escorted you into the school. It was a rather extravagant setup. Beacon's inner workings looked nothing like a school, with brightly colored banners hanging from the walls and all manner of decorations lining the hallways. There were braided ropes dangling between brass poles that barricaded areas off limits at this time, and the faint sound of music echoed around them and the other attendants. It's not always like this, of course. Ren said, snagging your attention. I was surprised at how quickly my school turned into a ballroom overnight. You admire the arched hall. It feels like I've walked into a fairy tale. That's pretty accurate, isn't it? Ren smiled to you. Well then, you like where we're headed. You looked up at him curiously as he guided you around a corner and light flooded over a pair of tall doors. You step into Beacon's main hall. A chandelier hung from the ceiling and rivers of deep red cloth dotted the walls and bordered the windows, and ivory tablecloths covered the round tables on the outer rim of the great room, each adorned with the gentle light of a candle. Boys and girls in formal attire filled the room, standing by or sitting at the tables or dancing on the wide-open floor while music surrounded them. It was an almost unreal scene, and you felt a wave of excitement rush through your body while a broad smile crossed your lips. Wow! You gaped, stopping by the entrance. This is amazing. Ren chuckled. Again, imagine my surprise seeing this one morning. He lowered his arm. There's a makeshift coat room, he said. Shall I take your shawl for you? You nod to him. Yes please, thank you. Taking this as a chance, if one could call it that, you turned your back to him, pulling your hair over your shoulder. Ren quickly caught it, and with careful hands he removed the garment, drawing a smile from you. I'll wait for you over there. You say to him, pointing to an open table. Right. Ren replied. I'll be right back. You noticed the hastened stride he walked away with. He was certainly a gentleman, you thought. Making your way over to the table, your path was suddenly obstructed by a girl with red hair in a pink and white dress, wearing a beaming smile on her face. Found ya! She exclaimed, and before you could react she was beside you, arm locked around yours and waving a hand excitedly at someone across the room. John. Pyrrha. I found her. I found Ren's girlfriend. What now? You ask, more than a little surprised by her near-bursting excitement level and you face flushing from what she had just shouted for everyone to hear. Nora, let her go and behave yourself. You're scaring her. You follow the sound of that voice to see a girl with long red hair in a deep red dress approaching you, with a blonde boy wearing a tuxedo and a blue tie at her side. The first girl gives a disappointed moan and reluctantly releases you, yet doesn't stray too far. It's nice to meet you. The red-headed girl says. My name is Pyrrha. She motions to the boy beside her. This is John, and you've already met Nora. It's nice to meet you too. You say and go on to introducing yourself. So you're here with Ren? John asked. He told us he was bringing someone from outside of school. John didn't believe you existed. Nora teased. I did too. The boy shot back. It's just that Ren doesn't talk about this sort of stuff with us. He's surprisingly secretive. Pyrrha added. So we just had to meet you ourselves? You notice Ren approaching out of the corner of your eye and turn to him. I see they found you. He said. We weren't sure if you were going to show off your new girlfriend to us or not. Nora said. So we had to find her ourselves? I fully intended on introducing you. Ren replied, and you noticed how he didn't argue with the girlfriend remark. It's not like I was going to hide her all night. Well, we've met her, Pyrrha began, and it seems this crowd has gotten a little too big. John nodded. Yeah, we'll see you around later, but for now please enjoy yourself. Oh, John, you're such a good host. Nora quipped. It was nice meeting you all. You say politely. You too. Pyrrha answered. Nora clamped down on your arm and pulled you towards her. It was nice to meet ya. She then lowered her voice. Take care of Ren, okay? She releases you and skips along, following the other two as they left. You weren't sure, but it felt like they more or less accepted you. Sorry about that. Ren apologized. Nora's a little energetic at times. He paused. All the time. You chuckle. I don't mind. They seem like good friends. They're yours now too. Ren said, and you looked at him inquisitively. That's the kind of people they are. The music came to an end and you noticed people moving out to the dance floor. More than that, you noticed they were all couples. You accepted Ren's invitation knowing full well it was a school dance, but you never really thought about the actual dancing part. Care to dance? He asked you. I don't know. You fumble over your words, looking out at the dance floor while stroking at a lock of your hair. I'm not that great at dancing. Nor am I. He replied. Will you dance with me anyway? You looked to him to see a warm smile and a hand extended towards you. He seemed a little more bold tonight. You looked into his eyes and caught a glimpse of something, and you realized he was a little nervous as well. You smiled at him, deciding that you should be more bold tonight as well. So you reached out and took his hand. Sure. You say, bringing a new light to his eyes. With your hand simply resting atop his, Ren led you out onto the dance floor as the next song began. A slow and easy rhythm filled the air as he turned to face you and, somewhat nervously, drew you closer. You reached up and put a hand on his shoulder while the other remained in his, and his free hand came to rest on your waist. Your eyes were glued onto his as if hypnotized, and you prayed you wouldn't mess up. With a soft stride, Ren guided you into motion, steadily moving with precise, almost measured, steps. Your heartbeat calmed down as the presence of everyone else vanished from your mind and the two of you were all that was left. You easily fall into step with him, following his lead as you continued to sway and turn with the music. Neither of you spoke a word, you stared into him and he looked right back, drunk on the moment. The music began to slow and you did as well, drawing nearer to Ren as the end of the song approached. You felt his arms pulling you closer as he lowered your hand, still clutched gently in his own. You were standing so close to him, and when he slowly lowered his head toward you, it was undeniable what was about to come next, and your heart jumped. Closing your eyes, you waited for him, for what you hadn't dared let yourself dream for fear of it never coming true. But as the moment dragged on, you found yourself waiting still and you opened your eyes. Ren had stopped completely along with the music, his eyes off towards the windows with a serious expression you had never seen before. Ren, you say, is something wrong? With a blur of movement, Ren swung you around, putting himself between you and the sudden explosion of glass and fire ripped through the hall. Panicked scream filled the air, and out of the corner of your eye you saw men in suits, weapons in hand, rushing in from both the now open window and the main entrance as well. Everyone down on the ground. Now! Gunfire filled your ears, followed by a new wave of screams. Your legs went numb and you fell from shock alone. Ren quickly guided you to the floor as your grip on him tightened, unable to comprehend what had just happened. You saw and look about him as a man with a rifle came into view, pointing the muzzle at him and shouting something you couldn't make out. Ren pulled you to your feet and off to the side of the room where the others were being gathered. You managed to pull your wits together as you sat down among the crowd of people, and Ren sat down beside you, hands behind his head. Who are these people? You asked, your voice barely above a whisper. Torchic gang. Ren replied, his eyes moving from one thug to the next. We've had troubles with them not too long ago. You sure about this? You and Ren looked to where two of the thugs stood, one facing away from the crowd and the other standing by his side with a concerned look on his face. The boss isn't going to like us going off on our own. Forget Roman. The other man said. Once we show that woman we're the guys with the results, she'll drop his sorry hide and we'll be the good fellas from now on. He turned to the crowd. We take out the biggest potential headache and we'll be made. Then shouldn't we have just done 'em and got it over with? Why take hostages? You've no flair for the dramatic. The first man turned on his companion. We got to make sure the media sees this. Once they got cameras on us, we grease every last one of them and show Vale just who's in charge. Your mind began to race. They intended to kill everyone here, everyone including you. Panic gripped at your chest and your breathing began to quicken. What were you going to do? You had to get out of here somehow, but if you made a break for it, wouldn't they just shoot you as you ran? How far would you get before they got you? A hand on your shoulder gave you pause and you looked to Ren, who gave you a reassuring grin. Don't worry, he said. I'll protect you. You began to calm down slightly. But you're outnumbered. You said. They'll kill you. You reached over and grabbed his sleeve. You can't. Don't worry, he said again, his eyes trailing upward. They didn't get all of us. You pause. Following his gaze, you look upward towards the chandelier where you glimpse a figure standing atop it. Then with a whirl it vanished and something began to flutter down upon everyone below. A sudden calm fell over the crowd around you. Looking around, you saw the faces of the Beacon students devoid of fear or worry. Something brushed against your shoulder, making you turn where you sat. Beside you, a bright contrast against the floor, was a rose petal. As you looked at it with perplexity, a loud crash broke the silence. You jerked your gaze upright as you saw a figure in red standing by a collapsed table and one of the men laying atop it. Shouts came from the other thugs along with sharp sound like gunfire, and another man sailed through the air with flames licking at his clothes. Your hand jerked suddenly and Ren entered your field of vision, running at a dead sprint towards the two men who were talking. You saw him flick his arms out to the sides and a pair of weapons appeared in his hands, pistols with long, curving blades beneath the barrels. He was a flurry, striking the first man with a knee to the stomach and following through with a kick in midair, sending him to the ground, while turning to the second man and twisting around and throwing his leg into a downward arc. All around you the other Beacon students joined the fight, rising together, drawing weapons and engaging their captors. It was systematic, they all seemed to work well with one another, student relying on fellow student as the tide quickly turned in this failed attack. Despite the ensuing fight, your eyes remained on Ren, who all but danced around his attackers, every movement leading into another. As you watched, a pit formed in your stomach. Watching him and his companions made you feel so useless. All you could do was sit there and watch. Perhaps you really were from a different world than him. The fight was over just as quickly as it began. The gangsters were rounded up and filed into police vehicles as several officers and Beacon staff alike walked the campus to ensure there were no others. You, along with everyone else, were made to stay in the main hall where you found yourself standing at the edge of the room. Many students were talking about the fight as if it was some kind of recreation, bragging about their form or how quickly they took one of the thugs down. They were all so strong and so different from you. You were so scared you could barely move, yet they stood up and fought back. You turned to the window behind you, looking at your reflection in the glass. You saw Ren approach you. He looked as if nothing had happened, like this was all natural. Were you two really that different? Sorry, he said. The police had some questions for me. You watched him through the glass. You almost felt ashamed to look at him. Are you all right? He asked you, stepping up to your side. You weren't hurt, were you? Glancing up at him, you saw he was legitimately worried about you. He was the one who was running into a fight with men ready to kill him, and here he was worrying about you. You look away. I'm fine, you say. Looking back at the window, you look at both you and him standing side by side. You watch your reflection mimic you as you reach up and grab the end of his sleeve with your fingers. You really are from a different world, aren't you? You ask. You can do all these things, yet I'm so normal. You watch his reflection as he looks ahead. I feel like we're so far apart. You feel his fingers wrap around your hand and interlock with yours. I don't know, he said, and you looked up at him as he stared ahead. I think we're closer than you think. You look ahead as well, staring at the reflection of you standing beside him, hand in hand. You smiled at what you saw, partially laughing at yourself as you moved closer to him and leaned your head against his shoulder. Maybe he was right, Ren. Ren. Ren 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 re. The shouts of happiness echoed through the halls of Chancel Academy as Nora Valkyrie stormed through the halls, a boundless ball of energy clad in pink. Her face one huge smile, her arm waving an envelope in the air. She ran faster than the speed of sanity towards the locker of her longtime best friend, and, as everyone in the school but he knew, love interest, Laren. As she skidded to a halt outside his locker, she couldn't help but smile at his stoic glance at her, not sure what to expect but trying to stay calm, cool, and collected. A wry smile tugged across his mouth, pink eyes slanted in curiosity. What is it now, Nora? Well, there I was, in my math class, which is, really boring, so I was about to go to sleep when the male student came by because, well, it is Thursday, and that's when we can get any mail from family or friends or pretty much anyone else that wants to talk to us, and so I got a letter and I was thinking, I haven't gotten one of these in a while, I wonder who it's from, and I didn't have my letter opener with me, so I had to improvise with a pencil and... Nora? Yes, Ren? Just tell me. That's what she liked about Ren. A lot of people told Nora to just be quiet or to stop talking, while Ren knew she went on and on because she was excited and had to get it all out. It had taken a while, but Nora knew Ren still thought the world of her and put up with her antics. But he wasn't superhuman, even the reserved Lotus boy needed a break from the Nora rants once in a while. Plus, the story's punchline was too good to lead up to. She shoved the letter inches away from his nose, beaming happily. I got accepted to my dream school, Beacon Academy. She screamed happily, dancing around like the little kid she was, not caring about the eyes on her. Even her schoolmates who had known her for 4 years still weren't used to the hyperactive Valkyrie girl. Ren said nothing. He merely nodded, giving his usual blank glazed look. Nora put her hands on her hips, pouting playfully. Oh Ren, is that it? No congrats Nora, or I'm so happy for you. I don't even get a hug? She gasped suddenly. Oh my gosh, today was acceptance day. No wonder all the seniors in my class got a letter too. You must have gotten one too. Or maybe you got more than one, you are a perfect student and all. Oh no, please say you got into Beacon. It wouldn't be the same if we weren't together one but not together, not saying you aren't. This time Ren got her attention by silently pulling out his own acceptance letter from inside his jacket, stamped with the same coat of arms Nora's was. Nora squealed, throwing her arms around Ren's neck, ignoring his awkward expression and initial rebuffs. I'm so proud of you. You made it. We're going to the same school again. Yeah, At this point she started jumping up and down, bringing snickers from the small group of students who had stopped to gawk at the energetic perky girl with the tall quiet boy. Nora, please, Ren said, having trouble breathing in his friend's vice-like grip. Put me down. Nora blushed, letting Ren down with an embarrassed giggle. Sorry Ren. She said, twisting her hair between her fingers. I did it again, didn't I? Now people are going to think we're together, he finished, nodding at her. Nora smiled up at Ren again, this time softer and with less excitement. Well, we're going to be buddies again this year, no need to worry about not being in different schools. Her head snapped up, a clear sign she had an idea. Oh. We need to start getting ready. I know I can go with the scholarships I got for my stint as the star quarterback for the all-girls football league. Remember that, Ren? That was fun, too bad I was kicked off the team, Some girls can't take a punch, huh? So anyways, I know your parents can cover tuition with the bazillions and doodles of money they have, so we're set in the money department, but what about housing? I wonder how the dorms are. And how do we even get there? I heard it's across the sea on a magic island or something. Wouldn't that be fun, Ren? A magical island for a school? We could ride magic bears and sleep on magic beds, and you could make me magic pancakes. Nora didn't even notice it, but she and Ren were already walking down the hallways, heading outside and slowly making their way to their houses, side by side, Nora chatting away, Ren smiling and nodding along. That night, the two families had a Beacon Academy party for the two young students. Mrs. Lai brought over her famous lotus flower cordials for the occasion, apologizing for Ren's father's absence. He was on business as usual, taking a very important trip to oversee one of the main branches of his publishing company. Mrs. Valkyrie made Nora's favorite chocolate cake with pink frosting, including both the family symbols in the decorating. Everyone congratulated the two on their achievements this year, shared stories of the two growing up together, and shared what they knew of the legendary Beacon Academy. Mr. Valkyrie had graduated with high honors and a spot as one of the most revered hunters in Vale, before settling down with his old teammate, Mrs. Valkyrie, and starting a family. Mrs. Lai was a student for a while, and met her husband, Lai Zong, during initiation, staying partners until they decided to pursue other dreams of writing and family starting. Nora smiled through all the stories, occasionally stealing a glance or two at Ren, who occupied himself with the sliver of cake that he managed to save from his pink-loving friend's appetite. Nora was definably glad to have Ren as a friend, and maybe their parents' stories of finding love fighting side by side were how she and Ren would end up. The night progressed, and both families bid farewell before turning in for a good night's sleep. Both homes were wedged together along the street, cozy and comforting. Even so, Nora couldn't sleep. She'd known Ren ever since they were kids in preschool, her running around with the other boys, pulling Ren into the fray when he first came to the school. They had bonded over the years, bouncing off each other and becoming connected through the little things. Ren helped Nora see that academics were just as important as fighting. Nora helped Ren deal with his problems instead of hiding them. Even the pink streak in Ren's hair was Nora's fault. They had won contests, gotten in trouble, made discoveries, laughed, cried, all together. But that could change, Nora thought as she slid her window up. Secondary school was one thing, but Beacon Academy is so much different and bigger, and we could change so much and not be friends anymore. Nora slid out her window, shivering in the late-night chill as she ritualistically hopped to the ground, trying not to think about the stories she heard from her older cousins, and how they didn't see their old friends as much even on campus. Lifting the flower pot next to the fence, she picked up the key to the Lai household and scaled the fence, making sure not to make noise. We may never see each other past graduation, Nora thought miserably, trying not to cry. She almost didn't make the jump to Ren's window, catching herself only by the rain gutter. What if we don't get to be on the same team, or what if we make different friends, or what if he falls in love and dash? Stop it. Stop overthinking this, Nora thought to herself, slipping into Ren's room with well-practiced ease. That's Ren's job, and he can handle it for both of us. The thought made Nora smile. And it should stay his job, Nora mused, creeping up to her best friend's bed. Ren, she whispered, or at least tried to whisper. Ren didn't move. He was likely already asleep, or too tired to respond. Ren. Good, he's at least a little awake, Nora thought, already excited and nervous at the same time. Are you awake? A pause. And then, nope. If you knew Ren well enough, you could almost hear the smile on his voice. Nora laughed a little to herself, mostly at the fact that she was still the only one Ren could feel comfortable enough around to make a joke. I can't sleep. Again. Ren didn't respond for a moment. Then, with a faint rustle, The blankets shifted open so there was room for the orange-haired girl to climb into bed. As usual, he scooted over to the far left side of the bed, almost against the wall, for the girl to have room to sleep by herself. And as usual, Nora completely ignored that space and went for what she wanted. Crashing gracefully, a feat not everyone can pull off, into the mattress, with Ren letting out an oomph at the impact, Nora snuggled in close to the lean, muscular boy, her arms laced around his neck and her head in the crook of his shoulder. She felt him tense up, then slowly relax and drape his arms around her torso, giving her a light squeeze. Nora, slowly calming down, turned him around ever so slightly so she was resting on top of him, moving with the rise and fall of his stomach, his heart beating next to hers. She snuggled in closer, feeling comforted in his arms and less afraid of what lay ahead. The Valkyrie girl had been coming to him for help sleeping ever since kindergarten and little had changed since. She wasn't sure if either of their parents knew, and if they did, which was likely the case, neither of them seemed to mind. When she didn't want the Grimm to come get her in kindergarten, she pulled her blanket over to his, laying down next to him for those scary 10 minutes. When she was still afraid of the dark, 8-year-old Nora would spend the night every chance she could, just to lay next to him in bed. And when she turned 12 and her parents would fight about how their marriage was falling apart, she'd sneak over to Ren's house and huddle under the covers with him until they had worked out their differences and became a happy couple again. Now, here she was, 17 years old. She wasn't afraid of the dark, her parents were happy, and she wasn't worried about the Grimm. Neither one talked about Nora's sneaking over to his house, it had just become a natural thing. Ren just thought Nora had grown too big for sleeping with her parents, or wanted to be kept warm, or felt good sleeping with someone to soothe her. Nora leaned up. Ren? Nora had so much she wanted to say. That she had had a small crush on him in first grade and secretly wished he had one on her too. That in 6th grade the reason she stopped hanging around those other pink-loving girls wasn't because they were mean to her, but because they made fun of Ren. That she fell in love with her pink-eye boy in freshman year at Chancel and turned down every boy who asked her out. That the reason she kept coming to sleep with him was because she desperately wanted to learn if he had the same feeling for her. "We're never going to stop being together, are we, Ren?" Nora asked sweetly. Ren took a breath to speak, but Nora interrupted him, again. "But not together, of course. Not saying you aren't handsome, because you are handsome, it's just dash." "Nora?" "Yes, Ren?" "Go to sleep." This time, Nora listened. She scooted a little lower, resting her head on his heart, her arms around his chest. Intertwining their legs for good measure, Nora slowed her breathing and felt her eyes getting heavy. There was no way she was letting this boy run away. "I can't believe we're actually on our way to Beacon, Ren. It feels like just yesterday we graduated from Chancel and here we are, on this giant ship, flying through the sky. Oh, look at those clouds, that one looks like a bottle of syrup. And that looks like a little Ursa. And that one looks like wait, that's a helicopter. But isn't this fun, Ren? We're gonna be hunters. I'm gonna be the best huntress ever, I just hope we make it past initiation." Ren was busy polishing Stormflower, listening to Nora chatter on and on about how excited she was to be going to their new school. To the casual observer, Ren was tuning out the hyperactive girl who would not shut up. Everyone might have thought Ren was sick and tired of his chatterbox companion, due to his somber expression and uninterested gaze. But Ren was following everything Nora was telling him, and he actually didn't mind the fact Nora would talk endlessly to him. Granted, she could get under his skin at times, but he was immensely fond of the hammer-toting brawler, in a way only he could describe. He was raised to be a serious, mellow, collected individual, thanks to his family's strict heritage and views of honor, respect, and so on and so forth. Nora helped him not be so uptight, and over the years he had been able to remain the quiet one and yet not be bothered by trivial matters like a mouth that ran like a river. What do you think, Ren? Nora peered inquisitively at the boy, blue eyes wide with waiting. Ren returned the gaze. No, Nora, I'm positive the pilot won't give you a tour of the cockpit. Nora pouted slightly. But who's going to steer the ship to safety if an Evermore attacks us? Certainly won't be him, she said, jabbing a thumb at a blonde boy holding his stomach. And I've driven Dad's car before, it can't be that different. You know how good I can drive, don't you, Ren? Ren smiled. The last time you drove was out of the parking lot before panicking and nearly hitting a tree. Nora's smile only widened. See? Nearly hit the tree. I was able to avoid it, even if I was panicking at the time. Think how much better I would be if I was in control. Nora resigned herself to smiling smugly, eyes closed and arms folded across her chest. Ren leaned his back against the wall, satisfied to look out the window as the world flew by. A lot had happened in the last few months. Graduation, summer break, the hype of leaving for a new school. He remembered how even packing just to come here had been a pain. Well, correction, how much a pain Nora had been about packing. That brought a smile to Ren's face. Nora seemed to be permanently attached to everything about him. Every adventure started with Nora and I. Every time I got in trouble it was for helping Nora. This pink streak in my hair was all thanks to Nora. He didn't say it enough, but he wouldn't be happy if it wasn't for Nora coming into his life and shaking it up, messing around, and turning everything about his refined, solemn world upside down. A hologram appeared on the screen across the room from the two, interrupting a news broadcast of the White Fang. Nora dashed over to the crowd of students to hear the message, Ren following suit. It was a blonde woman, with a purple cape and formal attire, black glasses framing bright green eyes. "Hello, and welcome to Beacon," the lady said. "My name is Glinda Goodwitch. You are among a privileged few who have received the honor of being selected to attend this prestigious academy. Our world is experiencing an incredible time of peace, and as future huntsmen and huntresses, it is your duty to uphold it. You have demonstrated the courage needed for such a task, and now it is our turn to provide you with the knowledge and the training to protect our world." With that, Mrs. Goodwitch faded from the screen, leaving the students to talk among themselves. "Can you believe it, Ren? We're going to uphold the peace and learn all about protecting the world and stuff, and we're gonna learn so much, can you believe it?" Nora sighed, happily slumping into Ren as the two leaned against a wall. "We're going to be the best hunter and huntress in all of Vale, right, Ren?" Ren wasn't really sure how to respond. The trip itself already had brought snickers and the usual questions if they were a couple, and he wasn't really used to Nora being so affectionate. She only really started hugging and grabbing him in public in the second half of their time at Chancel, and that brought even more unnecessary stares and rumors. He didn't want to have to deal with that again at a whole new institution. "Aren't we, Ren?" Nora peeped up at him with her big blue eyes, her small little mouth turned up in a smile. Ren sighed. Now she was squeezing him around the waist, her chin resting on his chest. This definitely didn't enforce the just friends attitude he desperately wanted to maintain. But who was he going to kid? Nora was his best friend, and wasn't going to ignore her. "Yes, Nora," Ren said, returning his somber expression to the window. "We're going to be the best there is." Fast forward, night time. "Ms. Valkyrie, just where do you think you're going?" Glinda Goodwitch said, arching an eyebrow at the orange-haired girl. Ren looked up from the book he was reading, as did the few students who were setting up their sleeping things. Nora was about to hop over the dividing rope between the boys' section and girls' section of the sleeping quarters, but was now frozen as she was caught in the act. While the faculty trusted the students not to get into any compromising situations, incidents the previous years rendered co-ed sleeping arrangements a privilege earned, not something for any first-day students to abuse. Nora, helplessly caught, pulled her most innocent face. "I was going to get a glass of water?" Glinda frowned. "While I would normally direct you toward the fountain on your side of the room, I would like to take this moment to also ask you this: is a sleeping mat, blanket, and pillow the new fashion for getting drinks these days, or are you planning on camping by the bubbler all night?" A snicker or three rose from the students who tuned into the conversation. Nora blushed, the deep shade of red contrasting the blue eyes that darted to the floor, fighting for an explanation. "Well, ma'am, Ms. Goodwitch, I wasn't trying to break any rules, I just needed to." "Ms. Valkyrie, I'd like to stop you there." Ms. Goodwitch adjusted her glasses, eyes fixed sternly on Nora. "While we encourage healthy relationships among our students and am glad if you've made new friends of the male variety, we do ask you to hold off on getting too intimate too fast, especially on the first day. You wouldn't want to fight a boar-tusk with morning sickness, now would you?" The snickers turned to outright laughter, and the blush on Nora's face deepened to a rich scarlet. Ren felt terrible for his childhood friend, but didn't want to say anything, else the student body had any confirmations that she did have someone she wanted to. Well, as Nora described it, frick-frack with. He was only glad it was only a dozen or students who had decided to set camp up early. Most of the student body were still eating, hanging out with friends, or showering. Even so, Nora was sure to feel awfully embarrassed by this ordeal. He'd have to talk to her later and make sure she was all right. As Miss Goodwitch turned to go, however, Professor Espin strode in, his ever-present mug of coffee in his hands. Ren felt another pang of regret. He respected the headmaster after his heartfelt speech at orientation, and didn't want Nora to be on his bad side. The green-clad man sipped his coffee, nodding toward Goodwitch. Nora had retreated behind the line, back to the girls' side of the room, waiting her doom. "Evening, Glinda," Espin said casually, taking another long sip from his mug. "I heard a commotion and thought Professor Port was entertaining with one of his stories again." He glanced around the room. "Did I miss it?" Glinda sighed. "No, Headmaster, I merely caught young Miss Valkyrie here," at this point gesturing at Nora with her wand, wandering into the boys' section, sleeping gear in tow. "I see," Espin replied, sipping some more of his. Did this man ever stop drinking his coffee? Ren could help thinking. Nora looked up at Espin, who had turned to look at her. Students had leaned in from both sides of the line, waiting to hear Espin's punishment for the offending girl. Unexpectedly, Espin spoke to Glinda Goodwitch. "You know I handpicked these students myself, Ms. Goodwitch?" Glinda looked confused. "Yes, of course you. And you know I trust them all." Here he addressed the auditorium of late teenagers to behave themselves and rest up for tomorrow's initiation. The students nodded, backing up what their headmaster had said. Espin eyed Nora warmly. "I'm sure we all just want to be near our old friends, isn't that right, Miss Nora?" Nora nodded happily, and Ren noticed the headmaster glance in his direction and smile knowingly. Espin gestured to the rope with his cane. "Take it down, someone might trip on the way to the lavatory. These are my soon-to-be start pupils, not preschoolers, Miss Goodwitch." Glinda Goodwitch, obviously put in her place, looked at the few students that were still listening in. Uncharacteristically huffing, she yanked the rope from the two poles they were tied to. With a final glare at the students, she pointed at the ceiling. "There are surveillance cameras, if you don't mind me saying," she scolded, stalking out of the room. No one said anything for a good few minutes. Eventually, a few students apologized to a very relieved Nora before moving their bags to sleep next to siblings, cousins, or group of friends. Nora was all too relieved to pull her mat next to Ren. The people around them smiled, but nodded understandingly when Nora said she felt weird being alone with no one she knew nearby. As the lights turned off and a fight between four girls in the corner was settled, Ren silently thanked Professor Espin for handling everything so well. It looked like he wouldn't have to worry about any rumors circulating. Ren started a little as Nora scooted over next to him, clutching his arm affectionately. Her face nuzzled into Ren's bicep. He heard her whisper good night, and felt her smile into his arm. Ren sighed, tired already. He did, however, use his other arm to give one of Nora's hands a squeeze. "Good night, Nora," he replied, feeling her smile grow wider. Ren was never sure why Nora needed to sleep next to him, but to be honest he wouldn't have it any other way. Nora had helped him become happier in his view on life, become a skilled hand-to-hand combatant, and opened him up to trying new things and going new places. If returning the favor meant letting her cuddle up next to him at night, or drawing attention to their strictly platonic relationship, he was more than willing to oblige. After all, who wouldn't want attention from the object of their affections? The duo had spent the last 30 minutes getting ready, packing up their sleeping gear, and eating breakfast. All of which consisted of Nora excitedly gushing about how exciting it was to finally be at Beacon. She couldn't help it, she and her best friend were at the school they fought for a place at, and they had completed 24 hours on the campus. Ren had finally interrupted Nora as she was asking him about his sloth impersonating skills. Ren, calm as always, flicked his wrists and hid Stormflower into his baggy sleeves, a move that both amazed and excited Nora. "I mean, how did they even fit in there?" And replied, "I don't think sloths make a lot of noise." That is true, Nora thought, hesitating for once. But immediately she found out how that would work to their advantage. That's why it's perfect. No one will suspect we're working together. She had heard the rumor of teams being formed, and was excited at the prospect of working with Ren to take down monsters as a team. It was just a matter of making sure the two ended up together. "Come on, Nora, let's go," Ren said, motioning to the door. "But not together," Nora said, adding her usual amendment if the word together made its way into her description of her and Ren. Ren never seemed to take notice of it, but Nora definitely didn't want him to think she thought about him as much as she did. The two made their way out of the locker room, Ren striding confidently, Nora half walking half skipping next to him. After a few minutes of silence, Nora filled the void with another conversation. "You remember the sloths from the zoo, right? Back at our old elementary school, that one day we had to go and visit the animals. I'm so glad they didn't have any Grimm. I remember teacher told us we needed to remember there was a difference between the Grimm and just normal animals, you know. But that's just silly. I mean, we see birds all the time and they aren't anything like Nevermore's, and then there's your cat Monty, but he does get crazy sometimes, so he can't really be trusted not to attack anyone, can he? But Coco can. She's never been a bad dog and my dad doesn't seem to have a problem with her. I hope she answers the letter I sent her. I worked real hard on it and I'm not sure if there's a place to get more postage around here." Wait, Ren said, stopping the conversation. "You sent a letter to your dog?" "Of course," Nora said happily. "She needs to know I still care about her, and that I'm being safe at Beacon, and that we're going to have a lot of fun and—" "You know Coco can't read, right Nora?" "Oh Ren," Nora smiled to herself. "Use your imagination, I always have a solution." "Well, not the way we read, I mean, she is a dog. They communicate using smells and such, so I wrote the words using my perfume. That way she'd be able to smell the words instead of having to just read them. I've been working on this kind of stuff over the summer, so she should be pretty good at reading by now. Just to be sure, I also concentrated really hard on what I was thinking, so in case I'm psychic my thoughts would transfer over to the paper as well." Nora smiled, proud of her great idea at communicating with her dog. She didn't tell Ren she also included a copy of the same letter in normal ink so her mother could read it to Coco if her magnificent plan didn't work. Nora decided to give the chatter a rest and instead happily walk next to her tall friend, content to enjoy his presence. She did love to talk, but she felt Ren deserved a bit of quiet. He didn't always wake up as early as she did, even if she did give him an easier time last night. She blushed, realizing the implications. No, not like that. She found herself thinking, I mean, like I wasn't hugging him so hard or laying on him. I don't want that kind of stuff. I mean, We're friends, and that's silly thinking about it like that when we should stay best friends. Last night she felt real embarrassment with how mean Glinda was to her. It was the first time she realized just how different it was for her to want to sleep with her best friend, and how other students might think more might go on between them than just sleeping. Nora found herself shaking her fists with resentment. Ms. Goodwitch had no right to say that, and in front of everyone too. If she weren't a professor I would have. Ow! Nora squeaked, hitting her forehead on something hard. She hadn't seen where she was going and walked into a wall at the end of the hallway. A few students giggled around her, and she felt a strong hand tug at her elbow. The usual tingles across her skin told her who it was before she looked up at him, eyes squinted from the sudden impact. Nora, Ren said, gesturing to the T-shaped bend in the hall, then to the path where they had to go down. The initiation starts down this way. His rare smile graced the corners of his mouth. The walls shouldn't be the biggest obstacle we're going to face today, don't you think? Nora smiled, feeling her face grow warm with embarrassment, at running to the wall and at how cute he looked when Ren said that. Yes, Ren. She said smartly, resuming her skip down the hall, doing her best to look as chipper as she was a moment ago. Thankfully, Ren kept on walking without a word, although he did glance at her occasionally to make sure she was all right. Even keeping her eyes fixed forward and a half-true smile plastered on, she could occasionally see the look of concern her friend had in his eyes. Now, I'm sure many of you have heard rumors about the assignment of teams. Well, allow us to put an end to your confusion. Each of you will be given teammates. Today. Nora stood next to Ren and a boy with an oddly green mohawk, high above the emerald forest. Her nerves reverberated with excitement, energy, and sheer joy. Fighting monsters. And teammates. She was going to have such a great time, and she didn't care that the grumpy old Miss Goodwitch was the one giving instructions. These teammates, said Professor Isbin, will be with you for the rest of your time here at Beacon, so it is in your best interest to be paired with someone with whom you can work well. Nora bounced a little as she heard this. Ren and I can be together for our entire time here. We have to be on the same team now. That being said, the first person you make eye contact with after landing will be your partner for the next 4 years. See? I told you. Before Nora could continue to explain to Ren how they absolutely needed to find each other and how her sloth calls were more important than he made them out to be, Aspen continued. After you've partnered up, make your way to the northern end of the forest. You will meet opposition along the way. Do not hesitate to destroy everything in your path. Or you will die. The silly blonde boy who was airsick the day before gulped, laughing nervously to himself. Nora, however, gave Ren her most adorable open-mouthed smile, her way of saying "Won't this be fun?" to counter his slightly downcast expression. Ren is such a good warrior, what was he so worried about? You will be monitored and graded for the duration of your initiation. Our instructors will not intervene. You will find an abandoned temple at the end of the path containing several relics. Each pair must choose one and return to the top of the glyph. We will regard that item, as well as your standing, and grade you appropriately. Are there any questions? Blonde boy tried to ask one, but was interrupted by Aspen, who informed all students to take their positions. Nora hunched over, Magnhild strapped to her back. Ren stood with Stormflower drawn, posed in what Nora guessed was a power stance or something. Regardless, he looked brave and quite dashing like that, his pretty pink eyes radiating confidence, his lean, muscular form dash. Not now, girl, Nora thought to herself. Land safely, find Ren, and then you can let your mind wander. The boy next to her crouched and flew off his platform. Here we go. Nora thought, excitedly looking at Ren. I'm up next. Sure enough, the platform clicked, and with a squeal, Nora flew into the forest, the wind racing past her as she soared above an ocean of green. A pair of Ursa lay slumming in their den, dreaming of romping with the bellwolves and destroying towns, laying waste to the humans around them. The ferocious beasts were sprawled out, their paws twitching and soft growls betraying their dreams. It has been said that a freshly woken Grimm is the worst kind to encounter. A startled Grimm has been rumored to be even worse. No one seemed to have told the Valkyrie girl this, who swung her hammer down into the top of a tree, proceeding to slide down the trunk as it crashed to the ground. Shooting a well-aimed grenade at the base of the tree, Nora flipped into the air, landing safely on the boughs of another evergreen nearly 20 feet away. The tree she had pulverized proceeded to crash into the Ursa den, waking, and startling, the two bear-like Grimm and sending them running manically away from their den, roars of rage bellowing from their maws. Nora let them go. She had a pink-eyed boy to find, and he wasn't going to partner up with anyone but her. Not on her watch. As for the two Ursa, she'd let someone else have fun with them. She recalled seeing a long blonde-haired party girl blasting her way through the tops of the trees. She seemed like she could appreciate an Ursa or two. Nora occupied herself with planning how to get to Ren. She remembered seeing him land shortly before she did, so he was going to be further behind her. While she raced through the trees, Nora's mind raced through the intel she gathered as she descended. So if we got launched at the same speed, and Ren landed about 12 seconds before me, and my landing gave me further distance into the forest, then Ren would be about half a mile away from me, and if he's heading toward the direction I'm coming from, then we should meet in about dash. The Valkyrie's thoughts were interrupted by a loud hiss farther ahead of her. King Taijutsu. Nora thought, remembering the stories of the two-headed snake beasts. Taking heed to slow down and approach carefully, she saw the black and white head circling and lashing out, fangs snapping shut and hisses sending chills down the pink-crazed girl's arms. She saw the white head move further back, and the black head struck at lightning speed, but stopped, blocked by a flash of pink light. Ren. Nora wanted to scream his name, but held back. While she deeply cared about Ren and wanted to jump down there and bash some snaky heads, her judgment, acquired and listened only by spending so much time with the boy in green down below, told her to wait. Any lapse in Ren's concentration could cause her best friend to die, and she couldn't have that now, could she? The boy was using his aura, his strongest asset, to block the fangs of the black end of the Taijutsu, grunting with the exerted force he was using. With a grunt from Ren and a shriek of pain from the giant snake, Ren broke the fangs in half, chunks of enamel spraying from the snake's mouth. Not even stopping for a breath, the huntsman dodged a pain-blinded lunge by the snake, quickly impaling the snake dead in the eye. From her spot in the tree above, Nora watched on, filled with awe as Ren manipulated his aura to shoot the King Taijutsu's head, blowing the skull and flesh to pieces. Nora smirked. She could have sworn the white end of the snake got 3 shades paler as Lyran turned to face it. As Ren dashed after his next foe, Nora couldn't help but smile as the skilled fighter reclaimed his fallen Stormflower, whirling around and slashing at the exposed neck tissue as the white half struck out. Part of her liked having a friend that was different than her in almost every way. She had gotten used to loud, energetic, and reckless people thanks to her family, and didn't like to slow down or think things out before a battle. Ren, on the other hand, was quiet, peaceful, and always seemed to know exactly what he was doing. But his quiet, almost perpetual silent nature didn't mean he wasn't prone to good humor and conversation. He just tired of it quicker and preferred to listen and gather information about people before voicing his thoughts. He certainly isn't tired of this, Nora mused, watching Ren soar over the snake's twisting massive scales and throw one of his pistols into the tender belly above him, the blade end embedded up to the hilt. Hissing in pain, the snake feebly shot out at its assailant, only to be slashed across the muzzle with Ren's remaining gun blade. Falling back in pain and exhaustion, the snake landed on its side, allowing for a Nora-fueled kick from Ren to break the snake's jawbone. A sickening crunch and the light escaping from the snake's red eyes told both its attacker and the sole audience member that the shattered bone had gone up into the remaining half's brain, officially killing the beast. as Ren characteristically dusted himself off, sheathing his weapons simultaneously. Nora used this time to introduce herself into the picture. "Gra. Gra," she called out, smiling as Ren looked around at this new noise. With a giggle, Nora swung so she was hanging upside down in the tree, a playful look on her face, arms hanging down like a sloth. Ren chuckled. "I still don't think that's what a sloth sounds like," was all he said before the smile left and was replaced by the default serious yet not unhappy face he typically wore. Nora smiled back. This might have been why they were such good pals and teammates. Like the King Tajatu, they were perfect contrasts of each other, at different ends of the spectrum. Yet they were connected by fate and, as such, used their differences to help each other do things the other couldn't, and would always come out on top. Unlike the King Tajatu, however, they had souls, and were out to save the world, not destroy it. And now they could do it as official partners for all 4 years. To celebrate, Nora leaned over and affectionately flipped Ren's nose. "Boop," she quipped, smile widening as Ren leaned back. She couldn't help but blush as he smiled back at her, eyes beaming. Well, luck was on Lyran's side today. The huntsman in training had been a little concerned about what would have happened if he had not been on the same team as Nora, but she had managed to find him in time. His fears, which remained hidden, had been laid to rest and he was back where he belonged, by Nora's side. Well, that is, if he could catch up to her. "Chop chop, lazy bud," Nora cheered, cartwheeling over a fallen log as she zoomed further into the forest. Ren had used up nearly half his energy on that King Tajatu, and running was out of the question at the moment. He was going to need to save his energy in case he and Nora encountered any Grim, which was more than likely, as the duo had a long ways to travel before they got to the abandoned temple, and even longer before they left the Emerald Forest behind them. Ren. Nearly startled by Nora's sudden appearance at his side, Ren was even more shocked that she had been able to whisper quietly. He turned to look at her, seeing her eyes were fixed on something further away. "Look," Nora breathed, pointing a pink-gloved hand at an Ursa Major, who was eating berries off of a bush not 4 yards away. Ren drew Stormflower, ready to engage the great bear, but was stopped by Nora's hand, which, Ren couldn't help but notice, was pressed to his heart. A coincidence, but Ren felt the smallest of shivers run down his spine. "Don't attack it," Nora said cautiously. "I have a better idea." Ren gulped. Knowing his friend's plans, they were laced with his inevitable regret. And by the look in Nora's eyes, if you could measure regret in maple trees, he's have enough syrup to keep Nora occupied for 3 weeks. Nora caterwauled as she gave the Ursa another jab with Magnhild, urging it onward into the dark, leafy realm ahead. Ren, nearly the same shade of green as his jacket, clung to one of the bear's back spikes. With each leap and bound the Ursa took, he hoped that he would never have to see another Ursa again. They were making excellent speed, however. The Ursa Major was no match for the might and fury of the tempest that was Nora, and her need to find the prettiest relic that ever was, and, as such, ran for its life, trying to avoid the blows of the hammer that hit its head, shoulders, and back if it thought slowing down was a good idea. A scream pierced through the roars of the Ursa, and the woods were starting to clear up a little. "Hooray!" Nora exclaimed. "I can see the temple from here." "Hooray!" Ren and the Ursa thought in tandem. "We're going to stop this nonsense and hopefully get some rest." However, Ren heard the sharp clicks of Nora converting Magnhild into its grenade launcher form, and realized she planned on getting there at double the speed they were going right now. Peering around one of the bony plates, Ren saw Nora shoot a round of canisters into the base of the Ursa's skull, causing them to lurch forward even more as the bear charged forward in pain, crashed through the undergrowth, and fell face first into an open field, right by the abandoned temple. "Oh," Nora said mournfully, "it's broken." Sliding off the back of their former steed, Ren had to support himself as he panted for breath. "Nora. Please. "Don't ever do that again," he said between breaths. His plea fell on deaf ears, or, more accurately, ears that had zoomed over to the pedestals of the relics along with the rest of the hyperactive girl who those ears belonged to. Cleverly enough, the relics were set up to look like chess pieces. Another team, a fiery blonde and a mellow black-haired girl with a bow, were already there, gawking as Nora danced around with her newfound toy, a white rook piece, lost in her own imagination. "This is getting out of hand," Ren thought irately to himself. "If she's going to be my partner, she can't get into any more shenanigans without at least waiting on me to be the voice of reason." "Nora!" he yelled, effectively snapping his teammate out of her revelry. With a smile and giggle that even Ren had to admit was adorable, Nora dropped the rook from her head into her hand and skipped back to him. "Coming, Ren," she called in a sing-song voice. As Ren jogged over to catch up with his teammate, the ground shook and holy crap, is that a Death Stalker? Even Ren had to stop and stare at that enormous, and rarely seen, scorpion that was on the tail of a red-haired Spartan girl, who had done a good job at avoiding the beast's huge snapping claws. Finally making it to the motley crew of fighters who were gathering at the base of the stairs, Ren stood next to Nora, still her silly laughing self. "Honestly, why I'm still her friend is beyond me. You'd think I'd have lost my cool years ago." Another scream. This time, a girl clad in white and that blonde-hair sick boy fell in a heap not far from the group, shortly followed by the Spartan, who was knocked over by the Death Stalker's claw and flew a good half a mile before flopping unceremoniously at the foot of the stairs. "Great. The gang's all here. Now we can die together." This came from the tall blonde girl. Ren and the blonde's partner exchanged a wry glance. "Great, your partner too, huh?" they seemed to say. Before the two could talk any further, the little hooded girl in red dashed off to face the Death Stalker. "RWBY!" the blonde girl called out, but it was too late. The girl, RWBY, had already launched herself to the Death Stalker with her scythe, sniper, only to prove useless against the tough hide. A roar up overhead signaled that a giant Nevermore was attacking, and sure enough, a flurry of razor-sharp feathers shot down, cutting Ying off from getting to her sister, who was not trapped by a feather stuck to her cap. Everyone else could only look on, helpless and hopeless as the stinger lashed down on the girl in red. And was stuck in place by a wall of ice. Vice, the one who fell on blonde boy, had dashed over to her partner and managed to save the younger girl's life. Ren felt a hand grab his own, startled to see Nora wide-eyed and fearful, fixed on the close death that they almost witnessed. "Ren?" Nora asked softly, her voice cracking ever so slightly. "Yes, Nora?" he asked, concern reaching out of his friend and any anger he had for her washing away. "I'm sorry I run into situations like that. I need to think more before I pull crazy stunts, and then I'm going to fail you as a partner, and I'll be dead and then you'll have to be partnered with someone else and that's going to hurt, and now I know how you feel when I do crazy stuff and I broke her Ursa and will never be able to ride it again." Ren shook his head, stopping there before she drew too much attention to herself, but also because he didn't want her thinking that Ursa riding would be a regular occurrence for them. "Nora, don't worry. Of course I'm going to forgive you." Nora pulled him in for a hug, and this time he hugged her back, patting her head for good measure. "Don't enjoy it too long," Ren warned himself. "She'll be back to her old self soon enough, and you can't give her too much or else she'll get the wrong idea." "Friends till the end?" Nora asked, smiling as Ren broke the hug at the 4-second mark. "Friends till the end," Ren agreed. Their moment was put aside for now as the group for 8 got together and strategized. Surprisingly, John, the wimpy barfing blonde, took charge and warned of the Nevermore's presence and need to get in and get out. He and RWBY, the only ones who needed to grab relics for their teams, seized the last 2 there, the other Rook and Knight, respectively. Something caught Ren's eye as the RWBY proposed not fighting the beasts and getting to the cliff as soon as possible. The Death Stalker was beginning to break free of its ice trap. time we left," Ren remarked, getting everyone's attention. They too noticed the scorpion grim and took heed, following Ruby and John up the hill. As Ren sped beside Nora, dashing through a path of stone pillars, a nagging feeling tugged at his gut as the Nevermore slowly soared in front of them. "This isn't over," Ren mused darkly to himself. "It's only just begun. Come on, please rap faster. It's already begun. Ms. Valkyrie, if you'll stop chattering and reminding me of that, we'll be out in no time." Ren sat on the cold bench gloomily, waiting for the two ladies to quit arguing and let him sit here in peace. Glinda Goodwitch, assisting the currently overstocked Nurse Gloucester, was busy wrapping bandages around Ren's torso, doing her best while trying to avoid wrapping Nora up too. The orange-haired Valkyrie was practically glued to Ren's arm, eyes squinted shut and doing her best to help the ordeal be finished. Ren had broken a rib when the Deathstalker threw him against the wall, and had broken another when he hit the ground. He had tried to remain conscious, but only barely. He was out for the fight and only recovered shortly after Ruby, Vice, Blake, and Ying had taken care of the Nevermore. John, who had taken lead and completely demolished the Deathstalker with Pyrrha and Nora, had excitedly told Ren that he had been the one who gave John the idea of impaling the scorpion with its own stinger, and had weakened it enough so that the poisonous barb would be easily cut. Nora was so proud of Ren for bravely leaping on the beast's tail, and for helping Pyrrha and Blake until she and John could join in on the fight, Blake being pushed back to fight the Nevermore, and gushing about how sorry she was that Ren got hurt, and how she was so worried, and she would have gone on if not for an angry glare from Nurse Gloucester as she adjusted Ren's bandages. Finally, after many grunts of pain and squeezes from Nora, the deed was done. Ren was bandaged, and Nora was free to drag him to the ceremony. Ms. Goodwitch stood up, setting aside the bandage roll that she was using and handing Ren his shirt, which the Lotus boy quickly pulled on, embarrassed by this indecency and the occasional wide-eyed looks he caught from passing female patients. Goodwitch eyed Nora, sternly handing her another backup roll while giving Nora instructions. If Ren wasn't mistaken, which he wasn't ever, the tight-hearted assistant to headmaster was explaining things the way a scolding mother might correct a naughty child. "Now remember, Miss Valkyrie, he's going to need extra rest for the next day. The bandages are just so he can be on stage for a while. His aura was greatly expended in the battle, but he has enough endurance to have it start healing him within the next few hours, so until then." "Thanks as fine Gotago Igatha shiz fine Renata Gather be thank Yusri," Nora said in one breath, dragging Ren out of the room and into the hall leading toward the promotion stage, where Professor Espin was doing the honors of announcing the teams that had formed that day. Ren barely had enough time to grab his coat from off the back of the chair as Nora pulled him away at breakneck speed, rambling about how they couldn't be late for this special occasion. Apparently, Ren, Nora, John, Pyrrha, and the other 4 girls were the last ones to complete the assignment, and arrive back at the academy grounds just before the ceremony started. While the other 6 were waiting in line to get on stage, Ren had to get his ribs set in the infirmary, and Nora, while nervous about possibly being late to get on stage, refused to let Ren get fixed up alone. Fortunately, the partners found their way next to Pyrrha and John just as the team before them got onto the stage. John waved nervously and awkwardly shook Ren's hand while Nora gave a surprised Pyrrha a hug. The 4 warriors didn't have much to say to each other, even Nora just smiled and wiggled a little bit, but anticipation that surprisingly burned away any desire she had to yammer on about what was going on in her mind. "John Arc, Laren." Espin's voice snapped them back to reality, and the new team strode on stage, nerves finally settling as they stood before their headmaster, attentive and standing sharply. "Pyrrha Nikos, Nora Valkyrie." Espin continued, the applause from Team CRDL fading as the new squad took the stage. "The 4 of you retrieved the white rook pieces. From this day forward you will work together as Team Juniper." As Espin said this, The letters J and P are moved in place below the team members' pictures, letting the gathered students see who this new team was. Nora in her excitement forgot about Ren's bandages, and leaped up to give him a hug around the neck, catching Ren off guard. He wanted to reprimand her, remind her that good witch would be up. Nora found herself enjoying life at Beacon immensely. Granted, studying was her least favorite part, especially for the boring classes, but combat practice, workouts, the trips around campus, and getting to eat meals and unwind in the dorm with her team were so much fun. She was getting to know Pyrrha well, and when teams JNPR and RWBY got together, Yang and Nora seemed to hit it off very well. Not to say she didn't like the other teammates, she just seemed to have more fun with the rough-and-tumble blonde more than the other girls. In fact, Yang seemed to be almost Nora's counterpart in many areas. She liked jumping into situations and just going with their gut. She was something of a tomboy but embraced their femininity just as much, and she liked brute force with a side of Manuk fighting. At the moment, Nora was busy telling Yang about a dream she had been having for the last few months. Well, she was telling it to the rest of the two teams as well, but Yang was the only one listening. Ruby and Pyrrha were looking mournfully at John, who was fiddling with his spoon and looking downcast. Blake was reading, Vice was busily filing her nails, and Ren was ruining the story by correcting the slight exaggerations Nora was freely making. So, there we were, in the middle of the night. It was day, Ren corrected nonchalantly. Nora ignored him. She wanted to tell the story her way, and Yang seemed just as happy to hear the story alongside Ren's remarks. We were surrounded by RC. They were beowulfs. Nora stood up for dramatic effect. Dozens of them. She shouted, glad to see Yang's eyes widen even more. Two of them, Ren sighed, balancing his tea mug in the palm of his hand. Nora sat back down, arms crossed and triumph emanating from her smile as she finished the story off. But they were no match. And in the end, Ren and I threw them down, and made a boatload of lean selling Ursa skin rugs. Ren let out another sigh. She's been having this reoccurring dream for nearly a month now. Nora would have playfully shoved Ren and started another story if Pyrrha didn't turn the attention on John. John, JNPR's lieutenant said, leaning over to her partner, are you okay? John didn't respond for a few seconds, clearly lost in thought. Huh? He finally exclaimed, the question registering. Oh, yeah. Why? Ruby was the next to raise a question. It's just that you seem a little not okay. Come to think of it, John has been a little off lately, and he seems less confident than he normally isn't, Nora thought to herself. She looked on at her leader, hoping he was as okay as he tried to look right now. Blake had set her book down, and Vice was no longer filing her nails. Even Ren sat his mug down, and Nora knew even he was concerned for JNPR's reluctant captain. John obviously wanted to get out of the spotlight, his cheeks starting to pink. Guys, I'm fine. Seriously, look. Here he pulled his most convincing smile and held up a big thumbs up. A commotion a few tables down, however, weakened his smile and John looked over, as did the rest of the RWBY/JNPR alliance. Cardin Winchester and the rest of Team CRNL were laughing at and mocking the little fawn as Velvet Scarlatina. John, Cardin has been picking on you since the first week of school. Pyrrha finally said, addressing the problem everyone else was thinking. Nora slowly started remembering having to help John pick his books up, the blonde's nervousness around the huge mace wielder, and the unfair duel that occurred earlier that day, with Cardin pulling the dirtiest moves in the book on the inexperienced John. John apparently didn't think so. Who? Cardin Winchester? Nah. He just likes to mess around. You know, practical jokes. Ruby looked at John worriedly. He's a bully, she stressed, eyes pleading for John to admit the predicament. John scoffed. Oh please. Name one time he's bullied me, John countered, trying to look confident and in control. Everyone at the table looked at each other before listing Cardin's knocking John's book out of his hands, opening the sheath of chrysamus as John walked into a building, and the time Cardin locked John in his own rocket locker and launched him off campus. John's only defense was the weak rebuttal of not landing that far from the school. "John, you know if you ever need help, you can just ask." This gave Nora a sudden idea of revenge. "Oh, oh!" she cried, jumping on her seat, arms flexed and her expression one of bloodlust and excited rage. "We'll break his legs." Her idea didn't garner much support, but no one called her out on it, so it must not have been a totally bad idea. John stood up, trying to still defend himself. "Guys, really, it's fine. Besides, it's not like he's only a jerk to me, he's a jerk to everyone." At this point, Cardin was pulling on Velvet's ears despite her pleas for him to stop. Eventually she was released, walking away nervously and with a hand over her face. "Atrocious," Vera fumed, upset with Cardin's obvious racism against the faunus. "I can't stand people like him." "He's not the only one," Blake said murderously. "It must be hard to be a faunus," Yang quipped, her concern for Velvet evident despite his slouched figure. Everyone turned and watched as John left the table, heading off to be alone for a while. As he walked off, Nora couldn't help but see how sad Pyrrha was about how miserable John was. The Valkyrie girl leaned in next to Pyrrha and whispered to her. "If you want, you can break Cardin's left leg," Nora said, trying to comfort the Spartan. Pyrrha smiled half-heartedly, too concerned with John's well-being to react beyond a half-laugh before returning to her food. Lunch for both teams was uneventful after that. Even the talkative Yang and Nora felt too awkward about John's isolation and bullying to say much, and the conversation was kept to a few snippets that died away after a few minutes of life. Nora used the last few minutes of lunch just for thinking to herself. She normally didn't know what to do in lulls of conversation, or when everything was quiet and she couldn't be running around hitting things or staying active in some way. When they were about 9 and Nora started feeling self-conscious about being on medication for the kids who couldn't focus, Ren helped her overcome that with taking deep breaths, slowly tightening and untightening her arms, starting with her fingers and ending with her shoulders, and just organizing her thoughts and just thinking. It had worked rather well, and Nora hadn't had a problem focusing since. The orange-haired girl now tried thinking about how she could help John, but nothing was coming to mind. She didn't hang out with him as much as Pyrrha did, and he didn't go to her for advice the say he sometimes did with Ren, so Nora's options were slim. And breaking Cardin's legs might not stop the bully from striking again once he recovered. She glanced over at Pyrrha, who was glumly looking at her food, and just wished she could do something to help at least her feel better. Nora's turquoise eyes widened, an idea coming to her. She had seen how Pyrrha was so worried about John when she saw him fail at a task or when he was bullied by Cardin, but she also saw how happy the Spartan girl was when her partner learned something new, or got high marks on an assignment, or really anything positive. Maybe she feels for him the same way I do about Ren, and just needs a chance to help him. Nora thought. She had seen that something was wrong with Ren on the first day as the RNJNPR. It was the same moody, upset kind of Ren she had seen many times since knowing him, and try as she might there didn't seem to be something she could do to help him when he was like that. Ren may be the kind of person to work things out himself, but John definitely isn't. Nora determined, getting up to turn in her lunch tray. If John and Pyrrha can help each other out, it's my job to make sure that happens. Pyrrha. The redhead of JNPR stopped and turned as Nora ran toward her, pink backpack slung over one shoulder and her uniform over the other. Nora skidded to a halt in front of Pyrrha, smiling up at the only other girl on her team. "Can I talk to you as we go change for class?" Nora asked, pulling her most happy and professional face. Pyrrha seemed like the kind of girl who appreciated being professional but liked being happy even more. Pyrrha smiled, adjusting the uniform across her shoulder as she did. Sure Nora, let's walk to the changing station and you can tell me. So, I was thinking to myself at lunch, and I really don't like how John's been treated because he is our leader, but I saw how sad and stuff you looked when he was all sad too. I mean, you are his partner, so you want the best for him, doesn't anyone? I mean even more than Ren and I do, even if Ren doesn't show it a lot, he's still. Nora, please, slow down a little, Pyrrha said, politely waving to get Nora's attention before she babbled any more. That's nice and all, but what is it you wanted to tell me? I think I know how you can help John out. Pyrrha paused for a moment, clearly intrigued that Nora had a plan aside from leg breaking. Really? You mean how we could stop Cardin from bullying him, because that would. No, silly. Nora said, playfully giving her friend a soft push. I mean how you, personally, can help John. Maybe not with bullying, but with other stuff, even though this could help him stop being bullied, or be brave enough to stand up to Cardin, or really anything. I mean he isn't the pointless stick in the forest when it comes to fighting, you know, so this might help him. Yes, Nora, I get it, but what is this plan exactly, then? Pyrrha was getting frustrated. Nora sometimes forgot not everyone was as patient as Ren was. Spend time with him. Like maybe offer to show him some tricks, or maybe study with him after class, or something like that. You can't really be passive about this kind of thingy. Pyrrha looked at Nora quizzically. What kind of thingy do you mean? Dealing with bullies? Nora leaned in for a whisper. Boy thingies, Nora hushed, noticing her teammate's cheeks tinge a shade of red. As the two walked into the changing room, Pyrrha dragged Nora to a more remote area, likely understanding Nora's deeper meaning. John and I are just teammates, really. I mean, he's a great guy and all, and he doesn't put me on a pedestal the way others do, and he's so kind-hearted about everything, but. Ah. No buts. Nora interrupted, trading her pink and white top for the standard school shirt. It doesn't matter if you like him or he's just a friend, as a guy he's different. If you want to be a good teammate, and maybe get him to like you, spend time with him. He'll open up eventually, maybe share what's bugging him and ask you for advice, and maybe you can help him from there. Pyrrha smiled, pulling her combat shorts in favor of the plaid ruffled skirt she had on the bench next to her. I'm actually surprised, Nora, that might just work out. You didn't really seem to be the kind of person who'd give advice like that. Nora blushed modestly. Oh, it's something my mom told me a while ago. Guys talk better when they're out doing something, you know, like they like working on something and that helps them relax and talk more often. It works for her, so I thought it would work for you and John. Pyrrha smiled, a little embarrassed to have her predicament likened to communication in a marriage, but she patted Nora on the shoulder. Well, I'll try and come up with something to gauge his interests. I would be great if this helped him open up more often. Has it ever worked for you and Ren? Nora blushed again, this time for different reasons. We're not together. We're just friends, since like forever, so we really know each other really well, but we aren't. Pyrrha waved a hand modestly, trying to quiet the flustered Nora's rapid-fire excuses. Relax, I understand you are not in a relationship, Ren cleared it up for me quickly. I just wanted to know if you guys are comfortable to share what's on your mind. Nora stopped talking for a while, now trying to enunciate her thoughts so they made sense outside of her mind. Well, Ren's different from other people I know. Nora found herself talking slow and measured, something she rarely did and should be treasured like an exotic animal. He doesn't really talk a lot, and even less about what goes on in his mind. I've tried to be available for him to share what goes on in there, she pointed to her temple, and he's shared some of it with me, but mostly he just needs someone to sit next to. Nora took a deep breath, every nerve on fire and every heartstring feeling frayed as she told more about the few shards she knew of her dear friend's closely guarded interior. He seems to put a wall around certain areas of his life. He doesn't know it, but I heard a lot when we were neighbors and the lights went out. His dad. Nora had to stop before she went too far. That was a touchy subject and knew sharing it would betray Ren's trust in her and her own emotions about the topic. To say the least, he doesn't share a lot, but for now I'm okay with not knowing everything. We're different, for sure, but we put that aside and just enjoy being together. But not together. Nora closed her eyes, sitting on the bench as she got a lot off of her chest. She had purposely ended with her usual amendment to the state Ren and she were at, not to show that she wanted anything beyond a friendship, which she did, but because she needed to remember that doing so could let her believe he liked her back. Pyrrha was at a loss for words. Instead of offering condolences and an empty "it's going to be okay," she opted for putting a reassuring arm around her teammate's shoulder. "Thank you," Pyrrha said, helping Nora to her feet. They were the only two left in the room, and class was going to start in 3 minutes. Fully uniformed, both the girls walked into the now crowded hallways, blending in as students milled about on their way to their next academic pit stops. Class dismissed. "Mr. Ark, Mr. Winchester, please see me at my desk, as I mentioned earlier." History class wasn't as boring Nora had expected to be. It had actually become one of the few classes she paid attention in and enjoyed learning about. Originally, she might have called it her favorite because Professor RWBY zoomed around class with his disheveled clothes and coffee, yelling enthusiastically about wars and history and the faunus rights movement, but eventually his enthusiasm leaked over to Nora, who made contests out of keeping up with the professor's lightning-fast lectures, trying to stay focused on the caffeine-fueled form that dashed here and there in the blink of an eye, and, as she grew more confident in the subjects, trying to answer questions as quickly as he could deliver them. As Nora, Ren, and Pyrrha walked outside the classroom, Nora couldn't help but admire how dapper Ren looked. She didn't see him in formal wear often, and even though every guy wore one, even that horrible Cardin Winchester, Ren seemed to fill his out very nicely, giving his already handsome frame a rather scholarly and yet edgy touch that Nora couldn't help glow at. "You two go on ahead, I'll wait for John," Pyrrha said as JNPR- their leader left RWBY's room. The redhead snuck a wink at Nora, who smiled back in response. With that, Nora walked with her best friend back to the dorm room. Ren didn't say anything, as usual. Nora walked next to him, hands behind her back, smiling as usual. "What did you think of the lecture, Ren?" Nora rarely made small talk, but wanted to try and talk with Ren for a change, instead of talking to him as usual. Her earlier talk with Pyrrha had encouraged Nora to try and listen to Ren more in hopes of making him feel comfortable enough to talk to her about any troubles he had. Ren merely nodded, answering in his usual reserved nature. "It's always baffled me how people like Cardin Winchester can be so ignorant and uncaring for the faunus. They are humans just like us." Knowing Ren wasn't the kind to go further on that one thought, Nora gleefully added her input. "I know, right? Cardin makes me so mad sometimes, first John, now Velvet and all those other faunus. He's such a jerk. Good thing Pyrrha and Blake were there to put him in his place, huh?" This Ren had to smirk at. Yes, Blake sure knew how to make Cardin regret opening his mouth like that. "Do you think John's going to be okay? Professor RWBY seems nice enough, but I hope he doesn't go too hard on our leader, right? Aren't you worried about John?" Ren thought for a moment, magenta eyes filing through words to say before arranging them into an answer. "I recall RWBY saying something about an additional assignment. It shouldn't be anything extra strict, so long as John studies and doesn't waste his time, he shouldn't be in any trouble." Nora always enjoyed watching Ren think or muse over something. Being his friend for so long let her see that the passive expression Ren wore so often was more intricate and varied than most others could tell. She could almost hear the little gears turning in his head, his eyes betraying any thoughts that might pop up or showing what and how something might affect him. "But what about John and, General? He seems a little behind in fighting and school. Aren't you afraid he might not be able to keep up with everyone else? I'm not doubting his abilities. He did do a good job getting Pyrrha and I to take down the Death Stalker, even though you were a big part of it, but he saw a good plan and went with it, you know. I just hope he can improve from there, is all. Slow down, girl, Nora told herself. Too much might scare him away from talking more. Come on, she thought back, this is Ren we're thinking about. He knows I talk a lot, he's not new to it or anything. Besides, he's always been more of a listener. He's fine if I went on a little bit longer than usual. Yes, Nora, her other half of her mind replied, but aren't you trying to get him to talk more? Wasn't this part of the big plan you had going? Let him share his thoughts with you so he'd be more willing to tell you all his little secrets and stuff with you so you can be a good friend and one step closer to being together. Oh, I'm sorry, Nora snapped back. Was part of the plan thinking to yourself and not paying attention to what he's saying? Way to go, Nora, this is working well. Not bothering to respond, Nora snuck back to that wonderful world of normalcy to hear what she hadn't missed of Ren's response. Trust in him, he'll handle it well enough, Ren had finished, not noticing Nora's temporary moment of spacing out. Yeah, you're right, Nora said, putting on her best I support that smile so her friend knew she backed up everything he was saying. She squinted her eyes and tossed up a big 2 thumbs up for good measure. He'll do better eventually. So, do you think they like each other? Nora almost did a double take. Ren? Posing the questions to her? She almost wanted to get a picture of this, maybe her tactic was going to work better than she thought. Not only was her quiet, demure friend asking questions, but they were relationship questions. The foundation of schoolyard gossip. This could be a milestone, up there with driver's license, graduating secondary schooling, and killing your first Grim. Doing her best not to look too surprised, Nora pried for more information. What makes you said that, Ren? The duo had now made it toward their dorm, a locked door the only thing separating the two from home. Ren pulled out his room key, sliding it into the slot and, when the soft beeping sounded, pushed the door open, letting Nora in first. Always the gentleman, Nora thought, pushing her dreamy thoughts aside to hear Ren's opinion. The setting sun's last light was creeping in through their window, highlighting their room with just the right shade of orange and dark blue. I think at this point we can obviously say Pyrrha likes John, from going as far to nail him to a tree and practically calling dibs on him, and then how concerned she was about his well-being about Cardin's bullying. Now she wants to wait outside for him after class. Ren looked Nora in the eye, gently taking off his jacket as he did so. However, I haven't seen any signs of John liking her back. Have you? Nora shook her head, secretly proud of herself for drawing Ren out and happy for him to be sharing his thoughts with her. Haven't you talked to John often? Has that ever come up? Ren shook his head. Honestly, most of what we've discussed is his questions on assignments or exchanging tactics on taking out types of Grim. Since the Death Stalker incident, I think he's tried to see if I had any other grand ideas on the subject of monster killing. Ren chuckled. I think I'm more surprised than he is about it, to be honest. Nora beamed, pleased Ren was making connections as fast as she was. She never worried about him doing so, but was all the same glad no one seemed to be put off by his usually quiet demeanor. The same was often said of Nora's hyperactivity, and often the two were left to being by themselves at new situations because of this. That's great, Ren. It's really good John's going to you for advice, that way our team can be more connected and happy together. Oh. I've talked to Pyrrha a little myself she's the only other girl on the team, and she's really nice too, so yeah, naturally we'd be talking like how you and John are. She's won a lot of really cool championships, you'd love some of the stories she's told me already. Oh, and remember Pumpkin Pete's cereal? She was on the Marshmallow Flakes boxes 2 years ago. We never knew who that one was, and now we're going to the same school as her. Ren sat down on his bed, his neutral gaze showing affectionate recognition of Nora's favorite cereal. I remember that cereal. You'd make us eat until we were sick so you could order the special toys that would come in the mail. Wasn't that fun? Sure, the cereal would turn the milk weird colors and we'd need to brush our teeth extra good, but all that waiting for the toys to come, running home after school to see if they arrived, Nora couldn't help but laugh as she relived the memories. Those decoder rings we got once were total fakes. We ended up using them as tops because they wouldn't decode anything. Remember how we'd end up just using the boxes as toys if we didn't like the prizes that came in them? Ren lay back on his bed, head propped behind his hands. Those certainly were good times. He sighed, not an exasperated sigh, nor a tired sigh, but a content sigh. You know, I really look forward to these next 4 years. I think we have ourselves a really good team. Almost on cue, Pyrrha walked into the room. Nora turned around to say hello and ask how it went with John, but stopped when she saw her friend. The normally confident girl was slouched over, her assured stride replaced with a shuffle, head averted to look slightly downward. Worry crept into Nora's heart. "Pyrrha?" Nora cautiously asked. "Is everything okay? Where's John?" Pyrrha just shrugged, emerald eyes staring at her shoes. She released a pent-up breath, all signs pointing toward bad news. Finally, she managed to get out one thing. He wanted to be left alone. It had been an hour, and John still didn't come to the dorm. Nora was laying in her bed, worrying about her leader and what had happened to Pyrrha. She had tried to talk with the Spartan further, but Pyrrha shrugged her off, saying there wasn't much to say and she just needed to calm down before sharing more. Ren did his best to let the two have talking time, even asking Pyrrha himself if she was alright. But there was no getting around it. Pyrrha Nikos was not okay. As she heard Ren snoozing in his own bed across the room from her, Nora peered out from under her covers to look at him. He was partially curled up on one side, years of sleeping next to someone sending signals to his body to make room for Nora. Nora sighed. She would normally go over there, but it didn't feel right. A little distance was alright. Ren didn't seem to mind getting more rest. And this was a kind of worry that Nora needed to think about with distractions. Eventually, she heard it, footsteps approaching her team's door. John. Nora thought, and her suspicions were confirmed. Alongside her leader's shaky voice was the sneer of Cardin Winchester. "All right, Johnny boy, don't forget, that paper needs to be on OWB's desk by next class. Unless you want me to talk to Goodwitch about our little..." No, it's fine," John stammered back. "Your paper will be there. And let me know what else I can do." "See, Johnny. Being friends isn't so hard. You get some sleep now, if you have time of course." "Cardin? Is he blackmailing John?" Nora felt anger rising up in her gut. "No one threatens my teammates, especially not Cardin. Why, if he's doing what I think he's doing, I'll dash." The door creaked open, and John's skinny form made its way into the bed next to Ren, slumping down with an audible groan. Nora quietly went back to thinking, wishing she could do something to help her leader. She let her mind race, a dangerous idea in most cases, as Nora's imagination was unpredictable and would often come up with the craziest schemes, sometimes out of nowhere and with no way of knowing how they formed. Such as one that was trickling its way into her mind right now. Nora sat up in bed, eyes agleam with mischief. Making sure the rest of the team was asleep, she creaked open the window of her dorm and jumped out, running across campus as soon as she hit the ground, ducking around trees and hiding from any teachers that were given nightly patrols. Nora also avoided areas that she knew were guarded by security cameras and tripwire alarms. While the school trusted students, they had the equipment up in case grim or other unsavory intruders found their way on campus. Nora still didn't expect the staff to not be concerned about a girl running toward the forbidden areas of campus. Nora knew what she was doing was very risky and could very well get her kicked out of the school she desperately wanted to stay in, but its staying wouldn't be worth it if she couldn't set things right between John and Carden. And sitting back and watching as Carden bullied John or got him in trouble, even worse, in trouble with Glinda Good Witch, wouldn't sit well with Nora. Stopping to grab the knife she had hidden in the crevice of a tree, Nora dashed back onto her path, heading faster and faster toward the looming pines ahead of them. What had started as an amusing idea for her suddenly became a sharp reality that would require time, unwavering skill, a feat of strength, and, harder to come by, the willingness of her longtime accomplice Lyran. Making mental note of the other areas she needed to visit to pull this stunt off, the pink-adorned Valkyrie headed to her first destination, the cliffs of the Emerald Forest. Coming to a stop, her heart threatening to break free of her chest, Nora surveyed the area until she saw the old temple where she had nabbed the tower relic. Everything was as they had left it, which was just what she needed. For this to work, she thought, I'm going to need the help of an old friend. Under normal circumstances, Ren might have let John go to Pyrrha for help on the Carden issue, or maybe even Ruby if that's what it would take to get the blonde boy to get help. But with his leader's frequent disappearances and constant summons from the Winchester brute, Ren decided to try and speak with John himself. Sadly, this didn't work out as well as Ren hoped. While the skilled marksman was well versed in observing and gathering important details about people, John was definitely a challenge to try and approach. He was very elusive, finding reasons to run off and get more work done, insisting he needed to head off for more combat practice, or receiving a call on his scroll from Carden and leaving to meet with him. Ren managed to overhear Carden refer to himself as your buddy, much to John's chagrin. So more of his time is going toward spending time with Carden Winchester, Ren thought to himself as he walked to his next class. Obviously John isn't doing this because Carden has had a change of heart, and I haven't seen John join Carden in his bullying. Something feels very wrong about this whole situation. Ren put his thoughts on hold as Nora Valkyrie, practically his second shadow, skipped up to him, sunny as ever. Maybe a little more happy than normal, Ren mused, if such a thing was possible, a small smile breaking his normally somber mien. Sure enough, it was. Nora grabbed his hand and started bouncing up and down eagerly, spitting out words at a mile a minute. Oh. Ren. Guess what? I got some great news, and it's not like the whole good news bad news deal people say all the time. Professor Port cancelled his lecture today. We don't have to sit through his boring stories for another hour. We can go back to the dorm and hang out. Won't that be fun? Nora's smile faded ever so slightly, her bounces slowing until she was standing still. Ren, are you okay? You're just staring at me and it's freaking me out. Ren merely cleared his throat, wiggling his fingers in an attempt to communicate to Nora to let go of his hand. As much as his heart felt like soaring, Ren's will kept it grounded to avoid letting himself get lost in his pent-up desires and secret wishes. Nora got the cue, and, with a heartbreakingly sad frown, let go of Ren's hand, opting instead to walk at Ren's side with her books, arms clutching her books in front of her. She's never looked that sad before, Ren thought, his interest piqued. Was she? Ren shook his head. No, best not read into whatever it is, maybe she's just had a bad day and didn't like being shut down about her story. To compensate, Ren put a hand on her shoulder, and sure enough, Nora perked up, staring at the hand. So, Nora, Ren asked, Nora's eyes meeting his as he removed his palm, what was the other part of the story you were telling me? Nora smiled again, a skip back in her step as she looked ahead and finished her anecdote. Well, I learned more about our forever fall field trip tomorrow, you know, the one where we need to try to collect sap for Professor Peach. It turns out we get to keep some of it. Isn't that great? We don't really know what she wants with her part of the sap, but syrup is like sap, right? So we could have like a pancake party when we come back and put the sap on our pancakes and just eat and have fun as a team. Oh, We could invite Team RWBY, and let them have some. No, wait, that means less for us. But still, yay, we get to eat the sap. Isn't that a good idea? It's been a while since you made pancakes, you'll have fun. Ren, being quiet by nature, had a lot of hidden talents not everyone outside of his family and Nora knew of, one of them being cooking. Pancakes were his specialty, as were other breakfast foods. Ren usually stuck with pancakes so that Nora had an excuse to drench something in syrup, and she often raved about how they were the best pancakes she had tasted. Even Ren had an ego he needed fueled sometimes, and getting praise from Nora did twice the job anyone else's words could. Reaching their dorm room, Ren smiled, agreeing with a nod. I can do pancakes. I'll ask the kitchen staff tomorrow morning if I can borrow enough flour, eggs, milk, and the rest of what I need. Hopefully John will be around to enjoy them too, Ren thought, pushing the door open. Pyrrha wasn't back yet, and if her gloominess the last few days spoke any volumes, she'd be back by nighttime. Earlier than John would be, but still later than she normally was. I hope John didn't do anything too bad her, Ren thought, heading to the bathroom to change into his normal clothing. She's taking his absences rather harshly, and this team hasn't been doing so well these past few days. We need John back. It was 9:30, and still no John. Pyrrha was staring out the window, eyes filled with sorrow. Nora was occupied with bouncing on her bed, but wasn't laughing or smiling as she normally did. As for Ren, Stormflower didn't polish itself, so he was rubbing at the weapon with his cleaning kit. No one spoke for a while, before Nora broke the silence with the topic on everyone's mind. How come John gets home so late? Ren gazed down one of his pistol sights, loading another dust cartridge in. He's become rather scarce since he started fraternizing with Carden. Nora kept bouncing, worry highlighting her eyes. That's weird. Doesn't he know we have a field trip tomorrow? We need our rest. At the last word, she flipped around and landed on her bed, bouncing once before returning to laying on her back. Pyrrha finally spoke, heavy sarcasm replacing her moody behavior. I'm sure our leader knows exactly what he's doing. Ren exchanged a concerned look with Nora, fearing for the malice that practically dripped from her voice. She definitely isn't happy with John, Ren thought, but didn't push further, leaving Nora to offer support to her chum. I guess so. Okay, not the best of support, but less awkward than anything else we could have said. Ren tucked Stormflower away, sliding under his covers. He didn't own pajamas, mostly because his normal clothes were so much more comfortable and because he never felt like there was a need for them. Nora still thought this practice of his was weird, heading to the dorm's restroom to change into a pink top and baby blue shorts, possibly the only non-pink item she liked. Pyrrha stayed by the window, returning to her hurt expression without showing signs of needing sleep. As Ren felt his eyes getting heavier, he hoped Nora would sneak in next to him. He didn't say so, but he missed the orange-haired girl's arms around him and hoped they weren't growing apart in any way. Nora hadn't been by his side for nearly a week, and he had thought her sneak out at night once, but it must have been for a bathroom break. Now that he thought of it, Nora was spending quite a bit of her free time outside, and had turned down free hours with Ren claiming she was busy, scampering away before he could ask anything further. Before he fell asleep, Ren felt a small tug of jealousy tug at his conscience, screaming silently that Nora wasn't spending her time with anyone else. Nora. Ren's call went unheeded. Nora had run away and was now whisper-talking with Yang, who smiled and gave Nora a pat on the back, laughing a little as the two walked over to a couple of empty seats, likely to talk about fighting techniques or whatever else the two were talking about. Having trouble there, Ren? Blake's voice at his side caused Ren to turn, the black-haired katana cleaver wielder looking at him with must-have-been sly amusement tinged with expectation. Blake and Ren had hung out on occasion, not talking so much as reading next to each other or sharing wry glances at their teammates' antics. They had shared a few conversations, but the two introverts didn't really need to talk to understand how the other was feeling. Ren sighed. Nora's been acting really odd lately. How so? Blake asked, leaning against one of the airship's walls, eyes on Ren. She's been rather secretive and hasn't spent as much time around me as normal. I've started to have this nagging feeling that I've become boring to her, or that she's making deeper friendships with other people. Like Ying and Pyrrha? Ren could have sworn Blake's bow twitched, but it could have been the sudden jump the ship took as it took some turbulence. Yeah, like with them. And I think she might be sneaking out at night. I don't know what she's up to, but I have a bad feeling about it. Blake smiled, crossing her arms over her chest. Don't worry so much, Nora's just making friends. She isn't going to be by your side 24/7, and you're going to have to accept that. She jerked a thumb over to where Ying and Nora had finished their conversation, Nora skipping back toward Ren. She certainly hasn't lost interest in you, that's for sure. Blake slunk off, leaving Ren to greet Nora when she arrived. Nora, what's going? I just needed to catch up with Ying, she has some things I need for the field trip. I'm so excited, this is going to be fun. The forest is said to stay all red and orange every day of the year, it sounds so pretty. I really wish I could live there, sap everywhere, all the pretty colors, it sounds like the best place to. Oh! Look! We're passing over the forest now, look look look. Nora zoomed over to the window, nose pressed against the glass, eyes wide with glee as the grassy plain gave way to splotches of deep scarlet and auburn, slowly overpowering the view for miles until the world was a tranquil shade of autumn that stretched on and on. Ren looked on, the view almost as exciting as the pure jubilation of his partner. You may love this girl, Ren told himself, but you can't hope she will feel the way back. She's too over the place to want to settle for you, she needs someone to keep her adventurous spirit on a high. That's when she's the happiest. Another worm of those snuck in, easing Ren's ache with an echoed word Blake had given him. Don't worry, the thought coaxed. At least she trusts you and cares for you. If she wants to talk, you know you're the first one she'll go to. Remember how she called out for you when you were thrown by the Death Stalker? Remember how she wouldn't let you get your bandages wrapped without her there? The airship landed, the captain's voice over the loudspeakers informing teams RWBY, JNPR, and CRDL to exit the aircraft and enjoy their time in the forest. You aren't losing her, Ren, just learning who both of you are becoming. The forest put everyone in a good mood. Even Pyrrha was feeling better, smiling for the first time all week as she proudly held up another jar of sap. Even with her partner off with Team CRDL, the team's lieutenant was in much better spirits today. Ren handed Nora another just-filled jar, turning to fill the next one. Handing Nora the jar he just filled, Ren was shocked and angered that Nora had just drunk the entire jar he had just handed to her. Ren felt a frown strike across his face, Nora just giggling bashfully as her whole mouth was covered in the purple sap. As much as it's good to see her enjoy herself, I wish she'd focus on the task at hand and not screw around. He went back to filling the jar, just wishing he'd have brought more snacks for Nora. She had already eaten her share, and half of Ren's, which he let slide only because she was Nora and he wasn't a big eater, and how had demolished her third consecutive jar of sap. And she wasn't even helping fill up. Nora, if you'd just grab a jar and help us stock up, maybe Goodwitch wouldn't get so upset at you for eating Professor Peach's sap, Ren said, trying to stop his anger from seeping into his words. Goodwitch doesn't like me anyways. Besides, they did say we could have some of the extra sap we gathered. Despite this, Nora did pick up a jar and hold it to a spout in a nearby tree, finally pulling her own weight. Ren's slightly brightened mood was interrupted as Team CRDL, minus Cardin, ran through the forest, stumbling over their own feet and casting fearful glances around. Russell, the one with the green mohawk, was calling Ursa. Ursa! warning the other teams of the Grimm they must have seen. Yang grabbed the coward by his collar, hoisting him up and peppering him with questions. "It's back there, it's Scott Cardin," Russell yelped out. Across from the fiery blonde, Pyrrha dropped the jar she had just filled. "John!" she exclaimed, apparently remembering her leader was with the bully and hadn't run away with the three bird-themed boys. Ruby sprang into action, yelling orders to her team. "Yang! You and Blake, go get Professor Goodwitch. You two, go with them," Pyrrha commanded, motioning to Nora and Ren. There could be more. Ren nodded curtly, dashing off after Yang and Blake with Nora at his side. About halfway to Goodwitch, who was chatting with the pilot about arriving back at the school, Yang suddenly veered off the path, running deeper into the woods. "Yang!" Blake shouted. "Where are you? Keep going!" Yang shouted, not even turning back. "Cover for us, okay?" Blake shrugged, and sped off to tell Goodwitch about the Ursa. Ren followed, but a sharp tug on his hand veered him in the same direction Yang was going. Nora had his hand in a vice-like grip and was running after Yang at breakneck speed. "Nora, what are you doing? This isn't the way to dash. Trust me on this, okay?" Nora yelled, catching up with Yang as the three ran further into the forest, turning left, the direction where Russell and his fearless teammates had run from. Finally, they skidded to a stop, Nora only now releasing her grip on her partner's hand. Ren hunched over, tired from the whole ordeal. "Nora. Please," he said as he tried to catch his breath, "what's the meaning of this?" Nora straightened up, blowing a breath between her teeth. "Cardin's blackmailing John." "What?" Yang and Ren squawked in unison. Ren had thought something weird was going on, but what would John have to hide that Cardin could hold over this head? "I'm not sure what about, but I heard him threaten John about having a talk with Goodwitch, and it didn't sound good." "So," Nora said, running over to a tree and pulling out a thick package that was nestled in the branches closest to the ground, "we need to take these matters into our own hands. That Ursa may take care of John's bully, but if not," here she pulled out something black and shaggy, metal rods, and an assortment of wires, stakes, gears, and other metal odds and ends, "we're going to give Cardin a little payback. Drive home the point that picking on people isn't nice." Ren was astonished. Nora had a plan that she was going to execute beautifully, and wasn't charging head first into an attack without thinking. However, as she saw what Nora was putting together, he felt his heart sink. "I don't think I like what I'm imagining this to be," he thought. Yang looked pleased however, and helped Nora assemble what started to look like a tense skeleton frame. "Nora, you know that this is a crazy idea, right?" Ren asked cautiously. "Yep," Nora replied, connecting tubing together into what looked like a pair of legs. "And you know if this doesn't work we'll get kicked out of Beacon?" "Yep." A roar and a thump resounded, and the three dashed to a nearby bush to investigate. John was there, fighting off a full-grown Ursa Major, as Cardin sat on the ground in awe. John was losing strength fast, but he still charged at the bear all the same, a guttural battle cry crashing out of his lungs. As the massive Ursa swung a paw down onto John, the boy's shield came up, parrying the attack, and with a grunt, John Arc swung his sword in an upward circle, decapitating the monster of Grimm in one fluid slash. The beast's head fell to the ground as John stood triumphant over his first single-handed victory. "And you now realize," Ren mouthed quietly, watching as John helped Cardin up and warned him not to mess with his team or friends again, "that John has handled Cardin on his own, and that this likely is just going overboard and won't be necessary?" Nora smiled, booping Ren on the nose as she leaned in next to him, causing Ren to feel his heart beating a pace faster. "Yes, Ren," she said sing-song fashion, getting up and heading over to finish her project. Ren stood up, eyes fixed on Cardin Winchester, who stood up, defeated and looking apologetically as John walked away. "Then why do it? Why do exactly to Cardin what almost killed John just now?" With a flourish, Nora unveiled the finishing touch to her new weapon, a manic grin shifting her sweet girl aesthetic into a mask of delighted insanity that would have frightened anyone not used to the brawler's mindset. Because no one messes with my team. Pushing the skinned hide of her former steed onto the wireframe she made, she motioned for Ren to take his place inside. Now, are you gonna help me exact revenge, Mr. Legs? Ren smiled. His mind may have told him this was completely insane, but he admitted he did want to show Cardin a lesson he wouldn't forget. And why not do so in a way that would go down as possibly one of the craziest, most intricate plans ever? He had to admit, Nora was pretty ingenious. Ren would never have been able to think of using the hide of the Ursa Major they had ridden to the abandoned temple as a shield and constructing a metal tubing skeleton for Yang, Nora, and Ren to operate underneath. Ren was situated at the back, his own legs on stilted and stuffed Ursa hind legs, his chest strapped to the makeshift Ursa's spine to keep him in place. In the front, Yang was secured to the huge fake paws of the Ursa, her back and legs in a harness further on the spine. She was tasked with offensive attacks and walking on her hands when not fighting, taking signals on when and where to attack from Nora, who was on her shoulders. Nora had been practicing Ursa roars, and was stationed in the head, giving Yang the appropriate nudges on where to walk, which paw to swing, and when to poke Ren to give him signals. They had to act fast. Ms. Goodwitch would be coming to check on the students soon, and if she didn't find the trio soon and heard about them being sent to go find her, she'd become suspicious. "Ready, Nora?" Yang called up, checking to see if Nora was ready. In response, Nora growled, a near replication of the feared bear they were pretending to be, and dug her heels into Yang's shoulders, who dug her feet into Ren's with the poles she had strapped to her own feet. All three charged out of the undergrowth, every inch the Ursa they made themselves out to be. Even from as far back as he heard Cardin gasp. A shift in weight and the clang of a mace being knocked out of Cardin's hands told Ren that they had found their target. Ren sidestepped in time with Yang's physical cues, helping turn the Trojan Ursa around, likely cornering their prey against a tree. Raising his head, he saw Yang swing her left arm back, a reciprocating oomph from Cardin telling Ren that the paw had connected and knocked Cardin into a tree. Ren took the prompted shove from Yang's feet, charging forward, his legs bowed to help resemble a real Ursa as he did. The goal was to tire Cardin out until he had only enough aura to sustain one more hit, just so he wouldn't recover enough and hopefully be ensured not to go after Juan, or anyone, for a long time. "Ah!" They heard Cardin cry out. "Dear God, I freaking hate Ursa." Another swipe of Yang's arm brought another satisfying thud, and the jagged breathing of Cardin running away told Ren to pick up the pace. He dashed forward, his Ursa legs bounding across the soil in tandem with Yang's forepaws, arms, before Yang brought her right hand up, and smacked it down once more. "Gah!" Cardin bellowed. "Not my legs." "Cardin?" A new voice called, belonging to Professor Goodwitch. "Shit, we gotta get out of here," Ren thought, turning the legs he controlled around as best he could. Turning 180 degrees, he ran as fast as he could, the sounds of Cardin yelling about another Ursa Major coming in and knocking him around before being scared away. When Nora had determined the Trojan Ursa was out of sight and range, she slid off Yang, helping both the blonde and Ren down from their harnesses. Acting quickly, the three disposed of their masterpiece, hiding it in the undergrowth, and doubled back, trying to make up precious ground to seem inconspicuous. Running in from the direction they left, they found the professor helping a bruised and battered Cardin to his feet, and a concerned Russell, Dove, and Sky standing nearby, trying to look supportive of their fallen leader. At the sound of another group of incoming students, Professor Goodwitch looked up. "Ms. Zhoulong? Mr. Lai? Ms. Valkyrie? Where have you been? There's Ursa in the area, you should be headed back to the aircraft." Nora panted for breath, straightening up to address her nemesis. "We tried, Professor Goodwitch. We caught an Ursa Major running toward the aircraft, so we had to stop it before it got to the other students. We're so sorry. We hope nothing bad happened. Is there anything dash? No, it's okay, Good Witch sighed, motioning to Cardin. It's just Mr. Winchester here got both his legs broken by another Ursa Major just minutes ago. She pointed her wand to the carcass of John's first kill. One had tried to attack the group earlier, but thankfully it seems to have been taken care of by Mr. Ark. She shook her head in disbelief. After all this time doubting him, he proves me wrong with an amazing victory. Cardin's head slumped forward at this, his ears burning red with shame. Supported by the professor and Skylark, the mace wielder, hopefully no longer a bully, hobbled his way to the ramp where the other members of JNPR and RWBY were waiting. Yang jogged on ahead, likely to assure her sister that she was all right. Nora, however, stayed with Ren, which he was thankful for. He just wanted to at least be by his partner, and he felt better about Nora's recent absences. To talk in private, JNPR's second half talked amongst themselves, away from the ears of Cardin and Good Witch. So, this is what you are going in your free time? He asked Nora, keeping his voice low. Yeah. She smiled, pride shining through her face. Pretty cool, wasn't it? Ren nodded. And that's why you've been sneaking out at night? Nora nodded, talking softly in case they were overheard. I'm sorry I didn't tell you. I wanted to keep it a surprise, and I knew if I told you you'd have told me I was being crazy and try and talk me out of it, and I really needed to do this, you know. John's our leader, we can't let him get hurt like that and not try and defend him, or at least show his attackers that you can't mess with us. Ren smiled. He didn't see eye to eye with Nora on a lot of things, but he saw the passion and integrity she put into her team, and he could respect her for that. And it wasn't just her devotion to her teammates, but that she could do so while being a bubbly asset that kept the team optimistic and out of self-doubt. Nora beamed again, arms pumped to the sky. This day's been a blast from start to finish. And it's only going to get better from here. 4 jars? No wonder you're sick. If Nora saw how green she was, she'd have a fit about how little pink was visible on her face. But it was so good, she croaked from her spot on the couch, curled up in a ball with the face of soul-crushing regret. And now I won't be able to eat any of your delicious pancakes, Ren, she said sadly, her baby blues glazed slightly and staring straight forward. Pyrrha was rubbing her back to try and comfort her, sitting next to Nora on the couch. John had excused himself from the room to clear his head, promising he'd be less scarce from this point on. Pyrrha was in better spirits now, and had offered to soothe Nora so Ren could cook for the team. Still, Ren couldn't help but keep one eye on his lifelong friend as he smoothly flipped the flat cakes over. She likes her stomach rubbed when she's sick, Ren mentally critiqued from his place in the kitchen, making pancakes for the rest of the team. And it helps to hum for her, she likes soothing hums. Instead of sharing his secrets of making Nora feel better with anyone, Ren added to the conversation. The whole point was that you need to boil the sap in sugar to kill the germs, Nora. You can't eat that much of the sap and then run around all day and not expect to get stomach pains. Especially after a 20-minute flight back home on a shaky aircraft. With turbulence, to boot, Pyrrha remarked, thoughtfully looking at the slowly growing plate of pancakes Ren was preparing. How are the hot cakes coming, chef? She asked cheerily. Ren flashed a smile, having become more comfortable being more expressive around his team. We've got enough for you, me, and John, with some for Nora when she feels better. And did we get any syrup left over from when Professor Peach was done with it? Ren pointed to the half-filled jar of sweeter, thinner syrup that they had gotten back. Yes, it's right over there. It's not enough, but if we use it sparingly, we should, Nora. The moment Ren had pointed, Nora had already zoomed over and gulped down all the syrup, heaving herself on the floor. Oh, she groaned with pleasure, a blissful smile on her face. That was so much better than the sap was. A belch ruptured through her speech, sending Nora back into the fetal position. You, she moaned, now in pain and holding her stomach again. I'm such an idiot. Pyrrha stifled a giggle, while Ren felt like tearing out his hair. Nora. Come on. We'd to have liked to taste some of it. Sorry, Nora mumbled innocently, shame now mixing in with her pain-ridden expression. Pyrrha got up, stepping around Nora to the door of their dorm. I'm going to go get John. See how he's doing and all. She looked at Ren, who occupied himself with stacking the pancakes onto 4 plates. I take it I don't have to ask, do I? She asked, a smile on her face. Ren smirked back. Of course I'll look after Nora, he said, already walking over to the Valkyrie girl. The door closed as Pyrrha walked out to be with her partner, leaving the two alone. Nora was still on the floor, moaning slightly. Ren put a hand to her forehead, relieved his friend hadn't caught a fever. He still had a sick Nora to deal with, even it would hopefully just be for tonight. What am I going to do with you? Ren asked, scooping Nora up and carried her to the couch, despite her gleeful squeals of protest. He carefully set her down, sliding one of the pillows underneath her head as he pulled up a chair. Sitting down next to her, Ren started the usual remedy of softly humming a few notes to his little hammer girl, gently rubbing her stomach as he did so. He was rewarded with a satisfied high-pitched mm from Nora, arching her back and stretching her arms. Ren felt himself blush as part of Nora's cleavage was exposed. I keep forgetting she isn't the little girl she used to be. Now looking sleepier than anything, Nora laid back down, eyes closed and no longer curled into a ball. I'm sorry I ate all that, Nora said apologetically. You guys all probably wanted a taste of it. It was really good too. I'm sure it was, Nora, Ren said, now patting her on the head. Don't worry too much about it, I'm sure the pancakes will taste just as good without syrup, Ren reassured her. He wanted her to know he wasn't angry at her, he just wanted her to get better. Of course they will. They're your special pancakes after all, Nora said, giving Ren a supportive grin from ear to ear. Is there anything else I can do to help you feel better? Nora looked like she was going to say something, but stopped herself, thinking better of it. I think I just need to go to bed. She looked at her stomach, then back at Ren. Could you walk me there? I'm not sure I can do it myself. Ren hoisted Nora to her feet, carefully putting an arm around her waist. In turn, she slung an arm lazily around his shoulder, leaning on him for support. Carefully, they made their way step by step toward the bedrooms, Ren guiding Nora toward her sloppily made mattress. I keep telling her to make this, what if someone comes in and sees 3 perfectly made beds and 1 dash? Nope, Nora interjected, stopping in her tracks. Ren, his train of thought crashing into an indiscernible heap, looked at Nora confused. What do you mean nope? Not there, Nora said, instead pointing to the bed with the 2 green pistols resting on the pillow. That one. One half of Ren's brain screamed no can do. She's sick, what if she throws up? You shouldn't let her, she may not sleep comfortably like that, you need to put aside your feelings and do what's best for Nora's health. Please. Nora peeped, giving Ren puppy dog eyes that appealed to the other half of his brain. Ren sighed. He had to stop putting himself into corners like this. So, this was it. This was how they finally talked about Nora's habit of crawling into bed with him, Ren explaining to Nora that despite how much it meant to him, tonight she couldn't because she was sick, and when you're sick and your stomach is disagreeable you need rest and as little movement as possible. Him telling her that she couldn't keep saying they weren't together and then showering him with so much affection, and doing something so personal and intimate as curling into bed with him at night. Please. Ren. You know Nora. You're being selfish, you know that Nora has a different way of feeling better than you do. Ren guided Nora to the right, earning a tight neck hug and squeal from Nora as he did so. Nora likes being held, likes being comforted, stomach rubs help her aches, for crying out loud. As per tradition, Ren got in first, and opened the covers up. This may not be your way of dealing with sickness, but it's how she feels better. The stories and songs your mother may have sung to you when you had the flu may not have cured you, but the bitter medicine your father crammed in your mouth with a spoon didn't make you fall to sleep quicker or make you feel good enough to get out of bed the next day. Nora softly crawled in, almost feline in nature, wrapping arms and, as Ren's nervous stutter quickly noticed, legs around the Lotus boy, nuzzling her head into Ren's chest. Being a friend, not just Nora's friend, means you need to make sacrifices. Some you can forgive, and others may go against some of your biggest personal convictions. Nora lazily pulled off her tight battle top, revealing a low-cut tank top underneath. Ren silently gulped as his best friend reached over and, muttering about how uncomfortable it felt, undid his jacket, pulling it off of him and snuggled her face into the crook of his neck, a happy sigh escaping her lips as her arms laced his neck. Ren lay rather stiff of a few minutes, feeling immodest without his ever-present jacket. He could feel Nora's ample chest through his thin black shirt, and his trousers felt suddenly very constrictive. However, Ren released the breath he realized he had been holding, and carefully laid his arms around Nora's waist, rubbing her mid-back for her to sleep quicker. And some of those deeply personal convictions, Ren's conscience told him, are sometimes the ones we need to lay to rest. It was dark when John and Pyrrha stumbled into the room, sore from their first training session on the roof. They had almost forgotten about the pancakes Ren had made, and felt bad for making their friends wait for so long. "I bet Nora probably ate half of the pancakes by now," John said, unlacing his armor at the door. "She certainly has the appetite for it." "Oh, I don't know," Pyrrha said, taking off her bracers and leg guards. "She had a stomachache when we left, so she's probably still on the couch. But who knows," she said, leaning Milo against the door frame. "She could have very well gotten better in the last 2 hours we were gone." John chuckled nervously. They had spent a lot of time on that rooftop. He strode into the living quarters, hoping his teammates weren't mad at him. "Hello. Sorry for not coming in sooner, we had to." "Oh." To his and Pyrrha's surprise, the room was empty. Ren and Nora were nowhere to be seen. "Hello?" John called out. "Anyone home?" "John," Pyrrha whispered, motioning for her partner to come look into the bedroom. In Ren's bed lay not only Ren, but Nora too, both intertwined in a tangle of arms and legs, fast asleep under their shared blankets. John blushed a little, slowly closing the door to give the two friends privacy. When the door was all the way closed and she was sure they weren't being watched, Nora went back to stroking Ren's pink streak. She was going to have to re-dye it tomorrow. "Good night, Ren," Nora breathed into her teammates fast asleep here, rubbing her nose against his before adjusting herself so her head is on Ren's chest, his arms around the lower region of her waist. Shoving her arms under his chest, she pulled in close for a long night's sleep. Ren, when he was sure his pretty pink girl was sleeping deeply, ruffled her hair and nuzzled her back, putting his hands back where Nora had placed them. "Sweet dreams, Nora," he whispered into her ear, laying back down for the night ahead. Just before he dozed off, Ren felt his teammate smile into his chest. Nora, Ren, Pyrrha and John stood in front of Professor Isbin, waiting the headmaster's message. Team JNPR was called in early that morning. Their professors notified that the 4 young adults would not be at class for the day and would instead report for an alternative assignment. Isbin nodded thoughtfully, taking a swig from his coffee cup and smiling at John. "That you are right about, Mr. Ark." Standing now, the gray-haired man walked over to his bookshelf, scanning a finger along the spines of the books. "If you recall, the recent attacks of the White Fang and that Torchic fellow have devastated many areas of the city of Vale. Team RWBY helped momentarily stop their raids for more dust, but the criminal has still eluded the law's grasp." "So where do we come in?" Pyrrha asked politely, hands tucked behind her back in proper military fashion. Nora hastily followed suit, hoping her mimicry of the Spartan second-nature military stance would boost her reputation as more than just a brawling warrior without a plan. Ozpin tossed a thin book onto his desk, its cover bearing the visage of a woman clothed in red, her eyes glowing an unearthly shade of gold. I have reasons to believe that this woman, Cinderfall as she is referred to, is the true mastermind behind the raids, and uses Torchic as a pawn in her schemes. Ozpin leaned his arms against the desk, eyeing the 4 first years down with friendly authority. Not many of my first-year teams are as prolific or well-seasoned the way you and Team RWBY are. I would normally send out teams that have been active for 4 or 3 years, as they are more experienced than you and could handle a situation like his with more ease. On that note, however, I have gained much faith in your abilities and wish to see them progress even further. I am giving you for a week-long mission to scope out potential hideouts Torchic might be using. If we find him, we find Cinder. The gray and green-clad professor handed John a small scroll with the school's crest on it. I'm asking that you find where the criminal is hiding out, and once he is subdued and spills information, call me on this scroll to let me know what Cinder's plan is, how he fits in, and where he is. We will from there notify Remnant's police forces of where to strike. The headmaster slid over a map with various regions circled, lines slashing across the paper to display routes to take or connection between cities. John Humble scooped the map up, skimming it over before saluting to Ozpin. We won't disappoint you, sir. We'll start our mission as soon as we pack, change out of our uniforms, and ready our weapons. His courageous showcase faltered, the blonde nervously rubbing the back of his neck. That is, unless you have a better time set? Do you want us to, meet anywhere first? Professor Ozpin smiled. Mr. Ark, you are the leader for your team. I give you leave to head out on your mission today as you see fit. He looked out the window into the mid-morning light. You might want to not draw time out, though. Your first location is a 2-hour train ride and you'll want to cover some ground today. Oh, right. Apologies, sir. John fumbled out, awkwardly walking out of the office. Let's go. Team. We, got to get moving and, stuff. John left the office, hands wrung and face a deep red. Pyrrha, his partner, smiled to herself as she strode on out comfortable, thanking Ozpin for everything, and dashed off to tell John the dorm was in the other direction. Nora caught Ren's eyes, giving the still sleeping boy her biggest smile before pumping her professor's hand excitedly. Thank you for the mission, sir. We'll get out there and take those pesky criminals down, you'll see. Won't we, Ren? Ren merely brushed himself off. I'm sure we'll do our best, Professor Ren said curtly, bowing to Ozpin before turning to go. Come on, Nora, we got work to do. Nora felt her heart sink a little. Fortunately, despite Ren's often apathetic and sometimes disheartening lack of amusement at her antics, Nora was the perpetual optimist that balanced out his self-inflicted pessimism. Coming, Ren. Nora chirped giddily, skipping out of the room after her lanky buddy. Thankfully, Ren walked just fast enough for him to stay by Nora's side, and she in turn skipped slower to not outpace her mellow friend. Pyrrha led an embarrassed John to join the two in their walk back to the dorm, the team falling together into a single line. Nora, already feeling the excitement course through her veins, turned to Ren in excitement. We got our first mission, Ren. I can't believe Ozpin trusts us with a super important mission like this. I mean, we might not even find them, and I hope we don't die or anything, but it's still a mission, you know? Maybe we'll help stop Cinderfall from blowing everything up all the time. Or we'll find Torchic and stop him from stealing dust all the time. Don't you think it's weird that he's out being a criminal? He looked really young in those pictures on the news, isn't he pretty? I mean, maybe not super attractive, and I know you wouldn't find him attractive, but he just has that pretty kind of face, you know? Long lashes, his green eyes, he just has that pretty boy kind of face. Ren didn't really say anything. At this point Ren would normally have interrupted with something to say, but he just nodded and kept walking. Instead, Pyrrha gave Nora a light shove, smiling amicably at her hammer-wielding friend. "Sounds like this Roman guy has been on your mind a lot, Nora. Would you say you have? I don't know, a crush?" Nora laughed good-naturedly, giving Pyrrha a shove back. Of course I need to push lighter than she did, I'm probably stronger than her, she thought happily to herself. Ha! Roman's a bad guy, I just think his face is pretty. She grinned manically, fists balled up in proper Nora fashion. It just makes it more satisfying to crush him with my hammer and do my job as a huntress. He's out there using awesome weapons and making awesome conquest plans and looking really cute? And he isn't even being a nice guy about it? Someone has to put that meanie in his place. He can't let his bad boy attitude fuel his good looks like that. It should be a crime. Wait, then he'd be breaking more laws and hurting more people, which only adds to his looks and attitude even more. Darn it. Now I'm only making him even more powerful and we'll never beat him. Nora? Her heart skipped a beat, and as Nora stopped her zooming around the hallway to stand at her best friend's side, she had to contain all of her excitement from gushing out and hugging Ren in such a soul-crushingly obvious together way. "Yes, Ren?" she asked sweetly as her longtime Lotus boy pulled out the room key, hanging on his every word. "Torchic won't stand a chance against you." Sliding the key into the door, Ren walked in casually, not seeing the look of adoration in Nora's eyes as he strode in to get ready for the mission. To him, it might have been a casual compliment, an encouraging word to quiet Nora's nervous racing mouth or let her remember that she was just as good a fighter as she said she was. To Nora, it was everything in the world stopping for one boy. That afternoon as Team JNPR boarded their train for the city of Vale, Nora Valkyrie watched as students waved from the platform that slowly inched past her in the window. Team RWBY was there, cheering and screaming for their friends to have fun and stay safe and kick some butt. Aspen and Glinda were there as well, as were Velvet Scarlatina, who had been thankful to John for stopping her usual bullying at the hands of Team CRDL. Cardin Winchester, the bully, still in a wheelchair after Nora's still unknown revenge plan, had gained the utmost respect for John and wished him luck, and Professor Port, who had been one of Pyrrha's sponsors during her time at Sanctum and wanted to see her off. Nora waved excitedly at Yang before settling down in her seat next to Ren, glancing excitedly around their cabin. "Isn't this exciting, Ren? We get to take a train to our first mission. I've only been on a train a few times, and they weren't ever as fancy as this one is." John's moan of pain brought Nora out of her reverie, both her and Ren looking over at their blonde leader with concern. He was laying down across his seat and Pyrrha's, his head cradled on a thoroughly embarrassed and yet, if Nora knew any better, delighted Pyrrha's lap, his eyes wide and his face a sickly shade of soft green. His partner, her cheeks burnt red and her nervous smile betraying her, tried to make it better for him by rubbing his shoulder. "John," she said hesitantly, "do you get sick on every kind of transportation?" John nodded feebly, curling up into a tighter ball. "Sorry," he muttered, hiccuping sadly. "I've tried everything, but I can't help it. Motion sickness just always happens to me and John stopped talking, his eyes glazed over as the train made another turn. Nora couldn't help but giggle, poking Ren to get his attention away from the window. "I think John needs to get some fresh air, don't you think so, Pyrrha?" Nora asked, smiling widely as she found another way to pair John and Pyrrha up. "He looks really sick, right, Ren? I think he needs to go catch a breath out on the deck, wouldn't you say?" Thankfully, Ren looked John over and nodded, returning his gaze to the trees and mountains speeding by the window. Pyrrha, taking the opportunity to hoist John up, helped the nauseous boy out of the room, excusing themselves with a polite wave from Pyrrha and a low groan from John. As the two laundered out of the room, Nora giggled at Ren, siding up to him and cupping a hand over his ear. "They like each other," she whispered, knowing all too well how much of a schoolgirl she sounded like. Ren stoically nodded, leaning over to whisper back at Nora. I'm certain everyone on campus knows it. Except for them, of course. I know, Nora smiled. She was so glad her friend was humoring her little whispering antic. I mean, she obviously wants to help him be a great warrior, and I've seen the way they look at each other when the other isn't, but I think there's much more to it. Is that why you sent them away to get some fresh air? Ren said, his wry smile gracing the sides of his mouth. Yeah, I really want them to see how much the other likes them. I mean, if two people are so head over heels for each other, they should just say it, you know. Ren thought for a moment. But they've only known each other for a few months. It takes a while to build a friendship, let alone fall in love with someone. I know, but if two people seem so much happier together than they are apart, does it matter if they've known each other forever or for only a few months? John and Pyrrha may be different on so many levels, but it's not like they don't see that and love each other for bringing something new to their lives. I mean, wouldn't a relationship be even better than just staying friends for anyone? Slowly, Nora realized what she had said in that one breath and felt her cheeks burning. Were they talking about their fellow teammates? Or something else entirely? Ren felt the shift too, slumping back in his seat. He was obviously at a loss for words, and to her disappointment his usual emotionless mask crawled back over what once was an astonished and maybe even hopeful gape. Nora sat up a little straighter, clasping her hands over her skirt, legs dangling over the edge of the seat. It felt like an eternity before John and Pyrrha came back in, John only a little less green and stable enough to give Pyrrha's lap a vacancy. Well, the air did him good, that was for sure. He managed not to throw up and even got a drink of water while he was up. Pyrrha saw the two friends' solemn expressions, and at a shake of Nora's head the Spartan decided to talk with her about it later. So, John, Pyrrha asked, about our strategies for finding Roman. John had fallen asleep, his peaceful face and soft snores putting a smile on his partner's face. Actually, she said softly, leaning back in her own chair, why don't we follow our leader's advice and catch some shut-eye? We've got an hour or two before we arrive in the city, might as well catch up on our sleep while we can. As Pyrrha settled into her seat, Nora looked at Ren, who was adjusting his own seat to rest properly. Every heartstring was straining to wrap her arms around the boy she loved, but everything seemed so awkward now. She didn't know if he loved her the way he did, or what effect her speech had on him, but they had treaded on to the thin ice of their relationship and what they wanted out of it. Nora resigned herself to sinking low in her seat, willing herself to dream and get away from the gnawing feelings in her stomach. She knew in her heart she wanted to be more than platonic with her beloved Lotus boy. She knew very well that Ren was the only person she felt 100% truly comfortable with, and she knew that she wanted to stay by his side for as long as she lived, for better or for worse. The only thing that held her back now was one question: did Ren? The train pulled into its station at 2 in the afternoon, brakes squealing as the wheels ground to a halt. As the sleek glass doors slid open, streams of people filed out, pooling out of the doors like blood from a fresh wound. The conductor stood watching, making sure that no one was shoving too hard and that all the passengers made it out safely. It had been a long ride from the station just west of Beacon, and he was all too aware of the few young passengers rushing out to meet parents or old friends. He himself was an alumni of the school, having long since retired to act as a guide those traversing his brother's locomotive. He was sure any student boarding this train was surely happy to get off and see the world. A uniform-clad blonde of a sickly green changed his mind, as the youth slumped off the car, only walking by the help of a red-haired beauty supporting him and smiling sleepily. The man smiled, his eyes crinkling not just from age. He saw the supportive and loving look in her eyes, and the look of embarrassment and thankfulness in the boy's. Young love, he thought, wishing them and all others the best at finding their soulmate. Shortly after the two had made their way off, the conductor noticed two other students step off the train, both in uniform, one an orange-haired girl and the other a tall, lanky brunette with a dash of pink. Both of them wore embarrassed, almost distant looks in their eyes, silently carrying two pieces of luggage each. You would have thought they were on their way to a funeral, the thespian thought, watching them join up with their partners. As the foursome ambled away, the elder man watched as the black-haired boy silently moved his hand to grab the hand of the orange-haired girl next to him, stopped, and sadly dropped his own at his side. The group had arrived at the first location on his pins list, now back into their combat gear with weapons out. John had recovered from his previous bout of motion sickness and had busied himself with going over the map, walking down the street looking up and down the warehouse, hoping to find a way in past the barred entrance. Pyrrha was over by Nora, both of whom were deep in conversation while walking around the building's exterior, looking for weak spots and potential entryways. Ren, however, was leaning on a post next to John, fiddling with Stormflower absently. Things had gotten awkward between him and Nora when they had been discussing their fellow teammates' obvious attraction to each other. It had almost seemed like Nora had. Ren didn't want to believe it, but he was beginning to think she had been trying to tell him she liked him. Ren hadn't wanted to believe it, and didn't know what to say afterward, leading to more awkwardness. He didn't know how to properly communicate to her that he wasn't sure if it was the best idea despite his love for her, but keeping quiet only added to what he suspected was the thought that he didn't feel the same way. Half of him felt a rush of sheer exhilaration at her pseudo-proposal to finally be together, but the other half quickly extinguished that hope with his fear and the usual whispers of doubt and denial. Ren? John's shaky voice caught Ren's attention. Lifting his head to IJNPR's leader and Ren's workout partner, the Lotus Boy sheathed Stormflower, crossing his arms as he turned to face John. Yes? The blonde gestured to the building they only recently arrived at. I'm thinking we're going to need to get to the roof if we want to sneak in unnoticed. I'm trying to brainstorm ideas on how to get up there but nothing's coming to me. Can you think of anything? Ren, while glad to have a distraction, wasn't as enthused about the idea and wasn't trying all that hard to strategize. Aside from using our blades to dig into the building and climb our way up that way, I don't really see many options. It would be easier to me to use Stormflower, but I think you and Pyrrha would have trouble getting up using your swords. Nora might be able to launch herself with her hammer. Even saying Nora's name brought a smile to Ren's lips. He recalled her slamming her hammer to the ground to fly up great heights, shrieking with delight as she flew into the heavens. The smile drooped a little more as Ren remembered his feelings for her, and his voice sunk a little more as he spoke to John. But yeah, I don't see much else we can do. John cleared his throat. John, about Nora. What about her? Ren snapped, uncharacteristically touchy about the subject. John jumped a little before resuming. You two seem a little distant, John said. By his wrung hands and nervous voice, Ren could tell John felt like he was walking on eggshells to talk to his friend. I mean, you're normally this quiet, but you seem to give off this really negative vibe, and Nora. I mean, she doesn't skip when she walks, she hardly smiles, she's just overall the most downcast I've seen her. Are you two doing all right? Ren huffed, hoping John meant what he was getting into. While he was more comfortable talking to Pyrrha about this kind of issue, the pink-eyed boy knew he was going to need to bond with John more as the years went on. They were the only guys on Team JNPR, let alone in the RWBY/JNPR alliance. Are you asking this as a leader? Ren tested, wanting to know John's motives about this. John cleared his throat. I'm asking as a friend, Ren. And I want to help you out with whatever it is that's bothering you. Not just for the good of the team, but for the good of you and your best friend. Satisfied, Ren slumped against the post, mid-afternoon sun drawing his shadow long against the rusted cobblestones. While you and Pyrrha were out getting fresh air, Nora and I had a conversation that ended with something about two friends being more than friends, if you get where I'm going. He toyed idling with the pink strand of hair, a habit formed over the years when he was in deep thought or sharing what bothered him. I honestly think she might have feelings for me, and I really don't want to move past what we have now. I panicked and didn't know how to reply to what she said, and I think by keeping quiet I might have hurt her in some way. John nodded, a small smile starting to grow on his face. Well, she certainly is fond of you, that's for sure. She is a fun girl to hang around, and if you've been friends for as long as you have, if you just sit her down and tell her you don't feel the same way and that you want to just stay friends, she should understand. I mean, she'll hurt a little, but everything should go back to normal. It's a bit more complicated than that, Ren said, looking a little off to the side as he felt the blonde boy's pale blue squirk into a question. How? What else is there that's complicated? You like someone else or something? Ren shook his head, his heart picking up speed as he willed himself to share his biggest secret with someone outside his own mind. The problem is, I've been in love with Nora for 7 years. Wait, 7 years? You've loved her that long? Then how come this is such a big deal? I mean, if it's been that long, I don't get how you wouldn't want to date her or anything. You two would be great together. Ren nodded his head, sadly confirming what John had been jabbering on about since Ren had spilt his guts about Nora. Pushing the pink strand away from his equally pink eyes, the youngest Lai heaved a sigh. I know, I hear that all the time and I want to, but I can't. Why not? You've been friends for ages, why wouldn't you ask her out? Are your parents not supportive of relationships? Are hers? What's holding you back? Ren thought about that for a minute before selecting the proper one-word answer. Myself, he breathed defeated. John looked puzzled. So you haven't worked up the courage to ask her, or? I mean, I can't trust myself to do this. Ren held a hand up, cutting off John's sure-to-be-asked question. Turning to look at one of the buildings further away, Ren stared out into nothing, his magenta eyes reflecting the light as he started his story. Since I was little, Nora and I have been thick as thieves. We've been best friends since the first day of school back in kindergarten, and moved next to each other shortly after. We've played together, gotten into trouble together, she even started to sleep next to me when she had nightmares. Well, she still does, but that's besides the point. Then what is the point? John asked. If Nora and you are so close, what is it about yourself that you don't trust? Ren kicked a stone that was near his foot, the clicking sound as it skipped down the concrete echoing through the silence. My mom loves Nora, loves the joy she's brought to our house, loves who I've become thanks to her. My dad, here a headshake emphasized his point, not so much. He's very traditionalistic and rigid, and threatened to have us move away because of her antics. She was one of the things that got my parents to start fighting over the years. They've moved on to other things since, Nora having grown more mature and less of a problem for them. Ren paused to gather his thoughts, thinking about those sleepless nights and the times he wished Nora hadn't been so. Nora. But my mom and dad are so miserable with each other, regardless of anything Nora did. They had been good friends here at Beacon when they first joined, fell in love and everything. You'd have thought they were meant to be together if you didn't compare them to how they are now, bickering and swearing by night as day is filled with the worst silence you could imagine. I try to help my mom but she does too good a job bottling it all in. She's too nice to let him get away with being so selfish and so blindly idealistic, but doesn't have the heart to divorce him and have a custody battle. It isn't just my parents, Ren continued, surprising his leader with how much he was talking. My uncles all are bitter towards their wives, and my grandfather left my grandmother years before I was born. Even my older cousins were abusive towards what girlfriends they haven't already been dumped by. I look at them at family reunions and can't imagine that at one point anyone in my family, any of the men who have come before me, John, my problem isn't that I don't want to date Nora, nor that I don't think we could work out for the long run. I'm not even resentful towards her for anything she might have done to my parents' marriage. My problem, here marked one of the few times Ren's voice trembled with emotion, is that I see no way for me to escape this endless cycle of crumbling marriages and non-existent love. If I end up being like that to Nora, I would rather never feel her love than to destroy it by moving past where we are now. Exhausted by his speech but refusing to show it, Ren stared down at his feet, waiting for John to say something. Minutes passed and neither boy said a word. John was too blown away by this revelation to say anything to Ren, and Ren was in no mood to share anything else, lest he go off the deep end. Their moment of silence was interrupted by Pira, who walked up with Nora in tow. We've found a way into the building, we should get going if we're going to investigate anything today. Slipping in through the basement window first, Nora Valkyrie landed in a crouch, heart rattling in her chest. She had found the unlocked entryway and taken full advantage of getting her team inside, hoping this was the place they were looking for. As John, Pira, and Ren filed in behind her, Nora waved her team ahead as they took their unspoken positions of power, John in the front, Ren close behind, Nora at the middle, and Pira bringing in the rear. Nora's hastily applied blush was made irrelevant by her own cheeks naturally heating up as she found herself once again by her longtime friend and love interest, Laren. The boy who had done more than put up with her these long years, the boy she saw grow into a young man alongside her, the boy who stood by her side and built her up when even the ever-chipper Nora had lost hope. The boy she felt she might have pushed away. Hot red embarrassment flickered in Nora's heart as she remembered how heated she had gotten and her accidental almost confession to Ren that she wanted more out of their friendship. The idea of being together with someone had been on Nora's list of things to do almost after Ren was added to the same list. She couldn't help it sometimes, she saw how happy her parents were together, with their affection and hugs and cute nicknames. Why couldn't she have something like that with Ren? John held a hand up, signaling for the team to freeze. Nora had been so lost in her head she almost didn't hear what was going on. Now that her thoughts were clear, she heard it too, the distant mechanical whir of machinery and muffled voices barking orders. Having come to the end of the hall, John motioned for Ren to scout ahead. Being the quietest and most observant, Ren was usually tasked with sneaking around and bringing back the necessary information for John to use in his next battle strategies. As Ren walked off, Nora felt a small burst of pride simultaneous to an overwhelming explosion of regret. Ren had grown to be so independent and self-driven, nothing like the fretful boy who tried to hide his talents in the shadows next to his pink eyes and sweet attitude. While Nora knew she was partially the cause of Ren's confidence, she felt remorseful that she had let him stay as quiet as he was without giving him a time to open up to her as much as he may have needed it. He didn't seem to want to talk to Nora about what was going on, or his feelings about her outburst. If Nora knew Ren as much as she wanted, she was sure that he was going to hold it in and she'd be on the outside again. As the minute passed, Pira reached over and gave Nora's hand a squeeze. Nora smiled at her friend through the dark. The two had done a lot of talking while John and Ren explored the opposite side of the building. He'll still be your friend no matter what. You know that, right? The Spartan whispered in Nora's ear. The Valkyrie girl hesitated. But will we be the same as before? Nora asked back, hushed voice rich with the fear that she had held on the tip of her tongue since talking with Ren earlier that day. She knew her and Ren would come through this weird patch, they always did. But Nora couldn't let their friendship be just that, a regular friendship. She'd miss being the receipt of his rare knowing smirks, the one he'd hold on to when the demons he wouldn't speak of got the best of him. The girl who could slide in bed next to him and wake up in his comforting arms. If she lost that, she'd have lost one of the most important parts of herself that couldn't be replaced with anyone else. Pira put a comforting hand on Nora's shoulder, offering some less comforting words of wisdom. That's something you need to find out for yourself. Sure enough, Ren returned to the team, grim pink eyes bearing news as the rest of JNPR gathered around to hear. Sitting cross-legged next to John, Ren gave his outline of what he saw while on patrol. This may not be where we can find Roman, but he certainly has power here. This could very well be a warehouse for his weapon, vehicle storage, by the looks of the workmen below. Using his finger in the dirty floor below them, Ren drew up a crude map of the warehouse. So we are here, he pointed to the hallway they had come in, and if we keep to our left we're going to go up to a walkway that leads to the floor of the main room, coming in through a small holding pen. We'll be protected by a metal gating in the floor, and so long as we keep quiet we should be able to sneak in. I was able to get a peek and now there are at least 36 men working on Roman's airships. There's likely weapons in there as well, and enough room for one of the ships to fly around in. How many ships do you think there were? Asked Pyrrha thoughtfully. Ren shook his head, the pink streak Nora put in tickling the side of his face. I wasn't sure, but it looked like maybe 5, possibly 7. John drew in a sharp breath, leaning back on his haunches to think for a minute. Nora already felt the adrenaline rush and anticipation of a fight course in her veins. She loved this part, this calm before the storm, with John laying out a battle strategy that she may or may not remember long enough before launching into her own plan of attack. Finally, her leader spoke up. All right, if that's the case, we'll need the element of surprise on our side. Nora, you'll do that by launching a grenade angled up and through the grating, hopefully hitting one of the airships or maybe a chunk of the wall. This should get them distracted but also muffle the sound of Chrysiamus cutting through the grating itself so we can all get through. With their attention on Nora's grenade, that leaves us to infiltrate and try to find the leader of this joint. Ren, were you able to see anyone who looked like they were in authority? John said, addressing his fellow male and scout with the last statement. Ren's brow furrowed for a moment, Nora recognizing it as his concentration face, before the Lotus boy nodded in agreement. Your job is to find him and secure him before he gets away. Find out anything you can from him, just don't hurt the guy. Now John turned to Nora, who smiled gleefully as she awaited her assignment. Nora? The Valkyrie threw up a comical salute. Yes, sir. Just do your normal deal, hit some people and cause confusion. Oh. And try to also focus on the maybe hitting some of the aircraft, specifically engines and propellers. We don't want those getting in on the action. Okie dokes. Nora quipped happily, already holding Magnhild in hammer form. Easy Nora, Pyrrha said, motherly smile and slightly raised hand bringing a giggle from Nora as she obeyed. With a grateful nod to his lieutenant, John continued. Pyrrha, you and I are going into basic combat mode. Fend off people where we can, stop them from escaping, maybe find out exactly what's going on. I'll try and meet with Ren once he nabs the head of this operation, that way I can try and figure out where Torchic is and if he's been here. John smiled triumphantly, then hesitated and glanced at Pyrrha. How was that? He whispered, even if everyone was close enough to hear. Pyrrha reached over and placed a hand on top of John's, bringing a loud blush to his face. You are going great, John, don't doubt yourself. Thanks, John smiled, his eyes on the ground as he stood up. All right, well then, let's do this. Obviously, her leader was going to need to work on his speaking skills and motivation. But Nora didn't care too much, she knew John was trying, and she was behind him 100%. Wait. If I'm behind him 100%, should I stand right behind him, or does that just mean I need to be aligned exactly behind him as they walked? Nora started thinking to herself as the team got up and started walking down the hall. Because I need to be behind him 100%, but does that work in, like, actual standing? And what does it look like if I'm behind him 50%? Is that even such a thing? So then why does 100% make so much more sense? Is it because it means the same as all the way, or dash? Oof. Hey. Nora felt someone pat her shoulder. You were lost in thought again, Ren hushed, snapping Nora back to reality. They had reached the dead-end/basement entry, and it was her time to execute her part of the plan. "Oh," Nora whispered, shifting her weapon into a grenade launcher. "Thanks, Ren," she breathed back, grateful that her companion could read her like a book and help her stay focused. Staring down the sights of her beloved weapon, Nora pinpointed just the right angle of a shot so that the canister would shoot right through the widely spaced grating and hit the far wall. John unsheathed his ancient sword, hand up as everyone prepped for their duties. "Ready in 3, 2 slow one," Nora Whisper yelled as she slammed the trigger and sent the projectile spiraling perfectly through the grating and into the concrete wall opposite them. Despite Nora's timing change, John sliced through the grating and punched it up just as the grenade exploded in a screaming cloud of pink, drawing the attention of the crew away from the incoming fighters. As 1 or 2 men hit the deck, Nora Valkyrie barreled past her leader, eager to get out into the fray. With a giggle and an outstretched hammer, Nora's eyes blazed turquoise fire. "It's hammer time." Nora deftly leapt onto one of the crates someone had just finished loading, bringing the hammer down onto a recently finished engine. Almost instantaneously, she smartly jabbed Thug running up at her in the stomach with the handle of her weapon. Without a second thought, she leapt off the crate, slapping her hammer into the dead center of an aircraft propeller, detonating a grenade at the same time. Shrapnel flew outward in an explosion of electricity, causing Nora to duck and roll under the airship's wing to safety. Dashing off to the next ship, Nora caught sight of Pyrrha and John fighting side by side, grappling against a cluster of hopelessly outskilled men in red and black. Smiling at her team doing so well, she smashed the head of a hammer into a table, sending the hunk of wood and metal crashing into 3 men who were drawing weapons on the battle-crazed hammer wielder. Skipping between 2 ships, Nora finally caught sight of Ren dashing after a tall, muscled man. The 2 were running across a narrow footbridge, scaffolding really, suspended just 20 feet from the ceiling. Both of the men's weight was causing the contraption to shake. Following the bridge's path, Nora caught sight of an open window at the end of the walkway, a helicopter floating just beyond it. Hefting Magnhild higher and shifting from the hammer function to grenade launcher, Nora shot around straight and true into the window, hopefully hitting the escape vehicle and deterring the pilot. Knowing Ren could handle her next plan, Nora shot 1 more canister of dust at the base of the structure, blowing the walkway to smithereens. Ren's target skidded to a halt, trying to double back but hardly making it past the Lotus boy, who deftly grabbed the much larger man around the waist and flung himself over the edge as the bridge collapsed below him. "Ren!" Nora called out, heart-stopping as she saw Ren do nothing to halt his descent. She knew he was a quick thinker, but that didn't mean she still worried about him making it through a fight. Fortunately, Lyran twisted in the air just above one Torchic's airships, sliding down the sleek metal frame on his feet. Crouching to bear the weight of his passenger, Ren shifted enough so that the man he had been holding by the torso now slid on his back next to him. Just as the 2 neared the front of the ship and the end of their ride, the Master Hunter activated his aura, launching himself up and onto the cockpit of the adjacent copter. His passenger, however, continued to slide, and with an angry yelp landed atop a desk, a sickening crunch of wood echoing the much quieter warehouse. Nora stood agape, amazed at Ren's aeronautic gymnastics. She had almost forgotten how skilled her friend is and how in control of nearly every battle situation he could be. John, an equally impressed expression on his face, jogged up with Pyrrha on his heels. "I thought I said for you not to hurt him," John said calmly, staring down at the dazed man sprawled on the thankfully empty work table. Ren nodded. "Before he fell I pumped him some of my aura to brace him for the fall." Clearly tired from the exchange, Ren precariously leaned against the work table. "All I found out was that his name is Junior. I think he works alongside Roman, or for him. Still not sure exactly what his role is." "Well, he's coming to consciousness," Pyrrha noted as the burly man's chest heaved, breath coming ragged behind his beard. As the man's eyes flickered open, Nora took a step back. Big guy, beard, silly name. Do I know him from somewhere? Still dazed, Junior sat up, blinking his eyes in frustration. Ugh. Freakin' kids. When his vision cleared, his face fell again. Aw crap, not more. Whump. Out of nowhere, John slammed Junior back down on the table, earning a start from his other teammates. John. Pyrrha gasped, taken aback by her leader's sudden act of violence. John merely gave her a stern look and a soft smile, squeezing her shoulder before returning to his captive. Listen, we don't want trouble, okay? Just tell us your connection to Torchic and we'll let you go scot-free, okay? Junior laughed, a sharp bark rich with discord. Ha. Nice try, kid, but you don't scare me. Scrawny little punk like you aren't worth my time. Suddenly Nora remembered the name and face, Junior Zhuang, from one of Yang's stories. He was a mobster or something who knew too much. Yang had to face him down in his club or something. An idea came to Nora and she pushed her way past John, wicked thunder in her eyes. Was Yang Zhuang worth your time? Nora asked, mischief and sweetness blended in her voice. That got Junior interested, his eyes widening for a split second before trying to maintain his facade of control of the situation. Zhuang? Haven't heard the name. You must have me mistaken for, off. Nora had grabbed a hold of Junior's sensitive regions, just as Yang had mentioned she did when prying information from the brute. As much as it disgusted her to do this, and the rest of her team, by a gasp from Pyrrha and confused noises from Ren and John, but they needed to know how to find Torchic. Putting on her best mean face, Nora leaned in close to Junior's now scrunched-up mug. Listen shorty, we're on an important mission. I know you know where Torchic is, and I know about your defeat at my friend Yang's hands. Now, the twist of her hand earning her a squeak from the now not-so-manly man, you're gonna tell me very thing you know, his plan, his hideout, his ties to Cinderfall, and how you fit into all this. And you're going to do this now, or I'm going to have to break your legs. An wholly uncharacteristically acidic smile crept onto Nora's face. You don't want to get beaten by two girls now, would you? Junior gulped, fear obvious in his eyes. Look lady, I don't know anything, okay? I'm trying to start back up since Yang tore down my club. I just run this factory, no ties to. Nora whipped out Magna-Hild, hammer outstretched in anticipation. You know I really will break your legs, right? She asked coldly, smile still plastered on her face. She saw the horrified, surprised, and yet odd faces of her teammates. She paid no mind, she had a job to do and being crazy was part of it. Junior still didn't believe it. You wouldn't. To be sure he turned his head towards John. Would she? John, recovering from shock, folded his arms and smiled smugly. Well. Only if I let her. I am her leader after all. Nora grinned at this. See? If you want you can tell big man John here all you like, you don't even have to look at me. Nora gave Magna-Hild an experimental swing. Of course, I'm a bit screw loose sometimes, who knows when I'll jump the gun. Junior looked back and forth, caught between the blonde and the crazy girl with a vice-like grip on his nether. Oh okay, fine. Look, I just supply Roman his weapons, I'm not involved in his plans, and I don't know what this Cinder wants with him. I doubt even he knows. And I'm not sure where Roman's right now, he always moves around. Nora raised her hammer just above her prisoner's kneecaps. John? The blonde nodded. Go for it. Nora smashed the hammer down, and even thought she froze just above his knees. It gave her the inventive she needed. All right. 8463 Romeo Way, about 10 miles east of here, that's his headquarters. He's planning something big, I swear to dust all I know is he's been working with the White Fang on something big, I just supply him with what he needs. I got nothing else for you kids, Just don't break my legs." Nora grinned. "Thank you for your work, Mr. Zhang." Letting him go, Nora skipped away, back to her old chipper self. John and Pyrrha cast a glance at the man heaving for breath on the desk, shrugged, following Ren away from the scene. The four, with everything they needed to move on, trudged through the rubble of broken machinery, semi-conscious henchmen, and ruined aircraft. Nora felt proud of herself. She didn't think she had the guts to stand up to a big, burly guy like that, let alone subdue him. She could totally make a living out of this kind of thing. Nora the Enforcer. The name certainly had a ring to it. Nora smiled, oblivious to her surroundings as she skipped to the exit, caught up in her new dreams of flying down on Magnhild, making criminals cower before her, being the bad cop to Ren's good cop, stopping only when she heard their pitiful pleas for dash. Nora. Before she had time to react to her name being shouted, Nora was plowed over and pinned to the ground 4 feet from where she was just standing. That same split second, one of the airships she had hit with her canisters who knows how many times creaked forward, the cockpit crashing into the ground with a deafening smash. Nora was frozen in place, eyes wide as she saw her life flash before her eyes. Had she not been pushed out of the way, she could have been crushed underneath that thing. She started to shake, nerve-wracking fear shooting into her heart. Her shivers moved the still form that hadn't moved from its place on top of her. Looking down, Nora was met with the sight of a very stiff Ren, arms wrapped tightly around her and face buried in her shoulder, holding her down, acting as a shield in case anything else dared fall on top of her. She felt her fear turn into shock, her heart hammering as she realized what Ren had done. Ren? Nora asked, feeling that she couldn't possibly be experiencing this intimate display of heroism. He stood up, disappointing Nora's wish for him to stay there, and held out a hand. "You okay, Nora?" His face filled with obvious worry. Taking his offer at assistance, Nora felt herself being shakily pulled up, like something out of a fairy tale. Once she was standing steadily, Nora yelped in surprise as Ren pulled her in for a huge hug, holding the emotionally overwhelmed girl tight against his chest, head nestled on top of hers, his nose tickled by her scalp. "Please, Nora. Be more careful next time." Everything after that had been something of a daze. Ren had stalked off to hop out the window and get the team's luggage. She had stood there blankly as Pyrrha and John had peppered her with questions and concerns about her well-being and what exactly happened. She still hadn't said anything when the team was walking down the street, nor did her face move beyond an introspective slack-jawed glaze until the team was safely in a trolley headed near their next destination. She finally broke her daze as the tram lurched forward, whirring softly down into the evening sunset. Nora took her break from reverie to draw in her surroundings. The trolley, much smaller and compact than the train from Beacon, was decorated in scarlet and bronze, an aged yet classy look about the vinyl seats and polished wood floors. Pyrrha and John, tired from the day's events, were sleeping across from her in their seats. She felt a smile tinge her lips. They were nestled together into an almost cuddle, shallow breaths nearly in sync with the others. Turning to her left, Nora found Ren aimlessly reading a novel likely borrowed from Blake, his eyes slowly scanning pages as the slowly darkening metropolis sped by through the window. Nora smiled. Whenever they took public transport, Ren always got the window seat while she took the middle or aisle. He always liked looking out the window and having the option to nurture his thoughts in his head as opposed to being more obligated to be near the fellow passengers and potential conversations Nora would start. It was a nice system they worked out, and he was still keeping to it after all these years. "Hey there, buddy," she whispered, feeling a bit out of place addressing her friend by anything other than his name, smiling nonetheless. Ren closed his book, leaving a strip of paper to mark his place, and turned to Nora. "So you're no longer in stasis anymore," he said softly, running his eyes over her face. "You were really unresponsive for a second, probably still in shock for a while, correct?" Nora nodded slowly, still not sure which part had shocked her more. "Yeah. But I feel better now. That's good, Ren said softly, a yawn tickling the sentences end as he stretched and readjusted himself in the seat. Nora felt their moment start to slip. Ren was shutting down, starting to use exhaustion as an excuse to avoid talking, and she needed to finish with him. Siding up next to her friend, Nora laid her head on his shoulder, wrapping both arms around his one, left fingers wiggling into his right. "Ren?" she asked, hoping her own display of gratitude didn't perturb him. It didn't. "Thank you." She nestled in, knowing their ride was coming to an end and meaning to make the best with what she had. A second passed. 5 seconds passed. Then, at the 7-second mark, 5 firm fingers gave Nora's hand a soft squeeze back, and a voice tinted with a smile only she could hear answered back. "Anytime." Ren stood at attention, his highly disciplined posture bearing a militant appeal as he scoped out the newest location. The team had found their destination rather quickly. The Lotus Boy hadn't expected to be out just one day after leaving Beacon, already having found all the info they needed for taking down Roman. If Junior's words were true, this was the place to be. The team had needed a rest from the previous day's fight, John in particular. The leader needed his strength, and having only recently started his training with Pyrrha, he was still in need of more time to improve. So, JNPR had checked into a small inn not far from Roman's supposed warehouse to calm down, get some sleep, and formulate their plan of attack. Ren had taken charge of lugging the small provisions, changes of clothes, toiletries, and rations, while Nora proudly pushed John and Pyrrha in on the bellhop's luggage rack, excitedly hitting the assistant's spell before being told to buzz off. Ren's mind grew a little heavier. He still hadn't 100% processed Nora and what things were like between them. With her partially suggesting to move beyond friendship, and now him saving her life with such evident concern. Ren wanted to just go back to where they were before Beacon. Maybe back before he realized how much he loved her. "Ren?" It was the same tone she used on the trolley as she thanked him for his valiant deed. They were finishing the unpacking and the arrangement of their unconscious teammates. Despite Nora's squealing about how cute they'd be in the same bed all snuggly, Ren insisted on putting John on the couch to help him feel like the chivalrous leader, and had managed to take a breath. Ren hadn't wanted to answer her. He knew she'd try to push talking about what had happened, which was by far the one thing he was beginning to not have patience for. The more distance, the better, he had thought. "Yes, Nora?" he replied, keeping high tone apathetic and even. "Your roots are starting to show." She smiled sweetly, holding up the familiar bottle of pink dye. "We gotta fix you up for the big fight." While glad she wasn't going to press on any touchy material, Ren was still pretty tired. "Nora, we need to get our sleep, plus nothing, Mr. Lai. You gotta look the tops when we kick Roman's booty tomorrow, and my partner can't be looking sloppy." "When have I ever looked sloppy?" "It isn't that much root," he countered, looking at the strand in the mirror. It always fell right where he could just see it, right in the corner of his sight. Despite Nora nagging to add more pink to his style and making his dad double take in contempt, Ren was rather fond of his highlight. He already felt himself relenting to Nora's request. "Please?" she asked, eyes starting to puppy dog and lip beginning to quiver. Pretty please? Can I do it for you, Ren?" Ren mock sighed, giving the impression that it was a big deal to him for Nora's sake. "Okay Nora, you win." The hammer girl double-fisted the air, then leaped over and booped Ren affectionately on the nose. "Guess who's going to look pretty?" she asked in sing-song fashion. Ren rolled his eyes. "Ren is." Nora grinned again, eyes scrunched up as she charged into the bathroom to start the water. "Ren is," she cried out, careful enough to not wake up their team's second half. With a chuckle, Ren followed her into the bathroom. Ren did another check over Stormflower, checking to make sure he had enough dust cartridges to last the raid. John's plan was simple enough: sneak their way in, find Roman's office, do their best to find out as much information while waiting for Espen and law enforcement to appear. Jar had called them when they had arrived at the warehouse, and find out where Cinderfall was and how to get to her. Ren fumbled with a cartridge, his mind still elsewhere as he caught the fragile green dust before it hit the ground. "Hold still, silly, you're going to get the dye in your eye." Ren complied, waiting as Nora held that one little lock into the tub, applying the dye ever so carefully so that only it would be that bright shade of pink. Ren, while being bent over backward, was oddly in a sort of bliss, feeling warm steamy water play through the ends of his hair, laying back over a tub, and, as much as he was refusing to admit to himself, the feeling of Nora's fingers in his hair. This was one of the few grooming and maintenance activities he actually enjoyed. It was very calming, and he loved anything to do with stroking, washing, or playing with his hair. This one encompassed all three, so it took the cake nicely. And poof! There we go. One handsome Ren, side of pink, hold the boring. Pulling him up and out of the tub in a flourish, his spunky friend quickly took a towel and started fluffing his hair to dry it off. When she was done, Ren was ushered over to the mirror to see Nora's handiwork. As vibrant as ever, Ren's one lock of pink hair stood out against his ash gray, pink all the way down to the roots. Nora, smiling in the reflection Ren was staring at, started to play with that one strand of pink, soft fingers running through Ren's hair. Ren felt his eyes already starting to droop, the sensitive scalp and hair sending tingles down his spine and loosening the knot in his stomach. Ren cracked his eyes open, coming eye to eye with Nora. The corners of her mouth crinkled in a smile, closing serenely as she gently rubbed her nose up against his, causing him to loudly blush. "Come on, Ren," she said softly, light blue eyes opening up again. "We need to get some sleep." "Hey, you ready, Ren?" John asked, breaking the flashback from Ren's mind. Holding back the involuntary start, Ren looked at John and his other teammates. Pyrrha held her spear aloft, scanning the enormous warehouse for enemies. John stood cosily by Ren's side, smile on his face and wind ruffling in the air. Nora, out of character, looked at Ren with a mixture of aloof sadness and quietly arranged distance. It broke his heart to see her looking at him like that. He wasn't positive, but he thought he knew why her sudden changes were taking place. Nora gave Ren a poke. "Aren't you going to change?" Ren stiffened. "Nora, you know I rarely bring pajamas anywhere, I always sleep in my clothes." "But your clothes get wrinkly that way. At least sleep in your boxers or something, aren't you uncomfortable sleeping in heavy clothes all night?" "Nora, I've told you, OF." Ren found himself pushed onto the bed, pinned down as his friend striped off his jacket, tenderly folding it and placing it on the ground. Despite Ren's struggles, Nora did the same for Ren's shoes and pants, leaving him in his black undershirt and a pair of green boxers with pink lotuses printed in lines down the sides. Nora blushed a little, clearly trying to take her eyes off of Ren's lithe yet muscular torso. Ren for his part felt entirely immodest and exposed, yet doing his best to avoid enjoying this too much. Moving from her position on Ren's stomach, Nora got up to do the same for herself, pulling her white shirt over her head to reveal a lacy pink bra. As Ren averted his eyes while she pulled off her skirt, he reminded himself that his childhood friend had over the years become irresistibly curvy, to say the least. It wasn't his place to enjoy that, their friendship was strictly platonic. A soft rustle told Ren to brace himself as Nora slithered into bed, crawling under the sheets to press herself against Ren, arms wrapped around his chest, head buried in his sternum. The all-too-familiar contented sigh of the hammer wielder reached Ren's ears the same time the smile creasing his chest etched itself into his nerves. "This is wrong, this is so wrong. We've never been so close, and we're hardly clothed, you need to do something." In the same manner where everything goes wrong as soon as someone says nothing could go wrong, Nora Valkyrie scooted up a little further so she was straddling Ren's waist under the covers, arms now wrapped around his neck, and, for the first time ever, planted a soft wet kiss on Ren's cheek. Her lips were so soft, and very full, the kiss lasted a good 7 seconds before Nora broke away, falling back on Ren with a playful bounce. Instantly Ren felt himself stiffen up, hoping Nora didn't feel every part stiffen as his eyes shot wide and his face change from pink to scarlet. In the dark of the room, the Lotus boy saw his partner, friend, and self-forbidden love smile up at him, fingers tracing patterns over his pale chest. Ren. I know I never tell you how much you mean to me, but thanks. Not just for saving my yesterday, but for everything. Just the fact that Nora was talking slowly, in soft measured sentences, told Ren that this was not just some rambling or off the top of her head speech. She had put everything into these words. I'm really lucky to have such a great guy like you by my side, and she took a soft breath before pulling herself up to look at Ren in the eyes. You make everything 1,000 times better for me. Ren. I love you. The 3 words had still echoed within Ren's head, even now. Here they were, on one of the most important missions of the school, and here he was, silently love-struck by the words he never thought he deserved to hear. He gave Nora one last look. She broke away from his gaze, her hunched form not even wanting to meet his eyes now. Ren's heart twisted in his chest. That wasn't how he wanted to handle the situation. That wasn't how he wanted to leave things with Nora. They were so close to being back to the way they were, and he had to drive them apart again. This wasn't the feeling he wanted when he fought. This wasn't the way he wanted to continue. He finally turned to John, letting the 5 seconds of silence between John's question break at long last. Yeah. He twirled Stormflower expertly, catching a concerned look from Pyrrha. I'm ready. This case was going to be easier to get into than their previous raid. Roman's warehouse was larger, and didn't seem to have as many complex machinery or compartments involved. There was a much more personal touch to the spacious, open basement. Peering in through a window, JNPR was able to see workbenches strewn with weapons, dirty mugs, and stolen goods, one of Torchik's signature aircraft, and, most surprisingly, a few cages containing Ursa, Beowulfs, and even a young Nevermore. Tacked on the walls were old maps of Remnanot, Vale, and more in-depth looks at the cross streets, geography, and topography of various locations around the area. Scattered around the warehouse's interior, hired henchmen and the occasional member of the White Fang were seen standing, walking, or carrying crates from here to there. SHH. John whispered, waving a hand to keep the already quiet team even quieter. His blue eyes wide, their leader pointed to the far door of the warehouse. It's him. Roman Torchik himself strode in, flanked by 2 henchmen on each side. The red-headed criminal mastermind was just as RWBY described him as, thin, smartly dressed, with a confident swagger about him that could be seen even from a distance. Peering in closer, Ren saw a black and red console in his hand, held opposite his trademark cane. Well, do you have the serum prepared? Roman asked, the echoes of his voice carrying around the room to JNPR's ears. A black and red-dressed henchman handed his boss a red cylinder, fitted into a large syringe-like container, which Torchik promptly took, walking over to the cages containing the various Grim. What's he trying to do? John voiced the team's collective thought out loud. Roman stood before one of the larger Ursa, who glowered at its captor, a guttural growl rising in its throat. The gingered crime boss, cocky even from this distance, started to toss the scarlet cylinder from hand to hand, eyes still fixed on the Ursa in front of him. Then, with lightning speed, Roman drove the needled end into the base of the Ursa's neck, causing the bear-like Grim to double back in pain, earth-shattering roar rattling Ren's teeth as it reverberated through the warehouse. Ren started in surprise, his heart leaping into his throat. I say, we find out what the hell is going on, how about you, John? Pyrrha asked. Even the Spartan was shaken by the Ursa and whatever it was that Roman had done to him. Ren nodded, watching as Anora mimicked his movement. Their curiosity was piqued as well, Whatever Roman's plan was, they needed to get down there and hopefully sabotage as much as they could. How much time did Espen say we had? Ren asked. John looked at his scroll, flicking through the messages until he got to the most recent. We have about 10 minutes to do what we can. He hefted his sword, standing upright as the shield sheath of Chrysiamurus sprung open. Ready, team? Not waiting for an answer, John paced back a little, then dashed forward and threw himself through the window with a crash. Ren's eyes widened, then instinctively squeezed shut to avoid any splinters of glass that might have flown away from their leader's dramatic entrance. Giving a sidelong glance to Pyrrha, Ren shrugged and, using Stormflower, shot a hole big enough for him to crash through, the fall short enough so he hit the ground seconds later, landing so he avoided absorbing too much impact and potentially injuring his knees. 2 more crashes told Ren that his fellow teammates had also made their presence known, and Nora's sudden presence slightly behind him reminded Ren to stand clear as Magnhild changed from grenade to hammer. Already, henchmen were drawing weapons, Torchic angrily puffing on his cigar. I swear, these damn kids just keep getting crazier and crazier. He spat, hefting his cane in combat stance. How the hell do you even find us so often? He barked, this time addressing John. John dusted himself off, much more composed than he might have been before Pyrrha's lessons. We had a run-in with a certain oxymoron, the blonde replied. Roman, arched eyebrow and confused look, obviously didn't get the reference Ren was also having trouble understanding. Please don't tell me Pyrrha's been trying to teach him witty banter too, Ren hoped, feeling embarrassed as even the henchmen looked at each other quizzically. Junior Jean? Big guy, has a name like Junior? Kinda contradictory name if you ask. Oh, yes, him, Roman coldly retorted, lighting a fresh cigar. I see you made him squeal about my location, then? Taking a blissful puff, Torchic fixed his glare on John. If we're going to be making introductions this way, I suppose you're acquainted with a certain scythe wielder, dressed in mostly red? John nodded slowly, doing his best to regain his authoritative composure. Jerking his head back toward the grim, John continued the polite mincing of words. So, what you got going on there? Trying out grim tranquilizers or something? Ren took the time to examine the collapsed Ursa, the now translucent cylinder still in its neck. Roman grinned. Well, golden boy, since you ask so nicely, I'd say you deserve a little demonstration yourself. Waving his arms to the henchmen to usher them in a circle around Team JNPR, Roman leered at Pyrrha. Give the ladies a little something to remember this evening by, eh? While John fumbled over his apparently new nickname, Ren took a glance over in Nora's direction. Ren was a little shocked to see his usually chipper and battle-hungry friend standing up straight, hammer held evenly in front of her, head bent with eyes turned towards the floor, her expression as blank as Ren's usually was. Why isn't she smiling? Or at least bouncing on her feet? But while Ren knew full well why Nora was not herself, he was moreover trying to grasp that a battle wasn't putting her back into her normal spirits. Was it really that bad that his battle-hunger best friend seemed so devoid of joy? Would she snap out of it and just be Nora again? Every thought was put on hold as more and more heart-stopping roars erupted from the cages around the foursome, now being accompanied by shrieks that blurred the line between screams and howls with each passing second. Darting his eyes around the room, Ren saw similar red cylinders being emptied into the soft neck tissue of Ursa and Beowulf alike, and each henchman creaking open each animal's cage door. Roman Torchic, holding one of the sleek black consoles in his hand, slammed a thumb down on one of the red buttons, eyes reflecting the manic soul within. Enjoy the latest efforts of mine, if you dare. Dust does have some interesting properties about it, doesn't it? That's dust? John exclaimed, watching one of the Ursa rise stiffly to its feet. Why the heck are you doing shooting dust into Grim like that? Roman chuckled as more and more of the normally savage beasts rose to their hind feet, like soldiers rising from their graves. Now what kind of villain would I be if I just gave away all the answers? With a flourish, the dapper man twirled round and strode through the mass of Grim with ease. "Keep them busy for me," he casually remarked to the henchman next to him, handing the red and black clad man the console as he strode away. "John?" Pyrrha asked nervously as more and more henchmen pulled out their own remotes, punching in codes in an almost menacing fashion. Her blue-eyed beau stood frozen in thought before replying. "If the consoles have anything to do with it," he said so the henchman didn't hear, "that dust should, I don't know, control the Grim? It seems weird, but we're dealt with weirder. If that's the case, Nora and Pyrrha, I need you guys to work with me too." "Look out!" Nora shouted, swinging her hammer to block a beowulf that just leaped at Pyrrha. The Grim were already trying to rush the 14s, leading John to give the rest of his speech on the fight. "All right, ladies," he said as he shoved his sword into the side of a beowulf, shield shoving an Ursa paw away from his head with a practiced jerk. "We need to try and fend off the Grim as we do our best to destroy or separate the controllers from those guys. Ren, since you're faster and more agile, you focus on the henchmen and their consoles, and maybe distract the Grim if you need to." Ren only half listened, focusing his attention on the three beowulfs circling him. Shooting one in the eye as it leapt at him, then dodging the next one's leap while expertly shoving both blades into its unprotected underside, the Lotus boy bashed the last one's head in as he sped through the mess of beasts toward the outer circle of red-tide goons. Catching the first by surprise, Ren splintered the controller in two and knocked the breath out of another with a jab of the elbow, his momentum allowing him to swing his foot into another's chest. Making quick demises of their consoles, Ren instinctively parried another assailant's punch, twisting him around and throwing him into the fray of controlled and recently freed Grim, the later ones not having a preference on who they attacked and were more chaotic than their robotic counterparts. Torchic must have wanted to use this dust-controlling mechanism to use Grim to his advantage in fights or raids, Ren thought as he slid away from the projectile feathers of the solitary Nevermore circling above the fighting. Let's hope he doesn't try and make any more of this, he could pull off quite a bit with this stuff. Dodging the Ursa's claw, Ren ducked under its legs to evade the larger, more difficult-to-kill Grim. Ren caught sight of two things he needed to act on. One was Roman casually walking up to his airship, 6 henchmen behind him carrying and wheeling crates likely filled with dust, weapons, and other important goods. The second was Nora, fully in charge of her situation with a dead serious grimace on her face as she diligently swung her hammer into the heads of Ursa and Beowulf alike, bashing in heads and crushing chest cavities alike with the controlled expertise of a warrior. "She's not enjoying herself, is she?" Ren glumly thought to himself, letting the rest of the fighting melt away and become an endless, hardly audible drone in the back of his head. Pink eyes blazing in the battle light, Ren sought out John Arc and nimbly picked his way toward his leader, dodging or engaging Grim along the way. Finally reaching his leader, Ren shot down a Beowulf about to jump John on his blind spot. As the carcass hit the Arc boy's feet, he swung around in surprise, then faced Ren. "Thanks, I guess I owe you one," John chuckled. "No time, Torchic is making an escape. I'm going to go after him, try and stop him if I can." John nodded, re-engaging another Ursa as he acknowledged Ren's statement. "Stay safe and act quickly, okay?" he replied, shield going up to stop the spine bear's massive paw just in time. Ren nodded back, turning around to dash back toward the massive airship that was just finished being loaded. Ren, sprinting forward with his sudden determination, fired shots upon shots of his twin Stormflowers, setting the few crates not put into the ship's cargo hold afire and sending the hired muscle running for cover, drawing weapons of their own. Torchic himself leaned out of the pilot's window, hand on his head to avoid his feathered derby from blowing in the wind. His expression blank, the mastermind shrugged and got back into the cockpit, not seeing Ren as a major threat to his escape. Ren knew very little about what he was going to do, likely because he hadn't figured that part out yet. But maybe that was why his non-plan was going to work so well. Maybe working on the fly was going to show him something he didn't see if he just scoped out the scenario before taking action. Maybe learning as he went was going to work better this time because he had no time to think. All he could do was act, and he was going to have to do it soon. Leaping onto the side of the jet as it lurched forward, Ren dug both blades of Stormflower into the hull, clinging on as the heavy airplane, helicopter hybrid started to pick up speed. Ren wasn't sure, but if he got to the top of the ship he could get to the cockpit and hijack Roman from there, or try to kill the engine with Stormflower, or if he could get to a wing he might be able to set the ship off balance by ruining a thruster. The tug at Ren's mouth was somewhere between a bittersweet smile and a wry frown. Interesting, he mused to himself. I'm being to sound a lot like Dash. Laren. The huntsman's head whipped around as he heard a feminine shout call his name out of the fighting. Nora Valkyrie, face set in anger and determination, was sprinting toward him and the departing aircraft with surprising speed, Magnhild slung across her back. Giving her legs one last pump, Nora sprung in the air and landed on top of the ship as it finally caught air, taking off into the sky. Leaning over the edge of the ship, Nora had to yell to be heard over the engine. You don't rush headlong into a situation like that, Ren. What the hell are you doing? Ren scowled. She runs over to join me on this, finally done skulking around, and this is how she finally talks to me? Ren hoisted himself up and over the side of the ship, sheathing Stormflower in his sleeves. You're certainly one to talk, Nora. Don't try and call me out on that, we've got bigger problems to deal with. The cheery attitude was gone from Nora's voice as she sarcastically threw her hands in the air. Oh, good. You finally want to talk about your behavior last night, after everything I was doing. Yes, that. But I was talking more specifically about, I don't know, stopping this guy from escaping on us? Ren shouted, gesturing to the fact that they were standing atop an aircraft that was already putting distance between itself and the warehouse. Eyes still locked onto Ren's, Nora whipped Magnhild out from behind her and shot a grenade at the left wing of the ship, blowing apart one of the jets. The ship sputtered, giving a lurch before slowly regaining its course, albeit lopsided and favoring its injured left side. Roman must have been a skilled pilot, as the ship still increased in altitude until it was among the clouds. There, now he'll start circling around and trying to find a place to land, Nora said matter-of-factly. Now, as we were saying. Nora, what the heck is your problem? Ren shouted before Nora could respond. My problem? My problem. Ren, I tell you I love you and all you say is it's getting late after a minute of awkward silence? What kind of response is that? You took me off guard, and you were making me nervous with that getup, practically trying to come on to me when we're clearly best friends and nothing. Nora threw up her hands, clearly done. Okay, fine, I may have gone a little overboard. But come on, we've been together for so long, the not together is just stupid. And at least I'm saying and showing how I feel, not acting so stiff and callous like some hunters I know. You know I'm not as expressive of stuff like that, just like I know you can't just stay quiet about things. It's who we are, Nora. But why, Ren? I've been your best friend for ages now, you know I love you. We've been there through thick and thin, we've shared so much of our lives and identities, so why can't we take that to the next level? Just tell me how you feel and we can go from there, but don't just dance around the issue like we won't ever talk about it. Ren already felt his temper rise. Naturally, he saw all the possible distractions to use against the confrontation. The fact that they needed to stop the ship's flight and land it so Roman didn't try to escape, how any second they could fall off the edge, Nora's warped perception on the simplicity of relationships. Ren, I need an answer. Don't do this to me, please. Ren heaved a sigh. He wasn't going to get out of this easy. Nora, I can never lose you. I don't want to step into something that we can't ever get back from. But we can. We know each other better than anyone else, this would only make things better. That did it. They said the same thing. Ren suddenly barked, surprising himself at the amount of venom that fueled his words. A small lurch of the hull below him made Ren brace himself against the smooth metal, taking a dramatic knee before adjusting to the new altitude. The plane may still have been going in slow, huge circles, but there was still the risk of falling from this height. Nora had jumped a little, regaining balance with an awkward shuffle. I don't get it. My parents were friends as close as we were, Nora. They told me about how close they had gotten, and how much the other meant to them. They told me how much being with their best friend every day of their life made them happy, and how they knew they'd stay friends through thick and thin. Ren already felt his long-repressed emotion drench his words, but kept talking, desperate to get the story out. 3 kids later and here they are, too addicted to fighting to get a divorce and too bitter with themselves to want to patch things up. My parents are too steeped in their traditions and heritages to want to admit they're wrong or to seek help from anyone. And it's not just my parents. Every grandparent, both sides of the family, for as long as I could remember, divorced or saw a destroyed marriage when the last child left the house. My uncles and aunts are in abusive marriages that no one wants to talk about or try to fix. Even my older cousins never hold a relationship for 3 months before scaring their partner off or destroying their chances at any kind of future. The look in Nora's eyes was one of heartbreak, empathy, and an overwhelming desire to give comfort or words of wisdom, while part of her knew the Lai household wasn't always the most comfortable atmosphere for her friend. She had never heard this story from Ren and the shock was evident on her face. Ren ignored it. In any other situation he would listen, but once the floodgates were breached there was no stopping it. Friendship can't last a relationship, Nora. It's in my blood to never succeed in love. If what I have with you is all I can have without tearing us apart. There wasn't a need to go on. One more word and he would choke on his emotions, and the tension between the two was enough to leave that half-sentence completed in both their minds. Smoke had been billowing from Roman's destroyed thruster, and only now did Ren feel it itching his eyes. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Ren felt something spike in his aura. Scanning for the potential threat, Ren saw it all too late. Nora. Look who dash. It wasn't any good. Roman still leaned out of his cockpit, and still pulled the trigger on his cane gun. The bullet still whizzed its way into Nora's leg, and, despite Ren's leap to catch her, both boy and girl still fell off the side of the helicopter, free falling into the clouds at an alarming speed. Down, down, down they fell, tumbling in the air that rushed past their ears. Nora was screaming, tears barely having a chance to roll down her face before they shot into the sky, left hanging in the air before making their own descent to the ground. Ren grimaced, his eyes staring as he realized this was not going to end well for either of them. Trying to increase his fall so he'd be near Nora, Ren boosted his aura, pushing him down just a little bit more. Simultaneously, both of them latched onto the other, faces buried in the other's shoulders as the ground drew closer. The world loomed below them, mostly clouds obscuring the city painted orange in the sunset. Ren felt his heart drop as things started rushing through his mind, every last memory being brought back to light as his life flashed before his eyes. So, I guess I'll see you tomorrow? 7-year-old Nora stood awkwardly at the sidewalk with her best friend Ren, at the spot where her house started and his ended. Ren shuffled his feet, green sneakers kicking the pavement as his head hung low. Yeah. I'll see you tomorrow then. Neither moved from their positions, still with their heads down. Neither wanted to go inside, they had both heard what was going on inside their own home. Nora was all too aware of the argument her parents were having again, and Ren knew his parents were tag team berating his older sister again. It was at that stage where Ren's parents were realizing they weren't suited for a mellow marriage, and Nora's parents were on the verge of a brutal divorce. Neither kid wanted to face that again. As he saw just who was attached to each and every one of those memories, Ren knew the girl who was clutching onto him needed something before she felt the world crash into them at full force. "Nora!" he shouted at the top of his lungs, trying to be heard over the air rushing past his ears and lodging his voice in the back of his throat. "Ren?" Nora asked quietly, looking up at the boy in front of her. Ren looked up too, a smidge of curiosity on his glum face. "Can we play for a while? My mommy, wants me to stay outside for a little bit and get some fresh air, and..." Her face contorted as she tried to remember the fancy words her parents used to describe playing. Exercise? Ren was relieved to have an excuse not to go inside his equally scary home. "Okay. My parents don't, mind either, Mom likes you." He scratched at his hair which, at this time in his life, was absent of the pink statement Nora would take to coloring in once the two were juniors in high school. What do you want to play?" "You shouldn't have followed me here." "I had to." The girl yelled back. "We needed to patch things up, I'm sorry." "I am too. I was a jerk, and..." "No you weren't." Nora's arms found their way around Ren's neck, cheeks damp with tears. "I shouldn't have been so forward. I just didn't want to wait so long." Ren cracked his eyes open, taking in the city rushing up at them. Roman had gone very high up, allowing a long fall for the two to take. With the speed they were going, Ren knew trying to land on one of the buildings was suicide. He'd need something else to break the fall. Nora thought for a minute, soft cheeks flushing as she tried to not let herself cry. It was painfully obvious that both the houses were filled with angry, violent yelling, each child hearing their own parents' vehement cries. She needed an escape from that. She needed to do something to take away the hurt she was feeling and try to avoid having another alright day turn sour on her. Uncharacteristically silent, Nora took Ren by the hand, jogging a little as she dragged her friend by the hand across the street. Ren and she had lived across from this park for as long as they could remember, complete with a small playground, bird pond, and winding sidewalk for strolls. Nora went past all that, her little legs pumping as she kept running through the bushes and trees. She looked back, hoping she wasn't hurting Ren back there. Ren looked only a little confused from his spot behind Nora, and doing his best to keep up with her fast strides. Finally, they came to a small alcove within the trees, hidden away from view unless you were 3 feet tall and weren't busy with the muddled thoughts of adults. Nora knew she was giving up her secret hiding spot to share it with Ren, but that was going to make it even better. Her best friend could be with her too, so she didn't get so lonely as she hid herself from all the bad. In that case, Ren felt his voice catch as he realized he didn't have much time left. "I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner." Nora pulled away from him ever so lightly, fear at the impending crash mixing with a new gleam in her eyes, expecting, waiting, wanting. Ren knew the gears in her head were turning, and she almost didn't want to believe that internal voice telling her Ren was going to make her the happiest girl with the 3 words she'd been dying to hear. Who knew how real that would be? Nora turned to Ren, looking back at him with eyes smoky with tears. "Ren?" she started. The boy in green, who was already as sad as she was, sniffed and nodded. "I won't tell anyone." Nora smiled gratefully. She really was glad she had Ren in her life. He was a fun boy, despite what other girls in their 2nd grade class said. She grabbed him by the hand and, getting down to crawl under the leaves, crawling in a circle around the nearby tree until they came to a hollow in the trunk created by lightning strike. It was hidden away from the rest of the world, with enough bushes covering it so 2 little kids could sit alone and undisturbed. They sat there for a while, neither keeping track of time. Nora didn't want to talk, and was glad Ren wasn't much of a conversationalist. It was better neither of them cried during this moment. After a pause, Nora climbed over so she was lying down against Ren, both of them snuggling up against the other. Only now did she let herself cry a little, already feeling the hot tears trace lines down her face and wet the softness of Ren's t-shirt. After a moment, she felt his own tears roll into her hair and his arms encircle her tighter, both heaving soft sobs under a slowly setting sun. Ren squeezed his eyes shut, pulling Nora in close for a bear hug. This wasn't how he wanted to say it. He had envisioned them at a dance, or on a walk down the street, or maybe in the midst of a battle they had full control over. Not like this. He didn't want to do this when there was no hope for a chance to see her react, to know he had said everything the right way, to feel his heart explode as he finally told the most important part of his life just how he thought of her. But they had no time now, everything was going to end right this, and needed to brace them for it. "Nora, I've always..." And in that second, everything went black. Slowly, ever slowly, Nora wandered through the forest, everything around her a deep shade of charcoal gray. She hadn't remembered what happened to Ren, but hoped he was staying nearby in case anything happened. As a soft wind blew the crisp leaves across her feet, Nora Valkyrie scanned the forest, oddly calm and collected in the desolate and dreary environment. Normally she would be afraid of the scratched-up trees and shadows that shifted nervously in the forest beyond, but she felt oddly apathetic and uninterested in all of this. There was nothing significant or noticeable, nothing to be afraid of. Nora slowly became aware of another presence nearby, the feeling of being watched tingling at the base of her skull. She slowed her pace to barely a stroll, now aware of a figure walking up to her right side. Magnhild was nowhere to be seen, but the pink lover was just as capable without her beloved weapon. Now coming to a complete stop, Nora shifted to a combat stance, eyes narrowed in anticipation and hands up in case things got physical. The figure came more into focus, and Nora was able to see that it was a small woman, no bigger than RWBY was. Wearing a cloak of deep gray that matched the landscape around her, the grizzled old lady strode forward in confidence, ornate red robes beneath giving her a powerful edge about her. Now no more than 10 feet away, Nora's possible assailant looked on, eyes of cobalt matching Nora's stare. With a gravelly voice reminiscent of Ren's nan who smoked a pack a day, the lady spoke. "I take it you are Miss Nora Valkyrie." It wasn't a question, more an assurance of a well-known fact. Nora didn't let her surprise show, best not let this crafty woman know too much. "What is it to you?" The lady smiled, the wrinkles creasing into a peaceful expression bearing no ill will. "Rest, child, the woods here are not to be filled with sparring, I pose no threat to you." "Well," here she let out a good-natured chuckle, "unless of course you plan on destroying my babies." Here she gestured to the only break from monochromatic drear, in the form of soft yellow lilies that grew across the clearing. Nora relaxed a little, the atmosphere and the old lady's sweet nature allowing the huntress to return to her normal nature. "Phew, I'm sorry, I was worried is all. See, I'm not really from around here, and I don't really know where this is or how I got here, and I was wondering if by any chance you had an idea of how to get out of here? Or maybe where I could get some food. I'm starving and haven't seen anything to eat." The old lady held up a hand. "So, you don't remember anything, do you?" Nora stopped, blinking in confusion. "Anything about what?" The lady smiled warmly, but this time Nora didn't feel as comforted. "You don't know where you are?" Nora looked around. No, should I? I don't recall being here before, I was just passing through." The woman shook her head. "Nope." Nora frowned. "Nope? Nope, nope meaning what? If you're trying to scare me you might as well stop because believe me, I'm already feeling pretty scared as it is so." "I mean, you aren't passing through here. You can't pass through a place if there isn't somewhere to come out of the other side, now can you?" The old lady, eyes glowing ominously, gestured to the vast expanse of trees and more trees. "There is nothing here for you to move past, no end to the forest. You might as well stop walking, you'll need those feet for quite some time." All Nora could do was feel the color drain from her face, still not understanding everything but being very frightened about what she was picking up from the dramatic woman before her. A hard lump formed in her throat, air having trouble getting to her lungs. The lady now directed her attention to, of all places, Nora's legs. How are those still intact? She mused to herself, sending Nora into another bout of confusion. My legs? No, you see, I'm the one who breaks legs, mine don't get broken, just ask. Well then, if your legs didn't break, then how did you survive the fall? Like sparks to a kindling, Nora felt a snippet of memory jumpstart. The fall? Yes, that's how you came here, don't you remember? You and that tall green boy, handsome devil he was. Nora couldn't tell if the scream she heard was her own or just a figment of her imagination, but either way the memories flooding back burnt like no other feeling ever. Images flashed through her mind, each one triggering raw emotion and thoughts lost in translation. Green boy at the playground, sitting on the swings. The same boy at her birthday, watching as she opened her still favorite set of pink earrings. The boy walking home next to her from school, listening as she warbled about everything and nothing, attending her dream academy with the boy. Her face buried his chest as she remembered what it felt like to be home in his arms, screaming at him to wake up and see that they could move to the next level and have it be better than staying where they were then, and lastly, screaming as they fell to their deaths in a sick, twisted version of a loving embrace as she almost heard what she hoped was the 8 precious letters she'd been dying to hear for years on end. Ren. With that scream she tore through the forest, barely leaving the woman chance to say another word. But you'll never see him, that's the way these words work, child. You're supposed to wait until evaluations is complete before. Shut up. Shut up. Nora bellowed, running deeper and deeper into purgatory's endless woods in the vain attempt to find her best friend, her love, her better half. Ren? Where are you? I need you, you gotta be here, you gotta. She continued to crash through the undergrowth, ignoring the snap of branches against her face, searching frantically for Ren. She couldn't spend eternity with her boy, it wasn't possible. Ren? Ren. Ren. It's okay, easy, whoa, can someone get me a hand? Immediately John and Yang rushed over and helped Pyrrha hold down the frantically screaming Nora, whose flailing arms and thrashing head were going to completely undo all the hard work the doctors had managed to pull off. It had been a grueling fight with Roman's henchmen and the Grim, but they had managed to beat them down with the help of the Vale police force before turning toward their next objective, JNPR's second half. Neither Ren nor Nora had answered their scrolls, and they gave no word yet of how they were doing with Roman, so the Spartan and her leader were taken up in a chopper by one of the off-duty deputies to look for their teammates. The two had been a wreck when they were discovered nearly 20 miles away from the warehouse, crumpled on the ground like broken dolls. Onlookers said that both boy and girl had just fallen from the sky, their fall barely broken by one of the shop's awnings, and at that the tightly stretched fabric didn't do much at all to brace them for impact. And here they were, both hardly alive in their side-by-side hospital beds with lifelines that fluctuated between fighting to make it through the next minute and hardly holding on. Ren had not moved since he was found, blood softly trickling out of his mouth and recently applied casts still drying on his arm and leg. 3 ribs and an arm were broken, he had suffered a mild concussion, and his aura was at an all-time low. If what passerby had said was true, he must have unleashed a powerful burst of aura nanoseconds before impact to protect them any spinal, organ damage. Nora was in a similar condition, only recently having started shifting. She had sustained a shot to the leg, likely from Roman, in addition to her broken leg, skull fracture, and broken collarbone. Only a minute ago she started spastically flailing about, yelling something about Ren. It took Yang, John, and Pyrrha's combined efforts to just try and restrain Nora and stop her from coming loose from the IV stuck in her arms. It was no use. Nora seemed to be in between consciousness, as if she was stuck in the middle of a nightmare with no ways to possibly wake up. Another nurse, a muscular blonde in green scrubs, came in and, with the three friends already holding down the Valkyrie, managed to make his way in and give Nora an increase in morphine. After a good minute of ever so slowly winding down, Nora's arms came to a rest at her side, her breathing and heart rate mellowing down. Then, with her eyes shot wide open, Nora flung herself up from the bed again. Ren. He's, ah. To the relief of everyone in the room, Nora slumped back down into the bed, holding her stomach as she slowly realized that she was, in fact, dealing with a lot of pain. Her breath coming in deep heaves, Nora lay in her bed, mind racing past the throbbing headache she was trying to overcome. After a good 3 minutes, she turned her head toward the group of three friends, her eyes feeble. "What happened?" Nora asked, her voice shallow in spite of her previous scream. An uncomfortable glance was exchanged between John and Pyrrha before the blonde boy spoke up. "You and Ren had a nasty fall, Nora. You've broken several bones, your aura is very weak, and you've been out for nearly 3 days now." Nora nodded faintly, fatigue obviously settling in. "I had a really bad dream or something. There was a forest, and a lady, and, once again, the fiery light shone in her eyes, and she once again bolted up in bed. Ren. Oh my gosh, is he okay? Where'd he go? He's alright, is he?" SHH, don't worry," Yang said, gently pushing Nora back down so she laid back on the bed. She pointed to Nora's left, at the bed just 3 feet away. "He's right there, still unconscious but, Nora." Already, Nora was trying to climb out of the confining sheets and mattress, faded eyes and desperate breaths directed at her attempt to get over to her partner. "He's okay," she squeaked, sounding happy for the first time since the stay at the hotel. "I gotta get to him, he looks so bad, is he okay? Ow, oh wow whoa whoa wow." Pyrrha and Yang, rolled eyes at their hyperactive friend's need for her boy, pulled the girl back into bed. This third attempt at getting up already took its toll, and she was hanging tiredly off of the bed, arms limply moving in a half-hearted attempt to get across the small expansive room. Her pain tolerance and endurance were hardly at their normal level, and this time she laid back dejectedly, head echoing with pain as she tried to steady out her ragged breaths. She drew in a sharp breath of pain when she adjusted on one of her casts wrong. It was going to be a long recovery. "Nora, you can't be moving around so much with these levels of injuries, you're never going to heal wasting all your energy like this." John laid a hand on her shoulder, trying to comfort his teammate. "Just try to rest, okay? If you need anything, just call us. Alrighty?" Nora nodded feebly. She had to admit, maybe a quick nap wouldn't hurt. Eyelids weighing heavy on her eyes, she just hoped the sleep would be dreamless for once. For once, Nora got her wish, groggily waking up after an immeasurable span of black. She still felt pain arcing across her body, but less intense than it had been before. The Novocaine must have done the trick. She felt a satisfying numbness in her joints, and a quick scan of her aura levels told her she was up to a good 35%. "Ugh," she groaned, shifting in bed to try to get a better view of the room. It must have been late afternoon by the looks of the orange light splattered against the drab white walls and sheets, and the only ones in the room were her, a nurse tending to a patient at the other end of the room, and Ash. "Nora?" Her heart skipped a beat as a familiar voice, nasally with medication, croaked out her name. She turned around, cautious this time around in remembrance of her previous bouts of pain, to see a cloudy-eyed Ren peering over at her, likely just coming out of his own coma. "Ren!" She squeaked happily, waving her hand at her friend of friends, reaching a hand over to try and grab for his. Ren, perking up ever so slightly, did the same, leaning a little too far out before having to slide back into his bed from exertion and pain. But he was right back up on his elbows, wide pink eyes staring at Nora in a way she had never, ever, seen him look at anyone before. "Are you okay? I mean, aside from being in a hospital bed and hooked up to IVs, but I barely remember the fall and, ugh. Okay, that hurts a lot, but Nora, I'm so sorry about all this happening. I tried to stop with my aura but I was too late and now you're hurt and I could have stopped it but now you're here and bandaged up and." Nora just stared in disbelief. Ren never strung this many words together in one go, and never this fast or emotional either. She felt herself start to blank out, but pulled herself back to reality. He puts up with my ramblings all the time. The one time he starts talking I should listen. She noticed with a little concern that the Lotus boy's heart monitor was beeping erratically, which meant Ren was starting to panic. Ren, hey, she called softly, once again reaching a hand out to try to calm her friend down. "It's okay, you're fine, it's going to be okay." Ren's breathing and heart monitor slowly, ever so slowly, went from rapid to faster than average to a final steady rhythm, the normally reserved boy recovering from his out-of-place panic attack. "I'll have to remember how cute he looks like this," Nora thought to herself, peering over at Ren to make sure he was all right. Finally, her partner spoke with a weary glance over at her. "How are you?" "Sore. And tired," Nora replied, hands still outstretched in case Ren wanted to hold it. Either he didn't see it or hand-holding wasn't on his list of things to do that day. Either way, he stared back up at the ceiling, breath still slightly ragged. "What are we going to do, Nora?" he finally asked, not moving his gaze from the ceiling. Nora blinked, not expecting such an answer. "You mean like now, or in the long run, or later today, or dash?" Ren held up a hand, signaling it was his turn. A deep breath let Nora know her partner was going to speak his mind. Nora focused on her Ren as his pink eyes stared up and thought, voice weak in power but strong in emotion and conviction. "As we fell, I had to come to a lot of conclusions." His deep pinks flickered down, a smile at his nervous uncertainty playing a smile at Nora's lips. "I'm really not sure how long we fell, but it was long enough to think about." A half-hearted gesture motioned to the last few days' events, all of this. Now his eyes fixed on Nora's, his gaze always accompanied by her knees going weak. "Nora, you know me better than anyone else does. Maybe even myself. I desperately don't want to lose what we have, not for any short period of bliss, not for a perfect relationship. I can't bear to know I did something to push away or spoil the only piece of home I have left." His words touched her heart, and she felt herself melt a little inside. Still, if they were going to talk things out, he had to hear her side. "Ren," she started off softly, "I know you don't want to do any of that, and I trust you not to. But pushing me away or trying to protect me because you don't want to hurt our friendship is doing just that. We'll always be best friends, Ren, always." She leaned in as best she could, which was more like moving her head toward him by an inch, doing nothing to the 3-foot gap between them. "I do know you better than anyone else. I know you're quiet and reserved because you want to make every word count, and because you feel secure being calm, cool, and collected. It's how you function, and at your core it is who you are. Those two parts, inside and out, fit together perfectly." Ren arched an eyebrow, practically asking what she was getting at by saying all this. And here we have a fine example of me being right, Nora thought to herself, glad she could read Ren like a book. "I'm saying this because that is who you are, Ren, not who your parents are." She knew she struck a chord with him, maybe not a happy chord, but an important one for her point. "You are not your parents, Ren. They live the way they do out of a need to hold tradition, a need to prove honor and discipline. Ren, they don't match their outsides, which is why they fought so often. You've already proven you are not your parents, you aren't going to fall into their same routines, you won't end up like them." She felt herself tear up a little bit, remembering the fights heard in the Lai household, or the days Ren skulked to school with a blackie, emanating hurt and practically screaming "don't ask" through his harrowing silence. "Ren, I love you. With everything I have. I know you don't want to hurt me, and you won't. If we have conflict, we can get through it and be better people because of it, just like we always do." She took a gulp of air, not realizing how much of an effort talking was until now. "And I don't want to have to wait anymore for you to see that, but I'd rather wait 100 years than never know what it was like to have you be with me in any way, shape, or form." Ren didn't speak. He was now looking at the ground between them, thoughtfulness tinged with sorrow lacing his face. "Please say something," Nora pleaded silently in her head. "Please don't repeat the hotel scene. I can't handle something like that again. Not so soon after almost losing you." After a moment or three, Ren sighed and turned his sights to meet Nora's. "Can I ask you something?" Nora nodded, hoping he wasn't going to avoid the subject. Leaning up a little, Ren adjusted the best he could to a comfortable position. "When your parents almost divorced, how did you feel? Did it change your idea of how love worked? Were you scared, or angry? How did it affect you?" Nora pondered this for a moment. It had been a while since her parents almost divorced, and it hadn't been on her mind for so long. Surprising herself, she shrugged. "It just happened," she said, earning a puzzled and somewhat startled look from Ren. "I mean, I cried about it a lot and I didn't want them to do it, and if you remember, I was so scared and worried I couldn't sleep, but then they got better and they're so much happier than before." She actually smiled a little to herself. "It's funny, I think I was so much more happier to know they were not going to split that I forgot to worry about how they were during that period." "But what about your thoughts on their marriage? Didn't you think that something was wrong and that love wouldn't work at all?" "Oh yeah, for weeks, but only while they were at their angriest. Once they settled their issues and became even better, I decided that love was too strong to let a few little things like fighting, disagreements, or a deteriorating relationship that could have very well ended with violence and murder get in its way." Ren narrowed his eyes. "I'm sure that last one is too big to be considered a little thing, Nora." Nora shrugged again, matching Ren's stare with one of her own. "Compared to love, it isn't." In the rare instance she stumped Ren or made him visibly confused about something, Nora would often rub it in his face and tease him lovingly about it. Now though, she felt proud of him as his visage softened and the gears in his head started to turn, trying to process what she had said. All the while, Nora noticed her hand was getting more and more tired from holding it out for him. "He's never to hold it, is he?" Nora thought. With a dejected sigh, she lowered her arm in defeat, or so she thought. With a squeak of surprise, she saw that, without changing expression or looking anywhere else but the ceiling, Ren was now holding her hand in his, tracing lazy patterns across the back of her thumb with his. Nora's heart started doing flips, accompanied by her heart monitor's happy chirps, as an excited grin spread across her face, a warm, happy sigh coming from the back of her throat. She beamed at the boy she had grown to love after all these years. She didn't care if he wasn't even looking at her. Ren's thoughts were effectively communicated by this simple yet dramatic act of holding her hand in his. "Nora?" he inquired again, likely not for the last time tonight. "Yes, Ren?" His head making the 90 degrees to his right to look her in the eyes, Ren treated Nora to a just hers almost smile, one she never saw shown towards anyone else. "What was it like when your mom was trying to get you to learn ballet?" Not sure where the question came from but ecstatic to see where it was going, Nora giggled a little bit, thoughtful blue eyes now gracing the ceiling with their gaze. "Well, I had spent so much time with a certain adorable boy in green, so..." They went back and forth like this for ages, sharing stories and posing questions, remembering all the good that happened in their many years together. Nora liked this Ren, the calm, soft-spoken one that let her be herself without passing any judgment, the Ren who smiled at her and ignored the world around him in favor of a simple pink-crazed girl, The Wren who had only now started to hold her hand and not pull away or look closed off and unwilling to admit he enjoyed her next to him. Nora was enjoying Wren's recounting of the time they had to be in the school play. She was one of the guards to the evil king's castle, he was a bush, when she was rudely brought back to reality by the coarse throat-clearing of a nurse standing between the two beds. "Do you mind?" the lady asked, gesturing to the space she needed to get to. Reluctantly, Wren let go of Nora's hand, letting both their arms fall to the sides of their beds. Nora let out a dissatisfied pout as the nurse made her rounds, checking the eaves and adjusting the aura-boosting medication before turning to look at Wren and Nora. "If either of you kids need anything, I'm going to be down the hall handling some of the other patients. Just alert me using your scroll's medical buzzer. I or another nurse will be with you a few moments later. It's night out, and you both need to rest up, so I recommend starting on that right now, okay?" With that, she slid out of the room, shoes click-clacking until she was no longer in their line of sight, hearing range. Nora was starting to feel a bit drowsy. Even the talkative one of the bunch needed to recuperate for the healing process to continue, and sleep would definitely help. There was only one problem as far as she was concerned. Separate beds. Nora eyed the space between her bed and Wren's with distaste, then the cast around her leg. They said my aura was still rather low, Nora thought to herself. But if I want a good night's sleep. She gave the leg a test move, pain shooting to her hip with a sharp intake of breath. "Nora?" Wren had already gotten comfortable in his bed, but was not looking at Nora in concern. "Is everything all right?" She smiled weakly. "Yeah, just, trying to get comfortable." Funny, after all these years, she still had a hard time addressing her love to fall asleep in Wren's arms, even if he was fully aware of their nightly ritual. Those pink eyes narrowed, a slight frown tugging his mouth downward. "Don't try and move your leg anymore, it's still probably tender from Roman's gun and broken from the fall." Nora didn't care, she still tried to swing her leg over, moving inch by inch and disregarding the searing pain in her calf muscles. Finally, her knee stuck over the edge awkwardly. Nora had to admit defeat. She couldn't move anymore, she was starting to cramp, and walking on this leg even a step would have her on the floor in pain. After a bit of heavy breathing and little squeaks of pain, Nora laid back in her cot, sadness obvious in her eyes. "Well, good night, Wren," she said from her short distance, not even wanting to turn on her side. She was hurting so much. She could deal with it, she was strong. She and Wren weren't mad at each other anymore, she had settled her qualms with him. The important thing was that they were at least in the same room, happy to be around each other without the awkward tension of before. She waited for Wren to say good night back, but didn't get a response. Likely already asleep, she thought, not surprised but still miffed as she turned to look at her sleeping friend. Or at least, she thought he was asleep, but Wren never slept while looking like he was hoisting himself over the side of the bed. "Wren!" she shouted out of concern. He shouldn't be getting out of bed. He was hurt real bad and look, he's turning red from exhaustion. Exertion was heavy in Wren's ragged breaths as the hunter was struggling getting one leg over the side of the bed, his bound hand and side not helping his efforts. "What are you doing? You must have broken your ribs, you're going to hurt yourself." While he didn't look at her and was still getting his other leg to the ground with much effort, under his continuously muttered ohs and yugs, she thought she heard the words "worth it." Was he? Sure enough, Lyran was now slowly but surely bringing himself to his feet, face scrunched up in agony, fatigue, and yet a trace of determination. Nora's heart stopped when he almost slipped, her bent-up breath releasing in relief when he caught a hold of his wheeled forestand. After a shuffle to get a hold of the tall pole and regain his balance, a scene that reminded Nora of an ice skater struggling on the rink, Wren managed to make his way to Nora's bedside, slumping over as he sat at the edge of her bed. Nora's skin was already tingling as she anticipated the touch she had not felt for a solid 4 days, his hands at her waist, his arms around her, his legs betwixt hers, his chin resting comfortably on her head. But it wasn't just the touch that made her heart beat ferociously, she was always the one to crawl into bed with him, never the other way around. Nora immediately wrapped his neck up in her arms, wrapping one of his legs in hers, the cast being the only obstacle, and pressing into him like glue. "You're here," she squeaked in pleasure, rubbing her nose up against his as he melted in her arms, one hand drawing down her spine, her back arching in response to his touch. The other hand found its way to the side of her face, cupping her cheek as he stared into her soft blue tones. Her breath caught in her throat, his tenderness lighting her on fire as she fought back all desire to ram her lips into his and sink into him in a wild frenzy. She wasn't risking both their injured states even for something so wonderful. "Hi Nora," Ren said after a second, surprising her with how husky his voice sounded. She giggled back, smiling coyly as her eyes half-lit alluring. She saw him blush a little, gobbling it up while she could. "Hi Ren," she said enthusiastically, her fingers stroking that one streak of pink in his hair. She felt woozy just being here like this, glad to be together with her best friend like this. Ren continued to stare at her, his eyes tracing the contours of her face before meeting her gaze once again. "We should really start thinking about sleep." Nora couldn't help but not care too much, tapping him on the nose with a sweet boop before nuzzling her own against his with a warm purr. Despite his wide smile in response, Ren still held his composure. "Nora. How can I argue with someone so cute? Nighty-night Ren," she said, scooting further down on him, taking pleasure in him stiffening up as she intentionally rubbed against him in the process, coming to a stop with her head on his heart. Wah thump. Wah thump. Wah thump. The same steady drumming she heard all those times as a kid, the same boy she fell in love with. And here they were, together after all these hardships and curveballs. Together, but not together. Yet. She felt her eyelids dropping heavier and heavier, a kitten-like yawn escaping her mouth. She knew she and Ren would stay friends forever, they both did. She had told him she loved him, and while he seemed all right with it, he hadn't really shared his side of the story. No matter, he'd come around soon enough, she just needed some time, a little luck, and enough prodding to get him to show his true colors. And with that, Nora felt into a content slumber, back where she belonged in her one, true home, Ren's arms. Something made Nora jump in her sleep, awakening her with a start. She didn't move, hoping to keep Ren asleep so he'd get some rest. She hadn't heard anything, and she wasn't in pain anymore, so what was? Oh! Holding back a squeal, Nora's eyes traced down to the side of her face, two and two coming together as she registered what it was that she felt. Ren had adjusted himself after she fell asleep so that they were just a little closer, one arm cradling the back of her neck, the other one at the small of her waist. That was completely irrelevant, however, compared to what it was that woke her. Ren's lips were pressed firmly on Nora's cheek, the ghost of his kiss etched there even now. Even as she stared peripherally, not daring to move lest the feeling leave, Ren smiled in his sleep and muttered her name before returning another soft peck to her cheek. Silently cheering in her head and practically swooning, Nora planted a big, wet smooch on his own cheek, snuggling up again so both hands lay lovingly on his chest. A smile stretched farther than she thought possible even for her. Nora now had something beautiful to dream about. Maybe that can happen more often when we aren't sleeping, Nora promised blissfully to herself. They certainly seem to be making a swift recovery, don't they? Pyrrha nodded as she and John both watched as Ren and Nora, accompanied by two nurses, stretched their legs out on the grass near the library. Team J and PR hadn't been the same since Nora and Ren's accident, which left John and Pyrrha to work by themselves for a while. While she appreciated the time spent helping John improve even more in this fighting and getting to know him better over time, she was definitely concerned about the second portion of her team and if they could get back in business soon. They both seem eager to get back on their feet for one thing, she remarked, grinning as Nora leaned against Ren as both of them took small, careful steps around one of the hedges, having long since abandoned their four stands in favor of casts and aura boosts. I was really worried about them, John continued, directing Pyrrha's attention back to her scraggly blonde-haired partner. A fall like that would have killed anyone else, and they've been really slow to recover. I know, Pyrrha said, remembering the pain in Nora's screams and the desolation in Ren's eyes. But the pang of fear and remorse faded as she saw Ren pull Nora back to her feet, the Valkyrie smiling up at him. And they shouldn't have made it. Pardon? Stammered John, flabbergasted at the implications of Pyrrha's statement. The fall was too far, they hardly broke their fall, and even if they were alive after the impact, natural law and happenstance wouldn't have let either one make it out alive. Oh. So you mean there wasn't a way that they would have made it? Yes, John, that's what I meant. Oh, good. Pyrrha watched as her partner thought for a moment. He finally turned his big blues in her direction, having decided on his next question. So then, why did they make it? If it was so impossible, I mean? Pyrrha smiled softly at her partner, placing a hand on his shoulder. You're truly that oblivious, aren't you? She chided the now blushing boy. When John didn't respond and instead opted to gawk at the hand gripping his shoulder, Pyrrha returned her gaze toward the two invalids and continued. Ren and Nora are friends unlike any other I've seen. I have gotten to know both of them during this time at Beacon, seen them at their best and worst, and I don't think there's any way they would have let the other come to harm. So they tried to protect each other or something? John inquired, shifting under Pyrrha's hand so that it fell down at her side again. Oh well, maybe next time, Pyrrha signed inwardly, not letting her resentment show, not that Captain Oblivious would pick up on it. I'm saying that in that hospital room were two friends who weren't going to let the other spend a day without them. That they were going to make it out alive so that the other wouldn't be lonely, and so that they wouldn't have to live knowing they couldn't spend every waking moment near their counterpart. Ren and Nora may be opposites, and we both know their relationship can be more complicated than it looks, but in the end there isn't really any other way to explain that they're going to be friends for a long, long time. Across the field, the two were now on her knees at one of the flower bushes, weaving the pink-petaled beauties into ringlets, Nora slipping one on each of their heads. Pyrrha couldn't help but notice Ren slip one of the circlets into his sleeves, and she suppressed a giggle as the stoic boy now seemed to be berating Nora for eating the other crown. John chortled, having also seen the two at their usual shenanigans. I wonder, how long must it have taken the two of them to be that close of friends? Just like any friendship, John, she said, patting his knee reassuringly. With a lot of trust, time, honesty, and a mutual desire for companionship. John nodded, still looking at the two as they now hobbled after the nurse to the infirmary. It doesn't hurt that they're both in love with each other. Pyrrha felt a flush of color rise to her cheeks, but played it off with a small nod and a cheeky smile. Yes, John, that does help make a friendship stronger, that's for certain. Picking up Milo, she hopped off the bench they had been sitting on and adjusted her uniform. Well, I'm going to get some studying done for Professor Port's test on Beowulf pack life. I'll see you back in the dorm room. Actually, John rose to his feet. Can I come along? I need to find a few books for RWBY's paper on the Nevermore Wars. Sure, come right ahead. She didn't show it, but she was glad to have John around. He was the only one in the room for the most part, and the only one of their team still in all of her classes. As a result, well, she felt herself glad to see him everywhere and relieved she didn't have to be alone so often. Thanks, John, I appreciate it, Pyrrha replied, walking toward the library with a blonde boy at her side. You're welcome. What are friends for? You're not going to forget about tonight? Trust me, if anyone's going to make me a better leader, it's going to be you and your lessons. Of course I'll be there. Pyrrha held back an impulse to hug John as the two made their way to the library. Trust, honesty, and mutual companionship. Now, all we need is time. Despite the home environment and the teachings of his family, Ren wasn't one to believe in the supernatural. Demons, spirits, gods, and miraculous occurrences didn't fall into the category of all things plausible, and by the looks of it, everything that happened or will happen had a plausible, well-foreseen cause to it. A calm Nora, however, was something else entirely. It had been a month since the fall, 1 month since they almost had a falling out in their friendship. Since that point, Ren had found himself growing closer to Nora more and more in that month, relying on the other in order to recover from their injuries. They had to rely on each other for relearning their motor skills, getting back into their usual workouts and training, and during the dark periods or loneliness they had only each other to learn on. Within that time, Ren found himself less and less paranoid about Nora's antics, and more trusting and willing to share his thoughts with her. Likewise, Nora returned to her chipper state and eager talkativeness, but since that first night she seemed much more content and accepting of Ren's hesitance to be, quote-unquote, together. Ren wasn't sure why, but she now seemed to relish whatever it was they had and didn't seem to pry him for any more than her usual routine of showering him with affection, staying by his side, and crawling into sleep with him when the lights went out. But the best part was, Ren no longer felt that pit of anxiety about where he and Nora were in their friendship. Her words and their near-death encounter had made him rethink his view on relationships and being able to remain friends through love. It still sent shivers down his spine, thinking that he could freely admit he loved her to himself without negative connotations of crumbling relationships coming to mind. He was happy with the way things were. What about that one? Nora pointed a finger up at the sky, motioning to one of the white swirled clouds up ahead. Ren thought a moment. A rabbit. Or a cat, depending on how you look at it. The two were on their backs, lying on a soft grassy hill near the library on campus. The day was winding to its end, and, per Nora's request, the two friends were staring up into the faded blue sky trying to find shapes in the clouds. It had been another rough day for the both of them, and so the time just having fun doing something so menial was almost a necessity. So far they had spotted an owl, 2 rabbits, a coffee mug, and approximately 20 sloths, give or take a couple warped perceptions of reality on Nora's part. With Nora, it was often hard to tell how many trains of thought she was attempting to conduct. Ooh! Another sloth! It was Nora's turn to find the shapes made in the sky, and her answer, which hadn't changed in any of the times they played this game, was still, and probably always would be, a sloth. Nora, I still don't think that's what a sloth, a pink-clad hand clamped to his mouth told Ren that he could point out that sloths were not shaped like a large lumpy oval all he wanted, and it would not change Nora's mind. SHHHSHHSHHSHHSHHH. Blue eyes sparkled mischievously, Nora's head shaking in negative. It's a sloth, Ren, and it shall stay a sloth until it blows away, got it? Ren merely nodded, smiling to himself as Nora moved her hand down to his, intertwining their fingers again. She let out a contented hum, rubbing her thumb against the back of his in a way that sent shivers down his arms. She now had his ponytail in her hand, gently massaging the hair as she tickled the tip under her nose, giggling as she did so. The Lotus boy couldn't help but look at her out of the corner of his eyes. How happy she looked just to be there. He found himself once again tracing his eyes over every detail of her face, wandering down her soft frame from russet orange hair to pink high-top sneakers. Nora, eyes still closed, moved a little closer to Ren, resting a head on his shoulder as she let out a soft breath. After a moment her eyes flickered open, her blue meeting his magenta. "Hey," she said softly. He smiled back, corners of his mouth curled up ever so slightly. "Hi." A moment of silence went on, neither one saying a thing. The quiet wasn't filled with awkward tension like in the hotel, or worry like in the hospital, It had returned to its comfy, companionable state, each enjoying the other without words needed to say anything. They didn't last long thanks to Nora, but they were something they mutually cherished. Nora's hand tightened its grip on Ren's, and as her legs tensed, Ren took the cue to hold on tight. In one fell swoop, Nora yanked Ren to his feet, squealing as she leapt into the air to give him a boop to the nose with her own. As he gathered up the small lunch they had packed and Nora's blanket, the soft-spoken boy thought to himself about the past month. He had come to terms with his parents' destroyed marriage shortly after the talk with Nora. It hadn't surprised him much when a letter from home came in the mail a week ago explaining that while they had tried everything, his mother decided that enough was enough and had finally split from his father. He was actually more surprised as to how well he took the news. Sure, he had been sad for them, but another part of him, the one greatly influenced by Nora Valkyrie and his time here at Beacon Academy, reassured him that his mother was happy, and that even though the marriage was in shambles both his parents were better off because of it. Just because one relationship doesn't work, doesn't mean all relationships won't, had become something of his mantra in this time. And a video talk with his mother proved that she had faith in him and whatever path he chose in that regard. Which had gotten him to starting thinking about Nora again. She was always so different from him, but in a way that complemented Ren's quiet and introspective nature without constant agitation. She had always been there for her, and he truly found more at home with her giggles and abrasive nature than he did in the quiet yet deadly atmosphere of his own home. Seeing their friendship put to the test in the past month had also shown something to Ren that he might not have picked up, had been patient with him, and she loved him regardless of what he might have felt in return. She had every right to try someone else or to get angry with me for being so stubborn, and she's still here, Ren thought, eyeing the cheery girl skipping at his side. She was his only true, long-lasting friend. And maybe she was more to him than he let on. You can't hide this forever, you know, he reminded himself. She probably knows I see her differently by now. Concealing everything never worked to your advantage, it'll only harm you the long run. The truth is, Lyran had always been happy with his friendship with Nora, but not quite. Maybe if things worked a little bit differently from now on. It always looks so nice during the evening, Ren, don't you agree? It's not very pink, but the sky turns that nice shade of yellowy fire pink, and the clouds kind of get the shade of really dark pink, and it just looks so pretty, you know. Plus we have a really nice view from that hill, better than at the dorm room. Oh, and thanks for coming with me to see this and do that cloud thingy. Doesn't it always seem nicer to have someone to see it with? I mean, doing it alone is just fine and dandy, but with another person there makes it nicer because, well, you're enjoying something really nice together, right? Well, I mean, not together, but still it looks really. Actually, Ren interrupted, causing Nora to fix her attention on him. No. Nora's eyes widened. You don't like sunsets? But. Not the sunsets, Nora, Ren said, choosing his words carefully, but no to that part after it. He was hoping this plan worked. It was a little crazy, but he had made up his mind, and while he practically knew the outcome, he still wanted to make sure that he executed this just right. Nora's head cocked to the side, not understanding. You don't like nighttime? But that's when you sleep, and we all know you love to sleep. I mean, I don't like what you said after really enjoying something together. Ren waited as she thought for a minute. He could tell when she understood what he was talking about, thanks to her expression freezing, eyes popping, and turning to look at him with a look of astonishment. And not together? That's the part I don't like, yes. Nora had stopped skipping a long time ago. They now stood opposite each other at the side of the fountain near the library. Shyly looking at him, Nora understood what he was talking about, the color rushing to her face as she looked at him puppy dog-eyed. So. Does that mean you want to be Dash? As he nodded his head affirmative, Ren smiled. 3. He didn't even have time to start the countdown before the shriek erupted from Nora, and she tackled him in a gripping sloth hug, arms around his neck, legs around his waist, and toppled him off the path to roll down the hill. Nora's yelps and squeals of rapid-fire happiness and unintelligible babble filled his ears and heart with a searing happiness he was starting to love. Shocking himself, Nora, and anyone who was within earshot, Ren did something he hadn't done in ages. He laughed. To Nora, who was currently pinned beneath Ren's arms, stared up at him in shock, wonder, happiness, and probably the sweetest face he had ever seen. Ren's laugh, as she once described to him, was like music, happy notes dancing in her ears and enough to make her want to sit and listen for years. She was still gleefully laughing and yelling out happy screams of joy as she and Ren, at long last, pulled each other into the other's arms, mouths meeting in an instant. It was funny, thinking about this first kiss. Neither had experience in this field, and yet both knew exactly what they were doing. Arcs of ecstasy shot through Ren's mouth and flooded his senses, triggering every nerve to finally know what it meant to be alive after all these years. Both sets of lips ran over the other's with fierce joy and gentle finesse, Nora's mouth opening with each stroke to breath in his ragged breaths. She tasted of vanilla and cherries, and the way her fingers slipped through his hair sent his heart into tremors. She broke the kiss with a gentle prong, arm looped around his neck as her tongue now swirled in his mouth, flicking over teeth and around gums before coming to meet with Ren's. Sparks flew as they both jumped in surprise, before deepening their kiss with a battle of dominant spitting tongue to tongue. Nora's moan into his mouth and her tightened grip in his hair was the best feeling in the world, and he responded with a firmer grip around her waist and a soft caress to the nape of her neck. After what seemed like ages, they finally came apart, both panting for breath and grinning like buffoons. "Aw. It's broken," said Nora, pouting playfully as she pulled Ren down on top of her, both of them chuckling as she ran her tongue lazily over his mouth, drawing him back in for more. Releasing him again, Nora shifted so she was now cuddled into his side, her smile etched into the corner of his cheek. They both lay like this for a while, arms around the other and pressed so firmly together their heartbeats resounded side by side. "I love you," he finally said, earning a tighter squeeze from Nora and 3 soft pecks to the cheek. "I love you," she repeated, nose tracing gentle circles on the tip of his. Finally making eye contact, the couple stared into each other's eyes again, this time with more meaning and excitement behind the connection. Nora ran another hand through his hair, favoring the pink lock she had given him years back. "So, we're together now?" Ren cupped her face in his hands, grinning as her cheeks flushed and she looked away coyly. He turned her face back to his, relishing the embarrassed smile she cheekily flashed him as he planted another smooch to her forehead. "Together, Huyo." "Yawn." "Good morning, John." "Huh? Whoa. I mean. Gee, good morning, Pira." "Heh. Well. Since you're here, it means it was all real. We actually did it, huh?" "Yes, we did. Last night was fantastic, John. It's like a dream come true." "Yeah. I know. And I'm sorry." "Huh? Sorry about keep it a secret for so long. I mean, you already knew about my past feelings for Vice, but I'd never think that." "John, I love you." "I know, you said that yesterday, and I was really happy. It's just. I mean, why would you choose a guy like me, of all people? You're para-freaking Nikos. A champion that anyone would kill and die to be this close to you. Compared to you, I'm just. John. It's just. Why me, Pyrrha? You know that I don't deserve to be a team leader, I don't even deserve to be in Beacon at all. It's just so surreal for me, my head is spinning tilde. Is it? John, I love because you're one of the few that sees me the way I want to be seen. You see the real me, and that's enough for me. I was so happy that you felt that way as well. And when we made love, I could see heaven. It was wonderful. Yeah, it was good, wasn't it? Can't believe reading my sister's old teenage magazines would actually help me like that of all things. And maybe how to make some kick-ass haircuts. Giggle dummy. Haha. So, we're boyfriend and girlfriend now, right? Of course. I wouldn't have done it with you in any other situation, John. Sorry, it's just everything went so fast. I mean, first Team RWBY pushing me up and down around, then Nora and Ren guiding me to that fancy restaurant, and then finding you there of all places. The dinner. The confessions. All those fuzzy feelings and then. Gulp, you know. Yeah, it was kinda rushed. I'm sorry. And no. You don't need to apologize. In fact, I think I'm the one who have to say sorry. Hormones and stuff, you know. So, if it was too rushed for you or worse, I hurt you. I'm sorry. It was my first time, you know. Yeah, mine too. But I'm glad that it was with you, the one that I love. At least I know it was special. For both of us. Ahaha, yeah. We better get dressed and wake up. We don't want the others to be worried about our disappearance. Besides, we have to tell them the news about us. Giggle, John, I think they already know. Or rather, already knew for a while now. They do? But I thought. I haven't even called Ren or Ruby about. Wait, does that mean that dinner? And the others pushing me around? You're such a dolt, John. Sigh, I guess you're right. But a bigger than I thought. Maybe. But you're my dolt. Haha. Thanks. Chew tilde. Can we stay like that? A little longer? Sure. Since everybody knows it by now. Sigh, I don't see why not. Thank you. I love you, John. No problem, and I love you too, Pyrrha. So. We did it. Why yeah. Do you regret it? No. I said I wanted to show everybody how an adult I am. It's just. I could never thought you were. So well gifted. Question mark. Blush. Ruby, please don't ever repeat that. Even after everything, I can't picture you saying that. Sorry, John. Maybe it's because it was my first time, and you're the closest male friend I have, and I wanted to show Yang I'm not a child anymore. Huh? Oh God, I know it sounds that I've used you or something, but I chose you because I trust you, and I knew that you wouldn't do anything to hurt me. Did I hurt you? Well, kinda, I mean, when you. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It was also my first time, and I was so confused. And lost. And horny. Sorry, Ruby. And no. It's fine, John. It was my first time and all, I was expecting it. But really, I think you were freaking out worse than I was. But you were bleeding. I had all the rights to freak out. Really, now. Why you're making fun of me, aren't you? No, I'm not, okay, just a little. But. It felt good. It hurt a little, but in the end, I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. Ruby. It sounded weird again, didn't it? Just a little. Huh. But. I was right to choose you. I'm glad that. You were my first, John. John? Yeah. Anytime, Rubes. Hey, don't pat me like that. I'm not a child. Anymore. Yeah, you're right. So, now what? John? I mean, we already did it, so what? Are we friends, lovers? You tilde, we can be those things. Yang said friends are when they're still friends even after they've done it. I guess it was friends with cheesecakes. I guess you mean friends with benefits. Yeah. We're friends with benefits now. Whatever that means. I see. What, you don't like it? No, it's not that. I'm glad that we're still friends and stuff, it's just kinda weird, you know? Well, at least we got that out nicely. I was worried that our friendship wouldn't be the same after we did it. After all, you're someone precious to me. You're also my precious someone, Ruby. How can I say, I should be the one honored to be chosen as your first? Talking like that, it looks like we're already together. It does, doesn't it? There's only one thing that really bugs me about this whole ordeal, Ruby. What is it? You said you used protection. No. I did, don't you worry about that. It's just, how is Yang and the others react to know that? You know. Tilde. Question mark. You didn't think this through? Hey, don't go pointing fingers. I have everything absolutely under control. Mostly. Mostly. I think Blake won't mind, and with a little of persuasion, I can make Vice to forgive me, but Yang. You. Well, maybe I can first tell her I've lost my virginity. No, wait, she'll break everyone's legs by the next day. How about we said that we're a thing? No, that way we'll only make things worse when I said it. Maybe you can. I don't know, disappear for a while until I sorted things out? For how long? Not much, maybe 1 or 2 decades. That's a pretty long time. If she doesn't find you first. Sigh. You know what? Better confess once and for all and face the consequences. Wait, John. You can't do that. I was the one who asked for us to do it. I don't want you in pieces because of me. Gotta face the consequences sometime, right? It's not like I wasn't part of it. Maybe if I say I'll take full responsibility for it, she'll go easy on me. John, are you sure? Not really, but I'll face things like a man and an arc. Also, I don't want you to take the full blame since we both agreed to do it. John. Tilde. RWBY. It's a lucky charm. Also. Thanks, John. You're a real friend. I do what I can, Rubes. Yeah. So, better get dressed and prepare myself for it. What do you think it's best, call Yang and the others or maybe find her and... I already have this covered, Vomit Boy. Question mark. Boom. Sis. Why Yang? So, making a number on my dear little sister right under our same roof? You got guts, Vomit Boy. Too bad you won't be having them for too long. What, Yang? Wait a minute. Why yeah, please. I can explain. That's great, so explain to my fists, ARC. Hi. Yang tilde. Unbelievable. Just unbelievable. ZZZZZ. ZZZZZ. Ark, you just had the honor of taking the virginity of Vice Schnee, one and only accepts no substitutes. And the first thing you think after that is taking a nap. Figures, why am I not surprised? ZZZZ. ZZZZZ. Should have known something like that would happen the moment I accepted that date. First a meeting at a cheap ice cream shop, then an opera play that I've seen countless times already, and finally dinner at a 5-star restaurant. Not that it was bad, of course, but... Sigh, you shouldn't bother that much with a date with me. ZZZZ. ZZZZ. Why do you keep trying, John? It's not like Dad will accept someone like you, even if you're a narc. But knowing you, which I do more than you think, you probably don't really know what the Shani family really is in this world, right? Kahaha tilde. Zzz. Zzz. But again, that only means that everything you said, everything you did for me, everything I felt when it was true. And not even with my sister Winter or with Team RWBY I felt so. Myself. Zzz. Zzz. Would you treat me differently if you knew who I am from the start? I can't even imagine that. I mean, how many guys do you think ever called me Snow Angel? Yet they all knew I was a Shni, I was the heiress of the STC, and everything they would say and buy for me to get my attention were so empty. Not you, not you. Zzz. Zzz. What I'm trying to say is, with you, I feel like I'm a person, myself. Not a Shni, not a heiress, not just that stuck-up bitch that smells like milk. I should trademark that, really, but just Vice, the Vice that a few people know and see, the Vice that you fell in love with even when she would treat you like trash, the Vice that is falling in love. Zzz. Zzz. Roll. Look at you, now. Sleeping so peacefully even after taking my virginity. I should feel offended. But I am not. Somehow, this makes me feel even more me, if that makes any sense. Zzz. Zzz. Gulp. He's even handsomer when this close. Anna, his lips taste like vanilla. Ah tilde, I'm getting dizzy, and I want to kiss him so bad tilde. Zzz. Zzz. John, my dolt knight. I love. Zzz. Zzz pop, yawn, man, what a night, eh? Exclamation mark. Who are you tilde, hey Vice, good morning. I know what we did and said last night, but why are you? Hi headbutt. Oh wow whoa whoa whoa. What the dust tilde? That hurt, Snow Angel. That's for. Ugh, I don't know. And quit calling me Snow Angel. What? Why? You didn't bother me calling you that when we. Hush. Why yes, ma'am. Now, let's get dressed and go back to Beacon before people start getting ideas. And for the record, even after what happened, we're not together yet. What was that? I said we should date another time so you can compensate for this one. Now be quiet and get dressed. Okay. But since we're gonna have another date, how about that amusement park that opened not long ago? I mean, we can go on the Ferris wheel, and since I have a pretty good aim, I can get you. Just go. Let's just go. Oh okay. A shark. Huh. If you want to get a prize for me on our next date, I want a plushie shark. You got it, Snow Angel. You dolt. Zzz. Who you. Man, what a night. Huh? Blake, you already up? Did I overslept? No. Actually, I didn't sleep, John. Really? Wow, that's really cool. I mean, I would want to keep myself awake for that long, and after we did last night I cool. John. Oh. I get it. My bad. Say, any reason for you to stay awake this whole time? I was just thinking about a lot of things. Really? Wow, but I think it's just like you. Ahahaha. You want to share it. I did say I would help as I can, and, well, it was because of that we're here. And stuff. Yes. I'm sorry for that. I lost control there for a moment, and before I knew it, we ended up like this. Hey, I did say I'm all ears for your problems. Even though the situation kinda needed more than my ears this time around, haha. Sorry. You don't need to apologize. It's just, I'm kinda nervous with this whole thing. It was my first time and I dunno. I don't want your first to be that awkward too. This wasn't my first. What? You did it already? With who? Oh. Oh. I am sorry. I think that's a sensitive subject. Dust, digging myself even deeper now, isn't it? Who you tilde. John, that was exactly what I was thinking about. What? I can't explain. With you, things were different, and not in a bad way. What Adam did to me, what we did, wasn't love. With you, John. B. Blake. Can we stay like this for a bit longer? You're warm. With you, I feel something in my chest. The way you embraced me, saying that everything's was going to be okay. I feel warm. That's why we end up like that. Can we stay like this a little longer? Question mark. Sure. Come here. To be totally honest, I should be the one hugging you to be safe. I don't know if I can say anything about this Adam guy, but if you're okay with just me for now, I'll do my best. You don't need to do anything. Just embrace me, for now. Sure thing. Thank you, John. Anytime, Blake. Blake. Did you just purred? Oh, sorry. It's just you touched my ears and things like that happens. Oh. I see. My bad, then. You can do it again. What? You tilde. Sure. Here, does it feel good here? Per tilde, yes, the best. Ha ha ha. Per. You tilde. My head. So you finally woke up, huh? Didn't think it'll take so little, vomit boy. What? Whoa. Yang, what are you doing here? Wait. Why am I? Why are you? Why are we? Oh, Ilda, and what the dust happened with my head? I feel like an Ursa Major ran over me. A bear attacked you, alright, but not a grim. Do you remember anything from last night? If it's something that I'll regret, then I don't want to remember tilde. I don't know, vomit boy, you were pretty badass last night, definitely a night for you to remember tilde. And I'm not just talking about what we did in this bed tilde. You tilde, this only makes my headache worse tilde. Is this what they call a hangover? In our case, I guess you can call it an yangover. A tilde. You tilde. Okay. Let me get you an aspirin for that headache. Or maybe you want me to get an aspirina instead tilde. Yang, one more of those and my head either explodes or I'll split it myself. Fine vomit boy. Take your time, I know how it is. Here's some water. Tea thanks. So, about last night. What happened? Can't remember it yourself, even for a little? Well, I remember Vice. Still playing the hard type with me. For the 12th time this month. And then you invited me to a club to cheer me up a little, or something. Yes, go on. Once since there was only you there, I kinda remember that I was nervous about dancing with so many strangers. You offered me that strawberry sunrise drink and then we set the dance floor on fire. I'm impressed. Yeah. But then everything is darkness from there. Wait, don't tell me that. If this is what I think it is, not a chance. You know me very well and how Joe Long deal with certain things, and we did it because you still have those, so no. But we did attract some attention back then. You see, I have history with the owner of the club and his bimbos, a not very good one at that, so he came around with his henchmen looking for trouble. Gulp, please don't tell me I did something embarrassing. I'm already not a very physical person normally. What the dust did I do when drunk? No, that's the best part, you stood up for me. Huh. Yep. Junior came with his goons and the twins, but before I could crash them around, you just stood between us and said some good ones for us. I mean, you just stood there and lectured us like Professor Goodwitch would. Something about solving those problems outside, don't ruin everyone's fun, and that we can always find another better club. That old bear couldn't say anything. And neither could I. It's that so? Ha ha ha. Sorry, I can't see myself talking like Glinda. But how we end up? It was already night when we got out of Junior's club, so we end up staying in this hotel for the night. There's only this bed, it was cold and we were a little drunk that things happened. So. It was. SHHH tilde. Don't think too much, vomit boy. Even if we were both drunk, you can't, and I wouldn't let you, touch me without my permission. And I have to say, you were great, pretty bold too. For being your first, it felt pretty good. Sure, it was mine too, but I don't think it'd make a difference. Haha. Vomit boy. John, are you crying? What? And no, I'm not. Learn how to lie and hide it when you want to do both, vomit boy. Ugh. Even at this I suck. Question mark. I'd like to be bold like this the whole time. That time with Vice and Neptune, around the Grimms and Carden, with my things as a team leader. I bet if I were sober back then, I'd have to clean the dance floor. I couldn't even dance without some alcohol. I suck. Foim foim. HMMMPH tilde. Yang, there. They're touching me. I know. You can have them as much as you want. Question mark. It sucks, doesn't? Being powerless and knowing it. But there's always a way, you know. As long as you can walk on and keep moving forward, everything has a way, everything can change. That's what my Uncle Crow always says. Yang. Thank you. Your uncle seems like a nice guy, too. He's awesome. Just don't let him know about this. For our sake. Especially yours. I mean, really. Aha. Aha. I'll remember that. John. Yes. Just so you know. You're poking me. What do you mean, whoa? I'm so sorry, Yang. I mean, it's morning, my body is all waking up and things like that happenin'. Push. Yugwa. Why Yang? What? You know. I should take responsibility for this one this time. Besides, I don't think our friends will mind our disappearance for now. What do you think, vomit boy? Sure. I be bold, John, gulp, I'd love to. Hey, that's more like it. So, I guess we'll start our morning with a bang, John. Don't you mean with a yang? Oh, tilde. Nice one. Ahead. Joe. Catilda. 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 You tilde, what the dust is with that noise? Catilda. 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 Whoa, valve, paftum. Tilde. Whoa there, Johnny boy. You don't want to wake up little Bun Bun after everything you did to her, do you? Tilde. Turn. Coco. Yep. Morning to ya, lover boy. And Velvet too. So what happened yesterday? Was all real, Johnny boy. I gotta say, Velvet was right in calling me to help her out. Really? Well, it was my first time, too. So I was pretty nervous. And it showed. Fortunately, you big sis here got you two covered. Literally. If you can remember, the face Velvet made when we did it was anything but nervous tilde. Why, you just wanted to mess with us, didn't you? Guilty as charged, lover boy. But seeing how Velvet talked about and how you defended her against that jerk Carden, how can I say, I grew interested in you. Besides, that's my way of thanking you for taking care of little Bun Bun. It wasn't a big deal, really. Anybody would have done the same. I was Just doing what a gentleman should do. And that's your reward, Mr. Gentleman tilde. Being always on mission with the guys. I'm glad someone like you is around to take care of her. You, doesn't that apply to you too? With all those toys and stuff. I think Velvet passed out with that carrot-shaped thing. I think she liked it. She wasn't complaining, anyway. And by the way, you did it with us, I'm sure you liked it too. Were the bunny suits and the plugs really necessary, then? Any complaints? And no, ma'am. Absolutely not. Kufufufu tilde, you're so fun to tease, Johnny boy. I think I'm starting to get attached to you as well. Who knows, if you and Velvet become a thing, I can get my share as well tilde. What do you think tilde? Aren't we going a little too fast? I mean, I need some time to think. Here, in this situation, in this time, after everything we've been through, and you need to think now? I said something stupid, didn't I? Yes, pretty stupid. Sorry. Chu tilde. Question mark. But don't think I don't like that in you, Johnny boy. I don't know, that goofy side of yours makes me believe you'll be perfect for her. Think what you want, just know that you have my blessing. And something else, too, if you want tilde. Thanks. What's with that lack of will now? Be a man. Wait. Foem tilde. Coco. Come on, Johnny boy. Show me again that side of yours tilde, let's play on the wild side again tilde. It's not like you're not ready already tilde. It's a normal reaction. It's morning and shhh tilde, just shut up and kiss me, arg. And show me what you got. Ch tilde. Moan tilde, is it morning already? Exclamation mark. Tilde, Coco? Are you already up? Who are you tilde? I had such a strange dream, and you were there, Good morning, Velvet. JJ John. What are you? And, why are we? And Coco too. Does that mean? Yes, Velvet. Everything that happened between you, me and Coco. Happened. Even the suits and the toys. Those are mine, yes, Bun. They were pretty handy, weren't they? You two didn't complain. Hi you tilde. That's so embarrassing tilde. So everything I said and done to John were true tilde. Now what should I say to him tilde? What can I say to him tilde? Hey, Velvet, he's right here in case you forgot. You can ask anything now. Why yeah. I'm here. Question mark. Chu tilde. Thank you. For protecting me, John. That's the best thing someone did for me. It makes me very happy. Really? Because I can think of another thing that made you happy that can probably top that. Coco tilde. Not now. Anytime, Velvet. I might not be that strong or hat smart, but I do what I can. I try my best. Hey. I know you do. Yeah. Okay. Cute moment, you too. I think I'll like that. Your choices for men are quite neat, Velvet. Tilde. Yeah. I do what I can. Haha. Who are you tilde? What was that tilde? Doubting yourself again, Johnny boy. Do I need to pull that monster out again tilde? Wait. I mean. What are you? Chu tilde. Coco tilde. What are you doing? What do you mean? Isn't that obvious? I'm helping little Johnny here again. Do you want to join us? What? Question mark. Velvet. I want it. Tilde, how bold of you, Bun tilde. Velvet. You did say. For me to not be scared. Remember, John? I'm just Trying to be more bold. For you. Ah. Ah. Nice words there, Velvet. Now, John, just relax and let us do the trick tilde. I won't. I won't lose to you, Coco. Like I said, I need some time to think. Ghhhh tilde. Chu tilde. Chu tilde. Don't think for now, just feel, Johnny boy tilde. I'll try my best, John. So please, don't say anything. I want you to feel good. Oh, okay. It's not like I have a choice. Oh, we can give you a choice tilde. Who goes first, me or Coco? You tilde. Blind. Don't. Call me by my first name, Mr. Ark. Why yes, Professor Goodwitch. Who you tilde, how this could happen? A student and a teacher. In such compromising situation. It is, isn't it? Aha. Aha. I mean, if she ever finds out, Yang will be joking about it non-stop. Mr. Ark, please reconsider your priorities. This is the least of our problems right now. Why yes, ma'am. Good. But. You still want to talk about it? Your problems, that is? Question mark. Sigh, curses. What kind of teacher am I, showing such a vulnerable side to my students, worse, forcing one of them to try to comfort me? Yeah. I wasn't expecting us to do it, but if you're feeling better about it, I'll shut my mouth, now. Good is the least thing a teacher like yourself would be feeling. Professor Goodwitch. Do others actually think that of me? Hey, no. I mean. Yes, but we kinda understand, I swear. Teaching in a school full of people like us, especially me, must be stressful. It really is, but I can't show weakness in front of you all. As a professor, it is my duty to also demonstrate to you all how to be professional. If any of you show even a bit of hesitance. But it's okay to have a time to rest, right? I mean, I don't know how's a teacher's life, but I know it's busy and stuff tilde. So, yeah, maybe you should rest once in a while. I mean, there must be a time when it's okay to rest and have nice time. Question mark. I'm impressed. Maybe Mr. Ark can show a high level of eloquence and charm in his speech in order to ease the weight of his previous actions. Aha. Ahaha. Wow, using those complicated words. I think I did a good job now. But still, doesn't excuse the recklessness of our actions. No matter the intentions, we're both in the wrong here, Mr. Ark. Why yeah, I should have known that. A teacher and a student. What a thing. So, what do you want to do? Any ideas? Let's just pretend nothing happened, and forget about what happened between us. Question mark. Why are you so surprised? If this hurt your feelings, I apologize, Mr. Ark. However, if we keep this kind of relationship, it might be dangerous. Not to mention, your pride as an Ark will also be tainted, am I correct? Why yes. You are, Professor Goodwitch. Sigh, John. You did nothing wrong, I know how you are and your intentions. At least you made the difference in my day, even for a little. Thanks. That makes me feel a little better. Right. Now, let's get dressed and move on with our day. You have classes with Professor Port, am I correct? Yes, ma'am. Perfect. I shall go on with my schedule as well. Remember, whatever happened within these four walls will stay only between us. Yes, ma'am. And maybe next time, you'll convince me better to stay a little longer here. Yes. Wait, what? Who? Wait, what? Professor Goodwitch? What did you say? Where are you going? Glinda. Hey, Glinda tilde. I think we can have a small interval now, Mr. Ark. Or maybe would you rather go on with my test? Interval. Interval. Please, just. Let me take a break. Miss Winter Tilda. Very well, then. You're now allowed to rest a bit. Arf Tilda. Arf Tilda. Arf Tilda. But I must say, Mr. Ark, for what my sister has been telling me, and having my first impression of you, I can admit that your performance in bed has been quite surprising. Why, yeah. Arf. Arf. That kind of thing probably. Arf. Arf. From my of man. Arf. Arf. 7 sisters, baby. Out Tilda. 7 sisters? This information colors me surprise, although it explains quite a handful. That's an arc for you, Miss Winter. Oh wow whoa. I see. From what I'm gathering, you'll make my sister quite happy. I'm glad for that. Of course. I mean, after that it might take quite a while for me to stand to say anything. But you can mark my words, Miss Winter, this arc will never make his snow angel unhappy. It sounded weird, right? I mean, I'll make sure she's always satisfied. Duh. Come on John, take your mind out of the gutter. No need to worry, Mr. Ark. I can see that you're different from the other suitors Vice is so tired of seeing. You have something they lacked, and I'm sure Vice is yet to discover that. Okay, now you're the one who's phrasing, Miss Winter. I'll shut up. No, please, continue. I wonder what this phrasing of mine made you think of me. It's nothing. I mean, just stupid stuff people my age says. Yeah, don't worry about that. Tilda. Very well, but just this time. Phew. Thank you very much. Huh. But it's a promise. I know this sounds weird after what you did to me and part of my pelvic bones. But if I pass this test, I won't disappoint you, nor betray your trust. Ark promise. Huh, charming. You're determinate, as you've proven me already. Heh. It's not really that hard, really. Question mark. I mean, doing it with you, it's not that hard to get in the mood. Oh, my god, oh my god, oh my god. That sounded weird again, didn't it? I'm so sorry, it's those things get out of my mouth so easily, and I'm so stupid. Ugh. Sorry, my bad. Mr. Ark. Eek. Why yes, ma'am. Chu Tilda. Question mark. I'm glad to hear this. As far as any suitor of Vice goes, you're the one who has my utmost blessing. I trust you, John Ark, and I am sure you'll make my sister very happy. Thanks, Miss Winter. All right. Huh. Does that mean I passed the test? One of them, but not this one. In fact, I think this is enough of a break for your test. Let us resume, shall we? Wait. Not even a sports drink to help a little? I mean, I gotta rehydrate and stuff or else, pH. Please spare your mouth for training only. We still have a long way to go, Mr. Ark. Tilda. My, what a cute scream Tilda. Oh Ilda. My head, what the hell happened? Ruby? Ren? Nora? Are you there? Guys Tilda. Huh. Wait a minute, where's Chrissy Amouris and why am I on a bed and why can't I move? Wait, are those cuffs? What the dust is going? Oh, you're that little girl Yang talked about hanging out with Torchic. You tried to kill my friends. You don't even try to deny it. Where are Ruby and the others? What did you do them? And why only me am trapped in here? Tell me. No wait, I remember. I heard some sounds coming from some ruins, went there to investigate alone, then a rock fell on my head. Wait, it was you? No? So that means... Ow, that's awkward. Stop looking at me like this. Accidents happen. I was training and this is not the first time this happens. Wait, I'm just carving myself deeper, ain't I? You don't need to be honest about everything. Gosh. But if I'm here with you, this only means that. Gasp. What do you want from me? If it's information about my friends and our objectives, forget it. I'm not the same goofball others make fun of from before. I won't say anything, no matter how horrible the consequences are. Question mark. Shing. Eek. I mean, nice try, but from all the Grims I've fought over the months, this sword won't do anything to him. Zing. R.I.P. Kaya haha. My clothes. My armor. What now? Thinking you can humiliate me? I had it worse back in Beacon. Wait. G, get off me. Wait, don't touch there. This doesn't supposed to be in your mouth, Ilda. Roughly 5 minutes later. Af. Nice try, but this is not gonna work on me. It felt good, I won't deny it, but your charms won't seduce me even in the slightest. It might have worked on others, but not me. Exclamation mark. Question mark. Are you blushing? Did I say something strange or? Wait, what's the big idea? Why are you undressing too? Nice try, but I did say seduction won't work on it's a natural reaction. A girl wouldn't understand, but guys have. Those kind of things for the stupidest reasons. Don't go thinking you have me yet. You're evil. Evil tilde. Wait. G, get off me. This is wrong. What are you? Hey. Don't touch me there. N, no. D, don't do it. Don't do I tilde. More 10 minutes later. Gasp. Why? Why are you doing this? Like I said, seduction won't work. It felt good nonetheless, but, you won't fool me. You'll see, you can do whatever you want with me, but my friends will come, and then you'll be in so much trouble. Question mark. Hey, what's with that face? Man, that way you'll make me feel bad. What now? I know. You're trying to confuse me, right? I knew, you just want to jumble my mind and make me talk. I knew it. Exclamation mark. Hey, don't get any closer. I know your plan, now. No need to. Chew tilde. Exclamation mark. Well. Okay. That was a thing. I know this sounds bonkers, but. I mean, do you? Do you like me? Hey, say something. Stop making that face. You're just making me more and more confused. Jaya. This is so. I don't know. What can I do in situations like that? Oh, no. Please, don't cry. I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry, it's just. This is happening so fast, and you were with Torchic and stuff, I kinda got scared about all of this. Please, stop crying. Look, this is really, really weird, but since you like me, I guess we can talk things out. I mean, we can actually do something about it instead of being, all cuff me up and sexually assault me stuff. Whoa, you're pretty cute smiling. I said something embarrassing? My bad. Ahaha. But seriously, could you untie me? I think I almost forgot, but the circulation on my body is kinda making me lightheaded, in not a good way. Thanks. Maybe you're not so bad after all. Much better. So, about my clothes. I mean, you do have a spare, at least something, right? Like what Torchic wears or something? No? So, well, better than nothing, I guess. Later. So you're saying me that the ruin had a secret passage inside? Yes. Which dumped you in a swamp full of Grim, which ripped your clothes apart? Huh? Definitely. And that you improvised by using some leaves and wood to make something out of what Coco would design, that inexplicably fell too tight on you. Why yes, Ruby. My mom is the one who picks the clothes for me, so, yeah. I didn't think this through too much. Eek. Okay. I understand. Next stop, Haven. Oh, thank dust. Ruby stares at the mall directory, barely seeing it. Around her people go to and fro, but she's planted, deep in thought. It's her girlfriend's birthday and Ruby has no idea what to get her. Shopping for friends is easy, she laments, but girlfriends? What is someone supposed to get for those? Books? She does read a lot. Whenever Ruby goes to see her, she's inevitably lounging in bed with a tome propped up against her knees, reading in some foreign tongue Ruby can't understand. Maybe a movie? Or some music. Ruby could get her the new Achievement album. Ruby shakes her head and groans. These ideas are terrible. The Achievement? They're good, or at least she likes them, but as a present it's just not right. It's your first real relationship, she tells herself. She's gone out on dates before. Outings to a movie theater or arcade where feelings were expressed with hand-holding or maybe a nervous kiss on the cheek. Relationships that lasted a week or a month and were hardly different from being friends. This is different. This is real and it's adult. It's deep kisses on the lips and soft caresses over bare skin. It's watching a movie and missing most of it because they're entwined in each other. It's dates without a chaperone or a parent offer or even permission. It's staying out late and not coming home until morning. It's hickeys on the neck and fingertip bruises on her thighs. Ruby takes a deep, shuddering breath to calm her racing heart. They haven't had sex, not yet anyway. Ruby has been too nervous to go that far. Her girlfriend had said she's fine with it, though with a laugh and a smirk that made Ruby feel like a little child voicing a fear of the dark. She didn't pressure Ruby with words or actions, but simply by being. She is older, and carries herself with the confidence those years allow her. She is beautiful, and all the more so because she knows her beauty. She is the curve in her hips and the swing in her waist. She is her long legs and her measured stride. She is the softness in her lips and the intensity in her eyes. She is woman. She is fire. And when they are together, Ruby longs to burn. But she can't. The child in Ruby makes her afraid, makes her hold back. She's assured it's okay, but she's embarrassed. So today is about taking a step. Today is about being an adult. She had gathered her money together. Small bills and coins scraped together from savings and chores, the innards of a ceramic boar tusk that gave its life defending her small wealth from pilfering hands. Ruby had wanted to go to the mall by herself, but ultimately decided it was best to save her bus money for the gift itself and asked for a ride from her sister instead. A terrifying motorcycle ride later, she found herself being dropped off with a promise of a ride back in a couple hours. Now here she was, staring at the placard in front of her and criticizing herself for momentarily wondering if a card and flowers was enough. Then it hits her, jewelry. Her eyes light up as she searches the directory for jewelers. It's perfect, she thinks. It's a gift given to girlfriends, it's meaningful, it's adult. She quickly finds a jeweler's on the map and rushes off, cloak billowing behind her. She quickly finds out it's not just the perfect gift, but is also an expensive one. Ruby didn't really expect to be able to afford anything covered in gemstones, but who knew gold was that expensive? She sighs and looks in her purse, double-checking in case a fairy had miraculously slipped her a few hundred extra lean and ignoring the pitying look from the man behind the counter. Nope. Ruby shuffles out morosely, looking for the next jewelers on the list. She passes by an accessory store with a longing look. They have jewelry there, and a lot of it. Pretty, painted earrings and necklaces adorn stands throughout the store. Ruby actually really likes them, and they're inexpensive, but she pushes herself on. They're steel and copper, marketed for children who don't know or care that it's play jewelry. The jewelry section at the department store is a compromise, but one Ruby can live with. An elderly woman behind the counter helps her sort through the selection and after much discussion and internal debate places a necklace carefully in a box for her. She's polite and smiles a lot, and while many would have turned sour when Ruby dumped a pile of coins and crumpled up bills, she instead laughs and patiently counts it out. Ruby leaves, clutching the bag tight as if it could vanish at any moment, and goes to the food court to wait for her sister. She sets the bag on the table in front of her and stares at it as she eats her sandwich, and 1,000 thoughts and worries roll around in her head. She wonders if she spent too much money or if she should have gotten a pair of earrings as well. She wonders if she should have picked a different piece or maybe the silver instead of the gold. She wonders if jewelry is even appropriate for someone you've been dating less than a year. Mostly she wonders if her girlfriend will like it. She receives no answers by the time her sister arrives. Back at her dorm, Ruby wraps the box carefully in newspaper and chides herself for not thinking to get any proper wrapping paper. She doesn't even have a bow. Ruby turns over the package in her hands, carefully examining it for tears or wrinkles. At least it was Sunday, so she could use the brightly colored comics section instead of dull black and white. She slips out of her room and out of the dorm, heading for the building where the students from Mistral are housed. It's a crowded building. Every door is open with students and noise pouring into the hallways. The normally reserved and orderly second-year students are shouting down the corridor to and over each other. Music blasts from speakers and instruments in a dozen rooms, none in sync with any other. Half-dressed boys and girls push their way into and out of the bathrooms at the ends of the hall or lounge about their rooms lazily. Ruby makes her way through the sea of activity, nervously dropping a sorry or excuse me every time she had to brush past someone. They mostly just smile or ignore her, though one tall, muscular student without a shirt calls out, asking if someone has lost their kid, making Ruby blush and clutch her present tighter to her chest. Finally she gets to her goal and knocks on the only closed door in the hall. There's a pause that seems to stretch on forever before the door opens to reveal Emerald's smiling face. The smile flees when the brown-skinned girl sees the identity of their visitor and is replaced with a vaguely contemptuous glare. Ruby offers a worried smile as apology and murmurs at a quiet hi that is nearly swallowed by the noise in the hall. Emerald had seemed really nice when they first met, but the closer Ruby got to her girlfriend, the more hostile Emerald became. "Cinder, your girlfriend is here," Emerald calls back into the room, stressing the word with bitter sarcasm. A sudden shout down the hallway makes Ruby jump and miss the reply from inside. Emerald hears it fine, however, and turns a sour glare to the 15-year-old girl before opening the door and storming out, followed more casually by her tall, gray-haired partner. Mercury smiles and waves at Ruby as he leaves. He's friendly enough, but something about him has always made Ruby a little nervous. She watches them go until she hears a voice call her from inside the room. "Come in, pet." Ruby slips into the room and closes the door after, keeping the present hidden behind her back. The room is a lot smaller than the dorm's Beacon students get, making bunk beds a necessity rather than just a fun idea. Cinder is lounging on her bed, a large black book lying beside her. She's wearing her school's plaid skirt with black leggings and a dark, blood-red blouse with the top several buttons unbuttoned, showing off the pale skin underneath. She stares at Ruby with expectant yellow eyes and a predatory half-smile that makes Ruby want to run. Run away from or to her, she can't decide. Cinder doesn't say anything, she just lies there waiting. It's a game to her, Ruby knows. She's just trying to make Ruby flustered and off balance. She thinks it's cute. Ruby just blushes and looks at the floor and whips the box out from behind her, holding it straight out at Cinder at arm's length. For the first time, Ruby sees surprise on Cinder's face. "What is that?" she asks, eyebrows raised. "It's your birthday present," Ruby stammers back. Cinder's eyes widen and she stares at the young girl. "How did you know when my birthday was?" she asks. RWBY laughs nervously. Well, I may have snooped around and looked it up in your school file and I noticed it was coming up and it's a big birthday. Well, not big, not really. Not too big, I mean. I mean not like you're too old for me or anything, just that it's a big birthday. Stop saying big. Big. 19. Not that big, but, you know. Big. She clamps her lips shut to stop her babbling and hopes she hasn't ruined everything. Cinder just smirks a grin that makes RWBY feel like she's being laughed at and feels the flush burn in her cheeks. She wants to disappear into the floorboards. 19, Cinder says quietly, almost as if to herself. Yeah. RWBY blinks. Is that not right? Cinder sighs with a smile and takes the box from RWBY's hand, also taking her wrist and pulling her gently into the bed beside her. RWBY is nervous but tries to act nonchalant being pulled against the older woman. They lie there, shoulder to shoulder, with RWBY trying not to think about how warm Cinder feels or how she can almost see down the woman's shirt. She tries not to think about the sudden tightness in her chest or the butterflies that flutter in her stomach with wild abandon. Cinder tears the present open with sharp fingernails, not showing the least regard for the wrapping but carefully opens the box inside. Inside is the gift. A necklace plated in the thinnest layer of gold with a large, cheap, red gemstone hanging from it. Cinder snorts and shakes her head slowly. But RWBY only sees the genuine smile that crosses her lips. Is it okay? RWBY stutters. Cinder turns to RWBY and cups her cheek in one hand, pulling her close to plant a soft kiss on her lips. RWBY closes her eyes and melts, moaning softly, her heart thumping like it's about to leap out of her chest. After a too short eternity the kiss ends and Cinder pulls away. It's perfect, pet, Cinder says quietly. RWBY grins, relief filling her, melting the tension and nervousness away. Cinder hands RWBY the box and pulls her hair back and up with both hands. RWBY moves on to her knees and removes the necklace from the box, fastening it around her girlfriend's neck. Mission accomplished, RWBY pulls back and Cinder lets her dark hair once again fall free. Does it look good? She purrs. RWBY wants to say the gold matches the color of her eyes, that the fiery red and yellow remind her of the fire that burns inside her. She wants to say the gem hanging just above her breasts is herself, close to her love's heart. She wants to say how beautiful it is. She wants to say how Cinder's beauty outshines it. Instead she just swallows nervously and nods, mutely. Cinder smiles and gives her another soft kiss. Shorter, this time, and somehow missing the same intensity of the last. She lies back in the bed, pulling RWBY down with her, resting the girl's head on her shoulder and softly running her fingers through the young girl's hair. RWBY feels like she missed an opportunity. She wants to go back and try again, to say something, anything to show Cinder what she means to her. I'd give you the world if I could, she blurts out suddenly, before the thought had fully formed in her mind. Cinder's hand stops caressing her mid-stroke and RWBY worries that she said something wrong. But this time she refuses to stay silent. I would give you the world if I could, she repeats seriously, not looking up at Cinder's eyes, afraid of compounding her humiliation. There's a long, silent pause before RWBY feels Cinder shift under her and feels lips pressed against her forehead and hears a quiet whisper. I'm sure you will. Cinder Fall had worked hard in developing a reputation for herself. She was a mysterious, alluring, and highly attractive student with a taste for other girls, perhaps even literally. But as Haven's infamous, mysterious lady killer, there were a few things she couldn't allow herself to get away with. For example, showing excitement over traveling to Vale for the Vital Festival. Everyone, including her own teammates, were clearly excited all the airship ride over, but Cinder needed to maintain her composure, despite how thrilled she actually was. At one point on the ride, Emerald had had enough of Cinder's tough girl act, and she privately called her out on it so only the team could hear. Come on, Cinder. You can at least act excited, you know. Cinder, with one knee crossed maturely over the other, turned her focused gaze from the window view to her teammate's rustic eyes. "There's hardly anything to be excited about," she drawled. "We're simply going to the festival." Yeah," scoffed Mercury from the seat facing hers. "Our first ever Vital Festival as students of Haven Academy. Don't be so uptight. It's obnoxious." Cinder sent him a frigid glare, chilling despite the warm color of her eyes. "You're acting like children. There's nothing to be so antsy about." "Tell that to your shoe," Emerald mumbled. Cinder snorted and instantly put a stop to the tapping of her foot, a habitual tell that she was anticipating something she knew she'd enjoy. Next to Mercury, Neo couldn't keep the smirk off her face as she signed the finishing blow. "Who knows? Maybe you meet some cute girls at Beacon." That was a comment Cinder couldn't even be upset at. Neo was right. Cinder had already been through every girl at Haven who'd struck her fancy, in some cases, more than once. Though they'd all had their own unique charms and beauty, not a single one of them had managed to keep her interested for much longer than a week. There were some girls that Cinder had chosen to enjoy to the fullest, in every sense of the word, but even those couldn't satisfy her for long. All of her relationships thus far had ended in much the same way. The other girl would become absolutely infatuated with Cinder, to the point where they'd start to brag about her to no end. They'd follow her around like puppies, beg to do her bidding as though they were her slaves. It was almost disgusting, more pitiful than flattering. She couldn't stand people who couldn't think for themselves. They all worshipped her as though she were some kind of goddess, and it was so off-putting to Cinder that she'd ended every single relationship as soon as she'd recognized the first signs of decline. They all seemed to want her to be in control and were eager to mindlessly follow her wherever she went, and she couldn't bear that notion. Just once, she would have liked for someone else to have taken charge. Perhaps she'd get lucky and find such a girl during the festival. Their ship landed at Beacon a short while later, and all Haven students began filing out the doors, chatting excitedly now that they'd finally arrived. Their professors paused them all before they could disperse, calling out instructions about what they should do next. They would need to head over to the school building and locate the dorms where they'd be staying for the length of the festival. After that, they were free to enjoy the fairgrounds as they pleased. But Cinder and her team all had other ideas. Silently and simultaneously, by sharing smirks and glances, they all agreed to slip away from the crowds and head to the bustling fairgrounds first. It was a simple feat for the four of them to go about undetected as they split from the group, and they soon found themselves surrounded by various vendors, gift shops, and food stands. While her teammates began to enjoy themselves with the festivities, Cinder was already on the hunt for something else. Every girl she passed by, she would casually bump up against with a sultry apology, or lure in with a simple, entrancing glance. But by now, she was experienced enough to know what kind of girls they were after just a few minutes of conversation. After about an hour of wandering the property, she'd probably flirted with just about every other girl outside. But she could already tell that none of them were the type she was looking for. But that didn't mean she didn't let herself have a little fun. At the very least, she left all of them with her number and an indescribable tightness in their chests. She knew that few of them would ever send her a text, and the few who did wouldn't do so for long. Cinder had more or less abandoned the game of serious dating and was now having fun, trying to entertain herself. She liked to play with her food, even if she didn't get to eat it in the end. These girls were her playthings and nothing more, just people to temporarily entertain her before she'd drift away so smoothly they'd never know what hit them. Every girl she spoke to at the fairgrounds that afternoon was the same, though Cinder hadn't even met them until today. She'd dated every single one of them before, and knew exactly how those relationships would end if she were ever to initiate them. So she refrained to spare herself the headache, though she did make sure everyone knew she was still on the prowl. At each failed attempt, her teammates would sigh and shake their heads. They all knew what she was looking for and how unlikely it was for her to find, especially considering who Cinder was. She was notoriously gorgeous, dangerously charming, and exceptionally superior on most mental and physical levels. It would be next to impossible for her to find someone who'd suit her tastes. But they all anticipated it, wondering if someday they might discover who would be Cinder Fall's perfect match. They just hadn't expected it to happen like this. After an hour of making their rounds and flirting with the locals and other visiting students, the team from Haven headed toward the school buildings. As they treaded inside, Cinder muttered about her misfortunes. Mindless lambs, all of them. They've got the looks, but you'd never have suspected that they'd have the brains to get into the tournament. Such a shame. Eh? Mercury shrugged. Try again tomorrow after some more schools have arrived. He's right. As soon as the tournament actually gets underway, there's bound to be more people. Fresh meat, you know. An analogy most befitting for our tigress, Neo smiled. Cinder let out a small sigh, one she'd only ever dare to show to these three people. They really did know her better than anyone, and she appreciated their support. She'd probably never say it directly, but she'd never trade them for the world. As they walked down the hallways of the unfamiliar school, the quartet searched for fellow Haven students, hoping they would be able to find their dorms. But the hallways were rather empty at this time, probably due to the fact that students had been told to find their dorms first and enjoy the festival later, orders which Cinder and her team had blatantly disregarded. But that didn't stop them from strutting down the unfamiliar hallways as if they owned the place. Cinder was at the front of the group, listening to Mercury and Emerald chat behind her about Beacon's campus while Neo skipped alongside them. What happened next was so fast no one had time to react. A girl with a red cape came flying around the corner, running at speeds that would put most cars to shame. She wasn't looking where she was going, and Cinder didn't have time to react. Which resulted in a dizzying impact as the girl crashed right into her, hard enough to send Cinder staggering back against her teammates while the other girl landed on her behind on the floor. "Whoa, there!" Mercury called out. "Hey, watch it, twerp!" Emerald snapped. The other girl sat up and looked at them with wide silver eyes. Sorry. Are you okay?" Cinder stared down at the girl, admittedly captivated by her peculiar eyes. "Fine," she replied. "Just, perhaps, watch where you're going next time?" She offered her hand down. The girl didn't even hesitate to grab it and help herself up. "Right, sorry. I'm RWBY. Are you new?" "Visiting from Haven, actually," she replied. "Oh, you're here for the festival. Oh. But exchange students have their own dormitory." Mercury shrugged. "I guess we just got turned around." "Oh. Hee, don't worry, happens all the time." RWBY smiled. Your building is just east of here." The others nodded, and Emerald, Mercury, and Neo brushed past the girl. Cinder went last, making sure to pause beside the helpful, red-cloaked girl. She put on the best of her charms, eyes calm and mysterious, voice low and alluring. "Thanks. Maybe we'll see you around." RWBY paused, just for a second. It was long enough for Cinder to know her magic charm was working on her. Yeah, maybe. Oh. And welcome to Beacon." Cinder didn't respond after that. She merely followed her teammates down the hallway and outside once more, where they set their course for the East Building. Once they were outside, Emerald and Mercury got to gossiping. "Well, she was a pleasure," Emerald scoffed. "Plowed right into us first thing." "Good start," Mercury agreed. Neo pranced up beside them and nudged them each with her elbows. "It seems someone enjoyed the encounter, don't you think?" Emerald and Mercury shared dubious looks. "What? Neo, what the hell are you blabbering on about?" She's not actually talking." "I know that, you idiot. That's not the point." Neo smirked and had them both pause, pointing mischievously back at their team leader, who was now trailing behind. Cinder hadn't even realized she'd been smiling to herself all this time until they all turned to look at her. She frowned right away. "What are you three going on about now?" "Oh," Emerald smirked. "I see what you mean. Really, Cinder? That little twerp?" Cinder glowered at her. "You're not explaining yourself. What about her?" "Oh, I think you know exactly what I'm talking about." "Yeah, Cinder?" Mercury chuckled. "You look like a schoolgirl who just got her first love letter or something." "What?" Her shout was a mixture of outrage and humiliation. "You're all imagining things. Bring this up again and you'll all wake up tomorrow at the bottom of the cliffs." With a snarl, she stormed past them and headed for the dormitory building. To anyone who didn't know her, she would have seemed terrifying, enough to petrify someone if they angered her further. But to her teammates, they knew there was no real threat in her words. She was more embarrassed than angry. Neo put a hand to her lips before signing to the others. "She's adorable." "Crush in on that red squirt?" Emerald sighed. "I don't believe it." "And this isn't like the others," Mercury observed. "This one just hit her like a ton of bricks. Literally." "She never saw it coming," Emerald added. "Maybe that's a good change of pace, though. It's about time someone got Cinder flustered and blushing instead of the other way around." "I can't wait to see how this turns out," Neo grinned. "You and me both, sister," Mercury agreed. "But let's not mention it again tonight," his partner advised. "Let her sleep it off. Then we can remind her about it tomorrow. And every day after that." "Sounds like a plan." The three of them followed after their love-struck leader, who was unsuspecting of all the teasing she'd be subjected to in future days. But the fact that her teammates got a rise out of her every time suggested just how much she really did like this RWBY girl. It motivated her enough to devise a plan to see her again, which was a promising step in the right direction for Cinder. She could somehow tell this girl would be different from the rest. And she couldn't wait to see her again. Cinder thought about that peculiar, rather charming girl from the hallway all evening. After she and her team had found the rooms where they'd be staying, Cinder toiled away a few hours sitting in bed and doing work on her scroll. Normally, she would look for video recordings of the opponent's schools and their students, so she could study how each person fought and calculate how she should fight in response if she was ever to face that person in the tournament. But after a while, she got unknowingly sidetracked. Soon, she was looking less and less for a variety of students and more specifically for one girl in particular. There wasn't much on Ruby Rose, being she was only a freshman, but Cinder managed to find one quick video of Ruby and her team during a mock battle on school property. But Cinder didn't study their fighting techniques or teamwork tactics. Rather, she only studied Ruby Rose, and perhaps not in the most appropriate of ways. She admired how the girl looked in action, even if the picture was painted on a small, pixelated screen. Just from watching that brief clip, Cinder could tell the girl was an exceptional leader and a quick thinker, which meant she could work well as part of a team or independently. And most importantly, she could think for herself. That was perhaps her most appealing quality to Cinder. Aside from being admittedly cute, this girl was proud and confident in her abilities and herself, things Cinder had been looking for in another girl for a long time now. But Ruby Rose was interested in fighting battles and seeking justice. Was she interested in dating? Cinder pondered and mulled through her own thoughts for hours that night. While the rest of her team was getting ready for bed, Cinder remained her usual taciturn self, absorbed in re-watching that single clip. Her three teammates faced one another from the edges of their beds and conversed in private. "She's whipped," Emerald smirked. "It's kinda creepy," Mercury added. "But also kinda sweet? Like, in a weird way? How much do you wanna bet she's going to be looking for that girl again all day tomorrow?" Neo wondered. But just then, their leader's voice shot out across the room. "What are you three doing? We've got a long day ahead of us tomorrow. Stop gossiping and get to bed." Emerald leaned back to taunt her love-struck leader. Says the girl who hasn't even changed out of her uniform. Cinder glowered at her. "I've been doing research," she snapped. "Yeah," Neo signed to the other two. "Research of that RWBY girl's figure." "What was that, Neo dear?" Cinder demanded. "Nothing, geez." Mercury sighed. "Mind your own research business, Kay?" Cinder stood from her bed and sauntered across the room to stand over the three of them. "If we weren't on foreign soil, I'd ensure that the three of you would wake up tomorrow morning upside down." With that, she whipped around, grabbed her long, red nightgown, and stormed into the bathroom. The others had to try their best to hide their laughter. "Man," Emerald chuckled. "She's a lot less intimidating when we know she's fibbing, but she's even less intimidating when she's red-faced and starry-eyed." "I cannot wait to see how tomorrow goes," her partner agreed. "Let's hope we bump into Miss Red again. For Cinder's sake." The others agreed, and as soon as their leader emerged from the bathroom, they all dispersed and hurried to their beds. Cinder eyed them all warily. "Fleeing like roaches in the light. You three had better watch yourselves." With that grunt, she sat down in her own bed and turned off the remaining lamp, leaving the room in darkness for the night. The next morning, after their team had dressed and eaten, the four of them were back outside at the fairgrounds. There were no matches until later this evening, so for the morning and early afternoon hours, students were able to roam freely. Cinder had already seen all she'd needed to see yesterday, so she walked the fairgrounds with an unimpressed expression. However, her fiery eyes were intent to find one thing in particular. Her teammates helped her search for it, for almost an hour, until they had success. Neo was the one to spot Ruby Rose, seated at a food stand with girls who were presumably the rest of her team. She stopped walking dead in her tracks, causing Mercury to slam right into her. "Hey! Neo, what the g-" She silenced him with a jab to the elbow, then grabbed his collar and yanked him down. She released him only to sign. "Target sighted." As he moaned and rubbed his gut, he followed the nod of her head and realized what she meant. "Oh. I see." From there, he ran ahead to catch Emerald by the arm. "Hey. We found the little twerp." His partner turned around, a smirk already creeping across her lips. "Really, now?" Mercury turned her around to face the right direction. Emerald snickered. "Well, I'll be damned. Good job, guys. I'll get Cinder." With that, she jogged to catch up to her leader, slowing her pace as she got beside her. "Say, Cinder. Neo, Merc, and I found an attraction here we think you might enjoy." Cinder didn't even spare her a glance. "Oh? Surprise me." Emerald hummed. "Well. It's little and red and cute all over." The way Cinder halted like a malfunctioning conveyor belt nearly had Emerald laughing out loud, but she swallowed it down. Cinder glanced down at her past the cover of her ashen hair. She wasn't even embarrassed with how blatantly she made her order. "Show me." "You got it, Chief." Emerald invited her to turn around, then brought her back a few paces so she could see the concession stand. Cinder honed in on Ruby like an owl honing in on a mouse. She bit her lip, then licked it a little. "Good work, you three. Now just get rid of her teammates for me." "Yes, ma'am." "I call tall, blonde, and busty," Neo claimed. "Book girl for me," Mercury put in. "Aw, come on." Emerald whined. "Why do I have to get the heiress?" "Oh, come on, Em. She's totally your type," he joked. With a groan and a roll of her eyes, Emerald shot a heated look back to her leader. "You owe us." Cinder scoffed. "We'll see." With that, her three teammates took off to go distract Ruby's teammates respectively. Cinder held back for a moment, watching as they all started to get the three girls' attention, striking up casual conversations and asking about Beacon, the festival, and other common things. Only when she was certain Ruby had nothing else to occupy her attention did Cinder move in for the kill. She paused right behind the girl where she was seated at the counter in her elevated stool. Cinder cleared her throat pointedly, then tapped her shoulder twice. "Excuse me," she drawled. "Could you spare a moment?" A dire contrast to Cinder's slow, calculated motions and low tone, Ruby Rose spun around in her stool, grinning so brightly and talking so loudly, Cinder almost recoiled. "Sure thing. Oh. Hey, you're the girl I crashed into yesterday. You're not mad, are you?" The smile died away into a nervous frown. Cinder didn't like it. "Not at all. I'd simply recognized you and wanted to talk." Her words drew the smile back onto Ruby's lips. "Oh. That's great. Sure, I'd love to talk. What about?" "Well, let's see." Cinder was always living with her seductive charm activated, but for now, she turned it up tenfold. She leaned in close to the girl suggestively, eyes partially and mysteriously hidden by her hair, breath sultry and perfume enticing. "I was hoping you might be able to show me around? Just the two of us. I'm a bit lost." She made sure to breathe a little extra heavily on the last word. Cinder closed her eyes and waited for the dazed, affirmative reply. But it never came. "Oh, you don't need me to be your tour guide. They have maps here, you know. See? There's one rigged over there." Ruby grinned and pointed to the food stand next to this one, where a large piece of laminated paper was hanging on the wall. Cinder stared blankly at the map, then back at Ruby. The girl just kept smiling. "That should do the trick. Glad I could help." With that, she turned around to her unfinished ramen bowl. Cinder couldn't even comprehend what had just happened. This girl had just not only resisted her charms and advances, but she hadn't even done it intentionally. Cinder shook her head, a slight growl in her voice as she tried again. If Cinder had to spell this out for her, she would. She wanted this girl at any cost, even the cost of her own pride. "Oh, no," she rasped. "I don't think you understand." Cinder ran her fingers up the girl's arm and slipped them around to her cheek, coaxing her to turn her head and gaze up into her eyes. Like a snake hypnotizing its prey, Cinder lured her in a second time. "I want you to show me." There was no question about her intentions now. Even the man working at the stand was keeping his distance and making sure not to intrude on their little mating dance. Or, an attempt at one, on Cinder's part. She was maxing out her seductive charms, but the brunette seemed to be immune. I'm sorry. But I'm gonna stay with my team today. Maybe some other time." Cinder wouldn't show it, but she was dumbfounded almost to the point of outrage. How could this girl be so dense? She took a step closer, but it was less the move of a threatening predator and more the move of a panicked prey animal. "Oh? And how do you suppose we'll find one another again?" It was the closest to fretting she'd ever get. Ruby put a hand to her chin and thought for a minute. "Well, just in case we don't find each other again, how about this?" She dug into her uniform's pocket and pulled out her scroll, then opened it. "Let's exchange numbers. That way, if you want to meet up again sometime, I can show you around." Cinder didn't move for a moment. She wasn't able to comprehend this girl's words just yet. After all the effort she'd put in, seeking this girl out specifically, studying her, then doing her utmost to flirt with her, and none of it had worked. But in only 3 short seconds, all Ruby Rose had to do was ask for an exchange of numbers and it worked like a charm? It hardly seemed fair. But that didn't mean Cinder was going to refuse. In fact, she scrambled to pull her own scroll out rather quickly, to the point where she almost dropped it due to how flustered she was. She swiftly straightened up and cleared her throat, willing Ruby to forget what she'd just seen. "Very well. Let's exchange." Cinder said this as though it had been her intention all along and that she hadn't just been completely blindsided by this development. Ruby happily tapped her number into Cinder's scroll and added her name to go along with it. Cinder did the same. With a smile, Ruby read over her information and then closed her scroll. "Well, it was nice to meet you, Cinder. I'll see you around sometime." With that, she tapped her nearest teammate, the shiny heiress, and told her it was time to go. The message was passed down the line to the other two, and with polite goodbyes all around, Team RWBY took their leave. Cinder's group was left staring after them, most of them amused by the conversations they'd held. Then, Cinder's teammates all turned back to glimpse her. She looked like a statue, clutching her scroll, unmoving, unblinking. She only broke out of her trance when she felt 3 pairs of annoyingly amused eyes upon her. "You 3. Holy shit," Emerald snickered. "Lost your touch there, huh, Chief?" "Just the 2 of us," Tilda Mercury mocked. "I'm a bit lost, Tilda." "I don't think you understand," Tilda Neo dragged out. Cinder was seething, and she told herself it was due to fury, not embarrassment. "I can promise you 3 that you'll end up at the bottom of these cliffs if you don't shut your insolent little mouths. And hands." The other 3 clammed up, but still couldn't wipe the smug smiles away. Cinder prowled around them all like a tigress among hyenas. "Now then," she snarled. "If you're all quite finished, maybe you'll take a look at this." Cinder turned her scroll around and showed them Ruby Rose's number. They all seemed pleasantly surprised, and genuinely happy for her. "Hey, boss," Mercury said. "That's great." "Congratulations," Emerald added on. "You deserve this." "Go get her," Neo encouraged. Cinder gave a sharp nod, then quickly tucked her scroll away, turning her face as an excuse to hide her blush. Emerald and Neo shared a smile, then moved in to hug their leader. Mercury patted her shoulder. "We're happy for you, boss." Cinder snorted, but didn't refuse any of them. She waited a moment for Neo and Emerald to pull back, then straightened herself up again. "Now, then. We should get a seat at the stadium before the matches begin." "Right. You got it, boss." "Right behind you, Chief." As her teammates fell into step beside her, Cinder led the way, a girlish smile on her lips. If there was anything the students of Haven knew, it was that not many things could shock Cinderfall. Certain things might bore, intrigue, or disgust her, but rarely, if ever, was she brought to the point of surprise, and even fewer times was she brought to a state of shock. So that was why this time, her teammates hardly recognized this even rarer expression on her face. She was utterly dumbfounded. And she'd been that way ever since Ruby Rose had slipped her number. This was the very first time her teammates could recall, and quite possibly the first time ever, that Cinder was trapped in this state of mind. Walking back through the fairgrounds, she'd been entirely silent. She'd even been too distracted to react when a boy accidentally bumped into her, and he'd been granted the privilege of scurrying off before she could manage to fire scathing comments in his general direction. She didn't say a word to anyone as she blindly followed her teammates back to their dorm room. Once there, she brushed past them and went straight to her own bed, where she pulled out her scroll and began typing away, mumbling to herself inaudibly. The rest of her team hung back in the doorway, staring blankly at their leader, in total disbelief. They were all a little scared to approach her right now, much less address her, especially when she was in such an intensely focused state of mind. So they settled for huddling together, keeping their voices to hushed whispers as they turned to one another. "Okay," Emerald began. "Sorry, but what the actual hell is going on?" "I mean, we were all surprised the little red twerp actually gave Cinder her number," Mercury said. "But what is Cinder doing?" Neo wondered with a flash of her hands. "Did she get sick suddenly? She hasn't said a word all the way back here. And she didn't even kill that guy who bumped into her. I think she's in shock. Sure looks like it, Emerald agreed, stealing a glance at her leader. So, what do we do? Mercury scratched his head, also uncertain. Well, we could let her just work it out? Go on a date and see what happens, I guess. The two girls shared glances with one another, skeptical. They'd all seen their charismatic leader go out on many dates before, but all of them ended up the same way, with Cinder returning later that night with a deadly aura around her. It was always the worst whenever she needed to break up with whomever she was seeing, due to their submissive and borderline helpless dispositions. Cinder would end the relationship, then slink back to the dorm room in a silent, disappointed rage, and wouldn't speak a word about what had happened. Her teammates also knew better than to ask. No one ever needed to explicitly state it when Cinder ended a relationship, everyone just knew, and nothing more ever needed to be said on the matter. But now, Emerald, Mercury, and Neo all saw a different potential future for their leader. This Ruby Rose girl wasn't the type to fall head over heels for Cinder and go along with anything and everything she said or did. She could very clearly think for herself and had enough self-esteem and confidence to speak her mind, and to even refute Cinder if necessary, as she'd done earlier that day, even if it was without fully realizing it. They could all envision Cinder's relationship with Ruby Rose ending. Well. Or perhaps never ending at all. And that would certainly be a first. The three of them shared glances with one another, and smiles began to form on their lips. No matter how cruel and cunning their leaders seemed to be, they all knew her to be a rather sensitive person on the inside. She deserved a girl who could make her happy. They all came to the silent but mutual agreement that they wanted this to work out for Cinder. This could work, Emerald mumbled. This could really work for her, you guys. Yeah, her partner mused. And just think how much nicer she'd be to be around if she actually had a happy, healthy relationship going. She'd probably smack us around a lot less. Well, maybe she'd smack us around less, Neo signed, gesturing to Emerald and herself. But she'd probably still whack a few times since you can't ever keep your big mouth shut. Hey, you little guys. Emerald hissed, throwing herself between them. Can we not do this right now? Let's try to keep the atmosphere a little bit calm tonight, okay? For Cinder's sake? She pointedly looked behind herself, and the others followed her gaze. Their leader was still sitting on the edge of her bed, typing quickly in her scroll while still murmuring to herself. She looked very much like a love-struck girl writing in her diary. It was a side of her they hadn't seen in a long time. The first few times she'd dated people, Cinder had acted this way. She'd used to get excited about beginning new relationships, even if she'd just ended another one. She'd always tried to get over the pain of the old and welcome in the possibilities of the new. But as time had gone on, and person after person had left her unsatisfied, she'd started to lose genuine interest in the people she dated. She'd begun dating them just for the sake of dating, and nothing more. Even though those relationships had all been with different people, they'd proven to be redundant, uninteresting, and had always ended in heartbreak. But now Cinder looked like she had the very first time. Ruby Rose wasn't just another person for her to date and be disappointed about. There was real potential there, a genuine chance of working out where so many others had failed. They all just wanted to see Cinder happy for once. Genuinely happy, not just the same bitter shell of a dejected girl she'd been up until now. So they all agreed not to bicker between themselves, at least not when their leader was around. She deserved their support and their respect, now more than ever. All right, Emerald went on quietly. We cool? So let's just let her do her thing, okay? Yeah. Got it. As if they were breaking up a team huddle, the three of them stepped back and straightened up, trying to seem as though they hadn't just been secretly discussing their leader behind her back. But luckily for them, Cinder didn't even seem to notice their presence. She was far too focused on whatever she was typing. Unfortunately, that was somewhere her teammates would have to intervene. Since Neo couldn't exactly speak up, and Mercury tended not to think before he spoke, Emerald took the liberty upon herself to get their leader's attention. She stood at the forefront while the other two flanked her from either side. She cleared her throat and tentatively approached their leader. "Say, Sender? Got a second?" The response was curt and immediate. "No." Her tone was flat, an indication that everyone had best keep their distance and not bother her if they wanted to keep all of their bones intact. Emerald and the others flinched a bit, but they couldn't stop just like that. So the illusionist tried again, a bit more delicately this time. "I'm sorry. It's just that we couldn't help noticing. You wouldn't happen to be, say, compulsively planning out the very first date you want to go on with this new RWBY girl, hm?" Cinder didn't even spare a glance at her as she continued tapping on her scroll. "And what if I am?" she growled. "I'll have everything planned out from beginning to end, just like always. This way I can keep track of and keep control of the situation, and whatever it is we'll be doing at the time." "Oh." Mercury sucked the word in through his teeth. "See, that's where it gets tricky, right boss? Isn't that? You know. What you did with all the other dates. You know, the ones that ended badly." "Idiot." Emerald snapped. "Do you want to die?" As she rounded on him, Cinder's posture straightened up as though a switch had been flicked. She glared daggers at him, and had she not been so intent on typing more of her plans out, she probably would have lunged for his throat. Her eyes alone were enough to silence him before she returned to her task. Emerald gave him a shove and jabbed her elbow into his gut. "I thought we were letting me handle this." "Ow. Yesh, sorry. Just trying to help." "Well, you're not," she grunted. "So shut your trap before Cinder knocks all your damn teeth out. Or if she doesn't, I will." Mercury put his hands up in surrender and took a step back. Neo shooed him further away and stuck her tongue out at him. With her nuisance of a partner now in check, Emerald turned back to her leader. "Sorry about him. You know what a moron he can be." "I do," Cinder snapped. "Now, I thought I'd ask you to stop talking. I'm busy." Emerald swallowed, but didn't lose her cool. "But Cinder, don't you think Merc might actually have a point? I mean, how many times has all this planning you've done actually borne fruit?" A beat of silence passed, then Cinder lifted her head once again. Instinctively, Emerald jumped back, shielding Neo in the process. But Cinder only attacked with her words. All the others were hopeless from the start. This one's different. The others all shared looks once again. Emerald sighed. "We know she is, Cinder. That's why you should handle it differently. Unless you want it to end the same way," Mercury finished. His comment hadn't been entirely necessary. It could have just been implied and Cinder would have figured it out on her own. But Emerald braced herself once more in case he'd been too blunt, and now they were all going to get a scorching lecture. But to their astonishment, Cinder's voice remained calm and cool now. "It won't. It's going to work. I'm making sure of it." She typed something else on her scroll and looked back down. "Now don't make me ask you all again. Be quiet." It sent a chill up all of their spines, and for a moment, they actually considered retreating. But they couldn't let this happen when they knew Cinder was just going to ensure another unhappy ending for herself. Even though Mercury began to turn away, Neo grabbed him, and Emerald grabbed her. No. Her declaration was a bold one indeed. She was directly disobeying their leader's orders, especially when Cinder was in such a focused and serious state of mind. Their leader froze in what she was typing, then slowly, threateningly lifted her head. She blinked calmly, her eyes alight with mild interest and less subtle fire. What was that? Mercury was doing his best to wriggle free and flee for the door, but the girls held fast to him. Emerald cleared her throat and looked Cinder dead in the eye. I said no. She took a step forward, dragging the others along with her. Her boldness rubbed off on Neo, and Neo's rubbed off on Mercury. The three of them advanced on their leader, surrounding her on the edge of the bed. Cinder glared at each of them in turn. "What is this?" Mercury sighed and reached down to grab her scroll. "M's right," he declared. "We're not going to let this happen to you again." With that, he shut Cinder's scroll, effectively deleting all of her unsaved document. A sudden flare of heat filled the room, but before Cinder could so much as scream at him, Neo pinned her down by sitting firmly in her lap. She grabbed her leader around the waist and leaned forward in a fierce headbutt to prevent her from moving. Cinder yelped, outraged. "Why you?" "Cinder." This time, Emerald held firmly to her leader's shoulders, keeping her from moving, or killing any of them. All of their combined efforts certainly gained their leader's attention, forcing her to take them seriously. Cinder tried prying Neo off with one hand, but the girl held fast to her. With the other, she rubbed her sore forehead, all while narrowing her eyes at Emerald. "How dare you three?" "Cinder, stop," Emerald barked. "Would you please just listen to us? We're trying to help you." "She's right," Mercury cut in. "Be honest. How many times have you created a schedule for your dates? Newsflash, it's every time. And how many times have your dates ended well? Another newsflash, it's never." "Right," Emerald said quickly, before Cinder could refute him. "What is it you look for in a person, Cinder? You like people who can think for themselves, who are independent and spontaneous. And that's Ruby Rose to a T. So why are you already trying to change her, even before you've gone out with her?" She managed to make the main part of her point, so even if Cinder killed them now, at least they had gotten that far. But to their surprise, their leader said nothing in response. She closed her lips and the snarl faded, her eyes widening just a bit, as though clarity had struck her. She stopped trying to push Neo off of herself, and her eyes flicked to her now blank scroll in Mercury's hands, then back to Emerald. She took a deep breath, then let it out. "What are you saying?" The others were almost shocked that she seemed willing to listen to what they had to say now. But they couldn't waste time being dumbfounded. Emerald spoke up right away before Cinder could change her mind. "Just think about it," she said. "Why is it you like this Ruby girl? Isn't it because she can think for herself? Because she's independent and maybe even a little headstrong?" "Right," Mercury agreed. "So if you end up planning everything out yourself and taking control over your little outing, you're going to be taking that independence away from her. Why don't you let her decide what you guys do? Let someone else do the work for once." "Exactly," Emerald nodded. "You like someone who can be your equal, someone who can take charge just as often as you do. Not someone who just rolls over and listens to everything you say." At this point, Neo pulled back a little bit and released her hold on her leader so she could sign. "Let the red girl take charge. Follow her lead for once. If you do that instead of taking on all the responsibility by yourself, we know this one will turn out differently than all the others." Her pink and brown eyes were sparking earnestly, and when Cinder looked to the others, she saw the same determination on their expressions as well. Once they'd all said what they'd wanted to, she pondered everything for a long moment. They all waited, a bit eagerly and a bit nervously, for her response. At last, their leader let out a long, long sigh. Neo flinched, ready to be thrown across the room, and Emerald and Mercury were ready to bolt. "Fine." "Huh?" Emerald lowered her arms from where she'd had them crossed in a block before her face, slowly looking back to her leader. Cinder snorted softly. "Are you all going deaf? I said fine. The three of you may have a point or two about all of this. So I'll do as you suggest." Her eyes flicked calmly to the useless scroll. "No more planning. I'll meet with her and let her take charge. Would that make you all happy?" The others nodded right away. Yes. Emerald said loudly. And not only us, Cinder. We think it'd make you happy, too. The team leader heaved another sigh and ran a hand back through her hair. Though her teammates could be pains in the neck sometimes, at the end of the day, they truly did care about her. She was thankful for that, though she'd never say it out loud. Then there you have it. You've won. Now get off of me so I can get some sleep. She shooed Neo off, and the girl lightly jumped up and twirled away, glad that their plan had worked. Emerald and Mercury stepped out of the way as Cinder grabbed her red nightgown and disappeared into the bathroom, closing the door behind herself. The others all shared rather triumphant looks with each other. I can't believe that worked, Neo commented. Me either, Mercury whistled. Emerald nudged them each, a satisfied smile on her lips. She'll thank us later for sure. Now all they could do was wait. It was all Cinder could do that morning not to wring the necks of each one of her teammates. None of them would shut up, not even Neo in her silent goading. Just because it was the day Cinder was scheduled to meet up with Ruby Rose, they'd all decided to taunt her, because they knew she couldn't kill them. At least, not on another school's property. When they got back to Haven next week, things could be different. But at least for now their lives were spared. Since Cinder had begrudgingly complied to their insistent wishes for her not to plan out today's rendezvous, she had no idea what she and Ruby would be doing today. That would be entirely up to the cheerful brunette. Even so, Cinder didn't think she should dress too formal. She hadn't packed or brought that many clothes to begin anyway, since she'd never anticipated finding a date here. So she was stuck with wearing her uniform, but something told her Ruby wouldn't mind. As she swatted and shouted her pestering teammates away, Cinder just tried to keep confirming to herself that all of this was real. The fact that she'd even gotten Ruby's number still astounded her, and she often needed to check her scroll's contacts just to ensure it was really there. And it was, every time. She'd just finished spooking Mercury away from the bathroom with her curling iron when she heard the familiar buzzing sound of her scroll. She tried to make a move for the device where it lay on her bed, but Emerald beat her to it. What's this? Oh? A message from Ruby Rose? How adorable. Give it here, Cinder growled. Neo twirled into view beside Emerald with a smirk on her lips. I don't think I heard the magic word. As Emerald chuckled, Cinder lit a live flame at the end of the curling iron. Emerald quickly tossed the leader her scroll. Cinder grunted. As soon as we get back to Haven, I'm going to string you all up by your toes. Extinguishing the flames, she put the curling iron down and tapped on her scroll. Ruby's name was displayed, along with a new message. Hi. I'll be waiting to meet you at the entrance to the fairgrounds. I've got a super fun day planned. Cinder didn't realize it, but her expression must have become complacent as she read. Because not a second later, all three of her teammates were struggling to peek over, or under, her shoulder to read the message. What's it say? Mercury asked. Read it yourself, Nimrod, Emerald grunted. The three of them got a light scorching for that blatant invasion of privacy. Eventually, they all retreated to their beds and finally allowed Cinder to get ready in peace. As she did so, the three of them had another quick huddle as they wiped the ash from their faces. So? Mercury mumbled. Looks like it's so far, so good. I'll say, Emerald whispered back. I can't remember the last time I've seen her this expressive. I think you mean reactive, Neo giggled. When she gets really into something, all it takes is a little touch and she's erupting like a volcano. I'll say. They dusted themselves off while Cinder was finishing up. She slipped her scroll and her wallet into her blazer's pockets, checked her reflection one last time, and then headed for the door. Mercury called after her. Hey, not even so much as a goodbye? It's because she's mad at us. Good luck, Cinder. Emerald called out. Their leader's only response was a slight pause as she opened the door. She didn't say anything or turn around to face them, but they knew she was taking a moment to appreciate their support. And then the door shut, and she was gone. Her teammates hadn't ever really been the type for prayers. But today they were just hoping that things would work out for her. Cinder half walked, half stalked her way across the school's courtyard and made her way to the airship docks. She boarded the next plane that would be landing at the stadium, and rode it for the few minutes it took to arrive there. She'd been here a few times already since their school had arrived for the tournament, but this would be her first time traversing the fairgrounds alone. But that only lasted for a few seconds. Almost right away, she spotted a familiar girl dressed in Beacon's uniform, standing by the entrance sign. Ruby caught her eye and waved, as a criminal smile painted its way onto her lips. Cinder pursed her lips tightly to match how tense her jaw was feeling, and tried not to look like she was hurrying as she made her way over. She stopped a few feet shy of the girl just as Ruby lowered her hand. "Glad you could make it. Cinder, right?" Cinder realized she'd probably have to start using her voice now. She nodded once and opened her mouth to speak, but Ruby's excited babbling beat her to it. "Great. I'm so glad I remembered your name. Vice tells me I forget stuff easily. Anyway, I know your school just got here a few days ago. Have you gotten a chance to look around the fairgrounds yet?" Even though Cinder had, in fact, toiled hours away with her easily distracted teammates, she shook her head right away. Ruby clapped in delight. "Great. Then I can show you around a bit. Follow me." She spun around and started prancing off. Only then did Cinder realize she'd yet to say a single word. So she called out to the girl before she could miss her chance. "Wait." Despite the noise around them, Ruby heard her and paused to turn back, an innocent, curious tilt to her head. Cinder could only hold her gaze for a second. She was just too cute. "Thank you for accompanying me." Ruby's smile broke out all over again. "It's my pleasure." So the two of them started their journey around the fairgrounds. Ruby babbled on like a tour guide, explaining everything about everything, talking about what items the stands were selling, be it food or weapons or clothing or knickknacks. Cinder followed along, sending glares of cold fury at anyone who so much as looked at them the wrong way. But whenever she turned her attention back to Ruby, her eyes naturally softened. It was easy to lose track of time when she was doing something she enjoyed. As far as they knew, there was no time limit to this, anyway. But there was something just a little upsetting. It felt more like a tour than anything else. Cinder realized that when she and Ruby had made plans, it hadn't exactly been as an official date to begin with. The girl was so innocent and carefree, she probably didn't even understand what Cinder was after. That idea was what put a flicker of doubt into her mind. Ruby Rose seemed like a good match for her, and every passing second with her seemed to prove that more and more. But what if Ruby wasn't even interested in that sort of thing? Cinder was deep in thought about this, and she must have been making a serious expression, because Ruby suddenly paused. "Oh no, is this getting boring? Then I've got just the thing. Come on." Before Cinder could reassure her that nothing at all about this was boring, Ruby was scurrying off again. Cinder made her way after her at a more controlled pace. Ruby led her to a different area of the fairgrounds. Rather than fabrics and pewter grim statuettes, this section consisted of food and games. There was a strong scent of sugar on the air, and Ruby inhaled it with a dreamy sigh. "Ah, the cotton candy here is so good. Oh, there's what I wanted to show you." She darted off and appeared a small distance away, leaving a trail of rose petals for Cinder to follow. Ruby had brought her to a gaming stand, one where players needed to shoot water guns into the plastic jaws of bulvas. Based on their performance, various plush prizes would be awarded. Again, Cinder didn't even have the chance to speak before Ruby was already taking her seat at one of the open stools. She rummaged into her skirt pocket and proudly dropped a pile of coins onto the table. Then, She wiggled in her seat and took aim, waiting for the game to start. Cinder stood back a few feet away, not really knowing what to do. Most people here seemed to think she was Ruby's sister, it seemed. She nearly jilted at the sound of a loud buzzer, and then the spray of water guns filled the air. Cinder watched as the little bars above each player's fake wolf head began to fill with color, and she couldn't help but get a little excited. Ruby was in the lead right from the start, and Cinder had never expected anything less. In a matter of seconds, the buzzer sounded again as Ruby's colored bar filled all the way to the top. The brunette spun around in her stool, cheering. "Yay, I did it. I won." She jumped up from her seat and clapped as the man behind the counter asked her which prize she wanted. She deliberated for a moment, then pointed out a black cat plushie. Once it was in her arms, she spun around again to face Cinder. "It's been forever since I played one of those. I'm surprised I won. Here." Cinder was about to offer words of congratulations when the girl held the plushie out to her. She tilted her head. "What's this?" "For you. I won you this cool Black Panther guy because he's cool and mysterious like you." She beamed. Cinder was baffled. She'd never owned any stuffed animals, and she certainly never planned to. It didn't go with her image. But she had always wanted one. And to think, now she could have one that Ruby Rose won specifically for her. Cinder slowly reached out to accept the gift. It was soft and warm and very adorable. Sort of like a certain girl. "Thank you," she murmured, not really knowing what else she could say or do. Ruby waved her hand dismissively. "Don't mention it. I've got a bajillion stuffed animals back at home anyway. I think you'll enjoy this guy more than I could. Come on, let's walk around a little more." As if holding the stuffed panther Ruby had won for her wasn't baffling enough, Cinder then felt a hand on hers. Ruby now guided her by the hand around the fairgrounds, skipping along merrily as Cinder tried to keep up. She was focused on keeping a hold of Ruby's fingers and of the plushie, unwilling to let go of either. Only when she spotted another kind of game did Cinder pause. Ruby felt the resistance and turned back to look at her. "What's up? Need to find a restroom?" Cinder didn't reply, but headed off to one of the nearby games, bringing Ruby along. She let go of the girl's hand, then tucked the panther under her arm as she dug into her blazer's pocket. She fished out a few coins, then put them into the crane game machine she'd selected. Ruby instantly pressed herself against the glass. "Ooh, which one are you gonna go for? They're all so cute." Cinder flashed her a quick glance. "Which one is your favorite?" "Me? I like the little gray wolfie. He looks like Zwei, my dog." Cinder narrowed her eyes and honed in on the toy she'd indicated. She was going to do this no matter the cost. Literally. The first time she missed it just barely, and ended up only flipping it over. Next, she missed it altogether. Cinder went through various levels of anxiety in those next 4 minutes, though she didn't let it show in anything other than her tightened jaw. She flipped the wolf over again, then managed to lift it up, but it dropped. Ruby kept cheering and deflating with every attempt. Cinder wasn't about to leave here until she'd won it for her. Even when Ruby started to tell her not to waste her money, Cinder ignored her and continued playing. And at last, after having put over 20 lean into the machine, the little gray wolf dropped into the tunnel. She bent down to pick it up, then offered it to Ruby. "Here," she said simply. Ruby gasped and clapped and bounced up and down, as if she hadn't actually expected Cinder to give it to her. "Really, Tilda?" Cinder nodded. Ruby squealed and hugged the little wolf to her chest, giving a delighted twirl. Thank you, thank you, thank you." Cinder said nothing. She merely smiled and enjoyed the girl's presence. After that, they walked around for a while longer with their stuffed animals, but soon, Ruby got a message on her scroll. She read it and sighed. "Oh, I gotta get going now. But I had a ton of fun today. Let's do it again sometime, okay? Either during the festival or after. And thanks again for him. Ruby kissed the little wolf plush on the nose, then bumped it against the nose of Cinder's panther. I hope you had fun today, too. Text me anytime. See you around, Cinder. And with that, Ruby Rose took her plushie and darted off. Cinder watched her go, a mixture of amazement and bewilderment in her eyes. She'd barely said 2 words all afternoon, but she felt like Ruby had learned many things about her. And even though Cinder had been walking for hours, she felt pleasantly energized now. With her chest feeling oddly warm, she retreated back to the dorm room, but failed to think about concealing the panther. The instant her teammates saw it, they all started jeering and cooing at her, to the point where she chased them all out and scorched the door behind them. She locked them out that night as punishment. That evening, with the room to herself, she curled up in her bed and hugged the little panther to her chest, then softly kissed its nose. It took some prodding on Emerald, Mercury, and Neo's parts, but eventually, they managed to get Cinder to talk about her outing with Ruby Rose the next morning. Considering the fact that she'd locked them all out of the room last night, their leader's love life had been all they'd been discussing as they spent a night out in the hallway. By the time they were allowed back in the next morning, Cinder had already gotten dressed and made her bed up, and the little panther plushie was nowhere to be seen. It had started off with a lot of treading on eggshells on their part, but eventually Emerald had just tasked their leader straight up. So? How'd it go yesterday? I'm guessing well. And they all braced themselves for another heat wave. But surprisingly, Cinder reacted normally. She was a bit tight-lipped at first, but evidently, she'd secretly been wanting to brag about her so-called date to a certain degree. And so she told them everything, but kept things very vague. She never told them about Ruby Rose's cute mannerisms or the sparkle in her silver eyes. She simply told them about how they had gone around the fairgrounds and Cinder had mainly watched her play a few games. I even tried my hand at one, she said flatly. But only to repay a favor. While her teammates were trying to no avail to shut their jaws that had dropped in disbelief at the idea of Cinderfall playing a game, Cinder finished up her story simply. After that, she needed to be somewhere, so she left. A beat of silence hung in the air. The others all waited for some kind of wrap-up, such as if Ruby and Cinder had made plans for a follow-up date or if they'd hugged or kissed each other on the cheek or anything like that. But Cinder remained silent, casting her gaze around at the 3 of them in turn. Well? Instantly, the others began applauding. That's great. Emerald cheered for her. Nice going, Cinder. Yeah, boss. That's really great, Mercury agreed. So, Neo signed a little more bravely. When are you going to see her again? Cinder soaked up Emerald and Mercury's praise, but then gave Neo a mildly curious look. She said I may message her anytime and that she would see me around. The other 3 waited. Then. That's. Emerald cleared her throat. That's it? That's all she said? Doesn't really sound like a date to Ing. The hell was that whatever stupid thing Mercury was muttering was cut off when his partner rammed her elbow into his gut. Cinder sent the pair a glower, but Neo quickly gained her attention. Never mind him. It sounded like a really fun day. We're happy for you, Cinder. That seemed to put their leader at ease. She gave a small, approving nod in Neo's direction. Now then, we'd best be getting ready for today's matches. I believe you 3 need to shower, since you haven't even changed clothes since yesterday. Yeah, Mercury grunted. And whose fault is Yuck? Yes, ma'am. Emerald said dutifully as she crushed his foot. We'll all get ready right away. With that, Cinder took out her scroll and began going through her planner. Meanwhile, Emerald and Neo dragged Mercury over to the other side of the room, and another one of their huddles formed. So, that sounds like a good start, Emerald began. But it doesn't sound like a date, Mercury finished. It was a date to Cinder, Neo clarified. But it doesn't sound like it was one to that RWBY girl. Emerald nodded. We've gotta do something. Okay, listen up. They held a private, but brief discussion and agreed on a plan. Once it was decided, the three of them hurried to get ready for the day. Cinder and her team sat through the last few matches of the tournament today. With the festivities soon drawing to a close, there weren't a lot of spectacles left. By noontime, they found themselves back wandering the fairgrounds, though Cinder had few intentions of sticking around. I'll be heading back, she informed them. I've got some things I'd like to do. And without saying anything more on the matter, she made her way through the crowds back to the dorm room building. Emerald waved her off with a smile, then turned back to the others. Perfect? All right, you guys saw that girl, right? Did either of you track her? Neo raised her hand. As the audience was being dismissed, she was heading toward the food stands. Good work. Emerald ruffled her teammate's hair. Let's go get her. So they set off through the crowds in search of Ruby Rose or any of her teammates, assuming they'd be together. Neo was the one who spotted their target. Cotton candy stand, 3 o'clock. Emerald and Mercury spotted her as well. She was sitting on one of the stools, holding onto a stick of pink cotton candy. Her blonde teammate was beside her, but the others were nowhere in sight. All right, that's good, Emerald said. At least there's only 2 of them, so we outnumber 'em. Dibs on the blonde again, Neo smirked. Good. You can have her, Emerald nodded. Merc and I will talk to that RWBY. With the 3 of them in agreement, they set off. They tried to look natural as they approached the cotton candy stand. Gee, Merc, Emerald said. I don't know. There are so many different flavors. Oh. Don't we know you? Feigning surprise, Emerald got Ruby's attention right away. Her mouth was currently stuffed like a chipmunk's, but Ruby perked up instantly. Oh, hi. She held up a finger and waited for the cotton candy to melt. As they waited, Emerald and Mercury took 2 stools to one side of her. At the same time, Neo was hopping up into a seat on Ying's other side. Oh, hey. The blonde grinned. You're Neo, right? I remember you. How's it going? You guys enjoying the festival? Neo got to scribbling down her answers on a piece of notepad paper, and took all of her attention right from the start. By this point, Ruby could talk again. Phew. Sorry about that. Anyways, hi. You guys are Cinder's teammates, right? Bingo, Mercury nodded. Is Cinder with you guys? Ruby peered around them, seeking their leader out. Emerald and Mercury shared a quick, interested glance. So she's clearly interested in Cinder. No, Emerald smiled. She went back to our room for now. But that's for the better, because we'd actually wanted to talk to you privately. Me? Ruby blinked. Sure? About what? About Cinder, Emerald explained. You see, she told us the 2 of you went out yesterday. Is that right? Yeah. Ruby beamed. It was a lot of fun. She even won me a cute little wolf plushie. It took her a really long time, but she never gave up. Mercury snorted outright at the idea of Cinder needing to try a few dozen times to win a stuffed toy. Emerald kicked him in the shin, but was also trying not to laugh this time. Oh, really? That's nice. Huh? Ruby agreed. Cinder's super fun. Is she now? First I've heard of it. This time, Emerald spun around and nearly shoved him off the stool. Sorry about him, she smiled back to Ruby. Anyway, we just wanted to ask you. Well, how did you view yesterday? What do you mean? For example, when you went with Cinder yesterday, did you consider it? Oh, say an outing, or a quick get-together, or perhaps a date? She and Mercury leaned forward a bit eagerly as they waited for an answer. Ruby thought it over. Well, I don't think I'd call it a date. That's not what it was, right? Emerald bit her lip. Well, actually. Cinder sort of thought of it that way. Ruby put down her cotton candy stick on the counter and her eyes went wide. Really? But why would someone as pretty and cool as Cinder want to date me? That's what we would like to know, Mercury muttered. He promptly lost his breath as Emerald elbowed him sharply in the stomach while keeping up her smile at Ruby. Well, obviously she sees something in you, Emerald explained. Not sure what this time, she silenced him with only a glare. Mercury finally clammed up for good. Emerald shook her fist at him before turning back to Ruby. Anyway, that's how she thought of it. And we just weren't sure if you'd thought of it the same way. We just wanted you to know how Cinder feels. Emerald lowered her tone. You see, believe it or not, she hasn't been able to hold onto a relationship all her life. But she really seems to like you, and we just want her to be happy. So if you don't think of her the same way, then maybe it'd be best to break things off early and spare her the heartache. Ruby was silent, an indication that she was taking all of this seriously. She looked down at her cotton candy for a moment and was lost in thought. Then, she took in a breath and looked straight into Emerald's eyes. Thanks for telling me, she said. I'll handle this as best I can. Emerald wanted to say more, just so she knew Ruby understood. But there was a fire in this girl's eye that put her at ease. Thanks for understanding. Ruby gave her a nod, and Emerald could honestly say she felt comfortable leaving it at that. Well, we've gotta get going now, she said matter-of-factly. It was good talking to you, Ruby. Yeah. Same here, Emerald, she said. And this insensitive moron who can't keep his mouth shut is Mercury. Pleasure, he smirked. Emerald rolled her eyes, and Ruby laughed. Nice talking to you guys. I'll see you around. Emerald nodded again, then raised her voice. Neo, we're heading back. She watched her smallest teammate look up, then quickly write something else down before handing it to the blonde girl, and then hop off her stool. She pranced her way over to her teammates, and they took off together. God, I swear, Emerald muttered. Mercury, I can't take you anywhere. You're such a jerk. Sorry. It's who I am. I can't help it, he snickered. She growled at him before turning to Neo. Good work distracting the blonde one. Yang, Neo corrected her. She's Ruby's older half-sister. She likes the beach, going to parties, and her birthday is. Whoa, geez. You really did your research, didn't you? I did. Oh, and I won't be able to hang around with you guys tomorrow afternoon. Oh? And why not? I have a date. She twirled as she signed as much, giving a silent giggle. Emerald's jaw dropped as Mercury whistled. Damn. Girl doesn't mess around. I'll say. Emerald wasn't sure if she was more impressed, envious, or scared of Neo sometimes. They all headed back and discovered they hadn't been locked out of the room this evening, which was nice. They found Cinder on her scroll once again, typing away. They all settled in for the evening. Mercury sat at the desk to read for a bit while Emerald did the same on her bed. Neo started rummaging through her drawers to find an outfit for her date tomorrow. They'd all been expecting a quiet, normal evening to wrap up the day. But to everyone's surprise, a knock sounded on the door. Puzzled, Emerald put down her book. I'll get it. But she saw that Cinder was already up and waved for her to stay put. Cinder felt that, as the leader of this team, she'd deal with any visitors. If there was any kind of issue or if a professor or figure of authority had come to see them, she'd be the one to address them. But when she opened the door, she didn't find herself looking up at someone older than herself. Just the opposite. She very nearly gasped in shock when she found herself looking down at none other than Ruby Rose. Gee, good afternoon. Ruby piped. Wait, I guess it's technically evening, right? Her face was flushed pink and her fingers twiddled nervously. Cinder had always thought she was adorable, but this was too much. She staggered a step back, holding on to the door for support. Her 3 teammates peered eagerly out from behind her. Ruby scratched the back of her head, but eventually stopped chuckling. She straightened up and let out a breath to try and calm down. Anyway, sorry for bugging you at this hour. It's just that. Well, She steeled herself, then looked straight up into Cinder's baffled eyes. I'd wanted to ask you out, and I wanted to do it properly this time. So. Cinder, will you go out on a date with me? Naturally, the entire room was stunned into shocked silence. Ruby stood in the doorway, eyes squeezed shut, fists clenched on her skirt, and blushing madly. Cinder stared down at her incredulously, lips slightly ajar, but her voice soundless. Behind her, Emerald had frozen in her way over to Mercury in an effort to silence him should he start to say something stupid. But even he was shocked so much he was speechless and behaving for once. Neo simply crossed her legs from her perch on her bed, and brought a hand up to her mouth to hide a devilish smirk of amusement. For a long moment, no one spoke, moved, or even breathed. Ruby only dared to crack open an eye and peek up at Cinder once the silence had dragged on for so long it was starting to become unbearable. Cinder's teammates snapped out of it long before Cinder herself did. She needed to give a verbal answer before Ruby interpreted her silence the wrong way. Emerald stayed put, but she cleared her throat obnoxiously loud, and it was noticeable enough for Cinder to hear from it across the room. The older girl was finally pulled out of her trance and forced to face reality, and it was nervous, red-faced, and adorable. She made eye contact with Ruby, and both of them swallowed. Ruby couldn't take the silence any longer, however. She started to fidget and stutter. If you don't want to. Yes. Cinder's response caused everyone to freeze all over again. Emerald could sense Mercury was about to whistle or something idiotic of that nature, so she quickly smacked a hand to his mouth. Ruby perked up slowly, her eyes widening. Why yes. She parroted. So does that mean? I will come with you, Cinder reiterated. On a date. Another beat of silence. Then. Really? Ruby squeaked. Thank you so much. I'll text you the info in a little while, is that okay? Cinder nodded. Ruby jumped up and down in her spot. That's great. Thank you, Cinder. I'll see you soon, then. With that, Ruby twirled around and positively skipped off down the hallway, giggling and humming. It took Cinder a moment to close the door and turn to face her teammates. She was wafting a presence that warned them to behave. Emerald had to keep her palm pinned over Mercury's mouth as she presented her leader with a smile. Hey. Chief, that's great. Seems that girl really likes you. Congratulations, Neo signed. They watched as Cinder made her way to her drawers, wordlessly drawing out a change of clothes for the night. It was clear that she didn't want to discuss it with them right away, or, more likely, she was too flustered and embarrassed to talk so soon. So they let her disappear into the bathroom and enjoy her shower for as long as she pleased. Meanwhile, the rest of them gossiped in hushed voices. I wonder what they're gonna do? Emerald wondered. Hopefully something better than playing games on the fairgrounds, Mercury noted. It will be interesting to see what the little Rose has planned. Cinder spent nearly an hour in the bathroom, likely in a daze from what had just happened. By the time she stepped out dressed in her nightgown, the others had managed to act normally. Neo took her turn in the shower, smugly reminding them she had a date of her own tomorrow. Cinder went to bed without another word or glance to any of them. And only half an hour later, once the others were asleep and the lights were off, did she pull out a little panther plushie from beneath her mattress and kiss its nose before closing her eyes. The next morning, Cinder received a text message from Ruby giving details about a date proposal. I know students from Haven are going to have to leave in a few more days. So I thought maybe you'd like to have a look around Vale. I know this really nice restaurant we could go to for dinner if you'd want. Let me know what you think." The girl's message reminded Cinder of the inevitable, that they would, in fact, have to start packing up soon and head back to Haven with the rest of their school once the tournament was officially over. They were all being granted just a few extra days to stay at Beacon, but their time here was limited now. Nonetheless, Cinder was determined to make the most out of this newfound relationship she now had with Ruby Rose. So she messaged her back promptly. "That would be to my liking." She received Ruby's exited response a moment later, and from there, they decided on a time. Ultimately, Ruby would come to pick Cinder up, since she already knew where her dorm room was. From there, they'd go to Vale together for supper, and their first official date. Part of Cinder still had trouble believing it. After all the people she'd dated and all the disappointments she'd suffered through, she'd never thought she would be dating again. Especially not a hyperactive girl in a red cloak. But here she was. That day, she and her team got to packing up their things in preparation for their eventual departure. Emerald did well to keep Mercury in check and from out of Cinder's personal business, while Neo was acting a little extra twirly today. She would be meeting Ying around the same time as Ruby would be meeting Cinder. But the sisters had evidently arranged things so that they would be an airship ride apart, so the four of them wouldn't have to end up on the same ship, as it could turn out to be a bit awkward. They didn't really have much to pack, however, as they'd only brought a few changes of clothes to Beacon with them. Cinder had lucked out in bringing along a striking black dress, just in case there would be a special event that called for formal attire. She'd assumed there might be a dance or banquet. But as things were now, she planned to wear that dress on her date with Ruby tonight. The hardest part of packing was trying to stuff her little panther into her suitcase without any of the others seeing. She waited meticulously for a time when all three of them weren't at risk of seeing her do so before she carefully wrapped the plushie in one of her shirts and tucked it away in secrecy. By the time she was finished packing, there were still a few hours before Ruby was scheduled to come pick her up, and Cinder was far too antsy to sit around doing nothing. So she showered again, taking her time and using the solitude to gather her bearings. She tried to plan out ahead of time what she'd order to eat, and what kind of things she'd talk to Ruby about. But as she wrapped herself in her towel and began blow-drying her hair, Cinder stopped herself. She remembered what her teammates had said about planning out her dates with Ruby. Perhaps I should just let things happen naturally. Let her take the lead as she's done previously. After all, the last time she and Ruby had gone out, when Cinder had left things up to fate, everything had gone rather well indeed. Cinder took her time preparing herself and putting on the black dress. She was opting to dress up in her best available clothes, not only because they were going out to eat at a supposedly fancy restaurant, but also too, because this might be the last time Cinder saw Ruby before she had to go back to Haven. If anything, she wanted to show Ruby her most attractive side, both physically and emotionally, to give her something to remember her by. The black dress was long, falling down to her ankles where she stepped into high-heeled shoes with straps all about them. She already had a few inches of height on Ruby, but these were Cinder's only shoes she'd brought along other than her usual boots. A slit ran up along the right side of her dress to her knee, and so to contrast that, Cinder curled her hair and positioned it over her left shoulder. The dress had short sleeves, but due to the heat of her semblance, she opted not to bother with a jacket or shawl, also, because either of those would take away from the appeal of the dress itself. Naturally, when she emerged from the bathroom, she was bombarded with compliments from her teammates. "Wow!" Emerald marveled. "You look amazing." "Damn," Mercury whistled. "Wonder if Little Red is gonna be able to handle seeing you in that." "It'll certainly match the atmosphere," Neo assured her. Cinder merely nodded and accepted their compliments before picking up a small purse from her bed. She put her scroll inside and slung it over her shoulder. "I'll be going now," she said. The others whined. "Huh? I thought she was gonna come here to pick you up. Ha. I bet she doesn't want us to see Little Red all dressed up, Mercury guessed. Wants to keep that image all for herself. Cinder shot him a glare that told them all he was right, but she didn't go after him this time because it might ruin her outfit. As she turned away Cinder found Neo scampering around in front of her to sign to her. Best of luck tonight. Cinder let a small smile curl her lips briefly. She reached out to pat Neo on the head. Be sure to give that sister of hers a run for her money. Yes, ma'am. With that, Neo hurried off to prepare her own outfit for tonight. Emerald and Mercury called out well wishes for Cinder as she opened the door. Good luck. Take things one at a time. Knock her dead, boss. Cinder merely lifted her hand in a dismissive kind of wave, then stepped out into the hallway. She closed the door behind herself and walked a few paces away before leaning back against the wall. She tried to remind herself not to start planning things out, as was her habit on dates. She tried not to anticipate how the evening might end, or anything else in between, lest she start imposing things that weren't actually there. As she mentally coached and prepared herself, it wasn't long before she heard the sound of someone making their way down the hallway. Cinder took a step away from the wall and straightened herself up to meet her. The second she saw Ruby, Cinder's face heated up without her consent. Ruby was wearing a red party dress with a black sash and black leggings, with 1-inch heels to match. Her hair was down and had a small rose hair clip off to one side. She was focusing mainly on her feet, grumbling to herself about her teammates who had dolled her up too much when she looked up and noticed her date standing in front of her. Cinder. She squealed. Ruby tried to rush forward a few feet to reach her, but ended up tripping on her shoes. Thankfully, Cinder reacted quickly and caught her by the shoulders. Are you all right? Yeah. I mean yes. I'm totally fine. I'm just not used to these shoes. Ruby shook her head and then presented her with a beaming white smile. You look super pretty, Cinder. Her cheeks were round and pink, and her eyes were shimmering silver. Cinder made sure her nails didn't inadvertently curl into Ruby's shoulders as she let her go. That dress is rather becoming on you as well. Really? I'm so glad you think so. I'm not really used to dressing up like this, so I'm glad you like it. With that, Ruby bounded forward and looped her arm through Cinder's elbow. Come on. Our airship will be leaving soon, so we gotta go catch it. With that, she began walking with Cinder down the hallway. Despite Ruby's slight struggle with walking in heels, she seemed to be enjoying herself immensely already. And of course, Cinder didn't mind Ruby's leaning on her for support and balance every few steps. Eventually, they made it to the exit doors of the building, where Cinder paused and held the door for her. Ruby blushed and thanked her before they continued walking. The cobblestone paths outside made Ruby shakier than before, and she clung tighter to Cinder's arm. Cinder did her best to keep looking straight ahead, because she knew if she looked at Ruby now, stumbling and blushing at her side, Cinder herself would start to melt. They made their way to where the airships land to find one waiting for them with the door still open. Ruby perked up and gave a little squeak. There it is. Let's go. From there, she slipped her hand into Cinder's and began tugging her alone. Cinder took in a deep breath and started to follow. It was going to be an interesting night. The airship ride into Vale was a little nerve-wracking, a little confusing, and a little exciting. Naturally, they sat next to one another. Typically, Ruby would get the window seat if at all possible, but tonight, she held back and insisted Cinder choose her seat first, and she chose the window. Ruby thought that was all right, because if Cinder could be her personal view, she wouldn't need the window seat anyway. As the ship took off, they seemed to be the only silent people on board. Ruby fidgeted, racking her brain for something to say, while still trying to keep her cool. I can do this. I can't let things get awkward so soon. She'd planned out with Yang what to say in situations like this, and by some miracle, Ruby remembered one of the questions. So? She piped. Cinder, have you ever been to Vale before? It wasn't too personal of a question, but it was relevant to their intended activities tonight, and it was a good question to start things off. Cinder turned to her, but didn't answer right away. She'd never been this close to Ruby before, especially when she was dressed in such fancy clothes. Cinder stared for a moment before remembering she needed to provide an answer. Yes, she finally managed. I have been to Vale before while traveling. But for the most part, I was only ever passing through. This will be the first time I'll really be staying there long enough to enjoy myself. Since Ruby had done the job of getting the conversation started, Cinder decided to do her own part and keep it going. I've never eaten in Vale before. What is the food like? Oh. There's tons of variety and stuff. We're next to the ocean, so. Ruby easily went off on a tangent about that, and it wasn't long before the awkward air around the two of them began to fade altogether. Each girl found herself asking as many questions as she answered, and they each offered little comments or tidbits in between. After Ruby talked a bit about Vale, she talked about Patch. Likewise, Cinder got to discussing Haven. By the time the airship landed, they were at that point of a conversation where both are eager to listen but also to share more themselves. The announcement of the landing causes both of them to pause and refocus. Oh, we're here. Ruby jumped up from her seat, but stumbled a bit in her heels. Whoa. Careful. Cinder stood right away to steady her by the shoulder. It was obvious Ruby wasn't used to heels. And the uneven sidewalks and pavement of a town wouldn't be easy for her to traverse. Therefore, Cinder wordlessly slipped her hand down to find Ruby's and curled their fingers together. Ruby stiffened for a second, before she realized she was the one who would need to be leading Cinder off, since Ruby was the one who knew where the restaurant was. She didn't address the hand-holding, for fear that if she did, Cinder might take it the wrong way and let go. Clearly, neither of them wanted that. So they didn't suggest otherwise. Oh, okay. Ruby straightened up, and began leading Cinder to the doors. The restaurant should be just a few blocks from here. I think you're gonna like it. Little did she know she could have planned to take Cinder to a hot dog stand on the side of the road and she still would have enjoyed herself, so long as she was with Ruby. Ruby led the way onto the busy sidewalks, while Cinder kept pace beside her, holding on to Ruby's hand. Maybe it was just because she wanted to keep the girl from tripping. Or maybe it was just because they were on a date, so it was acceptable. Either way, neither girl let go. The afternoon air was warm in the heart of Vale, where there were so many people and so much activity. As they walked, Ruby talked about whatever she knew of Vale, explaining where she'd gone with her teammates in the past and things like that. Cinder listened and observed as they walked, occasionally needing to pause and tighten her grip on Ruby whenever the girl wobbled a little. Ruby always thanked her with a sheepish grin. After about 10 minutes of walking, their destination was in sight. Oh. We're almost there. Ruby announced. Cinder scanned the place from the outside. The windows were tall and large, and there were many potted plants decorating the entrance. They crossed the street together and made it to the doors without a hitch. Only then did Ruby let go of Cinder's hand, just so she could hold the door for her. Ruby had gone out with her teammates before, but she'd never been the one to ask for the reservation. She just tried to mimic what she'd seen Vice do in the past as she went up to the server behind a small podium near the entrance. 2 for Rose, she said as maturely as she could. The woman nodded and began leading them into the seating area. Ruby lost all air of maturity in a second as she whirled around and grabbed Cinder's hand again. This way, this way. Cinder couldn't help but hide a chuckle as she was pulled along. They were led to a small but very nice table, where there was one chair on either side. Ruby made sure to pull Cinder's out for her in an act of chivalry Cinder had never been on the receiving end of before. She wasn't sure what to say or do other than dip her head in thanks. Ruby took her own seat, then opened up her menu. They have a lot of great stuff here. I've only been here a couple of times, but their seafood is really good. Do you like seafood? If it's prepared correctly, Cinder replied, opening her own menu. When their waitress came over to inquire about drinks, Ruby replied instinctively. I'll have a chocolate milkshake, please. The drink was a total contrast to the atmosphere of the restaurant, and to the clothes Ruby was wearing. But somehow, Cinder couldn't see her drinking anything else. Cinder asked simply for a glass of water, which Ruby thought suited her until she was of age to order wine. The waitress left to bring their drinks, and when she returned took their orders for meals. Cinder asked for a salad and a seafood dish, while Ruby asked for soup and a pasta dish. Once the waitress had collected their menus and left them once again, Ruby reached for her milkshake and noticed the waitress had given her 2 straws for it. Ruby clutched her dress to keep her hands from shaking, but then realized she needed them to open the straws. She put one into her drink at first, then took a sip to allow the familiar chocolate flavor to soothe, or just numb, her nerves. Cinder was taking a drink from her glass as well. Ruby gulped down her liquid ice cream before picking up the other straw and offering it to Cinder. Do you want to try some? Cinder was surprised by the offer. She'd never been one for treats such as milkshakes, and she knew Ruby probably wouldn't take offense if she refused. But for whatever reason, Cinder accepted the straw and nodded. The table was small enough to allow them both to lean forward and be able to drink from the glass in the middle. Ruby chewed on the end of her straw as she waited for Cinder to take a sip. The dark-haired girl sat back a moment later and put her napkin to her mouth. Ruby gulped down a mouthful. What do you think? Cinder mainly put the napkin to her lips to hide the fact that she was biting them due to an intense numbing sensation. It's good, she said tightly. And very cold. Oh, did you get brain freeze? It appears so. Okay. Push your tongue to the roof of your mouth. Ruby was taking this so seriously, but Cinder just ended up laughing again. It's all right. It was certainly a new experience for me. Oh. Then I'm glad. They laughed it off after that, and it was then Cinder realized they were drawing a bit of attention from the people around them. Almost everyone else here was older, also formally dressed, and minding their own business. But a few tables worth of customers seemed to be close in age to Ruby and herself, and just because they were wearing suits didn't mean they were any less immature. Cinder sent a glare at the table of boys not far from them, not intending to make eye contact, but merely to observe them. Of course, one of them ended up turning around and saw her, then winked and blew a kiss. Cinder narrowed her eyes like a hawk honing in on prey, and a slight rise in temperature made the entire restaurant shift a little. Ruby glanced briefly at the boys, but didn't want Cinder to get upset. So Ruby quickly tried to gain her attention back. Do you want another sip? Once you get used to brain freeze, the milkshake tastes better. Cinder tore her gaze away from the boys and gave her full attention back to her date. Thank you. Not only did the flavors really taste better now, but the milkshake also served to cool her down a bit. When Ruby leaned forward with a smile and a giggle, and began drinking from her straw too, Cinder internally melted all over again. Their food was soon brought out, and they began enjoying themselves. Ruby asked her how her food was, to which Cinder replied approvingly. They chatted casually in between bites of food, sips of drinks, and dabs of napkins. Their first real date together was going extremely well. That is, until one of those boys decided to interfere. He sauntered over to the table, and Cinder saw him coming before he himself even knew what he was going to do. She put her utensils down and squared her shoulders to face him. If he spoke so much as one word to Ruby, Cinder was prepared to do anything to chase him off. To her slight relief, he passed Ruby. And to her utter annoyance, he stopped right beside Cinder herself. "Excuse me, miss," he said with a smile. "I hope you don't mind my asking, but you're not from around here, Are you? Why don't I give you the grand tour? Cinder let out a sharp, hot breath. She didn't want to set the place of her first date with Ruby on fire, but she would if she had to. However, before she could open her mouth, something surprising happened. Ruby noisily slapped her fork onto the table, drawing the boys' attention. She stood from her seat and cleared her throat loudly. "Excuse me, but we're kind of in the middle of dinner." She wasn't trying to be confrontational. Rather, Cinder could tell she was putting on an act to appear innocent and timid with her speech, but her eyes were clear and stern. The boy turned to look at her, only mildly interested. "Oh, pardon me. But I believe I was addressing this young lady here." "Oh, and I believe." Ruby cut him off. "She was enjoying her meal with me before you butted in." "Hey listen, she was sending me signals." "Oh, was she?" Ruby laughed. "Because the last time I checked, glaring at someone wasn't an invitation to come flirt with them. It meant to stay the heck away and leave them alone. So you can go tell your buddies to keep their money, because placing bets and daring each other to ask people out for money is probably the lowest you can go. How about you use that money to pay for your meal instead of eating and running like you were planning?" By then, they had drawn a lot of attention, from customers and staff alike. Ruby was firm and unwavering in her accusations, and the boy recoiled and started to sweat. Some waitresses approached the other boys to confront them and demand they pay their bill. The one Ruby was staring down didn't say another word before limping back to his table. She watched him go, then sat down once again and faced Cinder. "Sorry about that," she said with a pout. "Guys like that are the worst. My partner always gets harassed, so I learned how to deal with them from her. Compared to her, I think I was pretty nice about it, though." Then, her eyebrows furrowed in concern. "Are you okay, Cinder? I'm sorry. I hope he didn't make you upset." But Cinder only shook her head. "Not at all." "You sure? Okay. That's good. Sorry. I know you could have handled him on your own, but this date was my idea and I want to make sure everything goes smoothly, so I felt I kinda had to." "Ruby." Cinder smiles calmly. "It's all right. Thank you." With that, both of them calm down and get their bearings back. As they finish their meals, Ruby apologizes to their waitress for causing a bit of a scene. But the woman tells them the boys were indeed intending to eat and run, so they made sure to address that and ban them from the restaurant. All in all, things worked out somehow. Eventually, they took their leave, and Ruby even covered the bill. As Cinder took her hand again and followed her outside, she realized she'd never had her meal paid for on a date before. She'd been flirted with many times before, but never had her date stood up for her as Ruby had. Ruby had acknowledged the fact that she knew Cinder could take care of herself, but she hadn't made her do so. Cinder couldn't accurately describe how nice it had felt to have someone else, especially someone like Ruby, stand up for her. Ruby could sometimes give off the impression that she needed to be taken care of. But that certainly wasn't the case. Well, at least in terms of boys and monsters. But there were two things Ruby seemed defenseless against. Those heels of hers kept tripping her up on their walk back, to the point where Cinder needed to put an arm around her back and guide her every step. Ruby chuckled nervously and clung to her arm. Sorry. Don't be. Your feet hurt, don't they?" "Yeah. I just wanted to dress nice and look fancy for you tonight. But I guess I'm no good at it, huh?" "Nonsense," Cinder says. "You were rather good at it in all regards. I'll admit I've been on many dates before, but never one as enjoyable as this." Really? You mean it?" "I do." To spare Ruby more pain in her ankles, Cinder hailed a cab for them to take them back to the airships. On the way back to Beacon, they chatted a little more softly, their hands in each other's all the while. They landed, and Cinder helped Ruby back inside, following her instructions and taking her to her dorm room. Cinder dropped her off outside, but not before reminding her what an enjoyable night she'd had. "Thank you, Ruby. It was my pleasure. Trust me." And with that, Cinder was ready to take her leave. But Ruby reached out to take her hand again and stopped her. Cinder turned back, looking down into her eyes curiously. Ruby swallowed, then strained up onto her tiptoes. Cinder leaned in a little and closed her eyes. Ruby kissed her cheek, very softly and very sweetly. Cinder felt herself stiffen a little and heard Ruby make a small squeaking sound, as though she couldn't believe what she'd just done. Cinder also needed a moment to regain her composure, hiding her face behind her hair to conceal her blush. Ruby wobbled back to her door. "Well then, I'm glad you had a good time, Cinder. Good night." Ruby opened her dorm room door and stepped inside, but not before flashing Cinder one last bashful look. Cinder merely lifted her hand in a small wave. "Good night." Thus, their first date concluded. Cinder wandered back to her dorm room in somewhat of a daze, her fingers naturally touching the spot where Ruby's lips had pressed moments earlier. When she got back to her room, she was bombarded with questions, to which Cinder gave minimal, but positive answers. Her teammates let her relish in her quiet glee, and decided to wait until tomorrow to press her for details. That night, Cinder changed clothes and curled up in bed. Her panther plushie was already packed away. But tonight, she felt she didn't need it. After all, she was perfectly warm and happy without it. And she had been the one to receive a kiss tonight. Cinder didn't want to wake up. Not today. Not this morning. She didn't want this day to arrive. It was the day Haven students would need to leave Beacon Academy and return to their own school. Cinder had been dreading this day, not since they had arrived here, but only since she'd met Ruby. She didn't want to get out of bed. She didn't want to acknowledge that today was real. Defiantly, she turned over in bed and found the Black Panther plushie still in her arms. She lifted it to her face and almost glared at it, almost scowled. It wasn't fair. If all she was going to end up doing was leave, why did she even let this all happen in the first place? The panther stared back at her with unblinking green eyes, innocent and soft. Just like a certain someone she knew. She wallowed in her disappointment for a while that morning. Even long after the others had roused themselves and gotten dressed. They weren't stupid enough to bother her, though. So they huddled up in their usual formation in one corner of the room to talk privately amongst themselves. "Man," Mercury sighed. "This sucks. All that hard work we did to help the boss get with the little red, and now it's all gonna be over." "What?" Emerald smacked his arm. "Are you seriously that shallow? You think a relationship has to end just because the people aren't gonna live close to each other anymore? I mean, so what, you think they're gonna break up? Then what about Neo and her blonde babe?" Emerald waved her hand over Neo's head. The smaller girl shot Mercury a fierce glare. "Just because we're splitting up doesn't mean we're breaking up. See?" Mercury put his hands up in defense. "Hey, that's not what I said. But I mean, isn't it gonna be a little difficult to keep things going now?" "That's so typical of you," Emerald grunts. "As soon as there's a bit more work involved in something you just wanna cut it off." "Sometimes there's something I'd like to cut off." Emerald had to pat Neo's head to pacify her so she didn't name her idiot partner. "But I guess I gotta admit," she continued, keeping her voice low, "it does kinda suck. What if Cinder gets all broody again because the red twerp isn't around? She's just gonna relapse." The three of them shared uncertain looks, then all glanced back across the room to where their leader was still lying in bed. They knew she wasn't sleeping, but rather mulling things over. The trio heaved a simultaneous sigh. "I guess we'll just have to do our best," Mercury says. "Guess so." "I can put in a few words to Yang," Neo offered. "She can remind Ruby to contact Cinder." That was about all they could do for Cinder. With a hint of melancholy in the air, the three of them began packing up their bags in preparation to leave for Haven. Their ship was scheduled to leave Beacon at noon, but they let Cinder lie in bed until 11:30, mostly because each of them was too frightened to try and rouse her. But eventually, Emerald was brave enough to timidly whisper to her leader that they would need to depart soon. Cinder had risen slowly, like a ghost being resurrected. The three of them had stayed well out of her way as she changed clothes, ate, and packed up her things. Cinder didn't say a word the entire morning, nor did she let go of her panther until the last second when she needed to pack it away. In the end, they all picked up their bags, ensured the room was spotless, and then left one after the other. Other Haven students were filing out into the hallways as well, most of them saying goodbye to the friends they'd made at Beacon. Cinder's team was almost painfully silent. None of them wanted to talk in case it would upset Cinder somehow. But the silence was killing them, so by the time they were nearing Beacon's exit doors, Emerald took her chance. "So, Beacon was fun, wasn't it, guys?" Mercury shrugged. Emerald jabbed her elbow into his gut. "Ugh. Why yeah, totally. So much fun." Neo signed with her free hand that wasn't holding her bag. "I enjoyed myself a lot." They all waited for Cinder to say something, but she acted as though she hasn't heard them. She was still in a trance, forced to face this reality where she'd be leaving RWBY. That adorable, confident, take-charge girl with the dazzling silver eyes and childish laughter. When Cinder thought about her now, RWBY almost seemed to be a dream. They walked through the doors and outside into the crowds of students that had gathered around the ship that would soon be departing for Haven. Cinder made her way through, or rather, everyone made way for her. Part of her was expecting to simply board the ship, take off, and never think of or hear from Ruby Rose ever again. But that fatalistic, pessimistic part of herself was left over from her past failed relationships. She should have known by now that this one was very different. From the din of the surrounding crowds, a single, familiar, high-pitched voice rose up above everything else. "Cinder." Cinder stopped dead in her tracks. Her teammates also paused and turned to the source of the voice. And like a small red blizzard, Ruby Rose burst from the crowds of people and jumped up to throw her arms around Cinder. "There you are. I was starting to think we'd missed you. We've been waiting here by the ship all morning and I was watching super closely to make sure I didn't miss you, but I thought maybe you were already on board, so I sent Vice in to check, but she said you weren't in there yet, so I've been waiting till you came and now you're here." She sung it all in a single, excited, but emotional breath, before finally pulling back from the embrace. She gazed up at Cinder and giggled despite the small tears in the corners of her eyes. Dazed, Cinder stared at her. "Ruby. Hey. You didn't think I wouldn't come to see you off, did you, silly?" Cinder blinked, as if she couldn't believe what was happening. Her teammates, however, were all delightfully surprised. "She's a good kid," Emerald mumbled. "Yeah," Mercury agreed. "She's good for Cinder." Neo was about to agree with them, but she ended up spotting her own girlfriend making her way toward her. So she dropped her bag and scurried forward, arms outstretched. Yang was ready to catch her, lifting her clean off the ground and twirling her. Their lips smashed together in a much more obvious display than that of their teammates. Ruby's other two teammates stood nearby. They were also holding hands. After a moment, Cinder composed herself enough to realize this was all actually happening, and that Ruby was waiting for some kind of response. "Ruby. I'm very glad you came to see me off." "Of course. I hope you had fun here at Beacon, Cinder." "I did. I enjoyed myself very much. Thanks to you, Ruby." "I had a great time too." Ruby wiped her eyes clean of the bittersweet tears, but she was more happy than anything else. There wasn't much time left. Cinder and the others will need to board the ship and go soon. She knew she had to do something. This would be the last time she'd see Ruby. Almost mechanically, Cinder extended her hand. A handshake might have been a bit too impersonal for the two of them, but it was all she could think of. Either way, Ruby didn't seem upset. She eagerly accepted Cinder's hand and shook it. "We'll keep in touch," she declared. "I'll text you every day. Maybe even when I'm in class," she whispered. Cinder nodded. Yes. She didn't want it to end like that. She wanted more. She just couldn't bring herself to do anything. Thankfully, Ruby wasn't afraid to take that chance. She threw her arms around Cinder again. And then, she did something else. She kissed Cinder full on the lips, in front of everyone. People from both schools, including their own teammates, gave little cheers and claps and whistles. It only lasted for a second, but when they parted, Ruby was red-faced and Cinder was more dazed than ever. She was speechless, still suspended in the moment that had come and gone too quickly, still living in that little second of heaven. Only Ruby's sheepish little chuckle drew her back into the present. "Sorry. Maybe I got a bit carried away." But Cinder shook her head slowly, trying to ignore the people around them. The sounds and sights all faded for a moment, except for Ruby, and it was as though they were the only two in the world. "No. It's quite all right." Finally, Cinder managed to crack a small, but very warm smile. Ruby had broken her out of that trance, shattered the world Cinder had thought would be colorless and dull without her in it. Ruby would always be in her world from now on. And Cinder understood that now. She reached out and placed a hand on the smaller girl's shoulder, pulling her in. Cinder bent down and kissed Ruby in return, keeping it light and soft. Ruby squealed against her mouth and hugged her again. Everyone around them didn't want to pry, but still wanted to witness this beautiful scene. Even Mercury smiled and kept his mouth shut. But at last, the final call for Haven students to board the ship was made, and everyone began filing on. Cinder pulled away, but her eyes stayed locked with Ruby's for a moment longer. "I'm sure I will see you again soon, Ruby." "Yeah. You bet. Of course you will. We'll plan something out for sure." And Cinder knew those weren't just empty promises. Behind them, Yang was bending down to give Neo one last peck on the cheek. "We'll keep in touch, too," she said. Neo nodded and hugged her one last time. With that, Cinder's teammates began heading for the ship. Cinder lingered with Ruby a moment longer, but eventually they let one another go. Ruby waved enthusiastically and sent her off with a smile. Cinder wore a similar expression all the way onto the ship, through liftoff, and all the way home. She would see Ruby Rose again soon. It was strange. After Haven students returned from the tournament and festival at Beacon, all the events that occurred when they were there seemed so distant. Especially for Cinder. That first evening back, when she had to unpack her things and return to her own dorm room with her teammates, had been fairly difficult for her. To know Ruby couldn't come scampering down the hallway to knock on her door or call out her name or smile at her or kiss her anymore. Cinder kept expecting that those things might happen, but of course they never did. Her teammates steered clear of her for the remainder of the evening, allowing her to adjust on her own. They would have to go back to classes tomorrow, so they hoped that might help distract Cinder from her aching heart. That night, Cinder unpacked her panther plushie from her suitcase and brought it into bed with her. She pulled the blankets up over herself and held the panther in front of her face. It stared back at her with the same beady black eyes and soft nose. She bumped her own nose against it, trying to imagine it was Ruby. She kissed the little toy, hoping the action could somehow send itself all the way back to Beacon. The next morning, Cinder sat up in bed, shook herself off, and promptly began getting ready for the day's worth of classes ahead of herself. Yes, she missed Ruby terribly, and she hadn't slept well last night due to her mind being congested with thoughts of her. But Cinder was a top student here at Haven Academy, and she wasn't about to let anything get in the way of her performance. Not even Ruby Rose. She began barking orders to wake up her teammates as she often did, reminding them of which classes they had today and which books or supplies they would need to bring along. In less than half an hour, all four of them were dressed and ready to go. Cinder led the way out into the hallway with her back straight and eyes forward, displaying her usual air of confidence. Her three teammates huddled together as they walked behind her. "She seems like she's back to normal," Emerald said. "I'll say," Mercury agreed. "She was feeling well enough to throw a book at me when I didn't wake up right away. Or was that you?" "No, that was her," Emerald said proudly. She then turned to their other teammate and patted Neo's hair a bit. "How about you? How you holdin' up without your girlfriend?" Neo flashed her a thoughtful smile, then shrugged before signing. "I'm fine. Yang and I were texting all last night, so it's sort of like I never left her. In fact, I think I talked to her more last night on my scroll than I did in person those few days." "Hey, that's good," Emerald grinned. "Cinder should get on that texting idea." The three of them stopped communicating once they reached their first classroom for the day. Cinder strutted in and took her seat in the massive lecture hall, and her teammates sidled in beside her. They all paid a lot more attention to Cinder than the professor, constantly casting glances at her to see if she was spacing out or not. But Cinder had pushed all thoughts of Ruby to the back of her mind. She knew when she could allow herself to think about her girlfriend, and she knew when she needed to focus. She took her notes down as per usual, and before she knew it, the first lecture of the day was over. And then so were the second, and the third, until it was already lunch break. Cinder was just walking out into the hallway when she heard an unfamiliar voice calling out her name. Excuse me, Cinder?" Cinder paused and turned back to find a pair of girls she'd never really spoken to before. They'd had some classes together in the past, and might even be together in some now, but Cinder didn't really remember their names or faces in particular. She paused and looked them over. The one who had spoken, a girl about Cinder's own height with long brown hair and green eyes, was making eye contact with determination in her gaze. Her companion had shorter black hair and glasses, and seemed to be there for support if nothing else. Cinder already knew right away what this was. She'd seen it many times before. But she wasn't so cruel as to reject this poor girl outright even before she'd had a chance to confess properly. Judging by her uniform's ribbon, Cinder could tell this girl was a year beneath her, which meant she hadn't gone to the vital tournament to participate this year. Which meant she hadn't seen Ruby run up to Cinder and hug and kiss her before she'd departed. Cinder knew she needed to respect this girl's feelings as much as she could before she told her the truth. With a wave of her hand, she dismissed her teammates so she could be alone with these two girls. As soon as it was just the three of them, the brunette became a bit more nervous. Cinder kept herself calm and spoke to her politely. "Can I help you with something?" The other girl took a moment to steel herself before responding. "I was just wondering if maybe you'd like to go out for lunch together sometime." Her friend gave her a pat on the back to congratulate her for going through with it. Cinder was silent for a moment, trying to think of what to say, but she didn't want to keep that poor girl waiting in suspense. "I'm very sorry," she said. "But I am seeing someone right now. I don't think it would be appropriate for me to go out with you." She hated to say it, but she had to. She watched the other girl's hopeful expression deflate. "Oh. I see. Sorry to bother you. I didn't know you were seeing someone already." "It happened when we were at the tournament in Vale," she explained. "Oh. That's nice. If it's not too much trouble, do you have a picture of them or something? I guess I'm kinda interested in seeing the person who stole your heart." Cinder contemplated for a moment before extracting her scroll. She hadn't taken any pictures of or with Ruby, but she was able to find some good ones of her from her tournament matches. She showed one to the pair of girls who were eager to observe. The first girl stayed quiet, but her friend couldn't help but make a remark under her breath. HMPH. She's not so pretty. Cinder narrowed her eyes at the dark-haired girl, and was about to snap a fiery comment at her. But to her surprise, the girl who had wanted to confess turned on her friend to scold her. Hey, don't say that. It's none of your business who she likes. With that, she turned back to Cinder with a smile. She looks like a very nice girl. Cinder had cooled off a little by then and nodded. She is. I'm glad you found someone to make you happy, Cinder. Sorry again to take up your time. With that, the girl turned away and began walking off. Her friend followed. Hey, are you really okay with this? Why shouldn't I be? Cinder listened to their conversation for as long as she could before they were out of sight and earshot. At the very least, with the news of her being in a relationship out there for all the school to understand, she hoped she wouldn't be getting any more suitors. But the conversation had succeeded in making Cinder think about RWBY again. So she allowed herself to space out a bit during lunch to think about her. She wondered if RWBY was getting similar confessions back at Beacon, and if she was gently letting people down and showing them pictures of Cinder. Cinder didn't notice she started to blush at the thought, but her teammates did. Hey, Mercury snickered. Guess she's thinking about. Shut up, you moron. Emerald smashed her heel into his foot. Ow. That's what you get. Next to them, Neo was texting with Yang. Emerald steeled herself and turned to her leader, tapping Cinder's shoulder. Hey, Chief? Have you thought about messaging RWBY? You know, maybe text her or video call? That could be nice. Cinder blinked herself out of her reverie and flashed Emerald a look of mild interest. Perhaps I should give it a try. Definitely. Maybe after classes or something, no rush. But I'm sure she'd love to hear from you. Cinder nodded, and Emerald turned away with a huge grin on her face. Mission accomplished. Impressed, Mercury gave her a pat on the back. So that evening, when all their classes were over, Emerald took Mercury and Neo out to fetch supper, promising they'd bring Cinder back hers. But they deliberately left her alone in the room for a while so she could call RWBY. Cinder hadn't changed out of her uniform yet, because she wanted to look halfway decent for the video call if RWBY was available for one. She sent out a text message first. Hello, RWBY. I hope your classes are going well. Do you think you have time for a call right about now? She checked it over, then sent it out. Cinder was prepared to wait for a while, but to her surprise, a reply came not a minute later. Cindy Ear. I'm so glad you texted me. I was actually thinking about texting you too, and yeah, I'd love to call you. Can we do it now? Cinder gave an affirmative reply, and within seconds her scroll was buzzing. She answered the video call, and an image of RWBY appeared before her eyes. Hi, Cinder. It's me. Oh, guess you already knew that, hey. RWBY's voice felt perfect in Cinder's ears. It had only been a day, but she'd already missed hearing her so much. Maybe she couldn't touch or kiss her as they were now, but this was the next best thing. Hello, RWBY. How are you doing? I'm great. She beamed. I miss you a lot though. As do I, but please, tell me about your day. Oh, sure. Well, first. RWBY went off chittering for nearly half an hour, telling Cinder every single tidbit down to the tiniest detail. But Cinder didn't mind at all. She listened attentively, even when RWBY was talking about how she had tried to pick out the pieces of vegetables in her soup at lunchtime. RWBY talked and Cinder was content to listen to the sound of her voice, to the point where she could almost imagine RWBY sitting right there beside her, holding her hand. When RWBY was finished, she asked Cinder about her day. Cinder kept it to a minimum, but did mention one particular instance. I got to inform those who didn't already know that I am involved with someone. Involved? RWBY parroted. You mean like with me? Ooh, I feel so special, Tilda. He. They talked for a short while longer, until Ruby started yawning. Cinder knew it was time to call it a night. Get some rest, Ruby. We can call again tomorrow if you'd like. Yeah. I wanna if you can. And maybe we can make plans to meet up again sometime. Like on a weekend or something when we both aren't busy. I can't wait to see you again. The feeling is mutual, Cinder smiled. Good night, Ruby. Sleep well. Nighty-night, Cinder. With that, Cinder's screen went black. She sat there for a few minutes, still picturing Ruby's image, still replaying her words and her voice. She felt oddly liberated now, like a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. She just felt happy. Content. She couldn't remember feeling quite like this before she'd met Ruby. Her teammates soon returned with food, and the four of them enjoyed dinner together. That night, Cinder kissed her panther, and began making plans for how and when she might see Ruby again. Neptune Vasilius thought he was prepared for anything that Beacon Academy had to offer. Sun had been raving for almost 2 weeks about how amazing Vale was, and that the rest of Team SSSN had to come and meet these new, awesome friends of his. And in all honesty, though Sage and Scarlet had expressed annoyance at Sun's antics, Neptune was excited that he was finally at the infamous Beacon. But he had in no way expected a fight to break out the first day that he arrived. When he and Sun walked into the cafeteria and all the students ran out, screaming food fight, Neptune knew he had walked into a disaster. He glanced over at Sun, who was grinning with delight. Oh, crap. Neptune thought. But he watched with a combination of fascination, disdain, and enjoyment as two teams clashed in a battle of cuisine. The redhead with the bread was awfully pretty. And good at fighting too. From Sun's many descriptions, Neptune was able to identify Blake Belladonna, who moved with grace, her shadow-like hair flying around her as she used a loaf of bread as a katana against the redhead. Neptune could instantly tell why Sun liked her. Her quick, ninja-like style would probably be a good balance for Sun's fast, heavy-hitting attacks if they ever got caught in another fight. The shorter girl with the white ponytail was pretty too. She moved like a dancer, with poise and refinement. But it was the blonde that Neptune couldn't take his eyes off of. Her golden hair flew around her like sunlight. She was beautiful, but she was no weakling either. Of the 4 girls who were in her team, she was easily the strongest. And her powerful punches sent the boy from the other team with the long black hair flying. He found himself grinning while watching her, and he almost gasped when she was sent flying through the ceiling by a watermelon hammer. But then the shorter girl with the scarlet cape and the pretty redhead from before sent pop cans flying his and Sun's way, drenching Neptune in the fizzy goodness of people like grapes soda. Neptune glared at Sun, who only said, with the largest of smiles, "I love these guys." Neptune was about to tell him off when a woman stormed in, repairing the damage to the cafeteria. He noticed the beautiful blonde girl crash back through the ceiling and into the floor. Both teams exploded into laughter. Neptune decided he liked the blonde's laugh. It was louder than her teammates' laughs, but more full of joy. She laughed without restraints. Neptune liked that. And for a second, Neptune didn't care that he was drenched in soda. He just watched the teams laugh together. Neptune was excited to officially meet the team of girls that Sun had told him so much about. He had seen them fight before, but he had never even heard their names. Well, except Blake. Sun always found time to talk to Neptune about her. They eventually found the girls in the library playing a board game. The blonde boy who had barely done anything in the food fight from a few days ago was talking to them, and just as Sun and Neptune approached, he bowed deeply. "Sup, losers?" Sun asked. The short girl with the dark hair and the scarlet cape curtly replied hello in response. "Ruby, Blake, Yang, Ice Queen," Sun commented, regarding the caped girl, Blake, of course, the beautiful blonde, and the white-haired girl respectively. "I never got a chance to formally introduce you to my old friend." He motioned for Neptune to introduce himself. "Aren't libraries for reading?" Neptune questioned. The boy from the food fight with the long black hair threw up his hands and yelled his thanks, waking Watermelon Hammer Girl in the process. Sun told Neptune not to be a nerd. Neptune corrected him with annoyance. Nerds had a horrible reputation for being uncool, something which Neptune was not. Intelligence did not warrant uncoolness. Neptune was an intellectual. But disregarding Sun, Neptune introduced himself. "So, Neptune. Where are you from?" asked the Ice Queen. Neptune's coolness reflexes kicked in, and he suavely approached the Ice Queen. "Haven," he replied. "And I don't believe I caught your name, Snow Angel." The girl almost stuttered. I'm Vice." "Vice," he thought. "That's a nice name." Neptune glanced over at Sun, who was trying to make conversation with Blake. But it was to no avail. She left almost as soon as Sun finished his sentence. Sun's shoulders just slightly dropped, his expression saying, "What did I do wrong?" Everyone's eyes shifted to Blake's retreating form for a second, then returned to the game. "Well, Neptune, since Blake is gone, we'll need a fourth player. You want to play?" RWBY inquired. "Sure," Neptune replied, taking a seat. "But I have no idea how to play this game." The blonde girl, Yang, he remembered, leaned over towards him and began to explain Remnant, the game. It took all his concentration to focus on what she was saying and not her long hair falling right next to his face. Or, of course, the other problem. She was gorgeous, all right, but the cut of her top made it very difficult to pay attention. "Did you get all that?" she asked. "Yeah," Neptune replied. "Totally." "Then it's your turn." Neptune scanned his cards, and carefully, using all of his intellect, selected Vale's airships. There were few of those ships, and they had poor defense, but their firepower was incredible. Glancing around the board, Neptune noticed that Mistral had the best land army. Clearly the intelligent choice would be to attack it. Neptune placed down his card. Vale airships, attack Mistral. RWBY and Vice glanced at each other in distress. Apparently they knew something about Mistral in this game that he didn't. Yang just grinned and flashed a card with a picture of a Nevermore on its face. "Trap card," she gloated. "Giant Nevermore." Neptune snatched the card from her hand and examined its description. "This only takes out my airships if you roll a 7 or higher," he commented. "Yeah, I know that. But I'm taking that chance." She picked up the 12-sided die and shook it between her palms. RWBY leaned over to Neptune and muttered, "She has crazy good luck. She hasn't gotten below 7 yet. Your airships are gonna get crushed." Neptune crossed his fingers as Yang let the die spin through the air. It landed on the table, rolled over a few times, and finally, its face came up. She had rolled a 6. RWBY and Vice both let out shouts of hurrah and high-fived. Neptune grinned as RWBY pointed at Yang and yelled payback. "Your armies have been destroyed." "How dare you!" Yang yelled at him, her overdramaticness in all its glory. Neptune couldn't help but laugh as she played the rest of the game with a tiny pout. Afterwards, he held out his hand for her to high-five. "Good game," he said. She lowered her eyebrows, smiled slightly, and slapped his palm. "Good game, newbie." And as she walked away, she turned back and pointed at him. "I will not forget this declaration of war." Sun and Neptune stood and watched, smiling. "Okay," Neptune said softly, in response to Ying's allegation. Sun elbowed Neptune and, without saying anything, wiggled his eyebrows up and down a few times. "Oh, shut up," Neptune commented. Neptune despised the idea of waiting outside Team RWBY's dorm just so he and Sun could find out what they were up to. Despite all of Sun's claims that the girls were planning something and that hanging outside their window was in no way stalkerish, Neptune still had doubts. But they had one major problem. Sure, Sun could climb trees and hang from them with ease, but Neptune was no faunus. He couldn't perch perfectly in a tree like an animal, he'd fall. Sun, Neptune said, voice shaking, if you think I'm going to stand on that tiny ledge on the 4th floor, you're a psychopath. Dude, you'll be fine. It's far enough up that your death will be too quick to be painful if you do fall. Neptune's mouth opened in incredulity. Thanks a lot. No problem, grinned Sun. Sun quickly scampered to the lower branches of the tree and jumped to the ledge just under the 2nd floor. He reached down to pull Neptune up to the sill. Even just a few feet off the ground, Neptune trembled. He absolutely hated heights. They did this a couple more times until Neptune was successfully on the ledge of the 4th floor. Sun jumped back over to the tree and hung from his tail in the top branches. Neptune could barely make out a few words of Sun's from his spot on the step. When Sun disappeared into the girl's room, Neptune heard nothing. He waiting in fear. Luckily, the girls poked their heads out after a few seconds. How did you even get up here? Ruby asked. Not wanting to seem weak by telling the girls that Sun had to pull him up, Neptune only replied, I have my ways. His fear came through, however, as he shortly said, seriously, though, can I come in? We're like really high up right now. They allowed him to, and he slowly shuffled along the ledge until he could climb in through the window. Sun was teamed up with Blake, which Neptune knew would make him happy, and Ruby gradually pushed Neptune towards Yang. They passed Vice, who smiled at him. Neptune gave her a sly wink. Neptune, Ruby said, you can go with Yang, since she doesn't have a partner. As he was placed next to Yang, Neptune was absolutely positive that she was trying to kill him. She looked like $1,000,000, and her shirt today was even more low-cut than before. Neptune could barely look at her for fear that it would seem like he was checking her out. Not that she wasn't totally worth checking out, but he didn't want to seem like a weirdo. Actually, Vice intercepted, Ruby, why don't you go with Yang? After all, she is your sister. Neptune was very upset with this development. Sure, Vice was nice enough. She just wasn't his type. But, Vice, who would go with you? Well, I guess Neptune could come with me. Ruby snorted and laughed. Nah, she said, dragging the Ice Queen away. For a second, Neptune was incredibly thankful of Ruby's dedication to her partner. But then Yang turned to him, grinned, and said, well then. We've got work to do. Neptune liked to consider himself a daredevil, except when it came to heights, of course. But riding a motorcycle with Yang Zhoulong? That was one of the most dangerous and exciting things he had ever done. She drove like a maniac, swerving through the streets, dodging cars. Along the way, she tried to explain her plan by yelling information back at him. Neptune only caught bits and pieces. Old friend, knows everything, club, blew it up, all that jazz. The wind blew Yang's long golden hair straight into Neptune's face. And sure, she had nice hair and everything, it even smelled nice, but it was still a little annoying. He sort of wished she had put it in a ponytail, even though that may have looked a little strange. Neptune decided Yang was best with her long hair down. Even if he could barely see what was in front of them. So, he yelled against the wind and the roar of the highways, what exactly are we supposed to be looking for at this place of yours? My friend who runs it knows everything that goes on in Vale's underground. She shouted in reply. If there are rumors about Torchic or the White Fang going around, he'll know 'em. Plus when I first showed up here, Torchic was there, paying him for something. So he's gotta know something that's going on. Couldn't argue with that. And Neptune was pretty excited to go on a secret underground interrogation mission. Especially one with Yang Zhoulong. As she sharply turned a corner into a back alley, Neptune almost fell off the bike, making his glasses go askew on his forehead. She pulled the bike to a stop, took off her yellow helmet, turned back, and said, "Come on. My friend's right in here." Still out of breath from Yang's reckless corner turning, Neptune mumbled cool and readjusted his goggles. Gaping up at the graffiti outside of the building and the low thump of music, he questioned, "And where exactly is here?" But Yang was gone before he got an answer. He followed inside behind her, as she announced, "Guess who's back?" More than a dozen men in black suits and scarlet sunglasses pulled out guns and pointed them straight at her face. While Neptune was shocked that Yang would dare to come to a place where she might be killed, she seemed unfazed. In fact, she glared pointedly at the DJ, whose track kept skipping. He stopped the music just as Neptune stuck his head out from behind Yang and asked, "Yeah, so? Could you define friend for me?" The last time he had checked, Neptune didn't find threatening to kill in the lists of friendly qualities. The gunmen quickly placed their fingers on the triggers, ready to shoot any second. A masculine voice rang out. "Stop! Nobody shoot!" The crowd parted, and a giant man with a dark beard stepped forward. Neptune gazed in awe. He was over 6 feet tall, and this bearded man absolutely towered over him. The man's eyebrows furrowed. "Blondie, you're here," he commented. "Why?" Yang only grinned. "You still owe me a drink," she replied, pulling him towards the bar by his tie. Neptune had to stop and remember to breathe. "What a woman!" he murmured, gazing after her. She turned back as if she had heard what he said. Afraid that Yang had caught him, Neptune quickly turned to the 2 girls standing next to him. He smirked and nodded at them in his typical suave fashion. "Sup?" The twins turned on their heels and scoffed. "Whatever," they muttered. Breathing a sigh of relief, Neptune turned and headed to the bar where Yang was interrogating the bearded man. "All right, Junior," she said, suddenly stern and businesslike, "I know Roman Torchik was here in this club. And I know you get info on everything that goes on in Underground Vale. So you're gonna tell me. What are Torchik and the White Fang up to?" Beard Guy, Jr., furrowed his dark eyebrows, picked up his drink, and replied, "I don't know." "You what?" "I don't know," he said, slamming his drink down again. Yang crossed her arms under her chest. "How can you not know? I haven't talked to him. I haven't even seen him since the night you first came in here. He paid up front, I lent him my men, and none of them ever came back." Neptune, not wanting to seem useless, pounded his palm on the bar. "So where did they go?" He quickly realized that was a dumb question, and both Junior and Yang stared at him in disbelief of such stupidity. "What kind of stupid question is that? They never came back." Junior turned to Yang and, with narrowed eyes, asked, "Who is this guy?" "Don't worry about him," Yang replied, placing her hand in front of Neptune's face and straightening him up. "Worry about me if I don't find out what I want. I already told you everything." At this point, Junior was visibly aggravated. "Torchik hired my boys, and I guess he wasn't happy with them. Which is something I can relate to," he added, glaring at his apparently incompetent goons. Yang turned and walked away from the bar. "Come on, Neptune," she muttered, anger lacing her voice. Neptune leaned down and stuck his hands in his pockets. "We get everything we need?" He knew they hadn't, but at this point, it seemed like saying something would have been better than walking out in awkward silence. "Well," she sighed, "we got everything we can. Hopefully, the rest of the team is having better luck." As they walked out of the club and towards Yang's motorcycle, Blake Belladonna's voice rang out from Yang's scroll. "Everyone. If you can hear me, we need backup." Sun interrupted. "They got a robot. And it's big. Really big." Yang slipped on her helmet and sunglasses, and Neptune clambered on the bike behind her. "That Torchik guy is in it," continued Sunday, "but not like. It didn't eat him. He's like controlling it or something." "Where are you guys?" Yang shouted in response. "Hurry!" rang out Sun's voice, both from the scroll and the street behind them, along with the clang of metal footsteps. "I think that was them," Neptune commented. "Yeah, I got it. Yang slammed on the gas, and the motorbike screeched away towards the action. Neptune straightened his goggles over his eyes and leaned into the wind. Blake and Sun led the robot to a crowded highway, where the traffic stopped the robot just enough to let Yang pull up just beside it. "We've gotta slow it down," she yelled back at Neptune. "Got it." He reached back to grab his gun, but the robot began crashing into cars, sending the vehicles and their passengers flying back at the bike. "Hold on!" Yang shouted, swerving to dodge the flying automobiles. Her bike leaned so much that Neptune's shoulder almost grazed the asphalt. Once they straightened up again, Neptune grabbed his gun and shot a few electric blasts at the robot, slowing it down enough for him to change his gun into glaive form, leap off of the bike, split the glaive into a trident, and spear it into the top of the robot. "Neptune," Sun shouted, "hang on." He activated his semblance as the robot tried frantically to dislodge Neptune from his head. At this point, Neptune was getting really dizzy. The robot gave one giant shake and sent Neptune flying off, carrying his weapon and colliding with Sun midair. They flew off the side of the highway and crashed into the concrete below. Everything faded into black. The first thing Neptune felt when he woke up was a throbbing pain in his head. He put his hand to his face, only to find blood trailing down his cheek from a long gash under his eye. "You okay?" asked Sun, cracking his neck. "I'm fine." Neptune got up as quickly as he could and started walking towards the highway. "Dude. Where are you going?" Neptune spoke in short, labored breaths. "We gotta go help the girls. We just fell headfirst into concrete, Neptune. If we try to go fight, we'll only be a useless hindrance. Plus, you've seen those girls fight. They can handle it." "Son, that was a food fight. This is a psychopath in an Atlassian paladin. We have to go help them. If you go out there now, you're gonna get yourself killed. And maybe even one of the girls with you." Neptune knew his leader had a point. Even if Neptune hated to admit it, sometimes Sun could be the more reasonable of the partners. "Fine," he muttered. "Then what do you suppose we do?" Sun grinned. "Oh, I have an idea." Neptune had to admit. A simple walk had killer noodles. They almost made him forget about the girls for a second. "They're probably fine, right?" Sun nodded and didn't even look up from his plate of noodles. "Probably." So then Neptune shoots the robot a couple times and stabs it in the head, and it starts shaking to try to get him off, and I'm like, "Neptune, hang on," but he flies off and crashes into me and we fall off the highway, and then he's all freaking out 'cause he wants to go help the girls, but I'm like, "Bro, you're gonna get yourself killed," so we just went and got some noodles. Sage raised one dark eyebrow. "Why noodles?" 'Cause the noodles here are life-changing." "Alright." A crowd of students poured out of the building, Team RWBY along with them. Sun grinned at the rest of Team SSSN and headed off after the girls. "Is that them?" asked Scarlet. "Yup. My god, they're adorable. I just want to dunk them in my coffee." "Scarlet, you don't drink coffee." "Shut up," Scarlet replied, tossing his hair. "They're still precious." Neptune snickered and rolled his eyes. "Just wait till you meet them." He had to catch his breath when he looked back in Sun's direction. Yang Zhou was standing casually, the sunlight turning her hair into liquid gold. She met Neptune's gaze for a second and smiled at him. He had to remember to smile back. Then Sun retreated to his team. "What happened?" "I got turned down," sighed Sun. "Dance?" Scarlet pondered. "Yup." "God, Sun, I'm sorry." "It's okay. I'll get over it." For a second, Neptune questioned asking Yang to the dance. But Sun just got kind of dumped. And for now, friends were more important than girls. Neptune was definitely excited to see what decorations the girls would be putting up for the dance. As he and Sun walked through the doorway into the ballroom, he heard Vice's voice ring out, If I don't get doilies, you don't get fog machines. Your dance is gonna have fog machines? Vice turned sweet in a second and stepped up to Neptune. We were thinking about it. That's pretty cool. Sun stepped up next to Neptune and grinned at the girls. You ladies all excited for dress up? Ruby snorted. Yeah right, she complained. Laugh all you want, Yang addressed her sister. I'll be turning heads tomorrow night. Had she been any other girl, Neptune may have slid in at that moment with a suave comment like you turn my head every day, babe. But Yang Zhoulong was not any other girl, and if he had said something like that, he would likely have been sent flying across campus by a punch from her. Not that the comment wasn't true, of course. She just would have probably killed him for it. Vice turned back to Sun and Neptune. What are you two wearing? Sun furrowed his eyebrows like that was a stupid question. This? Neptune quickly stepped in front of Sun. No way was he letting his partner wear no shirt to a formal dance. Ignore him, he said to the girls, for he knows not what he says. Hey, I may have moved to Mistral, but I grew up in Vacuo. It's not exactly a shirt and tie kind of place. Yang rolled her lavender eyes. Yeah, we noticed. So, what does Blake think of all this? Sun asked, finally getting to a topic he really cared about. She's still being all, you know. Blake why? Obviously, Vice muttered, folding her arms and turning away. Ruby rested her head on her hands. I still can't think of a way to change her mind. Guys, Yang interrupted. Trust me. Blake will be at the dance tomorrow. Sun looked after her with hope and fear in his eyes. Placing one hand on Sun's shoulder, Neptune nodded. They could count on Yang. Without a doubt. Neptune was just casually heading back to his dorm room when Vice Shani ambushed him. Neptune! She exclaimed. Caught off guard by the heiress, Neptune stammered, oh, hey. What's up? Would you like to accompany me to the dance tomorrow? Neptune was not expecting this. No, he didn't want to go with Vice. She was nice enough, but she was not who he had wanted to go with. And to dance with another girl when Yang would be there? Actually, to dance at all? Neptune was horrible at dancing. No, he did not want to accompany Vice Shani to the dance. But she was a friend. How did you let down a friend without being mean? Panicked, Neptune just tried to wing it. God, Vice, that's really nice of you. But I was kind of planning on going alone. I mean, I appreciate the offer, but dancing really isn't my thing. It's sweet, but no thank you. I'm sorry. Oh, she murmured, crestfallen. It's okay. I mean, I have planning to do anyways. Vice, I'm really sorry. It's fine. Thanks anyways. Don't thank me, Neptune thought. Neptune couldn't dance. And while he liked parties well enough, and the couples dancing looked like they were having a lot of fun, he didn't know what to do. What else is there at a dance besides? Well, dancing? Sure, he could talk to Sun, but he was busy dancing with Blake. He wanted to hang out with Yang, but she was busy ushering in students and looking like a goddess in her stark white dress. He couldn't talk to Vice, he had just turned her down. And he didn't know Ruby all that well. So Neptune sat alone, wishing he had the courage or the skill to dance with Yang, and vowed to hang out with Sun once he was done dancing. Neptune had to admit, he found absolutely nothing wrong with being in power. Second in command at Haven Industries? Dry. Best job ever. Well, being president would be pretty damn good also, but Sun Wukong held that position. And Neptune wasn't about to dethrone his best friend since pre-K. Everyone in the company. No. In the country knew the name Neptune Vasilius. He had all the money he wanted, all the cars and tech and stuff he wanted, and all the influence he wanted. Life could not be better. Well, that last statement may not have been totally true. There was only one thing that could possibly make Neptune happier than he already was. And that would be taking out Beacon Corporation, his company's biggest competitor in the weapons industry. The CEO, Ruby Rose, was seemingly the most innocent, fun-loving young woman this side of the West Coast. But she wasn't to be messed with. She was surprisingly genius, uncannily deadly, and her wife, Vice Schnee, ran the largest and most innovative ammunition technology business in the nation. Their human relations executive, John Ark, was a bumbling idiot, but, remarkably, an incredible people person. His girlfriend and assistant, Pira Nikos, was kind, intelligent, and beautiful. All too dangerous as a competitor. Nora Valkyrie and Lyran, the leading scientists for the company, were the perfect blend of genius and psychotic. But the piece de resistance was Yang Zhou-Long, vice president, Ruby Rose's half-sister. She was smart, sophisticated, ferocious in business, a gifted public speaker, and unmatched in all her beauty. Not that Neptune cared about that last one. Obviously. So it stood to mention that Neptune was not prepared for Yang to visit his company one unexpected day. Especially not for her to visit his office instead of Sun's. She came in strutting, her heels clicking on the hard floors, her hair like sunlight flowing down her back. Another thing Neptune didn't care about. Before he could even get a syllable out, she interrupted. Wakong wasn't here. If he was, I'd be in there, not in your grubby office. Just so we get things straight. Fine, Neptune said, lifting one dark eyebrow. So what do you want at Haven anyway? Don't you have some great new weapons tech to show off or something? You of all people should know we just released new tech. Now will you shut up and let me explain so I can get out? Neptune definitely didn't notice the way she barely pursed her cherry red lips when she was annoyed. He also didn't notice how pretty her black-lined lavender eyes were. He motioned for her to take the seat in front of his desk. Beacon wants to work with your company for a collaborative project. You want us to work with you? Look, asshole, I don't control who we collab with. You got a problem with business affairs, take it up with your boss's girlfriend. Sun was currently dating a woman named Blake Belladonna, who ran the business and finance of Beacon Corporation. She was nice enough, but Neptune hated the fact that his best friend was in a serious relationship with the enemy. Yeah, well, I don't run business either. You want to do a collab, take it up with Scarlett. Scarlett Clare was one of the most intelligent businessmen in the world, but he was more unpredictable than Scottish weather. He could be smiling one minute and snarling the next, and unless Haven's top scientist, weapons tester, Sage March, was there to calm him down, Haven's business partners and plans hinged largely on Scarlett's mood. Fine then. And where would I find Mr. Clare? You might not want to, Neptune warned. He's not in the best of moods today. What happened? Boy, he met at a bar last night, not call him back or something? Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Yang dropped her guard for a second and smiled, if just slightly. Fine, she muttered. I'll get Blake to talk to Sun about it. And with that, she rose from her chair and began to exit the room. Hey, Zhou-Long, Neptune interjected, as she was about to exit the doorway. She turned and raised one golden eyebrow. You wanna get coffee or something? I don't like coffee, she smirked. What do you like? I like lava lamps. And movies from the 80s. And I like punching things. Ooh, and cheesecake with chocolate-covered strawberries. And pictures of cats wearing shark costumes. She banged the door shut after that. Neptune sighed and rested his head in his palms. I'm an idiot, he sighed. But nevertheless, he picked up the phone and dialed a number. Hey, Sage? You wouldn't happen to own any really good 80s movies, would you? Yang Zhou-Long typically loved Sundays. They were her alone day, where she could binge-watch Netflix and eat brownies and let Zwei sit on the couch with her without Ruby getting annoyed. But going outside on Sunday morning to drink some orange juice and watch the sun rise, and tripping over a cardboard box decreased the goodness of her day. Probably by about 20%. The box had no address, no writing, no nothing. And besides, mail didn't come after 2 p.m. anyway, and there was no box on her porch yesterday, which means some idiot had dropped it off real late last night. She ripped open the packaging to find, whoopee, another box, which, in turn, held a blue and purple lava lamp. He didn't. She whispered, annoyed. She dug further into the box to find at least a dozen sheets of photo paper, each with 4 separate pictures of cats in shark costumes on them. There was also a large cheesecake, wrapped, of course. It wasn't just sitting there amongst all the other things with no packaging, that would be stupid, a box of chocolate-covered strawberries, a pair of boxing gloves. And the piece de resistance? At the very bottom, a neat stack of 5 movies. Ferris Bueller's Day Off, The Breakfast Club, Star Wars, Return of the Jedi, Footloose, and finally, The Princess Bride. Taped to the movies was a note, written in bright blue pen, which read well, "You don't like coffee. NV." With that last movie, she whipped out her phone, and dialed Blake Belladonna. Before Blake could even get out a hello, Yang shouted, "Did you ask Son to set me up with his vice pres or something? 'Cause I'm perfectly capable of dating on my own." No. Why, is Neptune hitting on you? Just tell him to go away." "I did. He asked me out for coffee, so I tried to turn him down and say I don't like coffee, but he wouldn't let up and he asked me what I do like, so I gave him a list of really weird things, and I got up this morning, and there's a box of all those things on my porch." "So he likes you. Big deal." "Yes. Big deal. He's the enemy." "Yang, this isn't an underscore spell underscore merp underscore. This is the real world. There aren't actually enemies." "Ugh, you're no fun to vent to." "Why do you need to vent? A rich, attractive guy is flirting with you and sending you boxes of random things that you like. Sounds like a good deal to me." Yang should have known that Blake wouldn't understand. She and Ruby were, unfortunately, usually optimists. Blake, Neptune Vasilius, is a cocky son of a bitch. And he sent me The Princess Bride. "Well, you did give him a list of things you liked." "I just said I liked 80s movies, not The Princess Bride." "Oh, man. You can't break the pact." "I know I can't break the pact. That's why I'm upset. I refuse to believe that asshole is someone worth dating." A couple years back, Yang had promised herself that if a guy mentioned, referenced, or sent her the best movie of all time, she had to go on at least one date with him. Obviously, that movie was The Princess Bride. She groaned, said goodbye to Blake, and angrily dialed Neptune Vasilius' number. He answered simply, but his voice was smoother than butter. "Neptune Vasilius. Can I help you?" "Look, you can't just send me a bunch of movies and expect me to watch them alone, dipshit." "Hello to you too, Yang Zhou Long. I expect you at my apartment at 8 p.m. with a large meat lover's pizza. I'm got the champagne." "Okay. But I don't have your address." "I'll text it to you." "Alright. See you at 8, I guess?" "See you." That was the first time Yang had ended a conversation with Neptune by using an actual goodbye statement, instead of just leaving or hanging up abruptly. She sighed, pulled on a sweatshirt, and trudged to her bathroom to brush her teeth. Neptune arrived at 8:03 with a pizza box and a confused expression plastered onto his face. "So why exactly am I here?" "I needed someone to watch these movies with," Yang replied, holding up the small stack. "Okay. But why me? I thought you don't like me." "Maybe I don't. But you sent me these movies, and it is therefore your obligation to watch them with me." Neptune let out a small sigh. "Alright, whatever." Yang led him into the apartment where a black and white dog jumped on him and yapped. He grinned and bent down to pet the animal. "Hey, boy," he said in baby speak, rubbing the dog's stomach. "That's why. Don't touch his ears, He hates that. Neptune smiled up at her. He's cute. Yeah. Me and Ruby have had him since we were kids. He's getting pretty old now. I'm considering getting another dog once he's gone. That's not depressing or anything. He's 15. I've been expecting it for a while. A kind of wistful sadness crossed her face. A few golden strands were too small to stay in her long ponytail and fell into her eyes. Anyways, movies. Yeah, that. What is it we're watching? She grinned and held up The Princess Bride. Only the best movie of all time. Love it. You love what? The movie, or the fact that we're watching it? Both. Both. Both is good. You're a weirdo, Yang sighed. Yeah, tell me something I don't know. Neptune replied, flopping down on the couch. As Yang sat next to him, he handed her a large piece of overly greasy pizza. She, in turn, filled 2 plastic glasses with champagne, which they promptly toasted. The television flicked through the starting credits sequences until finally, the picture of an old-timey baseball game found its way onto the screen. They made their way through the film, each occasionally whispering the best lines. And when it came to the ending, and the grandfather said, "Since the invention of the kiss, there have only been 5 kisses that were rated the most passionate, the most pure. This one left them all behind." Neptune leaned over to the other side of the couch, his lips meeting Yang's. She kissed him back, and when they broke away, she rolled her lavender eyes and muttered, "Asshole." Neptune drove back home that evening, but he could still feel liquid fire coursing through his veins. Neptune noticed the red-headed girl whom he often saw around Team RWBY exiting the ballroom, up the stairs to the balcony. She barely lifted her head to glance Neptune's direction. Her electric green eyes were unnerving and familiar. As Neptune racked his brains, one single name came to mind. He turned to Blake Belladonna. "The redhead who hangs out with you guys sometimes. Is that Pyrrha Nikos?" "Yeah. How do you know Pyrrha?" Sun shoved Neptune out of the way in order to stand next to Blake. "Wait, Pyrrha's here? Awesome. Why? How do you guys know Pyrrha?" "Dude, she went to school with us. Plus, she's basically legendary to anybody doing combat training in Mistral. Kicked our butts more than once." "So she ended up moving to Vale." "Huh," Neptune commented. "Who's the blonde guy?" "You mean John? He's her team leader." "And are they together?" "They're partners. But they're not together. John. He's got a crush on Vice. Big time." "Ooh-hoo," Sun chuckled. "I can picture the Ice Queen shutting him down real fast." "Well, you're not wrong." Neptune bit his lip as he pondered for a second. "I'll be right back," he muttered. He shoved his way through the crowd towards the balcony stairs. As he made his way out to the terrace, Pyrrha made her way past him, her shoulders dropping and head hanging. Neptune glanced back at her, the tiniest pang of worry piercing his head. "Hey, John, right?" Neptune stumbled out, remembering his original objective. "Yeah." Struggling for words, he muttered, "This party's pretty lame, huh? I mean, ballroom dancing. PFFT." The blonde turned away and said yeah once again. "Cute girls, though, huh?" John turned on him as he spoke. "Is that all you think about? Huh? Do you even care about the girls you're hitting on? How they feel about you?" Neptune threw his hands up defensively. "Dude, where's this coming from? How could you just turn her down like that?" "Who? Vice?" "Shit," Neptune thought. "This is not how I thought this would go. Of course, just my luck. I go to tell a guy I'm not trying to be competition, and he blows up in my face. It just didn't work out, you know." "What? You think that you're too cool, too many other options? Vice Shani asked you to the dance. What in the world could possibly keep you from go?" No. He'll just get mad if you tell him you like another girl, Neptune panicked. Excuse. Pronto. I can't dance. That made the blonde reel back. Beg your pardon? I can't dance, man. Hey, at least it wasn't a lie. Neptune was definitely the world's worst dancer. But. John furrowed his eyebrows, you're so cool. Thank you. I try really, really hard. So. You would rather break a girl's heart and go to a dance alone than just admit to everyone that you can't move in rhythm to music? No, but I would rather break a girl's heart and go to a dance alone than spend all night wishing I came with the right girl. That about sums it up, yeah. Well, I certainly feel a lot better about myself. Please don't tell anybody, Neptune added. He then returned to what he came up here in the first place for. Look, if you want Vice, she's all yours. I don't want to get in your way. Okay, that came out wrong. She's a person, not an object. John turned back towards Neptune. Do you like her? As a person? Yeah. As a girlfriend? Not my type. Yeah, I mean. I don't know her too well yet. But she seems pretty cool. Then just go talk to her. No pickup lines, no suave moves. Just be yourself. His eyes fell and a look of disappointment crossed his face. I've heard that's the way to go. Yeah, but then. Hey. You don't have to look cool all the time. In all honesty, if you could be a little less cool, I'd really appreciate it. Neptune lowered his eyebrows in contemplation, when an idea came to him. Yeah, okay. Go talk to her. I guarantee it'll make her night. Thanks. Even if Neptune didn't like Vice like that, she definitely deserved to have a good time tonight. He had seen the amount of work the girls had put in for this night to happen. You're a really cool guy, John. He held out one hand for a fist bump. Alright, don't lie to my face, John muttered. Nevertheless, he returned the fist bump. Neptune grinned as he exited the balcony. He knew exactly what it was he had to do. As he made his way back into the ballroom, he saw Vice sitting alone in the row of chairs that lined the wall. One seat stood empty next to her. Hey, Neptune said as he approached. Do you mind if I sit? Vice lifted her head and, just barely taken aback, gestured for him to take the seat. Listen. Can I trust you with a secret? Of course, the heiress replied. The reason I turned you down last night. I was embarrassed. I didn't want you to look bad. She furrowed her stark white eyebrows. Why would you make me look bad? Well, I may or may not be the worst dancer you've ever seen. There was a moment of silence, and she burst into a high-pitched giggle. I don't care if you can't dance, Neptune. Yeah, well, I do, he smiled. Just then, the ballroom exploded into thundering laughter. Through the crowd, Neptune could barely see John, wearing a too-short dress, asking Pierre to dance. Oh my God, he whispered. What? Vice had to stand to see what was causing all the commotion. What on earth? What are they doing? Looks like they're dancing to me. John, Pierre, and the other members of their team broke out into an intricate dance, and the group spread out around them, giving the team plenty of room to complete their dance. Vice and Neptune took their seats again, and she turned back to him. So what made you change your mind? Huh? You said you were embarrassed at first. What made you come talk to me? A smile broke across Neptune's face. You're looking at him. You've got some good friends looking out for you. Yeah, she murmured. Yeah, I guess I do. Hey, Neptune added, holding out one hand, do you wanna dance? You said you're terrible. So we'll dance terribly. She grinned as he led her out to the dance floor, and they awkwardly spun around in time with the music. He spun her around once, and almost fell in the process. After the song was over, they were both laughing like idiots. Thank you, she told him. That was surprisingly fun. Neptune smiled back at her as she headed off to somewhere else. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Yang Zhoulong standing alone on the second floor of the ballroom. He bit his lip and headed up to where she was. "Ms. Zhoulong," he said, interrupting her silence, "you wouldn't want to dance, would you?" She raised one golden eyebrow and grinned. "Is this an official invitation?" "Only if you want it to be." "And you think you can dance with me?" "Well, I'll certainly do my worst." She leaned back on the railing, widened her smile, waited a second in the quiet, and then took his hand. "Deal." As they made their way down the stairs, the music shifted into a slow waltz. Neptune's other hand slipped around Ying's waist. "I should warn you," he said as they started dancing, "I'm terrible." "Terrible at what?" "Interrogating?" "Yeah, I know that from Junior's club." "Ha, ha. You know what I mean. Terrible at dancing." "Well," she replied as he fumbled with his feet, "I've danced with worse." "Really?" he asked, incredulous. She grinned at him again. "Nope." "Butthead," he muttered. "No one's called me butthead since the 3rd grade." "Yeah, well. Get used to it." He returned her smirk. "Ow!" A small yelp escaped her mouth. Neptune stopped dancing in panic. He had stepped down hard on her left toes. "Damn it. I'm really sorry." He bent down to see if her foot was all right. "It's fine. I'm a big tough girl." "Oh, I know," he replied, looking up into her lavender eyes. They stayed in that moment for a while, lilac eyes holding cobalt ones. "I'm gonna go get some punch," she murmured, slipping off her high heels. As she walked towards the punch bowl, Neptune yelled after her. "Make good choices." She turned back his direction and gave him a questioning look. He shrugged, and she rolled her eyes as a smile spread across her face. Once she was out of sight, Neptune had to remind himself how to breathe. Neptune woke up Monday morning to the sight of Sun's grinning face right over him. "Dude," he yelled, sitting upright in the bed. "Do you mind? We get our first mission today. Be excited." "I can't be excited when you're standing over me like some kind of stalker at God knows how early in the morning." Sage lowered one eyebrow. "You're not saying you expected anything different, did you?" "Hey." Sun pouted. "That doesn't mean he didn't still freak me out," Neptune added. "Guys," glowered a voice from under its bedsheets, "if you don't shut it and allow me to sleep, so help me, I will permanently end all 3 of you." Neptune slipped out of his bunk and into the bathroom. "Geez," he muttered to Sun, who was vigorously brushing his teeth, who woke Scarlet up on the wrong side of the bunk bed. "Well, you know Scarlet and mornings," Sun replied, voice muffled through toothpaste bubbles. "Not a great combination." "Tell me something I don't know." Neptune's partner was quiet for a second, his face frozen in silent musing. "What don't you know? The surface area of an average-sized brick is 79 centimeters squared." "You've used that one before," replied Neptune, pulling his collared shirt over his head. "A skunk's smell can be detected by a human a mile away." Neptune straightened his tie. "That one too?" Sun let out an annoyed sigh. "Fine. Elephants are the only mammals that can't jump." "Now that I didn't know. Why, are their knees messed up or something?" "They're probably just too fat to jump," Sun snickered. "Now that's rude. What if I was an elephant faunus and you didn't know it?" "Neptune, you would have had a trunk or giant ears. I would definitely be able to know it." "Here's my question," Neptune added, rolling up the sleeves of his blood-red jacket. "Blake's a cat faunus, right? With cat ears? But she has human ears too. That means she has 2 pairs of ears. Why would she need 2 pairs of ears?" "I'm not a biologist, man. I have no idea." Neptune clicked his tongue just as the intercom crackled. A woman's voice came through, saying, "Will all first-year students please report to the amphitheater?" Great, mumbled Sun, now we have to get Scarlet up. I'm up, assholes, Scarlet shouted from the bedroom. Neptune and Sun entered back into the bedroom where Sage and Scarlet were just pulling on their coat and cape, respectively. All right, team, Sun grinned. Ready for our first official mission? Neptune snapped his combat goggles against his forehead. Born that way. 0000000. Today we stand together, united. Mistral. Atlas. Vacuo. Vale. The four kingdoms of Remnant. On this day, nearly 80 years ago, the largest war in recorded history came to an end. It was a war of ignorance, of greed, and of oppression. A war that was about much more than when borders fell or who traded with who, but the very idea of individualism itself. We fought for countless reasons, one of which being the countless destruction of all forms of art or self-expression. And as you are all aware, that is something many could not stand for. As a result, those who opposed this tyranny began naming their children after one of the core aspects of art itself, color. It was their way to demonstrate that they refused to tolerate this oppression, but neither were the generations to come. And it was a trend that was held to this very day. We encourage individuality, expressionism, and unity through diversity. As I have said, today we stand together, united. But this bond cannot exist without effort. Which is why today, while the rest of this world celebrates peace, huntsmen and huntresses will work to uphold it. As first-year students, you will be tasked with shadowing a professional huntsman or huntress on a mission. Some of you may be taken out of the kingdom for several days. Others may work within the walls for the rest of the week. But no matter which path you choose, remember to be safe, remember your training, and remember to do your very best. As the crowd dispersed to select their missions, Team SSSN stood together and discussed their options. First things first, let's try and avoid blowing up any more highways, began Neptune. Avoid? Scarlet added, with a toss of red hair. Sounds like a party to me. I'd just like to see more of Vale. I mean, we've been cooped up at Beacon ever since we got here, echoed Sage's deep voice. Without anything exploding, Neptune restated. So, we need something quiet. Something undercover. Something cool. Dangerous, but not explosive, their leader summed up. The team scanned the holograms that lined the walls of the amphitheater. They were silent for a few moments until Scarlet broke the quiet. How about detectives? Sun perked up immediately. What now? As Scarlet walked over to the hologram, the rest of the team excitedly followed. Look! We get to shadow a crime specialist. Be junior detectives. Take down criminals without destroying the city. We get junior badges. Sun exclaimed in a too loud whisper. Sounds like a plan, said Neptune, a smile breaking out across his tanned face. Sun quickly typed in their team name. As the word confirmed flashed onto their screen, the team all gave each other high fives. So when does our mission officially start? Looks like 9 o'clock sharp tomorrow morning. Outside the school, Sage murmured. Sun grinned at his team. Let's crush it. John vaulted out of the bunk above Neptune's at Reveille, and grabbed his towel off the line that was strung between two cabins. Come on! He shouted at the other boys. John, you even got your shorts on? Ren grumbled, stuffing his head under his pillow. He slept in them, Neptune said. He was putting on his staff shirt, his hair stuck up at odd angles thanks to a shower after his dawn run around the camp. It was also his turn to hose down the kids at Polar Bear, and he had to leave now or face Ispin's wrath. Boys, up and at 'em. Either go to Polar Bear or hit the showers. Breakfast's in 30, and if you're not ready, you get to walk through girls' camp in your tidy-whities. John sprinted across the pollywog field and through tadpole territory toward the pool. Neptune followed at a more leisurely pace. It was only day 2 of this 2-week session, and John showed no signs of slowing down in his excitement about summer camp. Scarlett, still stretched out in his bunk, though the blankets were gone, stuck up his first 3 fingers as Neptune waved at his cabin. Flipping the bird was frowned upon at Camp Beacon. The 3-fingered salute was one of the few time-honored workarounds passed down through the generations of camp counselors. Neptune just shook his head. He started jogging when he saw the line of kids waiting outside the pool gate. Technically, Polar Bear didn't start for another 5 minutes, but there was a heated rivalry around these parts that was serious business. There wasn't a prize for it, only a matter of pride. Girls' camp versus boys' camp in a battle to the death of who could get the most people out of bed and into a pool before 7:15 a.m. So far it looked like there were more boys than girls, but the boys had the home field advantage, as the pool was closer to them. Neptune unlatched the gate and slipped in among a chorus of whining. "Easy, fellas, 2 minutes. Let the girls catch up." "Ooh, no way. Why would we do that?" Neptune shook his head, and went to the pool house to get the hose. "Don't worry, Vasilius, cooties go away eventually," Ying's voice rang out from atop the lifeguard stand as he bent down to grab the bundle. Neptune straightened and shielded his eyes against the morning sun. Yang was redoing her ponytail, backlit by the sunrise. She looked beautiful. "Not soon enough. Any problems last night?" he called, taking the hose to the spigot. Nora tried to put out raccoon bait, and Pyrrha wouldn't stop shining her flashlight at the ceiling and counting the spiders, so Coco and Velvet kept screaming about spiders all night. You know, the usual Monday. "I'm so glad boys like bugs." Yang shook her head, and Neptune finished hooking up the hose, turning the water on, and waiting for Sage and Ruby to open up the gate. "You ready?" the other teen called. Neptune nodded, and in came a flood of preteens. Neptune dutifully sprayed their feet free of grass and mud. Some of them he sprayed all over just because it was fun to watch them pretend to get mad about it. "It makes the pool warmer," he called. The kids screamed about how cold the pool was anyway. Blake came to stand next to him as her girls got their feet sprayed. She had piled her mass of black hair on top of her head. She looked like she hadn't slept at all. "You alright?" Neptune asked. Blake shook her head. "Skunk fight." Neptune winced. "Anyone get hit?" "No, thank God, or we'd all still be bathing in tomato soup." "I thought that didn't work." "Whatever. I hope I don't ever have to find out." Anyway, the girls weren't exactly sleepy after that. Giggle, giggle, giggle all night. Maybe nodded off around 3. "Sorry, Blake. I'll live. I just need some tea. Walk, don't run." She and Neptune shouted it at the same time as Vice's girls came sprinting through the gate. Yang was a beat behind them, on the other side of the pool. Vice, her white hair a lion's mane around her face, grimaced outside of the fence. "Sorry." "Hair tie?" Blake offered one of the dozens on her wrist. "Thank you," Vice exhaled, grabbing it as if her life depended on it. "Little demons hid my hair kit, and I can't dig through their trunks until first period." "Jesus, what did you do to them to make them hate you already?" Blake asked. "Oh please," Vice made a face before flipping her hair upside down to tie it up. "I'm the best, they just haven't realized it. And at this rate they never will." Yang blew the 2-minute warning whistle, causing a chorus of whining from those still in the pool. Most campers were happy enough to abide by the polar bear rivalry rules: jump in at least the shallow end and it counts. There were always about 20 kids who were part dolphin, though, and often had to be dragged out of the water and down to the mess hall. Ying's mornings on duty tended to clear out fast though. She was plenty scary when she put her mind to it. "Go get dressed for breakfast," Blake yelled. One of the kids was asking for a hand up from Sage. Sage shook his head with a knowing look on his face. "Don't even try it, kid. Ladder's right there." Neptune turned off the spigot and sprayed one of the girls still lingering in the water until the hose ran dry. The girl screeched. You heard the whistle, get out and go get dressed. Neptune told her, grinning. You're a jerk, Neptune. You're already wet. She stuck her tongue out, then swam to the edge to hoist herself out. Blake just laughed. Discouraging crushes early, I see. I have no idea what you're talking about. Neptune's face was the picture of angelic innocence as he rolled up the hose again and stowed it. Yang came up to them, playing with the keyring coiled around her wrist. Morning. Can I lock up, or are you looking to rent? She teased. Lock away, Neptune grinned and blew her a kiss. Good morning. Blake gagged. Please, I haven't had any caffeine. Vasilius, knock it off, Yang scolded, locking the pool house and leading the way to the gate. You really shouldn't have encouraged me, I'm completely hopeless now. Yang rolled her eyes, and looped her arms between both Ruby's and Blake's. Come on, before he gets any more ridiculous. See you in a few, Neptune told them, and joined Sage on the walk back to the boys' tents. Scarlet was awake. Alert was another matter. If the two 9-year-olds attempting to climb up on the roof of their cabin was anything to go by. Neptune plucked one from the shoulders of the other while Sage administered the scolding, and then walked up onto the pad to smack Scarlet upside the head. Morning, champ. He bellowed. Ow! Also loud. The heck did I ever do to you? Scarlet censored himself quickly. Almost got 2 kids with broken necks. Come on, round 'em up and move 'em out. Need sugar, Scarlet said, a hint of a whine in his voice. Neptune opened the trunk at the foot of Scarlet's bunk and pulled out one of his secret stash, Kool-Aid powder, sugar included. You can have all you want at breakfast, he tossed the container to Scarlet, who fumbled it. Too far. Too bad. Boys, Sage raised his voice and Scarlet's campers came scurrying in. Scarlet here needs to be dragged to breakfast. Care to do the honors? The boys gleefully yanked Scarlet up and frog marched him down the path to the road. Scarlet hollered over his shoulder, You are both traitors to the cause and I hate you. Neptune and Sage just laughed and went to gather their own campers. 0:00:00:00:00:00:00:00. The crowd outside the mess hall buzzed at the smell of Mr. Port's famous cinnamon rolls. Yang and her girls found Neptune and his boys near the porch. I wonder what the occasion is? Yang mused. Port usually saves these for the last Saturday. Maybe he had a bunch of eggs that were going to go bad, Neptune suggested, slinging an arm around her shoulder. Yang's girls giggled. Are you her boo friend? One of the girls, with short dark hair, asked in a sing-song voice. Yes I am, Neptune said proudly, and kissed Yang's temple with a loud smack. Yang gave him a mock-annoyed look. Coco, don't listen to him, he's not. He's only dreaming. Coco? Neptune asked. Coco Adele, the girl said, her chest puffed out. That's me. Neptune noticed John looking up at Yang shyly. You alright, John? The body turned bright red and nodded. You-huh. Ren was in an intense debate about something with Carden, Russell, and Dove. Some of Yang's girls were jutting in with their own arguments. Neptune figured they were alright for now. What's your schedule for today? He asked Yang. Goodwitch has me down at the boating lake all morning, and it depends on what the lake is doing for the afternoon, Yang replied. If it stays quiet like this, they'll probably bust out the big banana. The kids turned towards her at once at the words big banana. What's that? Dove asked. Yang winked conspiratorially. It wouldn't be a surprise if I told you. The kids went wide-eyed, and debated this news in hushed voices amongst themselves. Neptune chuckled. Rope swing this morning? Only if they put another guard down there. I'll probably be roasting on the docks by myself. I'll swing by and keep you company. I'll push you off the docks, Yang threatened, and I'll leave you for the snapping turtles. Neptune put his hand over his chest. You don't love me anymore. John, you take her, she'll be nicer to you." The boy turned red again, and shook his head so hard Neptune feared he might sprain something. Yang punched him in the arm. Neptune winced. He swore the girl could be a boxer if she wanted to. "No teasing, that goes double for you. Or I'll for real push you off the docks." "As opposed to for fake?" The kitchen crew threw the doors open, and there was a surge of humanity towards the food. Neptune's boys tried taking their chairs down early, but he reminded them to wait until after the blessing. He exchanged a secret handshake with his best friend's son as he passed with his boys. "Thursday, we're heading out for the night, you up for it?" Son asked. "Tucson's? Is there anywhere else to go?" Son grinned. "Well, Walmart," Neptune said with a grin of his own. "Nah, we'll save that until Scarlet runs out of mini muffins." "Which will be next week." "Exactly. Spread out the love, man." Son went to his table, 3 rows back. He was a frog counselor, or the oldest boys at 13 and 14, while Neptune had pollywogs, who were 11 and 12. Ozpin came up to the mic and gave the morning blessing. This gave way to the clatter of chairs being taken down from the tables, and then the kitchen crew came out with the hot food. While it was good manners to let the kids have first dibs on the food, their parents were the whole reason he had a job, after all. It was common knowledge that it was every man, woman, and child for themselves on Cinnamon Roll Day. As there were only 6 of them, Neptune managed to get everyone to have 1 cinnamon roll and divided the other 2. The meal was about halfway over when a ruckus erupted from Son's side of the room. "Cabin 43, where are you going first period?" Cabin 43 was Neptune's. He looked over and saw Son grinning. Neptune deliberated with his boys. They were fairly similar in interest, so they quickly decided. Neptune counted softer for them, 1, 2, 3, probably archery or something. "Why do you want to know?" A few moments passed, then Son's table responded with "We're going on a creek hike. Cool kids only." Neptune's boys looked at him with pleading, puppy dog eyes. Neptune grinned. All right. Sounds good, meet at the horse barn." 1, 2, 3, sounds good, meet at the horse barn. There was an eruption from Sage's table, a few feet away. "Hey, can we join you guys?" Neptune and his boys debated on a response for a moment, but Son's table responded first. "We said cool kids only." There were shouts of outrage from Sage's boys. He corralled them long enough to try and plan a response, but Scarlet's table shouted, "We'll hang out with you, Cabin 47. Will you guys shut up? We're trying to eat over here." A table of girls shouted from the other side of the dining hall. Neptune looked over. It was Vice's table. She waved cheerfully, he blew her a kiss back. "How many girlfriends do you have, Neptune?" Cardin asked. "All of the girlfriends," Neptune replied, taking a bite of cinnamon roll. "All of them?" "Yup. Sorry, kiddo, the ladies love me." "Whatever. Girls are dumb," Cardin muttered, stabbing his cinnamon roll with more force than necessary. "Some girls are okay," John said, looking toward the girls' half of the hall. This resulted in a lot of teasing, and then Neptune telling them that they could forget about any creek hikes if they didn't straighten up. This shut them up quickly. Neptune used the moment of silence to divvy up the cleanup chores, and sent them on their way. Ozpin came up to the mic again after cleanup, and started the morning announcements. There was indeed a nature hike along the creek that would take up the entire morning. The boys were restless during most of the announcements, so Neptune missed most of them, including that day's art project. He liked hanging out in the craft shed, it was peaceful. And Peach let him bring in his boombox and play CDs while he helped the kids. Oabalek, the waterfront director, led them all in a rousing rendition of "I Like Big Boats and I Cannot Lie" before announcing that the rope swing would be open at the boating lake. Neptune glanced over at Yang, She was conferring with one of the other lifeguards. RWBY continued, saying that the morning at the lake would be dedicated to sandcastles and swimming, on such a fine morning, but after lunch they'd be introducing the Big Banana. This announcement concluded with a conga line of most of the activity directors leaving the hall, chanting Big Banana. Big Banana. What's the Big Banana? Teddy asked. Neptune only winked, holding a finger to his lips as Mrs. Goodwitch concluded the morning announcements and dismissed them. 0:00:00:00:00:00:00. And you made fun of my Crocs, Neptune said as Sun winced his way back up the hill to their cabins. I wasn't expecting the flip-flops to break. Sun muttered. They were $5 at Old Navy, dude, what did you expect? The creek hike had been successful, no boys had been lost to the wilderness, many a crawdad had been caught and released again, and Sun's shoes had broken on the trip back, making him walk barefoot along the side of the creek. Crocs are fucking dumb, man. I will fork over the money for them myself so your princess feet don't get torn up more, Neptune joked. Sun pretended to stumble, shoving Neptune into the railing of the stairs, causing him to laugh. Jerk. What time is it? Sun asked. Neptune checked his watch. We've got like 20 minutes before the period ends. You've got time to wash off the leeches and poison ivy before lunch. Your mouth is writing checks your ass can't cash, man. Neptune grinned at that. What, you think I'd have changed by now? Oh, don't even pretend with me, I know what you're doing. The stairs split here. Go on, go down to the boating lake and woo your girl. I'll get back to the camp or die trying. Sun gave an exaggerated sniff. Just remember me well, if the bears do come for me. Neptune rolled his eyes. Drama queen. Go get her, lover boy. He waved Sun off and set off at a trot down the trail to the boating lake. He came out of the woods as a car horn was blaring and his pinstruck roller passed on the road that separated the woods from the lake. Neptune waved, and then ran up the knoll to where Ying was standing. Hey, he called. She caught the rope as it swung back and a child cannonballed into the lake. The girl resurfaced with a shriek, and strode back to shore, driving herself into the mud at the bank with the force of her strokes. Yang glanced at Neptune over the top of her sunglasses. Aren't you supposed to be up a creek without a paddle somewhere? Got back early. I thought you were on the docks. I was, but I switched with Emerald because there's shade here, Yang said, helping a boy up onto the swing stand. Alright, see how many times you can get through the alphabet before you hit the water, she told him. The boy froze for a moment, then his face went hard with determination. He jumped from the stand, clinging to the rope, zipping through the alphabet as fast as he could. At the top of the rope's arc, Yang shouted, "Drop!" And the boy let go. He dropped 7 feet into the water, and resurfaced with a gasp. 5.5. He shouted. I counted 4, a girl on the shore said. 4.5, her friend said. The boy growled as he swam to shore. I'll go again, and you'll see. 5.5. Yang shrugged. Get in line and try again. The record is 8, and no one has broken it in 20 years. The kids goggled at one another. Yang winked at Neptune through her sunglasses and he chuckled. He watched as the kids gleefully went sailing through the air. No turtles today? Neptune asked as the boy who laid claim to 5.5 alphabets went again. They're probably scared and at the other end of the lake, over by the willow trees. Ah. RWBY called in all the boats with the megaphone, and Yang cut the rope's wing line off. Go on, dry off and get back up the hill. Lunch in 40 minutes. As the kids trudged off, Yang stripped off her shirt and shorts, and kicked off her flip-flops. Neptune's eyebrows went up. Did I miss a memo? He asked. Not that I'm complaining, I mean, don't get me wrong. She glared at him, dropping her sunglasses on her clothes. I'm hot, Vasilius. Overheated, though we both know I mean it both ways." She stepped up to the rope stand, and went sailing through the air, letting out a Tarzan yell that made any remaining children stop and look back as she let go. To Neptune, time slowed down for a moment. Her arms arched above her, her golden ponytail streaming and glinting in the sunlight, as her outstretched limbs came together into a cannonball. Neptune remembered to breathe only when she surfaced, shaking water out of her face. She grinned, and swam for the rope, swinging helplessly above the water. She grabbed it, and came to shore. She held out the rope to him. "Let's see you fly, Vasilius. I'll spot you." He blinked, and then shrugged. He pulled his shirt over his head and dropped it next to hers, kicked off his Crocs, and took the rope. He caught her looking him over, and raised an eyebrow. She raised one of hers in return. He got up on the stand. "Alphabet or Tarzan?" "Alphabet." "Shit." He took a deep breath and jumped, rattling off the alphabet as fast as his tongue would let him. He heard Yang shout, "Drop!" and he let go. He was airborne for a few seconds, and then he landed hard in the water. His back was on fire. He scrambled for the surface, gasping and coughing. He saw Yang doubled over with laughter. Neptune bobbed for a moment in the water, still in shock from the landing, before he remembered the snapping turtles, and made for shore. His feet dug into the mud, and he collapsed onto the grass. "Oh my God!" he mumbled. "I'm sorry," Yang gasped, wiping tears away. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't be laughing. Are you okay?" He felt her kneel next to him. There was a light touch on his back. "Does this hurt?" "The whole damn thing stings." "Was it that bad, really?" "It was amazing," she said, and started giggling again. "You were like a baby giraffe, all limbs and no coordination. The best back flop I've seen in years." "I hate you." "You love me. You'll be fine, you're just really red." She dropped her towel on him, and moved away. He got up, dried off, and put his shirt and shoes back on. He threw her towel on her head as they walked to the path in the wood. "How many times did I get through the alphabet?" 4.5. 0 The mystery of the big banana was solved after the rest period, when RWBY revealed to the kids that it was a giant inflatable banana that seated 8. A jet ski tugged it down the coast and back. There was a song that went with it and everything, and RWBY made everyone sing it the entire time they were on the banana. Neptune knew this already, and gladly missed the occasion to spend the hot afternoon in the craft shed, painting sun catchers with the kids and playing the world's greatest air guitar album on repeat. Okay, he did more air guitar tutoring than actual painting, but art was versatile. He did regret not getting to watch Yang on the back of the jet ski, but there would be other banana days. After dinner, they had an all-boys camp activity, dodgeball in the pollywog field. Neptune tried not to groan, his back still stung from earlier. "I'm gonna go play Quidditch with girls camp," he said during the downtime after dinner. "No, Neptune, you're huge. We need you on our team," Russell pleaded. "I'm huge?" Russell held up his arms, trying to make a muscle. He was still small and scrawny, though, so it didn't work out so well for him. Neptune nodded in understanding. "Ah. See, that makes me a target, not an offensive player." This turned out to be more or less true, with Neptune resorting to deflecting as many balls as he could to the boys on his team, and ducking a lot. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. Scarlet, on the opposing team, yelled over the line. Neptune threw his ball, his only means of defense, at Scarlet, and got him out. 0 Thursday rolled around, with anticipation skyrocketing for their night off. The all-camp activity that night was an enormous game of capture the flag, and it shocked Neptune how dirty the girls played. A couple of the bigger nymphs and butterflies managed to drag the smaller boys into girls' territory for imprisonment. Granted, Neptune wasn't one to talk, especially when Vice was taunting him in no man's land and he resorted to tackling her, picking her up and carrying, fireman style, into the boys' territory. Vice's campers were screeching about cheating the whole time, while the boys hooted and hollered. Vice ran to join the human chain. The prison was the tree by Pollywog Lane. The girls formed a human chain, hand to foot, to no man's land. Technically not illegal, as long as one person still touched the tree, but proved frustrating when a swift caterpillar girl ran in and slapped the hand of the butterfly at the end of the line, freeing 30 players. This caused enough distraction and mass confusion in boys' territory for Yang and Blake to lead in a legion of 10 swift butterflies and nymphs with almost no repercussions to capture the boys' flag. When the boys chipped away at their numbers, they managed to hot potato the flag all the way back to the line for a victory. After that, Neptune hit the showers and changed. He retrieved his phone from its secret hiding place. Phones were contraband except on nights off and weekends. He welcomed the kid from kitchen crew who would be taking his boys for the night. "I'll be back when you wake up," he promised John before he left. "As long as you go to sleep, that is." John nodded, and Neptune strolled off to Frog Point to meet up with Sun. He turned on his phone and scrolled through the various texts that buzzed in. Scarlett was already at the point, waiting, and together they set off for the staff parking lot. "Real food. Real soda. Real food. Real soda," Scarlett chanted. Yeah, Neptune said distractedly, wondering just how many texts his mom could send before remembering he wouldn't get them on time. To Neptune's surprise, Yang and Blake were sitting on the hood of Sun's pickup, playing on her phone. "You didn't mention them coming," he accused, his voice soft. "Like you're complaining," Sun retorted. "The hell you got a truck for, Wakong?" Yang called. "You hauling logs or some other outdoorsy shit? Get the hell off my truck, woman. No respect, I tell you." Sun patted the hood with affection as Yang slid down. "It's okay, Jing Ubing. She doesn't care about you like I do." She liked RWBY, the hippie van, better. "More room," Yang said. "And why the hell didn't you yell at Blake too?" The black-haired girl smirked at her blonde friend. "He's too much of a softie, he'd never yell at me." Scarlett called shotgun, so Neptune, Blake, and Yang wedged themselves in the back. "Where we going?" Yang asked. "Tucson's. Please, can we stop at a McDonald's? I am jonesing for some fries." "It's amazing how low your vocabulary drops when you aren't around the kids," Sun commented. "Fuck off, like you're any better." Scarlett pointed an accusing finger at her. "She gets to make requests. Mini muffins. Walmart. You should ration your shit out, man, this ain't no joyride," Sun scoffed, starting the truck and heading out of camp. "Walmart is next week. Besides," he grinned in the rearview mirror, "she said please." "Mama taught me manners," Yang muttered. "Says the one who just told her best friend's boyfriend to fuck off," Blake chuckled in reply. "Okay, to be fair, I was mostly raised by Taiyang and Crow. So that's where the recklessness comes from," Sun noticed with a laugh. Scarlett grumbled, and changed the radio station. They traded stories on the ride into town, making each other laugh until they felt sick. It was the weirdest thing, Neptune thought, not for the first time. Save for him and Sun, none of them would have probably become friends had they not gotten this job. But, with 3 summers under their belts, they were inseparable. They had inside jokes and lingo that no one outside of the camp staff would even begin to understand. Camp legends about Aspen and Good Witch, the directors of boys and girls camps, respectively. Sun swore that last summer Aspen would just appear in places when Sun was breaking curfew. Scarlett agreed, saying it was like Bloody Mary. Say his name 3 times, and there he is. Good Witch is the same, Yang insisted. "One time, I swear to God, I was working the archery range, and she just walked out of the supply closet. Unless she's got some secret teleportation shit going on, I have no idea how she got there. Sun pulled into Tuckson's, a local restaurant. Neptune told Sun to get his usual while he called his mom. The reception was shoddy, though, so he only managed to talk for a few minutes. They came back with their sandwiches, and Sun let the tailgate down on his truck. "See, no logs," he told Yang as they hopped into the back. "What?" she replied, "you got it to sit in." Sun shrugged and bit into his sub. "For whatever I need it to be," he said, his mouth full. Yang made a face, and speared a meatball with her fork. Neptune sat on the tailgate, as opposite from Scarlet as he could get. The Brit was making obscene noises of appreciation at his real food and real soda. Yang, perched on the wheel hub, caught his eye, and they laughed. When they finished, they sat or lay in the bed of the truck, appreciating the semi-rural night's silence, unbroken by the sounds of children. "I like the job, but I'm so fucking glad they pay me," Scarlet said at one point, and they all understood. Then, Sun said they had to get going if they wanted to stop at McDonald's before they broke curfew. They all scrambled to get back into the cab. Yang yawned as Sun started the engine. She leaned against Neptune, and he put his arm around her. "You too cozy back there?" Sun asked, catching Neptune's eye in the mirror. "Peachy, thanks," Neptune nodded. "Just fries, Zhou?" Sun questioned. "And a lemonade." "Sizes?" "The biggest fry I can legally obtain in the state of Vale, and a small drink." "That is oddly disproportionate," Scarlet muttered. "Joe Neesing, Scarlet David. Joe Neesing." They drove for about 10 minutes before they found any golden arches, and Sun ordered. Yang slid him $5. "Ah, fuck. Shoes," Sun said as he pulled around to the window. "You're the one who didn't want to go to Walmart tonight," Neptune reminded him. "The shoeless heathen remains for another week." Scarlet huffed, and put his feet on the dashboard, arms crossed tight against his chest. "I have no sympathy for you." "Hey, feet off the dash," Sun warned his friend. Scarlet gaped in overdramatic incredulity. "You let Blake put her feet up there?" "Yeah, well, you're not my girlfriend." "My sympathy level for you has dropped into the negative numbers," the ginger sneered, slipping his feet off the dash and thudding them onto the floor of the red and yellow truck. Sun scowled for a moment, and then turned on the charm for the girl working the window. He passed Yang back her bag and her drink. "Wow, when you said small, I didn't think you wanted a Dixie cup," Scarlet remarked as they pulled out onto the road. Yang looked at her very small cup of lemonade and tried to keep a straight face. "This is quite possibly the smallest size existing at any fast food chain in the great nation of Remnant." "With the biggest straw they could find," Neptune remarked. "Seriously, wasn't there a smaller straw for the kids' menu? I'm almost afraid to take a sip. It'll all be gone in one fell swoop." "They thought about giving you the regular small, but they thought you deserved a little more," Scarlet quipped. "The biggest small they could find, just for you," Sun said. I'd retort, "But I need to take a drink from my stupendously tiny lemonade." Yang took an exaggerated sip. "Seriously, I think I drank it all right there." Neptune opened her bag and took out a few fries. "Thanks," he told her. "Hey. There'd better not be any wiggly ones in there." He opened his mouth so she could hear the crunching. She made a face. "You're disgusting. I can't believe I ever considered kissing you." "Say what?" Scarlet twisted in his seat to look back at them. "You are such a gossip," Yang shoved him. Neptune made a good show of pretending he was a normal human being with a regular pulse. No, go back. You were saying something about kissing me." "Nope, forget it. You're a fry stealer. Fry stealer don't get kisses from hot lifeguards." Neptune pouted. Yang stuck her tongue out, and ate a handful of fries. Back at camp, Sun led the way through the woods with his enormously small keyring flashlight. He stopped at the stairs to the girls' camp. You ladies need us to walk up with you? He asked, gesturing with the flashlight. Nah. We'll be alright. If you don't see us at Polar Bear, assume I broke my neck and feel horrible about not insisting on escorting us back to my cabin, though, Yang teased. She held up her phone, proving she had a light. Will do. Yang punched Neptune in the arm affectionately as Sun and Scarlet started down the path. Good night, loser. Night, oh queen of tiny lemonades. He waited for her and Blake start climbing the stairs, then jogged to catch up with the others. You get any sloppy French fry breath makeouts? Scarlet asked. Nah. Shame, Sun said. I've got you guys for that, Neptune joked. Scarlet scoffed. Please, I specified French fry breath. Try another time. If you're offering. Neptune's phone buzzed. As he pulled it out of his pocket, he noticed the text was from Yang. I'm not on duty Saturday. He smiled to himself, and shot back an affirmative reply. Besides, I've got all summer. Yang Zhou was in her dorm room with her partner, who she's staring intently at. More specifically, her partner's beau. The blonde brawler narrowed her eyes and kept watching. Waiting for something to happen. Yang, if you stare at my beau anymore, you're going to melt it. Blake commented, not taking her eyes off of the book she was reading. HRMM. Yang kept staring and finally lost it. Throwing her hands up in the hair and growling in frustration, she yells, why won't it twitch? This caught the fauna's attention. What? I saw them twitch before. Yang stated as she sat up in her bed, crossing her legs underneath her. I think. Blake eyed her partner for a moment before returning to her book. You must have been seeing things. Or you were drunk. No way. I was completely sober then. Aha. Grinning madly, Yang got up from her spot. Her eyes twinkling with mischievousness as she approached her raven-haired partner. Blake simply ignored Yang's movements, thinking she was just going to finally get up and do something worthwhile with her time. That was until Blake felt a weight on her shoulders. See, the black-haired fauna was sitting on the floor with her back against her bed. Taking this position to her advantage, Yang crept across their room and sat on the fauna's bed, dangling her legs over and trapping Blake. Why Yang? What are you doing? Gonna see what triggers the twitchin'. Yang answered and touched the bow. It was surprisingly stiff, despite it looking flimsy and soft. Yang heard a whimper come from Blake, which was odd. Blake never whimpered. Blake? The blonde looked down and saw Blake was hiding her face in her book. This made the blonde brawler look at the bow she was touching. She took each one of the bow things, between her index finger and thumb and rubbed them. They surprisingly felt like ears. Blake's eyes were shut tight as she groaned. Yang wasn't sure whether it was frustration or pleasure. Yang kept rubbing them, enjoying the reaction she was getting from Blake. Well, what secret does little Blakey have under? As Yang tried to pry the bow off of Blake's head, she was thrown back on the bed as Blake shot up from her spot. I'm going out. Blake said quickly and practically ran out of the room. Wahey. Yang stood up as well. Get back here. She yelled and chased Blake outside. Team RWBY and JNPR dorm floor, kitchen. Vice and Ren and Nora were cooking dinner as it was their turn that night. Ruby was sitting on the dinner table watching them, mostly Vice, as she found the apron-wearing heiress rather cute in it. John was in the living room with Vera, being tutored for an upcoming test. All was well until a disoriented Blake came through. She ran through the kitchen and then into the living room. Everyone looked at her until another person came through, Yang. Blakey. Yang grinned mischievously as she chased the fauna. Ruby said as the partners passed. Did anyone else see that? Vice and Ren simply returned back to what they were doing and Nora hummed gleefully. Vice. Never mind it, Ruby. Never mind it. The white-haired heiress replied. Ruby remained silent and just kept doing what she was doing earlier, Admiring Vice. Dash outside, backyard dash. Blake was hiding up in a tree. She crouched and tried to calm her breathing as she watched Yang walk around below her. Blakey. The blonde called. Blake relaxed as soon as Yang passed her hiding place. She looked up at the moon and frowned. How could she just lose her cool composure like that and run away? Why was she hiding? TSS. She already knew the answer. She was afraid. She was afraid that Yang wouldn't treat her the same if she found out that Blake was a half-other species of fauna. Blake scoffed at herself. If. There's no if. She will. She told herself. There's no doubting that she'll hate me like everyone else has and she'll distance from me. She'll think I'm a monster. A beast. This thought made Blake have a flashback of her past. She remembered all those kids that distanced from her at the orphanage, leaving her alone because of what she is. Blake made a choked sound and she noticed that her face was wet. She was crying. She brought her arm up to wipe away the tears of the past, before looking up at the full moon. Why did Yang have to be so curious on this particular night? The fauna brought her knees up to her chin and hugged them close. She just wants to be normal. Yang was the closest friend she has ever had, besides Adam, who was like a brother to her. She had never been paired up with another person who she could actually trust and work well with before, besides Adam, once again. Her sharp ears heard a rustle of leaves. The black-haired ninja brought her head up to take a look but came to face with the person she was running away from. Yang. She yelped as she jumped back, only for her back to hit the trunk of the tree. Finally found ya. Yang smiled softly. The blonde brawler sat back on the branch and scratched the back of her head. The blonde had noticed that Blake was crying earlier, so she decided to approach when her partner had calmed down. Look, Blake. I am sorry if I had overstepped some boundaries back there. Yang tried to apologize. I didn't mean to make you cry or anything. Blake blinked once before shaking. It's nothing. She looked up at the moon, just remembering the past is all. Yang frowned a moment, simply looking at Blake. We're partners, right, Blake? Blake looked at the blonde, who was now looking at the hands in her lap. Yes. Of course we are. Then, you should know that. Yang looked up and locked eyes with Blake. Partners shouldn't keep secrets from partners. Of course we won't reveal them all at once. Yang chuckled, we should grow together and stuff, you know. Blake smiled at her blonde partner. Yeah. I'd like that. So. I'm sorry if I pushed you into doing something you didn't want. Yang said, looking away. It's alright, Yang. Blake said as she lowered her legs. The fauna patted her lap and Yang grinned happily. It was a thing they did. Or a position they were used to. Whenever they would be relaxing or some other event that involved resting, Yang would always lay her head in the fauna's lap. She found it comfortable and the blonde brawler loved it when Blake ran her fingers through her golden locks. Yang happily obliged and laid down. The pair were simply watching the moon and enjoying the company of the other. Yang. The fauna began. Yang looked up and saw Blake looking down at her. I'm sorry too. For running away. Blake awkwardly apologized. Yang simple smiled. It's cool, my little Blakey. She cooed, but then her eyes went wide for a moment. Wow. What? The blonde brawled grinned massively. I saw it. I saw it. She said and sat up to look closely at Blake. What? Saw what? Yang smiled, the twitch. Blake blushed and lowered her head a bit. Don't worry. Yang said as she lifted Blake's chin so she can look her in the eye. I'll wait for you to tell me all about it. She winked. I sure hope we'll be more than partners when that time comes. Yang, what are you talking about? Oh, come on, Blakey. Yang groaned as she fell forward onto the fauna's lap once again. She used her hands to cover her face. Even though you're the smartest girl I've ever met, you're also the densest. Yang, you're not making much sense here. Yang rolled her eyes and reached out to grab Blake's face. Once she did, she pulled the fauna down and kissed her gently. She released the fauna and looked deeply into her eyes. "Do you get it now? Why I always tease and annoy you?" she asked the fauna. "Why I always try to get your attention on me?" Blake was still a bit too shocked to answer Yang. She touched her lips, trying to make sure that what Yang had done was real. I. Wow, the great Blake, speechless. Yang smiled. "It's okay, I don't need an answer from you right now. I just finally wanted to let you know." The blonde smiled. The next thing that Blake did was something Yang didn't expect at all. Sure, she thought Blake would push her away or, if she was lucky, accept her offer. But she didn't realize Blake would tear up. "Whoa. Don't cry. Blake, please don't cry," Yang said as she sat up to face Blake. Blake merely smiled and wiped away the tears that were threatening to spill over. "I'm not going to. I'm sorry, it was an impulse." The fauna apologized. As if Yang didn't have enough scares for one night, Blake surprised her once again. The black-haired ninja reached up and took her bow off, revealing a pair of cute black cat ears atop her head. Yang's eyes grew wide and her mouth shaped an O. Blake was a little scared but decided to trust Yang. "You are so cute." Yang smiled and reached for the ears. What?" Blake blushed and looked away, grabbing Yang's wrists. "Why, you don't think I'm a monster?" "A monster?" Yang gasped. "No way. You're beautiful." Blake looked Yang in the eyes. "Is that the truth?" the fauna whispered. Yang smiled that goofy smile of hers. "Of course. Partners don't keep secrets from partners." Blake smiled back. "We're more than that now. Aren't we?" Yang gulped. She wasn't expecting this. "Are we?" the fauna responded with pressing her lips against the blonde's. Yang moaned, and when Blake released her wrists she grabbed Blake's face to bring her closer. She wanted to go further, for it to become a full make sessio. "Yang. Blake." Ruby's voice cut through the air. "I teased dinner time." Yang growled as she and Blake separated. Regaining her confidence, Blake whispered into Yang's ear. "We can continue this later." Before disappearing with her after-image ability. "That didn't help me whatsoever, Blakey," Yang yelled into the night air.